Without traveling through time or being reborn, I suddenly awakened the system out of nowhere. The system's voice sounded again, and that ethereal voice was like a breeze blowing by, making people feel happy. System? My heart was shocked, and I couldn't help but listen to it several times, with the corners of my mouth rising unconsciously. This is the beginning that every novel fan dreams of. I, Subai, am indeed the chosen one. Interstellar Mecha System. A few words came into view, and the introduction was shockingly concise. Use interstellar points to purchase goods in the mall, or perform interstellar enhancement on the target mecha. Looking at these few words, I didn't take them seriously. After all, it was a system, so it must have a very powerful origin. I continued to ponder with great anticipation. How do I get the interstellar point? The system's answer was quite direct. Interstellar points can be exchanged for star coins, 10,000 star coins for 1 point. 10,000 to 1? This exchange rate is too unfair. I couldn't help but frown, clicked on the mall casually, and almost bit my tongue. System prompts, truth level mecha, 100 billion interstellar points. Zhu Tian Na Chi Ju, 50 billion interstellar points. Star Engine, 10 billion interstellar points. I swallowed. This price is outrageous. Even the richest man would have to step aside. I sighed and decisively gave up the idea of buying items from the mall. Forget it. Let's be down to earth and fix up this shabby repair shop and make some money first. Just as I was thinking this, the system prompt sounded again. It is detected that the host repair shop does not meet the interstellar enhancement standards and requires 90 interstellar points for transformation. Do you want to proceed? 90 interstellar points? I counted on my fingers. That's 900,000 star coins. I looked at the account balance, gritted my teeth, and said, reform. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a lamb. The moment the balance was cleared, I almost felt dizzy. This is the biggest expense I have ever made in my life, and I kept praying to myself that it would not fail. The next second, a beam of starlight enveloped the entire warehouse. After a few minutes, the light faded, and the scene before my eyes changed completely. The dilapidated warehouse is gone, replaced by a futuristic metal building. Looking at this scene that looked like a sci-fi blockbuster, I almost couldn't close my mouth. This 900,000 is worth it. When I walked into the store, everything was beyond my imagination. 10 brand new mecha repair bays were neatly arranged, equipped with the most advanced repair equipment, gravity lifters, beam heat knives, nano sprayers, and so on. For these equipment alone, it would not be an exaggeration to double the price. I rubbed my hands together and became more and more determined. As long as I work well, I will be able to exchange these things in the mall one day. At this moment, the system prompt sounded again. The host has a repair shop that meets the requirements of interstellar enhancement. Novice mission released. Successfully perform interstellar enhancement once within 24 hours. Mission reward. 1 opportunity to awaken the mecha talent. What the hell? I couldn't help but exclaim. Isn't this an opportunity that's been delivered to my door? Awakening my talent has always been my dream. This time I'm going for it. I immediately uploaded the information of the repair shop to StarNet, and the name of the shop was Interstellar Repair Shop. I took a few quick photos of the equipment and posted them quickly. 2 hours later, a red floating car stopped in front of the door. A young girl got out of the car. She was wearing a pink t-shirt and denim shorts. Her long legs made me feel dizzy. She stood at the door, looking carefully at my repair shop, muttering, "Are the walls really made of vibranium? This boss must be quite rich." My eyes fell on the mecha behind her, and I couldn't help but feel moved. This mecha is obviously a tough guy, but its current status doesn't seem optimistic. It seems that my first business order has come. As she walked into the repair shop, I could feel her eyes scanning the surroundings like a radar. That look was like he was exploring some incredible secret. She slowed down her pace a little, and there was a hint of surprise and even a little appreciation in her eyes. I was secretly proud of myself. This interstellar-level equipment is indeed quite impressive. Although this place is remote, with these high-end goods to support the scene, I know she has already believed it halfway. Just then, I cleared my throat and broke the silence in the store. "Welcome." She turned her head sharply, her eyes full of confusion. After looking me up and down for a few seconds, she asked tentatively, "Are you a waiter?" The corner of my mouth twitched, but I still smiled patiently. "No, I'm the store manager and also the mechanic." After listening to me, she was obviously stunned for a moment, and the look in her eyes when she looked at me changed from confusion to surprise, and even a little suspicion. It seems like he is wondering, can someone so young really run a repair shop like this? But I didn't bother to explain too much, so I just asked, "Is there anything that needs repairing?" She hesitated, as if weighing the options in her mind. I didn't rush, I just waited quietly. Finally, she spoke, her tone mixed with a little trepidation. My mecha skeleton is damaged. Can you fix it? When I heard the words bone damage, my heart skipped a beat. This job is not just difficult, but I didn't show much emotion, I just nodded. Take out your mecha, I'll take a look at the situation. She followed me into maintenance room number 1. When she saw the equipment inside, her eyes lit up and her expression relaxed a little. It seems that these equipments did give her some confidence. Come on, let me see your mecha. I stopped and motioned for her to start. She tapped the star ring on her wrist, and with a flash of white light, a 12-meter-tall crimson mecha slowly appeared in the maintenance room. Even after the damage, the mecha is still full of momentum, and its surface is as smooth as new. Obviously, it is well maintained. It's a pity that the hole at the waist casts a bleak shadow on this work of art. The hole went through the core to the bone connection. The carbon black bones inside were full of cracks and even had some blue radioactive substances left. I frowned, gently touched the armor on the mecha's legs, and whispered, "Nuclear radiation penetration wound. Did the cold light star do it?" She shook her head and said in a low voice, "It's not a cold light star, man. It's a blue star, man. I don't know what method he used to enable the mecha to use nuclear rays." I was careless for a moment, so Xiaohong was seriously injured. Hearing this, my heart was slightly shocked. It is no small matter that the mecha masters of Blue Star can perform such tricks. But I have no interest in getting involved in these complicated backstory. What's more important right now is whether the Red Moon can be repaired. The system prompt sounded in my ears at the right time. A damaged mecha has been detected, which meets the conditions for interstellar enhancement. Since the mecha is at a low level, it only needs to be enhanced to level 1, which requires 10 interstellar points. Do you want to proceed? My eyes lit up slightly. 10 interstellar points, not bad, not too outrageous. But what I care more about is what the effect will be after the enhancement. I silently said in my mind, what can the first level enhancement improve? Level 1 interstellar enhancement can improve the target mecha material level, core performance by 1 level, and randomly awaken low-level talent skills. After listening to the system's explanation, I felt more confident. Turning my head, looking at the empty red moon and Sunhani, who was full of expectation, I smiled softly. This mecha is well repaired. What the hell? I couldn't help but exclaim in surprise when I saw the effect of the first level interstellar enhancement. I was already satisfied with the 1-level upgrade of materials and cores, but there is also an awakening talent skill. This thing, even if it is the lowest level talent skill, can make any mechanic above 5 stars drop their jaw. Hanwha was nothing more than a basic 3-star Earth mecha, ranking last among the 9 mecha qualities, and it didn't even have the possibility of awakening a talent skill. Even the higher-level sky mechas are rare to have innate skills. Innate skills, the accompanying skills of the mecha, are completely different from the skills acquired by the mecha pilot through training. Not only does it have full initial proficiency, but it also perfectly matches the characteristics of the mecha, directly doubling its power. An Earth mecha with innate skills can fully challenge the higher-level sky mecha. I glanced at the system prompt, 10 interstellar points. Converted to 100,000 star coins, it can make an abandoned mecha have the ability to change. This is so ridiculously cheap that it almost makes me wonder if there is a bug in the system. Putting aside my surprise, I began to seriously think about how to set the price. The materials and core upgrades can refer to the market price. A 4-star Earth mecha is usually worth 200,000 star coins. Now that I have repaired it to this level, it is not excessive to ask for 200,000. But the awakening of talent skills is on another level entirely, and it is not an exaggeration to double its value. As I was thinking about it, my eyes fell on Sunhani. She looked at Hongyue with sincere love. To be honest, I was touched by this emotion, and it made me decide to give her a realistic price. 1.5 million star coins. I said calmly. Are you sure you want to repair it? 1.5 million? She was stunned, obviously not expecting it to be so expensive. She probably thought that the repair cost would be between 300,000 and 500,000. After all, a new sky mecha is only about 500,000 star coins. I looked at her calmly, without further explanation. This price was already the friendship price I gave her. You know, after awakening the talent skill, the value of the red moon directly increased tenfold. Seeing that she was still hesitating, I added, this is not just the cost of repairs. I will also let Hongyue awaken her talent skills. Awakening a talent? Her eyes suddenly became complicated, as if she had heard some incredible fairy tale. That's right, Hongyue will have her own innate skills. If you don't believe me, we can sign a contract. I pointed to the contract template on the table and said calmly. She was stunned for a moment, then raised her eyebrows. In Blue Star, contracts are very binding. Once signed, if I fail to fulfill my promise, I will pay a high compensation. She took a deep breath and finally nodded. Okay, 1.5 million is 1.5 million, but if the talent skill thing is not reliable, you have to refund me the premium. I smiled and said, no problem. Then I quickly drafted a contract, stamped it with the repair shop's official seal, and handed it to her. After she read the contract and confirmed that it was correct, she signed her name and transferred the money directly. Starry Sky Treasure has received 1.5 million star coins. I felt relieved when I heard the system notification sound. It was indeed a good piece of fat meat. After sending Sun Hani off to wait in the hall, I turned around and looked at Hong Yue in front of me. I couldn't help but raise the corner of my mouth. This money is really worth it. I gently stroked Hong Yue's light armor and thought, use level 1 enhancement. A dazzling white light enveloped Hong Yue, and the entire maintenance room was instantly filled with energy fluctuations. The moment the light faded, a loud thunder sounded, and purple electric light flashed on Hong Yue's body. I smiled slightly. Okay, Hong Yue, welcome to the transformation. If this guy dares to tear down Hong Yue, I will make him pay the price. I could hear Sun Hani's footsteps outside becoming more and more urgent. He must be extremely angry. After all, the person who can take out 1.5 million star coins to repair the Earth 3-star mecha at once must be someone with a powerful background. If you really provoke him, this matter may never end. But I'm not afraid. No matter how ordinary I pretend to be as a repair shop owner, I can't hide the confidence in my bones. I stood next to Hong Yue, adjusted my position, and waited for the young lady to rush in aggressively. Sure enough, she rushed in before I could shout. Come in. I called to her. Sure enough, her face was full of an expression that said, this kid must have messed up Hong Yue. She walked in angrily and was about to lose her temper, but she was stunned the moment she saw Hong Yue. This is the Red Moon? Her tone changed, filled with disbelief and shock. I leaned against the maintenance table and spread my hands. Of course. If you don't believe me, why don't you go up and try it? Sun Han was stunned for a few seconds, then jumped directly into the cabin. It was obvious that she couldn't wait to touch her beloved plane. This girl really loves the Red Moon, otherwise she wouldn't have come to a place like this just to repair it. As soon as she landed in the cockpit, she placed her hands lightly on the core crystal ball. The moment the lid closed, I knew that the Red Moon was completely connected to her. As expected, Hong Yue's eyes flashed red, and the entire maintenance room was shrouded in a faint sense of oppression. Growth potential has been upgraded to Star Walking. Sun Hani's voice came from the mecha. The mechanized processing could not conceal her shock. Don't just be surprised. Try your innate skills. I couldn't help but smile and reminded him casually, but don't really launch it. You can't afford to pay for damaging my equipment. These words obviously shocked her heart. Innate skill? She repeated, her voice full of doubt and a hint of expectation. I leaned against the wall and answered leisurely. Of course. We are honest and trustworthy. The cockpit was quiet for a while, and I heard her take a few deep breaths. Then, Hong Yue raised her hands horizontally, trembling slightly. This is easy. Several tiny arcs of electricity began to entangle between Hong Yue's palms, and then gathered more and more, forming a purple lightning ball that floated in the palm of his hand. Through Hong Yue's eyes, she looked down at her masterpiece, her voice trembling. It really is a talent skill. Hong Yue actually awakened a talent skill? I smiled slightly, watching her dancing with excitement, and a sense of accomplishment grew quietly in my heart. After all, being able to awaken the innate skills of a 3-star Earth mecha is a unique feat even among star-level mechanics. Just as she was intoxicated by the power of the Thunderball, I reminded her, okay, put it away before it really blows up my maintenance room. These words seemed to pull her back to reality from her dream. The Thunderball dissipated instantly, and the mecha's hands returned to calm. Not long after, Sun Hani jumped down from the cockpit, stood in front of me, and bowed deeply. Boss Su, thank you for helping me fix the Red Moon. I was not polite before. Please be magnanimous. Well, the manners are quite good, but isn't the angle of the bow a little too straight? I try to look away and cough lightly. Hey, it's okay. This is a fair trade. You can get up soon. She breathed a sigh of relief, looked up at me, hesitated for a few seconds, and then mustered up the courage to speak. Boss Su, I wonder if I can add a contact number? I was stunned. I didn't expect her to suddenly ask for her contact information. I didn't react for a moment. Leave me your contact information? What do you mean? Her face flushed, and her voice became a little hurried. I'm worried that Hongyue will have problems in the future. So I left you my contact information so that I can contact you and confirm whether Boss Su is in the store. This explanation sounded pale and weak, and even I didn't quite believe it. But seeing how embarrassed she looked, I didn't ask any more questions. Okay, I thought about it and agreed. As soon as she got my contact information, she quickly put the red moon into the star ring as if she was running for her life, and waved goodbye. Boss Su, goodbye. Thank you so much. Watching her hurriedly leaving, I shook my head, chuckled, and then closed the door of the repair shop. Standing in the store, the corners of my mouth slightly raised, and I felt particularly relaxed. Okay, it's time to see my reward. Just when I helped her complete the strengthening just now, my mission was accomplished. System prompts, congratulations to the host for successfully completing an interstellar enhancement. Time taken, 2 hours and 40 minutes. Task evaluation, excellent. Task rewards are ready. Would you like to claim them? Nonsense, do you even need to ask? I nodded yes without hesitation. The next moment, an unfamiliar force suddenly surged into my body, and my brain was instantly filled with pain, as if it was torn apart by something. I covered my forehead, and the world in front of me became blurry in an instant, and then I was pulled into a barren land. Here we go again. I gritted my teeth, raised my head, and looked around. Before I could react, I heard rustling sounds coming from all around me. Pieces of metal appeared from nowhere, as if pulled by some kind of gravity, flying towards me madly, sticking to my body and starting to merge. Congratulations to the host for awakening the A-level talent. All things merged together. When the system prompt sounded, my whole body trembled and countless information emerged in my mind. Everything merges? This talent can actually control and fuse the surrounding metal to strengthen my mecha. In other words, as long as there is metal, I can infinitely increase my combat power. Isn't that just cheating? I couldn't help but mutter. Just then, the strange vision before my eyes gradually dissipated, and I returned to the repair shop. Everything around me returned to normal, but I could clearly see the floating dots of light around me. Star power. These spots of light floated in the air. Although thin, they continuously gathered towards me, as if they had some kind of affinity with my body. System. Host awakening talent detected. Mall special offer opened. Do you want to spend 100 interstellar points to exchange for the truth level breathing method? Star whale breathing method, first level. Seeing this prompt, I was stunned for a few seconds, and my eyebrows jumped. 100 interstellar points? Your system wants me to spend money again. Isn't this a disguised way of robbing money? Ding. Exchange successful. Star whale breathing method, level 1 has been issued. Me. Seeing the 1.5 million star coins that had just arrived in my account shrink to only 500,000 in an instant, my heart felt as if someone had stabbed me with a knife. But the temptation of the truth level breathing method is so great that I would be letting myself down if I didn't buy it. I hope this thing is worth the money. I covered my chest and comforted myself. As I was thinking this, I felt a sharp pain in my head again, and a new stream of information poured in, as if my consciousness was sucked into a vast starry sky. There is a brilliant starry sky all around, and right in front of you, a huge shadow comes into view. It was a star whale. Starlight shone all over its body, and its huge body swam slowly in the sea of stars. It opened its huge mouth and swallowed a star in front of it instantly. The starlight flickered, and the Milky Way trembled. Is this the star whale breathing method? Everything in front of my eyes gradually disappeared, and a complete set of cultivation techniques appeared in my mind. Sitting cross-legged, I began to absorb the surrounding star power according to the breathing method. At first, there were only scattered points of light, but as the technique was practiced, those points of light quickly grew larger and poured into my body like a mad tide. Boom! The tide of star power gathered around me, and I could clearly feel my power rising. 1 star for the Earth, 2 stars for the Earth, 1 star for the sky. A few minutes later, when I had completely absorbed the star power around me, he discovered that he had broken through the stage of an Earth Mecha Master and became a Sky Mecha Master. This speed is simply amazing. I stood up, dusted off my body, and felt the surging power in my body. Logically speaking, at my age, breaking through to the sky level at the age of 18 would definitely cause a sensation. But I frowned again soon. What's the point of becoming a Sky Mecha Master? I don't even have a mecha. Oh, I still have to make money. I sighed, feeling the only 500,000 star coins left in my pocket. The desire to make money was stronger than ever. Just when I was feeling mixed emotions, a middle-aged man in a high-rise building far away in the center of Yinhai City suddenly frowned and looked in the direction of my repair shop. Star Power Riot? Star Beast coming? Impossible. The Star Guardians didn't give any alarm. He muttered to himself, tapping the table with his fingers, and then looked at a document in front of him. I couldn't help but wonder. Nuclear radiation. What on earth is the CF family doing? The door of the study was suddenly pushed open, and a figure rushed in. I looked up and saw that it was Sun Hani, who shouted excitedly, "Dad, I have good news for you." Seeing her, I unconsciously put down the information in my hand. The coldness on my face disappeared, and a smile appeared on my face. Is Hongyue repaired? These days, I saw that she was depressed about Hongyue's matter, and I had been thinking about either changing a new mecha or sending it for repair sometime, but she insisted on not doing so. To be honest, I didn't hold out hope either. Looking across the entire sea of clouds, there were very few mechanics who could repair Hongyue's injuries. If it wasn't for a big exam, I would have done it myself a long time ago. Not only is it fixed, it's become even more powerful, she said with a proud look on her face. Potential increased? I picked up the teacup and took a sip, thinking to myself that this level of maintenance would require at least a star-level mechanic, but repairing a low-level mecha like the Red Moon would be too costly and not worth it. She blinked and raised her lips slightly. I've even awakened my innate skills. Puff! I almost spit out my tea and looked at her with wide eyes. Have you been cheated? Don't tell me that this repair cost a lot of money. Only 1.5 million star coins. She put her hands on her hips, seeming very satisfied with the number. 1.5 million? I almost jumped up. A 3-star Earth mecha only cost 150,000 star coins, but she spent 10 times that much to repair it? I immediately became furious. Come on, take me to find that guy. He dared to cheat my daughter, Sun Yu. No matter what star mechanic he is, he has to give an explanation. As we were talking, there was a sharp cry from outside the door. 1.5 million star coins? Before the words fell, Zhongmi walked in, glanced at us, father and daughter, with an interrogative look in her eyes. For a moment, the air in the study seemed to freeze. Sun Han and I looked at each other and chose to remain silent. We knew Zhong Yi's character very well. If we let the money slip, she would definitely go crazy. After a moment of silence, I coughed dryly and forced a smile. Nothing, just talking about Lu Ran spending 1.5 million for Feishing Academy's recruitment. Yes, that's right. Sun Hani quickly nodded in agreement. Zhongyi looked at us suspiciously and snorted. Stop talking about other people's affairs. Dinner is almost ready. Come and eat quickly. After she left, both my father and I breathed a sigh of relief. I whispered, after dinner, take me to find that liar. Dad, he's not a liar. Sun Han was anxious and lowered his voice. Boss Su really helped Hongyue awaken his innate skills. Innate skills? I raised my eyebrows and shook my head helplessly. You have been brainwashed, right? The awakening innate skills of the Earth Mecha. It's a fantasy. Come to the training ground after dinner, and I'll let you see it with your own eyes. She was full of confidence, with a hint of provocation on her face. I smiled and rubbed her head. Okay, then Dad will wait and see what you can do. But let's eat first. Don't let your mother wait anxiously. After dinner, we went to the training ground at home. Looking at this familiar electromagnetic barrier, I felt a little relieved. The mecha for sparring is already in place. I picked an ordinary mass-produced machine. After all, this kind of small test does not require consuming too many resources. Come here, let me see how much your Red Moon has improved. I waved while driving the sparring machine. She was obviously a little dissatisfied, muttering, You're still using a training machine? You look down on me, don't you? The maintenance cost of the star-breaking mech is not low, so a sparring machine is enough. I was too lazy to explain more and motioned for her to start quickly. She snorted coldly and lightly touched the star ring on her wrist. A white light flashed, and a red moon appeared in the center of the venue, accompanied by a burst of crimson and purple light. Hongyue's eyes lit up with a dazzling light. I stared at the red moon, frowning slightly. I have to admit that the potential of this mecha has indeed improved, at least reaching the level of stepping on the stars. This alone is worth 500,000 star coins. But even so, the maintenance cost is still too high. See, I told you, before I could finish my words, I was suddenly stunned, my eyes fixed on Hongyue's hands. This is easy. Electric arcs swirled on Hong Yue's palm, running endlessly like living things. A ball of thunder gradually condensed, and the surrounding air seemed to be compressed, making a low, whistling sound. Boom! The thunderball suddenly shot out, turning into a snake-like beam of lightning, cutting through the air and flying straight towards me. The power of that thunder beam far exceeds that of ordinary electromagnetic weapons, and is even close to that of a large-caliber electromagnetic cannon. My heart was shocked. Although I quickly controlled the training machine to defend myself, the momentary feeling of numbness still spread throughout my body. The thunder dissipated, and I stared at the red moon in front of me, unable to speak for a long time. Sun Hani's voice came from the communication channel, with a hint of pride. "Dad, how is it?" "This is Wanjun Hongyue's innate skill, Thunder Snake Fong." The lightning dissipated, and the sparring machine on the field had turned into a ball of charred scrap metal, emitting a faint black smoke, and it looked like it could fall apart at any time. Through the burnt shell, I could see Sun Yu, who was enveloped in star power, sitting motionless, his eyes fixed on my Wanjun red moon. He opened his mouth, as if digesting the scene in front of him, and finally forced out an awkward smile. "Haha, you are worthy of being my Sun Yu's daughter. You are really capable." "How was it?" I asked jokingly through Hong Yue's communication channel. "That attack just now was pretty powerful, right?" "Boss Su is really powerful." Sun Yu was silent for a while, as if he didn't want to admit it, but the awe in his heart was written on his face. I can see that he obviously has a new understanding of Boss Su's abilities. Allowing a 3-star Earth mecha to awaken its innate skills is not something an ordinary mechanic can do. Well, it's really amazing. He smiled awkwardly, but the material of the training machine is too poor, and it can't show the true power of your innate skills. Otherwise, I'll change into my own mecha, and we can try again. I was stunned for a moment, then curled my lips. "You refused to use it before, but now you change it. Is this the desire to win for you middle-aged men?" Although he complained, it was not an easy experience to have the opportunity to fight against his father's Songlong mecha. I nodded and agreed. "Okay, then don't regret it." Sun Yu breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this and raised his hand to touch his wrist guard. A black light flashed, and accompanied by a low roar, his Songlong mecha slowly appeared. Boom! The Songlong mecha stood in the center of the training ground. Its entire body was blue, with flame patterns interweaving, and every joint emitting a light blue metallic glow. This is a star-destroying mecha made of rare, dense steel material, which is totally incomparable to my Wanjun Hongyue. The 50-meter-tall fuselage makes Hongyue look like a child in front of it. I controlled Hongyue to raise her head and gazed at the majestic appearance of Songlong. A sense of yearning rose in my heart. Only such a mecha can truly span the starry sky. Don't just stand there, practice hard, and you will have the chance to become a star-breaking mecha master. The father's voice came from the Songlong with some encouragement. "I will," I answered with a little more determination in my tone. "Come on, show me your talents." Songlong's eyes were fixed on Hongyue, his tone full of anticipation. "Then I won't be polite." I controlled Wanjun Hongyue to step back a few steps, raise my hands high, and electric arcs instantly condensed in my palms, with lightning flashing. A lightning ball larger than the previous one quickly formed above Hongyue's head. Lightning flashed and electric currents flowed, illuminating the entire training ground. He exerted force with both arms suddenly, and the lightning ball was thrown towards the wolf. It turned into a circling lightning snake, opened its huge mouth, and pointed its sharp lightning fangs directly at the wolf's neck. Boom! The lightning snake hit the target, and a huge lightning instantly covered the wolf. The arc spread along the armor and penetrated deep into the bones. I held my breath and waited for the result. The wolf shook slightly, then waved his arms lightly, and a strong wind whistled, bouncing away all the electric arcs. The force even made Wanjun Hongyue take a step back involuntarily, and even the ground shook. This attack was actually easily resolved. I gripped the joystick tightly, lowered my head, and said unwillingly, "I lost." The father's voice came from the wolf, with some comfort. The power of your innate skill is far beyond my expectations. The attack just now was at the level of a 6-star Earth. You have to know that when I was a 3-star Earth, I was far from being as powerful as you." I looked up and saw his serious expression, and the frustration in my heart instantly dissipated. My father's words were not consolation, but sincere recognition. With such a start, as long as you can grasp this power, You may become the top mecha master of the Blue Star Alliance in the future. His voice was steady and powerful. I looked at Hongyue with a firm gaze. Boss Su is really a strange man. Next time Wanjun Hongyue wants to upgrade, I will definitely look for him again. After thinking about it, I frowned again, but he charges so much, I have to make some extra money. My father didn't respond to me, but just stood there thoughtfully, as if thinking about something. I vaguely felt that he seemed to be much more interested in Boss Su than I was. Achoo! I sneezed loudly in the Interstellar Mechanic Repair shop, and I almost couldn't operate the game in my hand properly. The store was very quiet. Ever since I helped Sun Hani repair the Red Moon, there had been few customers. I crossed my legs and controlled the character in the original demon, feeling a little bored. Who made me not have my own mecha? Otherwise, I would also like to practice my driving skills. After I broke through to the Sky Mecha Master level last time, I researched the parameters and prices of various mechas, but I really haven't found a mecha that meets my talent requirements. My requirements are actually not high. It has to be very good looking, have balanced performance, preferably a hexagram warrior model, and compatibility must be top-notch, so as to unleash the true power of the talent of the fusion of all things. Unfortunately, after looking through tens of thousands of Sky mechas, I still couldn't find the one I liked. Do I really have to build one myself? I turned off the game, stared at the desktop, and started to think wildly. But then I thought, what can I build? As a junior mechanic, I can hardly build a Sky mecha, let alone a 4-star Earth mecha. Just as this thought came to mind, the system popped up again, sensing the host's wish, now issuing a random task. Personally build a mecha for your own use. Time limit: 1 week. Task reward: absolute control of the Interstellar Machine Repair Shop. Hengtian level defense barrier. System prompts: task assistance. Open the following inherited skills of 3-star mechanics for the host to learn. Do you accept? Yes/no? I jumped up from my chair. What the hell? Absolute control? It sounds impressive, but I can use most of the permissions in the store now, and this thing has no practical effect. But the Hengtian level defensive barrier is quite attractive. Hengtian level stuff is something that even the top mecha masters in the Blue Star Alliance have to think carefully about. Just think about it. If the news about the Awakening skills plus potential upgrade in the store spreads one day, countless people will definitely come to ask for mecha repairs. But this will also attract many people with ideas. If I could have a Hengtian level defensive barrier, I would just turn on the invincible mode in the store. Who would dare to cause trouble? Not to mention that the mission assistants also allowed me to learn inherited skills, which is the real skill of a star mechanic. Any skill out there costs hundreds of thousands of star coins, but now I can learn it for free. Can I ask anyone for help if I don't agree? I decisively clicked yes. The next second, a new option appeared on the system panel. Inheriting skills for 3-star mechanics and below. I reached out and clicked on it, and the screen was immediately filled with the names of all kinds of cool skills. 1-star mechanic inherited skills, mecha exoskeleton switching. 2-star mechanic inherited skills, armor reflective film. 3-star mechanic inherited skills, core power explosion. These skills sound impressive, but looking at my half-baked basic knowledge, I gritted my teeth and clicked the bottom option. Mechanic from entry level to advanced level. There's no other way. As a junior mechanic, I don't even understand the principle of the armor reflective film. I'd better start from the beginning. There was a flash of light, and a thick book fell into my hands. When I opened it, I saw that this was the Mechanic Advanced Handbook that was sold for 100,000 star coins on the market. I felt a little complicated, and while muttering to myself, it's a good thing I didn't spend any money, I quickly read through it starting from the intermediate level. I don't know if it's because I've awakened my talent or because I've become a Sky Mecha Master, but the knowledge that used to give me a headache now seems to come very easily to me. 2 hours later, I had completely mastered the skills of a mid-level mechanic and successfully advanced to a qualified mid-level mechanic. As it grew darker, I put the book down, locked the shop, and went home. Looking at the empty living room, I shook my head and said, "Oh, it's so deserted, as if no one lives here." I casually turned on the StarCraft computer in the living room, clicked on a few live broadcast rooms, and turned the volume to maximum. Good sound insulation, no disturbance to others. In the past, when my parents were at home, I had to pretend to be obedient. Now no one cares about me. I am finally free. On a spaceship of the Blue Star Alliance, Su Nantian, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly shivered and trembled with cold. He frowned and murmured, "Strange. Why do I suddenly have a bad feeling?" Zhou Moyun, who was standing next to him, turned over lazily and pinched his waist hard. "Stop making noise and go to sleep." Okay, I'll find my bed, and continue sleeping. Su Nantian suppressed his laughter and closed his eyes obediently. The next morning, I returned to the repair shop with dark circles under my eyes. I had too much freedom last night and partied all night long. Now, even the Sky Mecha Master feels a little exhausted. I can't do this anymore. I need to be more self-disciplined. I yawned as I pushed open the door. Today's goal: to become a high-level mechanic. When I entered the store and just opened the book Mechanic from Beginner to Advanced Level, ready to study hard today, I received a notification sound from my mobile phone. System prompts ding. Your store has received 5-star praise. Please check it. I clicked on it and found a new message in the store's positive reviews column. The queen who masters thunder and lightning. The boss is nice, handsome, and very powerful. It is the best experience I have ever had. I hope you will try it more. When I saw this name, I knew without a second thought that it was Sun Hani. She sent me a message last night, saying that Wanjun Hongyue's innate skill, Thunder Snake's Fong, was at full power, directly raising the mecha's level by a full 3 stars. But I was so busy celebrating my freedom that I didn't even reply. Now seeing that she even went to leave a message, I couldn't help but smile. Finally, there is a good review. Business should gradually pick up. Of course, I have thought about directly promoting the hot selling point of awakening talent skills. But not only did no one believe me, even the store pictures I uploaded were called a liar. If you really dare to put up such a sign, you will probably be reported for false advertising. You can only slowly accumulate word of mouth. I casually scrolled through the comment section, and sure enough, the trolls had already come rushing in. Tisk, keyboard warriors are really everywhere. I flipped through the pages twice and impatiently exited, concentrating on opening the book and preparing to continue studying. Ding dong! The doorbell rang. I looked up and saw a short but plump girl standing outside the automatic door. She was wearing a beret pulled down low and a mask covering most of her face. She looked like she was afraid of being recognized. After the girl entered the room, she asked cautiously, "Excuse me, are you Boss Su?" I nodded and smiled my signature smile. "It's me. How can I help you?" Hearing my answer, she seemed relieved and took off her hat. The black hair gently draped over her shoulders, and that face with a sweet smile suddenly felt familiar. I remember her. It's indeed the boss that Yi mentioned. "You are really handsome." She smiled shyly, then introduced herself. "My name is Xiao Mingyan, and I came here because of Yi's introduction. You are amazing. You can repair the Red Moon." "CEO Mingyan?" I raised my eyebrows slightly, finally remembering where I had seen her. I accidentally took a few more glances at her when I was watching the live broadcast yesterday. This cute and majestic girl is really impressive. The boss knows me? She was a little surprised, but her eyes inadvertently glanced at the book on the table and stopped immediately. The book was called Mechanic from Beginner to Advanced Level. I could feel the question mark in her eyes, which clearly meant, "Star Mechanic, why are you reading an introductory book?" Before she could ask more, I slammed the table and said, "Oh, I knew you looked familiar. You must be that internet celebrity, right?" She shrank her shoulders when I patted her and was immediately upset, but soon she showed a bright smile. "I didn't expect the boss to watch my live broadcast too." "Of course," I answered seriously, purely for appreciation. Without thinking too much, she took out the bracelet from behind her back and said, "I want the boss to help me upgrade my mecha. Is that okay?" "Upgrade?" I hesitated. After all, I didn't know how many interstellar points were needed to strengthen and upgrade. "Take out the mecha first, and I'll take a look." "Okay." She followed me to the maintenance room without hesitation, her face full of anticipation. We walked to maintenance room number 1, and she touched her bracelet, and a golden light flashed. The next second, a mecha that looked like a work of art appeared in front of us. The golden armor glowed. The long skirt-style body design was so exquisite that it looked like the incarnation of a Valkyrie. The tip of the mechanical wings was like a blade, with a faint golden glow. The jets trembled slightly, as if they contained a huge power. I know this mecha. The golden armored Valkyrie, the Earth 9 Stars limited edition mecha, has a core material that has the potential to break through the Sky mecha. I walked forward and reached out to touch the armor of the mecha. System detection. A 9-star mecha has been detected, which meets the conditions for interstellar enhancement. Since the mecha level has reached the upgrade requirements, it needs to be enhanced to level 2. The enhancement requires 100 interstellar points. Do you want to enhance it? System detection. Level 2 enhancement. Can upgrade the target mecha, improve the equipment level, raise the core by 1 level, awaken the intermediate talent skills, and randomly awaken the specialty attributes. When I saw the prompt, my heart skipped a beat. 100 interstellar points is equivalent to 1 million star coins. Only a wealthy internet celebrity like her can afford such expensive enhancement fees. I looked back at Xiao Mingyan, who was looking forward to it, and asked calmly, "Are you ready?" Chapter 11, there are only two of us in the repair shop. Does he want to? Features? Is this the difference between level 2 and level 1? The innate skills also change from low level to high level. Subai couldn't help but frown in thought. According to Sun Hani, the so-called low-level talent skills provided by the system seem to be different from the talent skills in the outside world. The adaptability and power provided are far beyond the so-called low level, and it is estimated to be at the mid-level. Then wouldn't this intermediate level talent skill be comparable to the high-level one? High-level innate skills are exclusive to mechas above the star-breaking level. After examining it for a while, Subai looked at Xiao Mingyan. Xiao Mingyan tensed up immediately upon seeing this. She always felt that the way Boss Su looked at her was like a hunter looking at his prey, which made her feel cold down her spine and gave her goosebumps. What does Boss Su want to do? There were only two of us in the mechanic shop. Could he be thinking, "No way, someone this handsome shouldn't be a beast in human clothing. But what should I do if he really wants to do something?" As an internet celebrity, Xiao Mingyan would occasionally check the comments and messages from viewers, which contained all kinds of obscene language. She was a little unsure about this. If she were outside, she would not be afraid with her current strength as a sky mecha master, but now she has no mecha. The boss Su in front of her looked very strong, so she was not sure. Well, promotion is possible, but the price may be a little bit expensive. Su Bai's magnetic voice brought Xiao Mingyan back to reality from her fantasies. Seeing his gaze return to normal, Xiao Mingyan realized that she had been overthinking, and her face immediately turned red. When I heard the other party say the price was very expensive, I was relieved. It doesn't matter, I have money. Not to mention her family situation. The money she earned from live streaming alone in this year has reached tens of millions. She is a small, wealthy woman. As long as I can level up, the money will be wasted. That's good. The cost of upgrading is about 20 million star coins. Seeing Xiao Mingyan's confident look, Su Bai directly stated the price. This price is very reasonable. After all, in addition to being able to awaken talents comparable to high-level skills, there is also the possibility of awakening a special specialty. Is there anything wrong with charging 20 million for a cost of 10,000? If it gets out, it will probably be snapped up. No problem, it's just 2,000? Xiao Mingyan, who was about to blurt out the answer, was suddenly confused. But she heard that Boss Su charged about 10 times the market price for repairing the Red Moon. How come it became 40 times just by upgrading a level? Isn't this bullying honest people? Well, I don't seem to have that much money. Can you make it cheaper? Xiao Mingyan directly used cuteness to attack, trying to use the fact that Su Bai is her fan to win him over. Oh, there's nothing we can do. Su Bai's eyes narrowed into a line, and his attitude changed drastically when he heard that. My mother said that you really can't believe what beautiful women say. He just swore that he was rich. The result is cheaper, disappointing. Xiao Mingyan, didn't we agree that they are our fans? Why is he so stubborn? No, what's wrong with his eyes? Are you looking down on me? Su Bai's gaze deeply hurt Xiao Mingyan's heart. She never thought that she would be despised one day. From the time she was born till now, Xiao Mingyan has always been the center of attention, and her family holds her in their hearts. Even though she became an internet celebrity just for her hobby, most of her fans call her Her Royal Highness the Princess, which she enjoys very much. But today, she was actually looked down upon by a man of the same age who claimed to be her fan. Humph, straight guy, you deserve not to have a girlfriend. Okay, 20 million is 20 million. My requirement is that you must awaken the innate skills and increase the potential of the golden armored female Valkyrie to the star-stepping level. If you could do that, I will transfer it to you now. Xiao Mingyan also became angry and stated her requirements directly. If Su Bai could really do it, why wouldn't it be a problem for her to be the victim for once? Although she only earned 10 million star coins from the live broadcast, she is still the legitimate daughter of the Nanjiang Xiao family, another of the greatest prodigies of this generation. The total pocket money her family gives her is almost 10 million star coins, so that's the worst that can happen. The girl's fighting spirit was completely ignited. Xiao Mingyan said so Su Bai was naturally happy. Okay, then sign the contract. Maybe I can give you a little surprise. As he spoke, he drafted a contract and handed it to Xiao Mingyan. There is no other way. He needs to collect the money from the contract first. Otherwise, he will not have enough interstellar points to upgrade. Xiao Mingyin's request for the second level enhancement could be fully met. As for the special features, he said there was a probability of obtaining them, but he was not sure, so he did not write it into the contract. Xiao Mingyin took the contract and reviewed it carefully. After all, she had a job, and she was much more careful than Sun Hani in this regard. After carefully confirming that there were no problems, she signed and transferred the money to Subai. 20 million star coins have arrived in Starry Sky Treasure. Looking at the single-digit balance left in her card, Xiao Mingyin was speechless. This is a year's hard work, and it's all gone just like that? It turns out that spending money is easier than making money. Subai formed a sharp contrast with Xiao Mingyin. It was the first time in his life that he had received so much money. My heart was filled with joy, and I put on a bright smile. Okay, wait a moment. Looking at Subai's huge change, Xiao Mingyin was stunned. How come this person changes his face so quickly? Bah! Scumbag! Subai naturally had no idea what Xiao Mingyin was thinking. He took the star coins he had just obtained and walked happily into the maintenance room. Looking at the golden-armored Valkyrie in front of them, they all felt a little bit of love for her and her dog. It was this precious treasure that made me win 20 million star coins. I must work hard to make it awaken a good talent skill. Level 1 talent. Golden flame burning the sky. Subai stretched out his left hand and touched his chin, then stretched out his right hand and placed it on the golden armor of the golden-armored Valkyrie. White light burst out. Recharge successful. Now start the second level enhancement. As the system prompt sounded, the temperature in the entire house began to rise, and a heat wave came over. Then a golden light flashed, and a scorching feeling burst out from it, making it difficult to look directly at it. The change in temperature startled Xiao Mingyin outside the maintenance room. He quickly looked towards the maintenance room and muttered to himself, "Is this a fire-attributed innate skill?" He actually awakened his innate skill? It seems like this money was well spent. Although it cost 20 million star coins, according to the general market price, the cost of upgrading a special Earth mecha like the Golden Armored Valkyrie to a Sky mecha is twice as expensive as an ordinary one. It is about 1 million star coins, and if you have innate skills, the price will increase several times again. The price of 20 million star coins is still reasonable. Although she lost a small amount of money, her strength was improved, which made Xiao Mingyin feel much better. Looking at the door of the maintenance room, which was about to open with great anticipation. Chapter 12 Humph. Scumbag. Click. The mechanical door opened, and a heat wave even more violent than before hit us in the face. Even Xiao Mingyin, who possessed the golden flame talent, felt a little uncomfortable under this hot breath. Fortunately, she adapted quickly, with stars twinkling in her eyes. "What's up?" Xiao Mingyin asked tentatively and slowly stepped into the maintenance room. The scene she saw made her eyes widen, her mind bouncing, and her breathing quicken. The Golden Valkyrie, no, now it should be the Platinum Valkyrie. The originally golden armor was completely renewed, becoming a more low-key platinum color, and the golden flame patterns on it were lifelike, swaying as if they were burning. The height of the mecha was also increased from 16 meters to 22 meters, which is stronger than the ordinary 2-star Sky mecha. The most important thing is the change in its core. The core of the Earth mecha generally uses helium stone, while the core of the Golden Armor Valkyrie is special, using a variant of helium stone with about 30% of light stone as the base. And now, its core has completely changed into grain and ear. This is an energy source above the light stone. Generally, those who use Mangzhong are star-stepping mechas, which have the potential to become star-destroying mechas. In other words, the Platinum Valkyrie now has the possibility of becoming a star-destroying mecha while entering the Sky mecha. Based on this change alone, Xiao Mingyin felt that her 20 million star coins were well worth it. The price of any star-breaking mecha on the market is over 100 million. What's more, the aura just now has proved that his Platinum Valkyrie has awakened an extremely powerful innate skill. This is a huge profit. The look Xiao Mingyin gave Subai at this moment was no longer filled with resentment as before, but instead was full of respect. Her already beautiful eyes now had a little more wateriness, making her look quite charming. "Thank you, Boss Su. Let me try it first." Xiao Mingyin could hardly wait to experience the changes of the Platinum Valkyrie herself. Subai looked at Xiao Mingyin, who was eager to try, and kept her in suspense for a while. "Then go and experience the little surprise I mentioned before." Xiao Mingyin was completely shocked. Isn't this the surprise that Boss Su mentioned? She thought that the huge improvement in the core and materials of the Platinum Valkyrie was the surprise that Subai had mentioned before. Didn't expect that the other party would have a surprise for you? This is truly a treasure boy. Xiao Mingyin's gaze towards Su Bai has completely changed. What can she say? I always feel a little weird. Su Bai froze and the smile on his face froze. Miss Xiao, wipe it. He touched the corner of his mouth kindly, motioning Xiao Mingyin to wipe his saliva. He also didn't expect that such a big internet celebrity would act like a nymphomaniac. Do you like mecha so much? Xiao Mingyin was so embarrassed that she could have dug out a 3-bedroom apartment with her feet. She didn't know how to explain it, so she could only jump up quickly and hide directly in the Platinum Valkyrie. Swish! As Xiao Mingyin entered, the eyes of the Platinum Valkyrie lit up, and the mechanical wings behind her opened directly, like an angel spreading its wings. After moving the fuselage for a while, Xiao Mingyin raised her eyebrows. Swish! The Platinum Valkyrie, who was originally in front of Su Bai, instantly came to the position behind him. The airwaves blew the surrounding equipment, making ding-ding sounds. Xiao Mingyin's voice trembled with excitement. Is this a special specialty? Flash step? Even though she already regarded Su Bai as a god, she never expected that the little surprise he mentioned was actually a special skill. And it's a special skill that's almost like a magical skill, like instant step. Is this the little surprise that Boss Su mentioned? You call this a little surprise? Who's Good Guy's little surprise is a characteristic feat. Although the innate skills are very powerful, they are nothing compared to the characteristic expertise. The use of innate skills is directly related to the Mecha Master. Only when the Mecha Master is strong enough can he release enough innate skills. But the characteristics and specialties are different. This is a characteristic exclusive to mechas, and it can be driven without consuming too much star power. Some literature has calculated that the star power required to use characteristic feats is only 1/3 of that of innate skills. That is to say, with the same star power, you can use more than 3 times the number of specialties and talents. As for the instant step that he possesses, as the name suggests, it is a special skill that drives the mecha to accelerate instantly and achieve an effect close to teleportation. This can be used as a killer weapon. Now in Xiao Mingyin's heart, Su Bai is no longer just a deity, he is God. Be careful. If you damage the equipment, you will have to pay for it. Su Bai's cold voice poured cold water on Xiao Mingyin's hot heart. Xiao Mingyin. Pay. How stingy. Humph. Scumbag. Sometimes, girls are so unreasonable when they are angry. But she was tactful enough not to say these words out loud. After seeing Su Bai's mechanic skills, it was impossible for her to look for another mechanic. What if she pissed off Su Bai and he stopped repairing and maintaining her car? This thigh. Xiao Mingyin has set her heart on it, and no one can move it away. She said it. You can feel whether your innate skills are suitable. Seeing that Xiao Mingyin's Platinum Valkyrie was motionless, Su Bai reminded her, but soon thought of something. Let's go outside to try it out. It seems that it can't be used here. The Platinum Valkyrie nodded and said in a mechanical voice, Okay, I'll try when I get back. There doesn't seem to be a training ground nearby. With the special expertise, she was not so excited about the innate skills. She simply left the Platinum Valkyrie and put it into the bracelet. Boss Su, can you add me on Douyin? I'll come again next time. Xiao Mingyin took out her mobile phone first and opened the QR code, hoping to exchange contact information with Su Bai. Su Bai didn't refuse. After all, this was a big customer who had just spent 20 million star coins. Maybe he could get more benefits in the future. See you next time, Boss Su. After receiving the Douyin message, Xiao Mingyin put on her beret and mask again, waved goodbye to Su Bai, and left the machine repair shop. Su Bai returned to his seat only after her figure completely disappeared from the repair shop. First, I took a look at the book Mechanic from Beginner to Advanced level next to me. He slapped his head hastily. Oops, I forgot something important. Today, I have to join the ranks of high-level mechanics. Study. Once we have learned the skills passed down by those star mechanics, we can start looking for materials. Looking at the 19.5 million star coins in his account, Su Bai was in a very happy mood. While learning mechanical repair knowledge, he was also thinking about how to build his own mecha. Fight with me. So this is how bearing connections and joints change. I saw that the advanced content already involved the design of popular mechas. Bones, joints, armor, core power, weight type. These 5 elements are the core 5 elements of mechas on the market. It is the key part that connects the mecha core and joints in series, and is the most important component besides the core. Joints are the basis for the mecha to complete difficult bionic movements. If the joints are not stable enough, the mecha is likely to fall apart. As for the armor and weight type, it is probably the original intention of the design, and the theory plays a greater role. The four emphasis types are speed, strength, armament, and balance. However, the two mechas that Subai had upgraded before were both speed-type mechas, whose characteristics were that they were covered with light armor and had greater maneuverability. Both the strength and armament are heavy armor, but the armament is more inclined towards the number of equipment, which can be regarded as a heavy gunner. Balance is the most expensive of them all, with a mix of light and heavy armor, as well as the use of a lot of equipment, so not many people can handle it. This is also Subai's target type. It's not easy to do. I always feel like something is missing. As Subai got to know mechas more and more, he felt that these mechas were not very well matched with his talents. Everything merges into one, integrating all metal, energy, and matter around it into its own body, and then all forces, whether strength or speed, are rejected. After obtaining these metal materials, the power type's own load capacity will be seriously exceeded, while the speed type cannot bear these materials at all. He was even a little unsure about the balance. At this moment, Subai saw a line of small words in the corner of the book. Theoretically, the most perfect balanced mecha is the close-fitting mecha, but the close-fitting mecha has too many limitations. The difference in size will inevitably lead to the disadvantage of insufficient power. See here. Subai's eyes lit up, clapped his hands quickly. Yes, close-fitting mecha. This is the most suitable for me. At this moment, he finally found the direction. Close-fitting mechas, also known as mecha weapons, have the limitation of body size, which means that even if the same core power is used, they cannot have the power of a normal mecha. But this limitation does not exist in Subai's eyes. He possesses the gift of blending everything together and can temporarily mobilize the surrounding metal elements to synthesize new weapons and armor with the same power as normal mecha. You can even use the mecha as the core and integrate a new mecha on the outside. Thinking of this, his eyes became fiery, and his eyes kept turning. But we still have to find the right materials first. The quality doesn't need to be too high. After all, I have the ability to strengthen the star system so I can upgrade it bit by bit. The decision is yours. With a goal in mind, Subai's reading speed doubled, and he was just one step away from fulfilling his boast today about joining the ranks of high-level mechanics. Nanjiang Province, Yundu, Shanghai University. Xiao Mingyan went straight back to school as soon as she left Subai. She did go look for Sun Hani, but it seemed that he had extra classes at school, so she had to give up. As soon as she arrived at the school gate, countless eyes were focused on her. There was nothing she could do about it. After all, Xiao Mingyan was not only the top student at Shanghai University. She is also the campus belle of Shanghai University. Almost wherever he goes, there are always admiring glances around him. Feeling these gazes, Xiao Mingyan regained the confidence she had lost from Subai. It seems that my charm is not decreased. It turns out to be Boss Su's problem. Little dwarf, come and fight me. Xiao Mingyan, who was criticizing Subai's evil deeds in her heart, suddenly heard a hearty female voice in her ears. Turning around, she saw a girl with long ice-blue hair fluttering in the afterglow of the setting sun, skin as white as cream, delicate features, and an upright figure, pointing her slender jade finger at Xiao Mingyan and saying, "The smile on his lips makes people feel very comfortable. Is there anything that is not perfect?" Perhaps it was because this girl's face was a little bit plain, in stark contrast to Xiao Mingyan's magnificent appearance. Xiao Mingyan was also a little helpless when she saw this. "You come to the airport again? You are just a defeated general." Zhao Mingyue's smile didn't stop at all when she heard this. Instead, she looked a little disdainful. "We fought 108 times. I won 25, tied 58, and lost 25. You also call me a defeated opponent? And now I'm a Sky Mecha Master. If you admit defeat, I'll let you go." When talking about this, the smile on Zhao Mingyue's face became even bigger. She and Xiao Mingyan were childhood friends, and the two had been compared to each other almost since they were young. She was indeed very hardworking. Even though she had only awakened the level 1 talent, the severe Frost Ice Soul, she could still hold her own in a fight with Xiao Mingyan. Xiao Mingyan also admired her for this. It's just that the other party likes to call her a dwarf, which makes her very angry. "Really? Then I'd like to see how you teach me a lesson." Upon hearing that Zhao Mingyue had also become a Sky Mecha Master, Xiao Mingyan had a sly smile on her lips. No matter how advanced the opponent's mecha is, it can never be compared with his Platinum Valkyrie. It just so happens that there are still some talent skills that have not been tested before. Since you've brought it to my door, I won't be polite. The conversation between the two girls made the surrounding students stop and watch. These two were the top and second place in this year's Shanghai University, and they were even tied for the school beauty list. One is heroic and dashing, the other is petite and cute. Each has its own merits and has its own fan club. They haven't seen the two of them officially fight yet, but they heard that it was always a draw before. The reason why Xiao Mingyan can be ranked first is mainly because she has the super talent golden flame burning the sky. But Zhao Mingyue's Yanhan Bingpa is not bad either, known as the ice level talent that is closest to level talent. The two goddesses are going to fight? Fuck. So exciting? Hurry, hurry, hurry. Hurry to the arena. If you go too late, there won't be any seats left. Haha, this is not just a competition for the top spot, it's also a competition for the most beautiful girl on campus. What does this have to do with the school beauty fight? Aren't they fighting in mechas? Where are we? This is Shanghai University. How can the campus beauty of Shanghai University only have beauty but no talent? Well, what you said seems to make sense. As soon as the news that the two were going to engage in a mecha battle spread, the entire Shanghai University was instantly ignited. The huge competition arena was filled up almost instantly. Not only the freshmen of this year came, but also many seniors from previous years. Even many teachers came to the audience. Bingyu, this Zhao Mingyue seems to be your student, right? Why is she arguing with my student? At the top of the audience, a woman with bright makeup looked at Wang Bingyu and asked, her tone full of provocation. The elegant and cold Wang Bingyu just glanced at her calmly. Li Mingran, this is a matter between students. We just need to watch. Boring. Seeing that Wang Bingyu did not accept his provocation, Li Mingran felt a little disappointed. He could only focus his attention on the arena below. The protagonist of this competition, Xiao Mingyan and Zhao Mingyue, are already at the two ends of the arena. Chapter 14, Everyone is Watching. The battle for the top spot at Shanghai University. The Shanghai University Mecha Competition Arena has a total area of approximately 10,000 square meters. Excluding the sky, it is the largest mecha competition arena in the entire Nanjiang province. This arena, which can accommodate hundreds of thousands of people, is now packed with students and teachers from Shanghai University as well as students from surrounding schools. They all came upon hearing the news. The purpose was to watch the fight between the two girls in the field. Both parties entered the venue, and a round ball appeared on the large light screen in the center. However, this ball had eyes and a mouth and looked like some kind of creature. It is Peel, the referee, who can judge the degree of damage of the mecha through the star force sensors in the arena. When one side suffers a fatal blow, or the accumulated damage reaches 70%, the other side will be declared the winner. This is also a cutting-edge technology that is used to ensure the safety of the students to the greatest extent possible while allowing them to fight to their heart's content. Welcome everyone to the Shanghai University Arena. I'm the referee of this mecha competition, Pierre Shanghai. Now both players, please board the plane. A somewhat silly, artificial, synthesized voice sounded in the room. Xiao Mingyan and Zhao Mingyue touched the star rings on their wrists almost at the same time. Light blue and platinum light shone throughout the venue. The Platinum Valkyrie and another one are fully armored in ice blue armor, with mechanical bone spurs covering their lower bodies and holding ice blue heavy blades in their upper bodies. Snowflake patterns bloom on the ice blue bodies. The heavy armor on their shoulders are like two ice blades, and the warrior helmet on their heads is mighty and unyielding. Power-type Sky Mecha, Ice Sword Master, 20 meters high, 120 tons body weight, 8 million engine power, 100 million thrust. Among ordinary Sky Mechas, the Ice Sword Master possesses excellent propulsion power, which is why it can push its heavily armored body. Is this the Ice Sword Master? It is said that Zhao Mingyue spent a huge amount of money to get the Ice Sword Master. Well, it seems to be 1 million star coins. I'm so jealous. This price is enough to buy 2 Sky Mechas. Is this the world of the rich? It's a pity that this Ice Sword Master doesn't have any innate skills. Otherwise, the price would be 10 times higher. So cool. Hey, that's not right. What's Xiao Mingyan's phone? With an exclamation, the audience outside the venue noticed Xiao Mingyan's Platinum Valkyrie. Different from the previous flamboyant Golden Valkyrie, the Platinum Valkyrie highlights low-key luxury, and the platinum luster all over the body gives people a sense of concealment. More importantly, compared to the gorgeous Ice Sword Master, the Platinum Valkyrie is not inferior at all. The platinum skirt and the golden flame patterns on the body, plus the body that is 2 meters taller than the Ice Sword Master, make it impossible to tell that this is a speed-type mecha. More importantly, the mechanical wings behind the Platinum Valkyrie have been fully unfolded. making her as beautiful as an angel. Xiao Mingyin's golden Valkyrie has advanced? What should this be called? I feel more handsome than before. Ward Tian, are the wings behind it serious? Why don't they look inconsistent at all? Tell me all the information about this mecha within 5 minutes. Everyone immediately changed their previous words of praise for the Ice Sword Master and turned to the Platinum Valkyrie. There is no way, the Platinum Valkyrie is obviously better in this aspect. As if in response to everyone, Pierre answered after a brief silence. Unknown sequence, Platinum Valkyrie. 22 meters high, 150 tons body weight, 100,000 engine power, 2 million thrust. As this parameter was listed, the originally noisy audience suddenly fell silent. After a long time, someone finally responded, "What the hell? Is this true? A speed mecha has this weight, power, and thrust? Are you kidding me? Is this still a speed-type mecha? Impossible. Absolument impossible. Could it be that the parameters are wrong? Also, what the hell is that unknown sequence? Could it be a mecha that hasn't been released yet? Everything that is happening now is beyond their understanding. It's not just these ordinary students and onlookers. Even the teachers at Shanghai University were a little confused. Li Minggran looked at his disciple's mecha, his head full of big question marks. What is this? What kind of advancement can evolve a mecha to this level? The layman watches the excitement, while the expert watches the details. As a tutor at Shanghai University, Li Minggran could tell at a glance that this Platinum Valkyrie was a world apart from the previous Gold Valkyrie. Wang Bingyu, who was standing by, naturally also noticed the extraordinariness of this mecha. Her pupils shrank slightly, and her pretty face, which had never changed for thousands of years, showed emotion. She immediately asked Li Minggran beside her, "Did you hire a star-level mechanic for her?" In her opinion, the only person who could cause such a drastic change in the Golden Valkyrie is a star-level mechanic, and his star level is probably not low. No one knows hers. But this girl gave me a surprise. Now your girl is going to lose. Li Minggran directly denied Wang Bingyu's guess. Although she didn't know how Xiao Mingyan advanced, the outcome of this battle had been decided, and she felt very happy. Wang Bingyu did not refute when she heard this. She was not the type of person who liked to talk big, so she could only look down with a serious expression. Zhao Mingyue, who was driving the Ice Sword Master, was also a little dazed when she saw the Platinum Valkyrie. She had thought that she would be able to completely defeat Xiao Mingyan after advancing to the Sky Mecha Master level. Who would have thought that the other party would come up with such a surprise? If there is anyone who can best feel the extraordinariness of the Platinum Valkyrie, it is naturally her. At this moment, looking at the mecha in front of him with its wings spread out like an angel, a sense of crisis arises spontaneously. I didn't expect you to have this skill. You're worthy of being me, you little dwarf. You're still so sinister. Zhao Mingyue's gritting teeth voice came from the Ice Sword Master. Haha, you idiot. Let's not blame each other. I just want to ask if it was you who proposed this competition. Now you blame me? Just let me beat you up. Xiao Mingyan's tone sounded very comfortable, and she thanked Su Bai again in her heart. The competition begins. At this moment, Pierre officially announced the start of the competition. As his voice fell, the Ice Sword Master took the lead and activated the particle accelerator in his leg. A light blue beam erupted, leaving an afterimage in the air. While he held the greatsword tightly in both hands above his head, he chopped down with force at a 45-degree angle. While chopping, the left and right feet move sideways in small steps. While exerting force with the shoulders, the wrist joints are slightly lifted at the moment of chopping. The Mecha Master's intermediate skill, Cleave. Particle beams flickered on the big sword, like two pieces of lightsabers spliced together. The Platinum Valkyrie gave her too much pressure, and she had to take the initiative to win. If this blow hits, no matter how strong the opponent's armor is, it will definitely be severely damaged. The greatsword pressed down like a mountain, and the shining blade that could cut through iron like mud was about to fall on the Platinum Valkyrie. Chapter 15. The blazing sun falls. Instantaneous. But there was a loud bang, followed by a cloud of dust. The floor tiles of the arena were smashed into a spider web shape by this blow. Coupled with the sharp wind, a yellow mist instantly formed and blocked the arena. The audience got a little anxious. Don't! It's all blocked. I can't see anything clearly. Did you hit the target with this strike? Don't keep us in suspense. It's urgent. The Ice Sword Master sword just now was powerful, and if it had hit the target, it would at least make the Platinum Valkyrie lose some of its mobility. They were also very curious about the outcome of this attack. Soon, the smoke dissipated. Unfortunately, the only person on the field who maintained the posture of chopping down with his greatsword was the ice swordsman, and there was no sign of the Platinum Valkyrie at all. Eh? Where's the Platinum Valkyrie? It won't be gone in one hit, right? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. No. Look up at the sky. At this moment, the audience looked up to the sky 100 meters high. They didn't know when the Platinum Valkyrie had stood in the sky and overlooked everyone. The mechanical wings behind him emitted faint particle beams, and he folded his hands across his chest, looking independent and aloof. Suddenly, he stretched out his right hand. Boom! Burning flames. A golden flame appeared out of thin air and took shape in his palm. Even in the sunlight, the heat waves above the golden flame were still clearly visible. The scorching heat made everyone outside the protective barrier feel a bit hot. Many people felt extremely thirsty and hurried to get some water to drink. Soon, the golden flame turned into a golden spear. The Platinum Valkyrie, holding the spear, now truly transformed into a Valkyrie. The tip of the gun is pointing at the ground, and the particle accelerator behind it is pushing it, falling from the sky. Bang! As it descended rapidly, the sound of breaking through the air swept down along with the heat. Like a golden shooting star, the golden flame on the golden flame spear exploded instantly due to high-speed friction, instantly covering the body of the Platinum Valkyrie. Holding a spear, wearing platinum armor, and covered with sky-high flames. Talented skill. The scorching sun falls from the sky. As the Platinum Valkyrie got closer, Zhao Mingyue, the Ice Sword Master, was already sweating profusely. He stared blankly at the figure that was like the scorching sun flying towards him rapidly. She wanted to hide, but in her extreme shock, she forgot to throw away the great sword that was embedded in the ground. So much so that I couldn't dodge it the first time. Hiss. At this moment, the tiles of the arena beneath her feet had begun to melt away. The Ice Sword Master's feet were embedded in it, and there was no way to avoid it now. She never expected that her old rival would leave her far behind without her noticing. She didn't even have the energy to fight back. Looking back at the previous battles between the two, this has never happened before. Who did she find to advance? This is the last question in Zhao Mingyue's mind. Boom! The scorching sun fell to the ground, golden flames burned, and instantly the arena was turned into a sea of fire. The raging heat waves continuously hit the barrier outside the arena, causing the audience in the front row to feel frightened. The competition is over, and the winner is the Platinum Valkyrie. As countless water jets extinguished the golden flames in the arena, Pierre announced the outcome of this mecha competition. The golden flame dissipated, and only the figure of the Platinum Valkyrie stood in the field. Outside the field was the Ice Sword Master, whose upper armor was burned black. Different from his previous image of a dashing warrior, the Ice Sword Master now looked a little embarrassed. Zhao Mingyue walked out of the Ice Sword Master and felt heartbroken when she saw her beloved mecha turned into this state. This was because Pierre intervened and forced himself out of the arena before the scorching sun officially hit him. A fatal blow? I didn't expect that I couldn't even take a blow from the dwarf. Zhao Mingyue laughed at herself. She used to look a little dull now. Her long ice blue hair was soaked with sweat and stuck to her back, making her feel a little sad. Looking up at the Platinum Valkyrie in the arena, who was like a mountain, I felt mixed emotions. It took only a few seconds from the moment the scorching sun appeared to the moment Pierre announced the end of the competition. After a brief silence, the audience suddenly burst into an uproar. What the hell? We are the champions. Goddess Xiao is indeed the top student in this year's Shanghai University. It lives up to its reputation. I now declare that Xiao Mingyan is officially the most beautiful girl on campus at Shanghai University. No objection is allowed. Goddess, I love you. But let's be honest, could that be a natural skill? Don't say that, really don't say that. Goddess Zhao's Platinum Valkyrie actually awakened her innate skill? It's not unfair that Goddess Zhao lost this battle. I thought the Ice Sword Master was the ceiling of the sky mecha, but who would have thought that Goddess Xiao actually possessed a natural skill? That's not right. I remember that the previous Golden Valkyrie didn't have any innate skills, right? How come this advancement also brought out innate skills? Fuck, it's true. Where did Goddess Xiao advance? Could it be that she found a 6-star mechanic? Wake up! What kind of person is a 6-star mechanic? He is comparable to a Hengtian Mecha Master. Does our Blue Star Alliance have such a person? The Blue Star Alliance doesn't have it, but that doesn't mean the Star Alliance doesn't have it, right? Do you think such a great man would specifically allow people to advance from the earth to the sky? Then tell me what's going on. I don't know either. Originally, it was Xiao Mingyin's victory, but at this moment, everyone's attention was focused on the mechanic who helped her advance. Xiao Mingyin didn't care about it. He left the Platinum Valkyrie and came to the sidelines, looking at Zhao Mingyue with a smile. Hey, now it's 26 wins. Zhao Mingyue clenched her fair hands and tried to calm her breathing. Little dwarf, I will win back. Haha, I've been waiting for you. By the way, if you need to repair your Ice Sword Master, I suggest you go to the Interstellar Mechanic Repair Shop on Songhai Road in Yunhai City. After saying that, Xiao Mingyin turned and left. She actually still has a lot of affection for her childhood friend, and I admire each other from the bottom of my heart. After all, the other party has been able to compete with me for so many years with his superb talent, and the hardships he has endured are unimaginable for ordinary people. Just like the previous cleaving, Xiao Mingyin asked herself if she could do it. This victory was mainly due to Boss Su's advancement being too powerful, giving him the upper hand. But this was not the victory she wanted. As an awakened person with Xiao Mingyin's talent, she had to win fairly. Therefore, she decided to recommend Su Bai's machine repair shop to Zhao Mingyue, hoping that she could also gain something from it. Looking at Xiao Mingyin, who was gradually going away, Zhao Mingyue had a complicated expression and finally smiled faintly. Star Machine Repair Shop? Thanks, little guy. The audience was unaware of the conversation between the two. As the protagonist left, the crowd gradually dispersed. Wang Bingyu and Li Minggran were the first to find their students. Chapter 16. Good man, you're so stubborn, aren't you? Wang Bingyu came to Zhao Mingyue first and wanted to say something, but in the end he just patted Zhao Mingyue on the shoulder and said, Ice Sword Master's injury is not light. I will introduce you to a high-level mechanic for repair. You still have a chance. Once you become a star-stepping Mecha Master, your potential as an Ice Sword Master will have reached its limit. When the time comes, you can switch to a mecha with innate skills and fight back. She didn't ask Zhao Mingyue to regain the ground in the Sky Mecha Master stage because it was unrealistic. Even though Zhao Mingyue had a very high talent for mecha driving, she had even mastered the technique of cleaving in her freshman year. But this only allowed her to make up for the gap in talent. In order to defeat Xiao Mingyin, one must possess innate skills, which is obviously unrealistic at the Sky Mecha Master stage. Zhao Mingyue felt warm at heart when she saw her teacher forcing a smile to comfort her. This teacher of mine appears cold on the outside, but warm on the inside. However, he cannot control his facial expressions. From a medical point of view, he has facial paralysis. I don't know how difficult it is for the other person to force a smile. I can't let my teacher down. After encouraging herself, Zhao Mingyue looked up at Wang Bingyu and said, Teacher, no need. I want to try the Sea of Clouds. Yunhai. Wang Bingyu was a little surprised when she heard Zhao Mingyue suddenly say that she wanted to go to Yunhai for repairs. She naturally knew Yunhai. It was just a small place in Nanjiang. I don't understand why my student wants to go there to repair mecha. Maybe a familiar mechanic? Although somewhat puzzled, Wang Bingyu was not the type of teacher who liked to forcibly interfere with students. She would respect Zhao Mingyue's idea, and she believed that the other party would not joke about mecha. This is an on-campus competition, and the worst that can happen is injuries. If it were an interstellar battlefield, it would be a different story. Those interstellar pirates and wandering star beasts would not let us off. No one will interrupt the fight. The most reliable companion of a mecha pilot is his own mecha. Okay, but if it can't be repaired, remember to come to me and don't delay. After Wang Bingyu persuaded, he turned around and left. Zhao Mingyue did not delay and left Shanghai University directly. This scene made many onlookers start to imagine. A generation of genius finally fell and left the school sadly. Don't be discouraged, goddess. We will always support you. Do you think if I give the goddess a warm hug at this moment, will she fall in love with me? Hee, I think she's going to kill you. I wonder where Goddess Zhao is going. I guess he just wants to be alone. After all, he lost miserably to his old rival. Alas, the rise of every genius will lead to the fall of countless geniuses of the same generation. Is our generation destined to be Xiao Mingyin's stepping stone? You are a 6-star loser. What are you talking about? I can step on you twice. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Okay, stop it. It's going too far if you say any more. Ignoring everyone's comments, Zhao Mingyue was very much looking forward to it. Since Xiao Mingyin specifically asked her to go to that machine repair shop, it meant that her Platinum Valkyrie had undergone a qualitative change there. I must become stronger this time when I go there. At least it can't be worse than the Platinum Valkyrie. After stepping out of the school gate, Zhao Mingyue regained her heroic appearance. She is Zhao Mingyue, the never-discouraged Zhao Mingyue. Zhao Mingyue, whose level talent is comparable to that of level 1. On the other side, Li Minggran also found Xiao Mingyin and hugged her in his arms. Their actions can only be described as a meeting at the peak. Li Minggran rubbed Xiao Mingyin's hair vigorously and smiled coquettishly. Haha, good disciple. You really do well. I was wondering why you traveled so far to advance. It turns out you had help from a great god. Not bad, not bad. Now Wang Bingyu can no longer brag about her disciple's driving talent. At least at the Sky Mecha Master stage, with your innate skills, you can easily defeat her. Being held in Wang Bingyu's arms, Xiao Mingyin felt a little helpless and always felt depressed. It took a lot of effort to push his teacher away, with a helpless look on his face. Teacher, how many times have I told you not to keep rubbing my hair? I'm not a child anymore. I'm an internet celebrity. Do you know what an internet celebrity is? Xiao Mingyin puffed up her cheeks like a meat bun, which made her cuteness rise to a higher level. Li Minggran was about to attack again, but Xiao Mingyin just turned around and ran. As for what the teacher said, he could rely on his innate skills to surpass Zhao Mingyue at the Sky Mecha Master stage. But she didn't care. The reason why she recommended the Interstellar Mechanic Repair Shop to Zhao Mingyue was to let her try to see if she could awaken her innate skills. On the other hand, he also wanted to attract some business for Su Bai. Although he is such a great mechanic, the repair shop doesn't seem to be doing very good business. That's right, after all. It's really expensive. Many people will leave when they hear the price. I have to help him promote it. Hee, I should be able to get a discount next time, right? My advertising fees are very expensive. Thinking of this, Xiao Mingyin felt happy and jumped back to her residence in a hurry. I turned on the camera directly and recorded a video. Then sent it to your own circle of friends. After doing all this, Xiao Mingyin nodded with satisfaction and directly edited a message to Su Bai. Boss Su, I help you a lot. Don't charge so much for maintenance next time. However, once this message was sent out, it seemed to have fallen into oblivion. No reply at all. Xiao Mingyin. He's probably busy. After all, a star mechanic has a lot to learn, not to mention he's still so young. That must be it. After some self-reflection, Xiao Mingyin suppressed the resentment in her heart and began to review today's battle. To be honest, if it weren't for the special skill of Flash Step, the outcome of today's battle would still be undecided. Even Xiao Mingyin had to admit that Zhao Mingyue's mecha driving talent was indeed better than hers. If we put aside all the reasons related to the mecha and her talent, she would definitely not be the opponent's match. But so what? Superior talent is his advantage, just like mecha driving talent is Zhao Mingyue's talent. The two of them are in a fair fight. She just doesn't want to win by relying on the advantages of mecha. While reviewing and summarizing, Xiao Mingyin also checked her mobile phone from time to time. Waited for a long time. Finally, I received a reply from Su Bai. Our store is honest and fair, and the prices are fair. There is no such thing as discounts. Xiao Mingyin. Good fellow. You were so stubborn, right? Bah, scumbag. He turned off his phone angrily and threw it aside, then started meditating to improve his star power. Chapter 17, Zhao Mingyue's terrifying background. Inside the Interstellar Machine Repair Shop, Su Bai had just completed the small goal he set for today and was successfully promoted to a senior mechanic. The book Mechanic from Beginner to Advanced Level can be considered to have officially retired. As soon as he took out his cell phone, he saw the message from Xiao Mingyin, which made him confused. Without even thinking, I replied to that sentence. Want a discount? No way. After replying the message, Su Bai stretched lazily with satisfaction. Now he already has the blueprint for his own mecha, and the direction is also clear. He even decided on the initial material, which was a new type of nanometal. Although the strength is a bit poor, it can be assembled quickly. As for the issue of strength, you can use Interstellar Enhancement to increase the strength. The problem now is where to get nanometals. Su Bai had looked at the system mall before, and lower-level materials like nanometals were not available in the mall. This made Su Bai feel a little troubled. It seems I still have to go to the market to have a look. Su Bai touched his chin with his left hand. If he wanted to get nanometal, he would probably have to go to the metal market. Ding dong. Just as he was thinking, the doorbell of the repair shop suddenly rang. This surprised Su Bai a little. He thought that having Xiao Mingyin was enough for him today. Are there visitors again now? Turning around, I saw Zhao Mingyue already appeared at the door of the machine repair shop. His fiery expression made Su Bai a little overwhelmed. Excuse me, are you the boss? I need my mecha repaired. Zhao Mingyue went straight to the point and stated her request directly. After arriving at the Interstellar Mechanic repair shop and seeing its walls made of vibranium, she realized that the owner here must be the one who helped Xiao Mingyan awaken her innate skills. However, she was a little unsure. After all, Xiao Mingyan's innate skills were awakened through advanced levels, but she was only doing maintenance. Komi. Su Bai didn't say much and walked directly to the maintenance room, motioning Zhao Mingyue to follow. With a nervous mood, Zhao Mingyue followed Su Bai to the maintenance room and directly took out the Ice Sword Master, whose upper armor had been burnt. Seeing the injuries on the Ice Sword Master's body, and thinking of Xiao Mingyan's previous Douyin message, Su Bai understood instantly. This was done by Xiao Mingyan, right? Yeah, that's right. How about it, boss? Can you fix it? Zhao Mingyue asked tentatively. Huh? Su Bai laughed and said directly. I'm afraid you don't want to ask whether it can be repaired? Are you here for the innate skills? Zhao Mingyue felt a little embarrassed when she saw that her little trick had been exposed. But she was straightforward and didn't beat around the bush. She admitted directly. Yes, I came here for the talent skills. Is that okay? Su Bai raised his eyebrows when he heard this. He didn't expect Zhao Mingyue to be so free and easy. But being free and easy is good. He likes doing business with such straightforward people. He stretched out 2 fingers directly. 20 million star coins to meet your needs. Hiss. Zhao Mingyue took a breath when she heard Su Bai's asking price. She had thought that Su Bai's asking price was not cheap, but I didn't expect it to be so expensive. The general market price of a sky mecha with innate skills is 10 million, but the auction prices vary, and it is difficult to get one. The price of launching coins was a little hard for her to accept, but she was also unwilling to give up just like that. Please wait a moment. I'll go get the money. Zhao Mingyue struggled for a moment, but finally made a decision. The cost of spending 20 million for the sky mecha might be more than that. But this is related to the fight between her and Xiao Mingyan, and she doesn't want to wait until she is promoted to Star Walker to get back at him. Besides, it might be a long time by the time she steps on the star, and it is not easy to train a mecha master. No problem. Su Bai naturally saw Zhao Mingyue's struggle, but he couldn't lower the price for her. Appreciation is one thing, but money is another. There will be many more places where you will spend money in the future. Zhao Mingyue greeted Su Bai and came to the hall. Only her intermittent voice could be heard during the conversation. It's true. It's really a natural skill. I didn't lie to you. I don't care, I'm going to buy it. Just tell me whether you want to transfer the money or not. Listening to the content of the conversation, Su Bai could guess that Zhao Mingyue must have told her family about this matter, and her family members did not believe it. After all, it is unheard of for a mecha to suddenly awaken its innate skills. Okay, you have to go home when the time comes. Your grandfather is not in good health and wants to see you. The middle-aged man on the other end of the phone finally couldn't persuade his daughter and agreed reluctantly. 10,000 may be a lot for Zhao Mingyue, but it is nothing to him. If his own daughter wants to give it, he will give it to her. He was just worried that his daughter was inexperienced and straightforward and might be easily deceived. Okay, I called you, remember to go home? I understand. After receiving the money, Zhao Mingyue's tone was a little low. He seemed to be very resistant to going home and hung up the phone after saying the last sentence. Beep, beep, beep. The middle-aged man on the other end of the phone heard the sound of the phone being hung up and couldn't help but feel helpless. Ah, this girl. After Zhao Mingyue hung up the phone, the man quickly dialed another number, his tone filled with murderous intent. Go check who the manager of the Yinhai City Star Machine repair shop is. Whose assets are there? I want to see who dares to deceive my daughter, Zhao Tianming. The person on the other end of the phone responded hastily. I was a little curious about who dared to provoke this person. Are you really that bold? Looking at the entire Blue Star and even the Star Alliance, Zhao Tianming's name is well known. This person is a top mecha master of Meteorite. He is only one step away from becoming a mecha master of Hengtian. Not to mention the small sea of clouds. Even the Emperor can only provoke a handful of people. Su Bai naturally didn't know that he was being targeted. He's the father of the girl in front of him. Of course, it doesn't matter even if you know it. He's not a liar. Su Bai is honest and trustworthy in doing business. Not only can you awaken your innate skills and improve your mecha's potential, you also have a certain chance of gaining special features. Under such conditions, 20 million is really not expensive. Zhao Mingyue came to Su Bai, and Su Bai directly handed the contract in his hand to the other party. He had principles in doing business, and he would sign the contract first and then collect the money. Zhao Mingyue looked at the contract in her hand, signed it directly, and then transferred the money to Su Bai. Ding! Starry Sky Treasure has received 20 million star coins. Go wait outside for a moment. After receiving the transfer, Subai asked Zhao Mingyue to leave the maintenance room. He turned around and looked at the somewhat charred Ice Sword Master. It was discovered that in addition to the burnt upper armor of the Ice Sword Master, his sword and legs were also seriously injured. Reach out and touch the Ice Sword Master's leg armor. She murmured, the weapon of severe frost soul is a great sword, so this talent skill is very suitable for her. Level 2 Enhancement activated. Chapter 18 Wherever the sword points, it is covered with frost. Spend another 100 Interstellar points to unlock the second level of Enhancement. A faint blue light flickered, and at the same time a white mist spread out, bringing with it bursts of coldness. Wherever it passed, it was covered with a layer of white frost, as if it was wearing silver armor. The cold air spread, penetrating through the gaps in the maintenance room into the outer hall. Zhao Mingyue, who was sitting in the hall, stood up instantly when she felt the cold, her eyes staring straight towards the maintenance room. Having awakened her icy soul, she is very sensitive to cold air. Even though white frost had covered her jeans, she was not afraid of the cold. Her heart was warm now. Innate skill? He actually awakened the innate skill. This boss Su is truly a master of his craft. With Zhao Mingyue's identity, she had come into contact with some star mechanics. She did not think carefully before, because she was too excited. Now that she has calmed down, she realizes how impulsive she was before. The reason why the innate skill is called an innate skill is because it is awakened when the mecha is successfully built. There are ways to awaken innate skills, but they are exclusive to high-star mechanics and can only be achieved by at least 6 stars or above. Boss Su is actually a high-star mechanic? How is it possible? He is so young. The more they knew, the more they understood how terrifying Subai was. If Sun Hani and Su Mingyan only had respect for Subai. Zhao Mingyue was a little odd. A high-ranking mechanic. Even her father can't afford to offend him. My attitude just now should be okay, right? Zhao Mingyue began to think about whether she had offended Subai before. After all, she has been quite decisive since she entered the Interstellar Mechanic Repair Shop, and she has only exchanged a few words with Subai from the beginning of the transaction to now. After carefully recalling the incident, Zhao Mingyue felt relieved. Well, fortunately, I didn't offend him. Then, she became inexplicably excited and wanted to rush directly into the maintenance room. It was at this moment that the door of the maintenance room opened. The cold air erupted, instantly covering the entire hall, and the whole hall was covered with snow, as if it was covered with a layer of silver. A touch of silver is added to Zhao Mingyue's ice blue hair, which makes it more heroic. At this moment, she didn't care about the severe cold and rushed directly into the maintenance room. Just like lovers who hadn't seen each other for years, he rushed directly in front of his Ice Sword Master. The charred spots on the Ice Sword Master's body have completely disappeared, replaced by pure white heavy armor. The ice blue fuselage has become more transparent, with snowflakes dotting its body. The bone spurs on the lower body also changed. They were originally more bone-like, but now they have completely turned into ice crystals. What attracted Zhao Mingyue the most was naturally the big sword in the hands of the Ice Sword Master. The broadsword that was originally a little damaged has now been restored to its original state, but the light beam channels on both sides of the blade have been completely replaced by ice crystals. The sword body turned into an entire beam array. It looks more advanced than before. Can I try it? Zhao Mingyue was so excited that she stuttered a little and hurriedly asked Subai for his opinion. Subai smiled faintly when he heard this. Of course, this is your mecha. Almost at the moment Subai finished speaking, Zhao Mingyue leaped into the Ice Sword Master, like the wind. The Ice Sword Master's eyes sparkled. He held the sword with both hands and swung it a few times. Horizontal banner, vertical cut. He even performed a sword flower dance with his broadsword. The beam in the center of the broadsword gradually changed length under his control, while the ice crystals on both sides emitted cold air. Great, really great. I feel like the Ice Sword Master's potential has reached the level of a star-level master. Oh, right. Is this a talent skill? Zhao Mingyue's tone was very cheerful, and she raised the broadsword high above her head. Sizzle. The beam sword blade instantly pierced the ceiling of the maintenance room. Sparks flew, and a metallic friction sound was heard. I'm sorry, Boss Su. Zhao Mingyue apologized hurriedly like a child who had made a mistake. Subai also waved his hand helplessly. Okay, it's okay. You control your strength first. Subai was also very curious about the Ice Sword Master's awakened talent skills. I don't know how powerful it is. The sound of breathing mixed with mechanical sounds was heard. Zhao Mingyue put the broadsword raised above her head, behind her back. The blue light in the ice sword master's eyes surged. At the same time, the broadsword was swung out lightly. Boom! Frost burst out. A sword energy as thick as a finger instantly fell from the broadsword. Wherever the sword energy goes, the ground turns into frozen ground. Wherever the sword goes, it's covered with frost. The white mist dragging behind even condensed the moisture in the air into ice chips, which slowly fell down. Innate skill? Winter swordsmanship. This is a talent skill that Subai tailored for Zhao Mingyue based on her talent. With just a little bit of strength, he can cut out the winter sword energy. The sword energy flew across the sky and slashed towards Subai rapidly. However, when it came in front of Subai, it suddenly stopped. It was like hitting a wall of air. This is a special expertise. Energy manipulation? Zhao Mingyue exclaimed from the ice sword master, who stretched out his left arm in a claw shape from behind. When the sword energy of winter was about to reach Subai, she became very anxious and tried to retract the sword energy. I didn't expect it to actually succeed. When he waved his left hand, the winter sword energy would change direction freely according to the direction of his hand. If this isn't a speciality, then what is energy manipulation? Energy control, the ability to control the energy substances used by one's own mecha. For Zhao Mingyue, who has extremely high operational talent, this is simply a magical skill. With energy manipulation and winter swordsmanship, her tactical pool was instantly expanded. The biggest drawback of power-type mechas, their weak long-range attack capability, has been completely overcome by this one. Boom! After falling from the ice sword master, Zhao Mingyue came directly in front of Subai. Her body straightened up, and she immediately lowered her head and shouted, "Thank you, Boss Su, for giving me a new life." That's right, it's no exaggeration to say that Subai's enhancement of the Ice Sword Master is a reinvention. He completely changed the output environment of the Ice Sword Master. With this Ice Sword Master, she believed that she would be able to win against Xiao Mingyan again. The reason why she said should was because she was not sure what Xiao Mingyan's special expertise was. Also from Subai's hand, she didn't think that Xiao Mingyan would not get the special expertise. As if she had thought of something, Zhao Mingyue spoke directly. "Boss Su, can you please give the Ice Sword Master a name?" In her opinion, the Ice Sword Master who has been transformed by Subai can no longer be called an Ice Sword Master. Its name should be given by Subai. Subai raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this, a little surprised. This is the first time someone has asked him to give a name. Whose general is this? Why is he so brave? After thinking for a while, Subai asked directly, "How about Winter Sword Master?" In his opinion, since his innate skill is the winter swordsmanship, it is reasonable to be called the Winter Swordsman. Zhao Mingyue was very satisfied with Su Baichi's name and immediately nodded and agreed. "No problem. Thank you, Boss Su. If you need any help in the future, just ask." Hearing this, Su Bai's eyes suddenly flashed. Really? Zhao Mingyue. Chapter 19. Undercurrent surge. Crowds come here to see the movie? Zhao Mingyue was stunned when she heard this. Although she was sincere, normally you should refuse in such situations. Or will you find another opportunity to make the request later? How come it takes effect immediately? But she was distracted for only a moment, and then she spoke directly. "Boss Su, please speak." Although she is a bit straightforward, she is not stupid. It is a great opportunity that a high-star mechanic like Subai is willing to do her a favor. You may need to ask each other for upgrades or maintenance in the future. Subai didn't hesitate and asked directly. "Do you know where to buy nanometals recently?" The fact that the other party asked for 20 million star coins with just one phone call showed that his background must be complicated. Instead of going to the metal market to look for a needle in a haystack by yourself, you might as well ask Zhao Mingyue for a little help. Zhao Mingyue. Zhao Mingyue was silenced by Subai again. She had already figured out what big matter Subai wanted her help with, and she was thinking about how to tell her father when she got back. Result. That's it? Just asking if there is any nanometal for sale? If I remember correctly, although the amount of nanometals is not large, they are not particularly rare, right? Could it be that this was a test from Boss Su to himself? "How much nanometal do you want?" Zhao Mingyue asked uncertainly. She was a little worried that Subai might need hundreds of tons of nanometal, and she really wouldn't be able to do anything about it. "About 10 tons? Subai thought for a moment and gave a specific number. In fact, according to his estimation, his mecha weapons would only require 5 tons of nanometal at most. The main reason for 10 tons is to increase fault tolerance. Anyway, I have the talent to integrate everything. At worst, I can put them all in the star ring and replenish them in time if there are any damages. Zhao Mingyue. This was the third time she remained silent. 10 tons. She didn't expect that Su Bai only wanted this little bit of nanometal. She didn't even need to rely on her family's help. She could go to Shanghai University and get it for Su Bai. Is it too much? Then less is fine. How much can you get? Su Bai thought he was asking for too much when he saw Zhao Mingyue's reaction. It's not more than a few tons, right? I'll get it for Boss Su tomorrow. Zhao Mingyue waved her hands hastily. This was the first thing Su Bai asked her to do, and 10 tons was easy for her to get. Should it be delivered here? Well, my working hours are after 10 a.m., and any time after that is fine. Seeing Zhao Mingyue agreed, Su Bai felt much better. By the way, tell me how much money you will get when the time comes. No money required. 10 tons of nanometal is not expensive. When Zhao Mingyue heard that Su Bai was going to give her money, she hurriedly refused. But Su Bai insisted. One hand pays, the other hand delivers the goods. Fair trade, this is my principle. Then we'll just calculate it based on the market price. If others are willing to help you, it is a favor. If you ask them to do it for free, it is too much. This is Su Bai's principle. Seeing Su Bai like this, Zhao Mingyue could only quickly agree. Okay, I'll come again tomorrow. By the way, that contact number? Before she finished her words, Su Bai had already opened his Douyin QR code. The first time is unfamiliar, the second time is familiar. He was asked to use Douyin twice, and he was prepared. What's more, Zhao Mingyue also wants to help me find nanometals. Can't be vague. As if thinking of something, Su Bai continued. By the way, if you have kryptonite, you can take some, about 5 pieces will be enough. Kryptonite? Zhao Mingyue was a little confused. Kryptonite is the lightest core material and is generally used in transportation tools such as hovercraft. She didn't quite understand what Su Bai wanted to do with the kryptonite, but she didn't ask any more questions and agreed directly. No problem. After saying that, he left the Interstellar machine repair shop. Watching Zhao Mingyue leave, Su Bai's mouth curled up slightly. Today is such a good day. He looked at the balance of his star treasure, excluding the 2 million star coins he had spent. There are still 38.5 million star coins left. This amount of money is enough for an ordinary person to live a luxurious life. Of course, the premise is that they are ordinary people. If it were a mecha master, it would not be enough. After all, any star-climbing mecha on the market can probably be sold for 10 million star coins. Add to that the cost of daily repairs and upkeep, and the price is simply sky-high. Mechanists are really rich. Fortunately, China does not have a superior mecha division to Hengtian. Otherwise, it may not be able to afford it. The more Su Bai got to know the mechanic, the more he agreed with the name of the mecha gold-eating beast. Thinking back to the time, he was quite extravagant with his money and would give the young lady a few thousand star coins whenever he was happy. Compared with the mecha master now, I'm nothing. Keep working hard. Then we can go beyond Blue Star and have a look. I will have a mecha tomorrow, and I will no longer be an honorary sky mecha master with star power, but no mecha. Driving a mecha has always been Su Bai's dream. Now we are only one step away from realizing our dream. After simply removing the frost from the star machine shop, he went home. I feel so happy that I walk with the wind. After Su Bai left, a man in black stood at the door of the Interstellar Mechanic repair shop for a long time. Then he walked around the repair shop twice. His eyes were filled with surprise. A wall made of vibranium? So arrogant? I heard that the girl from the Sun family had her mecha repaired here. This damn mechanic actually dared to ruin our plan. He must be eliminated. To be able to use vibranium to make walls, he must be very wealthy. A greedy look flashed in the man's eyes. If you look closely, you will find that his pupils are different from those of the Blue Star people. They are vertical. Go back and prepare. After saying this, the man in black disappeared from the spot. Almost at the moment he disappeared, a group of young people suddenly rushed to the door of the Star Machine repair shop. They looked at the wall made of vibranium, and they were all dumbfounded. What the hell? It's actually real. It's not a picture from the internet. There really is a repair shop of this standard in Yunhai. Nonsense. Didn't you see that Xiao Mingyan recommended this machine repair shop? How could this be false? But. Okay, let's go in and take a look. I've never been to such a high-end machine shop before. Fuck, it's closed? What nice guy's mechanic shop closes at 5 p.m.? Does this boss know how to do business? Forget it, I'll come back tomorrow. I need to do some maintenance on my mecha. The next big exam is not far away. In the hands of these people, a video is playing. In the picture, Xiao Mingyan, with a sweet smile on her face, is praising the level of the Interstellar Mecha Shop. However, the cost of the Interstellar Mecha Shop is very high, so I hope you guys spend within your means. Of course, it's definitely worth the money. Chapter 20, Mecha Blueprint. Child Marriage. When Su Bai returned home, he had no idea what had happened after he left the Star Machine shop. At this moment, he only wanted to draw the prototype of the mecha weapon immediately. Although he had seen similar designs before, he was not very satisfied with them. Especially the bald image in one of the films made him feel like something was missing. It's not realistic to add hair, so why not make the whole head transparent? No, this seems too dangerous. Hey, the Winter Sword Master's helmet looks pretty good. Let's make something similar. Well, let's refine this. If the core uses kryptonite, the gap in the isolation layer and the neural connection component should be larger. About centimeters. This distance should be enough. Soon, Su Bai's pen moved quickly, expressing his imagination on the white paper. Finally, a mecha armed force with armor and a martial arts helmet on its head, which looked like the Chinese General Lu Fengxian, was designed. Su Bai thought the red tassel on the back of the armor was too long, so he deleted it. That's about it. We'll have to wait until the materials arrive tomorrow to decide the details. After doing all this, it was already dark. After going completely crazy yesterday, I spent another day learning about mechas today. Su Bai did not immediately learn the inherited skills of the star mechanics. He understood the principle of biting off more than one can chew. Anyway, there is still plenty of time, so just get a good rest tonight. Kick your legs, get into bed, and cover yourself with a blanket. Su Bai fell asleep immediately. On the outskirts of Yunhai, there is the CF family mansion. The man in black had returned to the CF family and was half kneeling in front of a man wearing a half-human, half-ghost mask and a black robe. Beside the man, there was a middle-aged man with gray and white hair. But the man's eyes were a little dazed, like a puppet. My lord, we have found the machine repair shop that affected our plan. What should we do? Duan Han lowered his head and asked the man in black robe, asking him for instructions. The mecha of the little girl from the Sun family has been restored, and our puppet has been exposed. The hope of passing the exam to enter the Interstellar University is slim. Since that person likes to meddle in other people's business so much, let him know that everything he does will have a price to pay. But don't rush to take action in the near future. First determine the opponent's strength. There are also strong ones among the mechanics. The man in black robe was silent for a moment and then spoke slowly. Duan Han's pupil shrank slightly when he heard this. But if we delay, something bad will happen. If the Blue Star Alliance reacts, I'm afraid. The black-robed man heard this, and his pupils under the mask flashed coldly. Didn't you understand? Duan Han hurriedly shook his head upon hearing this, somewhat anxiously. I dare not. Well, go ahead. The black-robed man then retracted his aura and slowly turned around. The Blue Star Alliance, they may be unable to take care of themselves now. Duan Han's expression changed slightly, and he left without asking any more questions. Before leaving, he looked at the middle-aged man who looked like a puppet with disdain. Yunhai CF family. This is the fate of resisting us. That's right, the middle-aged man with gray and white hair and lifeless eyes is Xie Zhihao, a member of the Yunhai CF family. He is a 9-star Mecha Master and only one step away from becoming a star-breaking Mecha Master. Such a strong man is enough to rank among the top 10 in the Sea of Clouds. However, now he has become a puppet, which shows how terrifying the man in black robe is. After Duan Han left, the black-robed man looked a little struggling. Blue Star Alliance? There's still half a year left. You will definitely pay the price for the decision you made back then. His vertical pupils were filled with the fire of hatred, burning fiercely. It seems that he has a deep resentment towards the Blue Star Alliance. After a while, he regained his composure. The man in black robe waved his hand and said, Go check on the condition of number 1. Yes, sir. Xie Zhihao beside him nodded in agreement with a dull voice, then left the hall. Nanjiang Province, the central residence of Yundu. Zhao Tianming looked at the information in his hand with a complicated expression. He kept tapping the table with his right index finger. I didn't expect that he was his son. I was wondering where that old guy had been all these years. Turns out he hid in the Sea of Clouds. Forget it. Since he is the son of an old friend, I will just let him cheat me out of some money. He is still young and has no moral integrity. He is just like his father. No, we have to tell Ye to stay away from that boy. Zhao Tianming was very angry when he got Su Bai's information and saw that the other party was only 19 years old, the same age as his daughter. He was almost ready to dispatch his own mecha team to destroy the Interstellar repair shop. until he saw Su Bai's parents at a glance. Father, Su Nantian, 48, top secret. Mother, Zhou Moyin, 45, top secret. These two messages instantly made Zhao Tianming's anger subside, and he felt a little surprised instead. The surprise was not because of the word top secret, but because of the name Su Nantian, which no one was more familiar with than him. Thinking back to the beginning, the two of them were friends who were willing to risk their lives for each other. She even thought about arranging a marriage for the children, but was rejected by Su Nantian. Zhao Tianming still remembered that when he told Su Nantian about this, he said with a defiant look on his face, "Oh, how can my son, Su Nantian, hang himself on a tree?" I have to say, Su Nantian looked really handsome when he said this. But when Zhou Moyin found out, he was really embarrassed when he was beaten to a pulp. The child marriage had to be abandoned. It's a good thing we didn't arrange a marriage for him. It's obvious from the first glance that this guy is not a good guy. Now Zhao Tianming is extremely grateful for what happened. Fortunately, Su Nantian has a high opinion of himself. Otherwise, he would be in trouble now. Su Nantian, you didn't expect that. You have been living a carefree life for so many years, but your son is so high profile. Thinking of Su Nanshan's expression when he knew that his whereabouts were exposed by Su Bai, Zhao Tianming felt very happy. Boom, boom, boom. Just then, there was a sudden knock on the door. Zhao Tianming quickly adjusted his expression and put Su Bai's information on the table. Come in. Chief. Not good. We found traces of gluttonous beasts near Starry Sky number 1, and we estimate that there are thousands of them. A member of the mobile team, dressed in uniform with a Blue Star Alliance flag painted on his head, reported the situation to Zhao Tianming anxiously. Zhao Tianming's face darkened upon hearing this, and he said in a low voice, I understand. Keep observing. If they get close to Starry Sky number 1, we will attack directly. Yes, sir. The team members responded and left immediately. After the other party left, Zhao Tianming put on a wry smile and looked at an old photo beside the table. You are free now. I have to shoulder all the responsibility by myself. How many years has it been since the blue planet with thousands of gluttonous beasts encountered a star beast tide of this scale? The days are destined to be restless. Chapter 21, Is This a Hit? Dawn rises. Su Bai was awakened by the vibration of his cell phone today. Ding! You received a new comment. Ding! You received a new comment. Ding! You received a new comment. This series of comments woke him up from his sleep. Su Bai got up and sat at the head of the bed, still half asleep and half awake. He picked up his phone and looked at the red circle of 99, becoming even more confused. What's going on? Didn't I block the negative review notification? No way. It's been 3 days, and these little black guys haven't finished yet? Su Bai, don't get angry. Do you think I'm Xiao Bai? Even a clay man can get angry, let alone Su Bai. What's more, it is still early in the morning, and everyone must know the power of getting angry. Su Bai rolled up his arms, ready to fight these little black guys to the end. However, the moment he opened his phone, he was stunned. What he saw were not the negative reviews he expected, but positive reviews and more curious comments. Brothers cute, great news. That Interstellar mechanic shop is actually real. Yes, yesterday, under the guidance of Goddess Meng Yin, I came to this interstellar machine repair shop, and it turned out to be a good experience. I testify that our Yunhai has never been so tough before. We actually have such a high-end machine repair shop. Is this true? I was playing the original game at home yesterday, and didn't have time to play the fake one. It's absolutely true. There are at least dozens of brothers who went with us. It's impossible that they all lied to you, right? Besides, there is no need for the liar to hire Xiao Mingyan, and it is impossible for Xiao Mingyan to advertise for him, right? That makes sense. I'll go check it out today. Can you afford the repair fee for such a high-end repair shop? Who said I have to spend money? Didn't I tell you to go and have a look? Good boy, you are amazing. Seeing these comments, Su Bai was a little amused. I thought what Xiao Mingyan meant by helping me a lot was to let Zhao Mingyue come to her shop for repairs. Who would have thought this would actually happen? She even advertised herself? Although she advertised for me, it is still impossible for her to give me a discount. Su Bai thought about it and gave up the idea of giving the other party a discount. At most, the price can be slightly lower. Once the discount is offered, should he give discounts to old customers? All of these are on discount. Can I still make money? Of course he can, but this will affect the speed of his progress. I have to say that the star whale breathing method is worthy of being a truth-level breathing method. In addition to the blowout on the first day, He got another improvement yesterday. Now he is already a Sky 3-star Mecha Master, although he has no mecha. But today it is. If you tell others about the speed of improvement, no one would believe it. Correspondingly, he needs more resources. The first level of the star whale breathing technique can only allow him to ascend to the 9th star in the sky. At this rate, it will only take a few days to reach the limit. He had also looked at the price for the second floor. No more, no less, exactly 5,000 interstellar points. It would cost 50 million star coins, which would not be enough even if he used all his wealth. Not to mention that he still has a mecha that needs to be upgraded, and a higher level upgrade would cost 10 times the price. Forget it, I feel like a poor person when I think about it. Alas, the Mecha Master is too expensive. Subai shook his head helplessly. Maybe this is the price of realizing your dreams? At this moment, his Douyin message suddenly lit up. She looks like a goddess. How about it, Boss Su? I helped you a lot, didn't I? At first glance, it was sent by Xiao Mingyan. Who would have thought that Xiao Mingyan, who was so sweet and lovely in front of others, was so narcissistic behind people's back? Subai thought for a moment. Well, thank you, but still no discount. At Xiao Mingyan's home in Yundu, she raised her 2 white legs high and swayed slightly, holding her phone in both hands, looking forward to Subai's reply. The result is this one. Xiao Mingyan. She broke again. He threw his phone away, fell on the bed, and kept hitting the bed with his fists. Bang, 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 bah. Scumbag. She originally wanted to take a nap, but now she can't fall asleep at all. I can only stand up and meditate, turning my grief and anger into hard work. After studying the cleave technique for a whole day yesterday, she found that the cleave technique was not suitable for her. Combined with flash step and sun falling, she is more suitable for gun skills. You can start from this aspect. Humph! She challenged me at the airport last night. Looks like she got a lot of mileage out of it. You can't accept her challenge until you have mastered intermediate skills. Anyway, now the whole school knows that I am the winner. Thinking of Xiao Mingyan felt much better. After calming down, she started today's meditation. After Su Bai replied to Xiao Mingyan, he didn't look at his phone again. It was already 9 o'clock, and he told Zhao Mingyue that the door would open at 10 o'clock. It would be bad if you were late. After a quick breakfast, I headed to the Interstellar Mechanic Repair Shop. I thought becoming a boss would give me an easier time, but I didn't expect that I still have to go to work on time. Su Bai couldn't help feeling a little melancholy on the way. Fortunately, I thought of my mecha and adjusted my mood. Humming a little tune, he went straight to the outside of the Interstellar Mechanic Repair Shop. However, when he was about 500 meters away from the Interstellar Mechanic Repair Shop, he was stunned. In front of him were densely packed heads. They even lined up spontaneously. A rough estimate is that there are at least 500 people. Subai, what's going on? It was the 3rd day of opening, and he had only received 3 orders in total. He had never seen such a scene before. Apart from anything else, if these people are really here for maintenance, even if he had 10 hands, it wouldn't be enough. Gurgle. Subai swallowed his saliva, forced himself to calm down, and silently moved to the front of the team. However, just halfway through, Subai was stopped by someone. Brother, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but don't you see that everyone is queuing up? If you want to go in and see, go and queue up at the back. That's right. Don't even think about cutting in line. I despise people like you who cut in line the most in my life. We have hundreds of eyes watching us. Be quiet. Go to the back, or I'll beat you up. Subai, I really learned something new today. The buyer of pigs chased away the seller of pigs. If I don't go over, who will open the door for you? Subai spread his hands, looking helpless. Ah, you little brat, 108 people have used this excuse before. Subai, you are amazing. You are noble. In the end, he ignored these people's obstruction and continued to move forward. Seeing that Subai ignored their interception, everyone glared at him. A burly young man stepped out and glared at Subai. Go, line up. Subai glanced at the other party indifferently, and the star power burst out from his body. The star power belonging to the 3 stars in the sky gushed out, instantly shocking the people around him. Sky 3 stars, although it doesn't sound too strong. But you have to know that even Xiao Mingyan and Zhao Mingyue, the top freshmen of one of the top 100 schools in the star system, are only 1 star in the sky. Su Bai is the same age as them, and with such strength he can be called a genius. Sure enough, after he released his star power, the burly young man touched his head and looked into the distance. Haha, the weather is really nice today. He stepped back and returned to the team. What a joke. Most of them are here to watch the fun. Even the highest-ranking Mecha Master is only an Earth Mecha Master. Use your head to intercept the Sky Mecha Master. The function of star power is not just to control mecha. It also greatly improves the strength and physical fitness of the mecha pilot himself. After the other party stepped back, Subai shook his head helplessly and continued walking towards the Interstellar machine repair shop. I felt helpless. What is going on? Chapter 22 rounding off. I'm also a star mechanic, right? Finally, after his unremitting efforts, Subai stood at the door of the star machine repair shop. He swore that this was the most tiring day he had ever run a store. Oh, no, he has only been open for 3 days. Standing at the door of the Interstellar Mecha shop, Subai faced the retinal recognition lock. Crack! The mechanical door is open. The onlookers who had previously doubted Subai were suddenly stunned. He is actually the boss? What the hell? How can the owner of such a gorgeous store be so young? This boy is so handsome and rich, but I wonder if he has a girlfriend. A girl in the crowd looked at Subai with a peach blossom face. The surrounding girls immediately attacked her. Bah, shameless. What are you thinking? That's right. So, what if you have a girlfriend? You're not married. Will my sister feel sorry for my brother as much as I do? Everyone, you understand the art of tea. The door of the shop opened, and the people at the front of the line rushed in, instantly surrounding the Interstellar Mechanic repair shop. After seeing that the environment inside the repair shop was exactly the same as in the picture, there was an uproar. Fuck, it's even more awesome in here than outside. These are the latest equipment, right? Light screen projection, thermal tracking, beam heat knife, complete body support. Even the tabletop is made of vibranium? Are they treating vibranium as a piece of iron? This is vibranium that is worth a fortune. It is at least the material used to make the fuselage of mechas above the Starwalker level. Now, it is used directly to make the tabletop. What a waste of natural resources. It is really a waste of natural resources. Who is this boss? Where did he come from? That's right. Only they can afford to burn money. It's a pity that the store manager is so young and his level of machine repair is probably not very high. Goddess Ming Yin was deceived by money after all. Well, when Subai heard these words, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. What's more, they even touched him a few times during the chaos. Subai finally couldn't bear it anymore. Okay, keep order. Those who need maintenance services come in, while others who don't need maintenance services wait outside. At the same time, the star power on his body spread out, forcing those who were close to him to retreat. In the machine repair shop, it became a little quieter. Most of the people who joined in the fun left the machine repair shop and came outside the shop. There are still quite a few mecha warriors left, more than 30 of them. Boss, how much does it cost to maintain the Earth mecha here? The young man in the front asked first. He mainly wanted to experience the effect of this cutting-edge technology maintenance. Subai glanced at him calmly. 100,000 star coins. This time he did not give a random quote, but instead followed the maintenance standards of a star mechanic. There is no need to use interstellar reinforcement to maintain them. What? You said Subai is not a star mechanic? It's coming soon. He has a lot of skills passed down from 1 to 3 star mechanics, right? Hearing Subai's offer, there was indeed quite a commotion. What? A maintenance is so expensive? I remember that it only costs 10,000 star coins for a high-level mechanic to maintain a Terramech. You doubled it tenfold. Yeah. Does that mean you can just ask for whatever price you want just because the equipment is advanced? That's right. We will report you if you do this. Don't ever say you're a star mechanic. Bah, a profiteer. Let's go and report him. Subai felt nothing about this, and even felt like laughing. People who say this kind of thing usually don't really want to maintain the relationship. Otherwise, why would they start criticizing without even asking the content of the question? Just like that, another wave of people left. There were about 10 people left in the store. Subai raised his eyebrows. Apparently, there were more people who stayed behind than he thought, and the young man with glasses who asked the question at the beginning also did not leave. He reached out to adjust his glasses frame, thought for a moment, and asked, I wonder what kind of maintenance is included here, boss? Oh, you're an expert. Hearing the question from the young man with glasses, Subai instantly became interested and directly selected 2 maintenance skills from the 1-star inherited skills in the task assistants in front of him. Mecha bone dredging and outer armor painting. Since the other party asked the question sincerely, he naturally had to give some practical advice. Sure enough, the eyes of the remaining 10 people, including the young man with glasses, became a little excited after hearing Subai's maintenance items. The bespectacled young man Zhou Yunjung didn't even think twice and directly took out his mobile phone to scan the QR code next to him. Ding! Star treasure has arrived. 100,000 star coins. Manager, please give me a maintenance. After hearing Su Bai's introduction of his skills, Zhou Yunjing realized that the person in front of him was a star mechanic. Moreover, the other party is so young. His future is limitless. You have to hold on to these thighs tightly. After Zhou Yunjing, the rest of the people also came forward and scanned the QR code. In just a short moment, Su Bai received another 1 million star coins. They also did not doubt Su Bai's words. Just based on the decoration of the store, the other party could not be a liar. Otherwise, you would never be so arrogant. Now that this has been confirmed, their thoughts are naturally the same as Zhou Yunjing's. Opportunity is fleeting. Once lost, it will never come back. After Su Bai collected the payment, he asked Zhou Yunjing to stay in the first maintenance room and asked the others to wait in other maintenance rooms. It just so happens that the Star Machine Shop has 10 repair rooms. He can control both at the same time. Everyone listened to Su Bai and took the mecha into the maintenance room. Except for Zhou Yunjing, their mechas are relatively ordinary. The three are universal, power-type earth mechas, and miscellaneous bones. It is 10 meters high, weighs 15 tons, has an engine power of 360,000 and a thrust of 35 million. Two are universal, speed-type earth mechas, turbine. It is 11 meters high, weighs 10 tons, has an engine power of 370,000 and a thrust of 37 million. Four of them are universal, armed earth mechas, green kai. It is 10 meters high, weighs 15 tons, has an engine power of 370,000 and a thrust of 36 million. The last one is Zhou Yunjing's mecha. In the maintenance room number 1, a mecha with a combination of purple and green light and heavy armor, a shrimp-shaped arched upper body, countless scales on the lower body, and a snake-like head is on display. Balanced earth mecha, King Cobra. It is 12 meters high, weighs 26 tons, has an engine power of 730,000 and a thrust of 62 million. And this King Cobra is a Samsung. It is a mecha of the same level as Sun Hani's Red Moon. This was the first time Su Bai saw a balanced mecha. He didn't expect that the ordinary young man with glasses was actually a little genius. The other party's talent also appeared in his eyes at this moment. Level talent, heart-thirsty poison. Chapter 23, it's time to show real skills. Poison-type talent? No wonder they chose a balanced mecha like the King Cobra. Poison talents are not compatible with either strength or speed types, because his talents mainly rely on spread attacks. The suitable ones are armed type and balanced type. However, there are too few armed weapons that can use poison attacks, and using other weapons would seem to be putting the cart before the horse. Of course, the so-called toxins here are not poisons targeting mecha pilots, but more electronic viruses targeting mechas. By penetrating the mecha's skeletal joints and destroying the internal circuits, it can cause the mecha to become disordered and run aground. However, the toxins that can truly threaten living organisms are not strong. Mecha masters like Zhou Yunjing are generally used in mecha battles or interstellar wars. Fighting against star beasts is a bit lacking. Except for him, everyone else has talents in physical enhancement. This is also the reason why they chose universal mecha. In fact, the most common people in the world are those mecha masters with enhanced bodies, while those with special means are a minority. After briefly confirming their information, Su Bai came to the center console. He does not need to perform maintenance on each machine personally. With the equipment in the Interstellar Machine Shop, he can completely perform multi-threaded operations. No one had any objection to this. After all, in their hearts, Su Bai is a star mechanic, and the other party must have his own reasons for doing this. However, when Su Bai really started multi-threaded operations using the central control, they were still shocked by his skillful technique. First is maintenance room number 1, where the King Cobra is located. Su Bai used the inherited skills acquired in his mind to directly control the robotic arm and instantly and smoothly remove the entire outer armor of the King Cobra. Different from those universal mechas, or even speed or strength-type mechas, the main feature of balanced mechas is precision. The disassembly of almost every piece of light or heavy armor requires great delicacy. Otherwise, it cannot be removed at all. As a result, Su Bai accomplished all this using only a robotic arm. This caused everyone present to discuss in a low voice. Is this the strength of a star mechanic? They actually used a mechanical arm to remove the armor of the King Cobra. If this happens in a battle, will it be easy to dismantle our mecha? Well, it is possible, but most mechanics don't have a talent for mechas, so there's no need to worry too much. That's right. After all, they're the group of people who know the weaknesses of mechas best. If they all have mecha talents, it would be a killer weapon. While several people were discussing, Zhou Yunzheng was watching Su Bai's operation intently. He knew best how special the King Cobra was. Even among balanced mechas, it was an extremely special existence. The reason is the special body structure of the King Cobra. Its upper body is arched like a shrimp, and the main reason is for flexibility. King Cobra is one of the few mechas that can perform half-body rotation. This is also the reason why I chose it. A sudden half-body turn can make your poison attack more unexpected. Also, because of this, the structure of the King Cobra is more complex and sophisticated. It would be fine if Su Bai only used a robotic arm to control the armor removal. The key is that he is now controlling 10 machines at the same time. What level of mechanic is he? That's right. While removing the armor from the King Cobra, Su Bai had already removed all the exterior armor from the Zago, Turbo, and Green Kai. This is all done literally in seconds. The skill made everyone exclaim, WTF? It's really amazing. This 100,000 yuan was really not wasted. Ha ha ha. Those who left early must be regretting it now. It's worth it to be able to see such an operation in this lifetime. This boss Su is probably at least a 2-star mechanic. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to operate at this level. On this point, they guessed wrong. Although he had learned 2 inherited skills quickly with the help of others, Su Bai was now, at best, a 1-star mechanic, and he was still a little short of the mark. The reason why he was able to control multiple threads was mainly due to the integration of all things, and his realization of the star power tide, created by using the star whale breathing method that day. The integration of everything allows him to fully control the robotic arms, even if there are 10 of them. As for removing the armor, Su Bai observes the operation of the star power, which makes him extremely sensitive to the star power connecting the mecha. This allows him to grasp it accurately and avoid any accidents. Of course, he wouldn't tell anyone about this. Just let them misunderstand. Anyway, I will become a 3-star mechanic soon. At this moment, Su Bai's attention was fully focused on the 10 mechas in the light curtain. Next, it's time to test your true skills. I saw the 10 mechanical repair arms he controlled slowly moving above the 10 mechas. From top to bottom, gradually push, pull, knead, and pick. At this moment, the 10 bulky robotic arms are as dexterous as the hands of an old master. In just a few minutes, he had squeezed all 10 mechas from top to bottom. This is no simple massage. While pushing and pulling, the robotic arm uses electronic pulses to strengthen the neuron parts of the mecha skeleton, increasing its sensitivity and tightness. The process of kneading and picking is to remove the dust in the mecha skeleton and the metal parts that accidentally fell into it. With this system, the flexibility and lifespan of these mechas will be improved to a higher level. The metal residues on the ground are the best example. After cleaning the mecha skeleton, the robotic arm came over the removed armor. Kaz! The fingers of the robotic arm instantly folded together and turned into a nozzle shape. Colorful sprays instantly burst out from it, like a falling rainbow. When these sprays touched the outer armor, they instantly turned back to their original colors. The colorful colors turn into transparent paint. The outer armor coating is made of dust-proof, waterproof, and heat-proof materials to create an adjustable camouflage. It can not only improve the durability of the mecha in extreme environments, but also camouflage it as needed. After doing all this, Su Bai operated the robotic arm to put the outer armor back in place. Mission accomplished. At this moment, including Zhou Yunzheng, everyone's eyes looking at Su Bai had completely changed. They thought that dismantling the exteriors of 10 mechas at the same time was Su Bai's limit. They didn't expect that the other party would give them such a wonderful performance. That's right, it's a performance. This is more than just mecha maintenance. This is art. Is this really something we can see for $100,000? One of the men was shocked. I don't know, but it's worth the 100,000. Oh no. Shit. I didn't take a video to record all this. Hey, I recorded it. At this point, the young man who recorded the video asked Su Bai nervously, Boss Su, can we upload these videos? Chapter 24. After much anticipation, the materials finally arrived. Several young men were a little nervous at this moment. After all, star mechanics like Su Bai usually had their own temper and rules. They didn't dare to upload the other party's maintenance video rashly. They couldn't afford to offend such a big shot. Oh, whatever. What they didn't expect was that Su Bai didn't care about it. In his opinion, he was just doing a little maintenance and it was not worth mentioning at all. There are no core skills involved. They cannot see the true skills, which are hidden in every detail. Moreover, what they can see through the light curtain is not all, and the more microscopic operations cannot be recorded by the light curtain. When this video is released, experts won't be able to figure out the trick, but laymen can enjoy the fun. It would be nice to increase the popularity and screen out some real customers. Okay, if you don't have any other needs, just leave. Su Bai ordered them to leave. Zhao Mingyue just sent him a message saying that she would be there soon. Nothing is more important than your own mecha. The few people dared not disobey Su Bai's order to leave. Even if Zhou Yunzheng wanted to say something, he had to give up. Thank you, Boss Su. I'll come again next time. After thanking Su Bai, they left the Interstellar Mechanic repair shop. Today's improvement for them is also significant, and these 100,000 star coins are well worth it. Although it did not bring about a qualitative change like Interstellar Enhancement, through the maintenance of 2 skills inherited from star-level mechanics, the attributes of their mechas were improved by at least 30%. It sounds like nothing, but when you actually do it, you'll find the improvement is huge. At least they will have an advantage in the upcoming big exam. After a few people left, the Interstellar repair shop returned to peace again. Su Bai sat at his desk, quietly waiting for Zhao Mingyue to arrive. His legs trembled from time to time, expressing Su Bai's excitement at the moment. Ding dong! Soon, the doorbell rang, and Su Bai stood up to greet it. Zhao Mingyue was flattered to see Su Bai coming out to greet her. Boss Su, you don't have to be so polite. Hurry, give me the thing. Su Bai didn't bother to be polite with her and went straight to the point. Zhao Mingyue. Okay, I was overthinking it. I just had a feeling that Boss Su would come out to pick me up. Zhao Mingyue shook her head helplessly. There's no room here, right? Yeah, let's go to the maintenance room. Su Bai was so eager to have his own mecha that he forgot he was in the hall. Even if he wanted nanometal, a high-density, miniature, high-quality metal, it would inevitably damage the floor tiles. The floor of the hall is not reinforced with vibranium, which is the weakest point in the entire Interstellar repair shop. Under Su Bai's leadership, the two quickly entered the maintenance room. Zhao Mingyue reached out and touched the star ring on her hand. Bang! Bang! After 2 loud noises, 2 2-meter-high, translucent metal objects appeared in the maintenance room. Unlike traditional nanotechnology, nanometal has a higher density, which causes changes in the internal structure. The nanometal that was originally difficult to distinguish with the naked eye has become a metal material that can be seen directly. But its essence is basically the same, especially before the change in intensity, it is not inferior. This is also the limit of what current technology can achieve. Bang, 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 bang. There were 5 loud noises again, and 5 stones flashing with dark green light were placed on the table by Zhao Mingyue. Is this it? After taking out all the things Su Bai needed, Zhao Mingyue looked at him with a smug look on her face, as if waiting for Su Bai's praise. She spent a lot of effort and connections to get these things, especially nanometals. I didn't expect that Shanghai University's stock was not enough. She had to use her family connections to gather the 10 tons for Su Bai. Su Bai naturally understood that it would not be difficult to get these things if there was enough time, but the other party collected them all overnight. It must have taken a lot of effort. Thank you. Su Bai thanked him sincerely. Zhao Mingyue. This made Zhao Mingyue a little confused. After these 2 exchanges, she still thought Su Bai was that kind of straight man. I didn't expect the other party to thank me so sincerely. This made her touch her ear a little embarrassed. You don't have to be so polite. How much are these in total? After Su Bai thanked him, he asked directly about the price. Zhao Mingyue. Boss Su's changes in rhythm are always so unpredictable. The total is 250,000 star coins, 10,000 star coins for 1 piece of kryptonite, and 20,000 star coins for 1 ton of nanometal. She was not vague about the quotation. After all, Su Bai had made it clear before that fair trade was the other party's principle. These are market prices. There is no need for her to lie. Su Bai nodded after hearing this. Okay, I'll pass it to you. Soon, Zhao Mingyue's phone rang with a reminder. 300,000 star coins received in Star Treasure account. Boss? Zhao Mingyue didn't quite understand what Su Bai meant. Su Bai just smiled faintly. What you just said are the market prices. You must have a premium for collecting all these things in such a short time. I said fair trade is my principle. Unexpectedly, Su Bai still discovered it. Indeed, she quoted market prices, which were also in accordance with Su Bai's principles. But Zhao Mingyue chose to bear the premium herself. After all, she had promised Su Bai that he could tell her if he needed anything. Now that she was discovered, she could only stick out her tongue helplessly, acting a little like a spoiled child. If someone who knows Zhao Mingyue well saw this scene, they would be shocked. In their eyes, Zhao Mingyue has always been a very cool girl. She has a straightforward personality and acts like a boy. I didn't expect that she would behave like a little girl. Is Boss Su going to use these things to make equipment? Zhao Mingyue couldn't help but ask as she looked at Su Bai, who was looking at the nanometal. Almost. Su Bai reached out and touched the nanometal without trying to hide it. I plan to use these to build a mecha. Mecha, as if she had thought of something. Zhao Mingyue's eyes lit up. Boss Su is planning to build a mecha weapon? Influenced by her family since childhood, Zhao Mingyue's understanding of mechas is better than that of ordinary mecha masters. Materials like nanometal are not suitable for making normal mechas, and the power and propulsion of kryptonite as the core are far from enough to support the needs of large mechas. It was obvious what kind of mecha Su Bai was going to build. It was only armed with mechas. Can I take a look here? Zhao Mingyue asked nervously. She had never seen a mecha weapon before. Not to mention her, there are not many people on Blue Planet who have seen mecha weapons. Because the craftsmanship does not meet the standards, most mecha weapons are just conceptual. All that can be produced are some auxiliary mechas that do routine work. She had seen Su Bai's mechanic skills. She didn't believe that the other party would make that kind of gadget. She didn't want to miss the moment of witnessing the birth of mecha weapons. Chapter 25, 5 cores burning together. Extreme casting. Okay. After Zhao Mingyue asked to watch, Su Bai thought about it for a while and nodded in agreement. But it may take a while, and it's not convenient for you to enter the maintenance room, so you can only stay in the hall. After all, the other party helped him, so Su Bai could still satisfy his small request of just wanting to see the mecha weapon. He was not going to hide his mecha weapons because he would have to show them to the public sooner or later. There will be no problem as long as she is not allowed to watch the production and strengthening process. Okay, I promise to stay in the hall and not move. Almost the moment Su Bai finished speaking, Zhao Mingyue nodded frantically in response. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Let alone waiting in the lobby, she would be willing to wait outside the door. At the same time, he secretly rejoiced in his heart. Hey, little dwarf, you don't even know what you've missed. Chu, Xiao Mingyan, who was meditating at the moment, suddenly sneezed, a little puzzled. What's going on? Have you caught a cold? This shouldn't happen. Although she felt a little surprised, Xiao Mingyan didn't care too much and continued with her meditation. Inside the Interstellar Machine Repair Shop, at Su Bai's signal, Zhao Mingyue closed the door of the Interstellar Machine Repair Shop. Now, she and Su Bai are the only ones left in the huge machine repair shop. Although one is in the lobby and the other is in the maintenance room, the reason why Su Bai closed the business was simple. He didn't know how long it would take him to build the mecha. It would be bad if guests arrived during the trip and kept them waiting in vain. Just close the store. Yes, it's so casual. Click. Close the maintenance room door. Su Bai first came to the two balls of nanometal, stroked his chin with his right hand, and turned his eyes. Let's try this ball first. Let me think about it. Let's just pull a line out of the middle of the bone and use the bionic bone manufacturing method. This is a 3-star mechanic skill that he selected from the skills inherited by star mechanics. At Su Bai's current level, this technique is still a bit awkward to implement. But he has mission assistance. The true role of task assistance is reflected at this moment. As long as it is a skill required for mission assistance, Su Bai can master it quickly, and his proficiency is as good as that of the inheritor himself. With a wave of his right hand, one of the two balls of nanometal moved directly towards him. Under the effect of the fusion of all things, these nanometals began to constantly change their shapes and fuse along its right hand. The solid metal was like a ball of plasticine at this moment, allowing Su Bai to knead it. While his right hand was controlling the nanometal, Su Bai's left hand was not idle either. The thermal beam knife in his hand continued to carve on the nanometal, crackling. An hour and a half later, there were many shaved nanometal residues lying on the ground, and in front of Su Bai, a 2-meter-tall, translucent metal skeleton stands in front of him. The limbs, torso, cervical vertebrae, and skull are all naturally formed and lifelike. He stretched out his hand and turned the right arm of the metal skeleton. It turned very smoothly, without any hesitation. Seeing this, Su Bai nodded with satisfaction. It is worthy of the inherited skills of a 3-star mechanic. The skeleton of this mecha is comparable to the human body in all aspects, so the degree of fit must not be low. The mecha is connected to the mecha pilot's body through neural components, forming an exclusive link through the flow of star power. But humans and mechas are always different because of their different bone structures. Large mechas, no matter how sophisticated their designs are, can only be close to the human body structure, and some unique movements will be difficult to perform. This is why there are differences in the difficulty of mecha operating techniques. However, Subai's mecha weapon does not have this problem. The almost completely identical structure makes it easier for him to operate. Next, it's the joints and the outer armor. Subai was very satisfied with his masterpiece, but now it was just the first step. Wave your right hand. The nanometal residues on the ground instantly flew into the air and then merged into one again. The fusion of all things is worthy of being a top-level talent. The effect of utilizing waste without causing any loss is simply a magical skill. And this is just one of the abilities. For outer armor, use the golden ratio of light and heavy armor. In the selection of outer armor, Subai used the inherited skills of a 2-star mechanic, the golden ratio of light and heavy armor. Use your own skills to delicately control the ratio of light and heavy armor on the mecha, so that both can reach the best performance state. The key to this skill is precision. A slight mistake can lead to a huge loss. If one detail goes wrong, the whole thing will be lost. Even Subai had to take it seriously. Similarly, the right hand controls the nanometal to change its general shape, while the thermal beam knife in the left hand is responsible for carving patterns and details. As sparks flickered, beads of sweat began to appear on Subai's forehead. 3.5 hours later, Subai's mouth curled up slightly as he looked at the mecha in front of him covered with outer armor and with its joints connected. Yes, it is almost the same as the blueprint. The mecha weapon in front of him has basically taken shape, and Subai finally chose to spray it with a red and black paint job, making it look like an ancient warrior. While the light armor and heavy armor on his body are perfectly matched, the armor on his head is also one of his favorites. Although the mecha is only 2 meters long, from a visual perspective, it is not inferior to large mechas. On the contrary, it is more deterrent. Next, it's the core power. Subai looked at the kryptonite beside him, eager to try. This time he used the 3-star mechanic skill, with 5 cores burning together. That's why he wants 5 kryptonites. He discovered this skill when he first watched the mission assistants, but too strong a power source would cause energy eruptions and even explosions, and Subai was not confident that he could control it. Not to mention Subai, even a higher star mechanic could hardly do this. You can only choose a relatively weak power source to try. Therefore, even though he possessed incredible abilities, this skill was only rated as that of a 3-star mechanic. Not very practical. But Subai has Interstellar Enhancement. Under the effect of Interstellar Strengthening, it is very likely that the originally low-level power source can be upgraded. Then he can achieve the output of 5 cores burning simultaneously in a high-energy power source. Create the most powerful power mecha. He exhaled a breath and wiped away the sweat on his head. Come to the 5 dark green kryptonite stones and open your hands. 5 kryptonites instantly flew into the air. Use the pentagonal force to divide into 5 different directions. Then gradually bring it closer. As the 5 kryptonites got closer and closer, an energy net suddenly formed between them. The energy network connects the cores of the 5 kryptonites, gathering their energy and flashing green light. At this moment, the energy on the energy network has far exceeded the energy of the kryptonite itself, even tripled, comparable to the total energy of 2 helium stones. Boom! With a loud bang, Subai's eyes focused, and he pushed hard with both hands. Instantly embedded into the mecha weapon. The moment the power source enters the mecha, all links of the mecha weapon are activated. A terrifying air wave exploded, shaking the entire interstellar repair shop. Chapter 26. The prototype is finally completed, and the strengthening begins. The shaking startled Zhao Mengyue, who was sitting cross-legged in the hall meditating. She quickly stood up and looked around. What's this noise? The purpose of Zhao Mengyue's staying was to witness the birth of combat mecha weapons with her own eyes. But she clearly remembered that the material she gave Su by was just kryptonite. Even 5 kryptonites shouldn't cause such a big commotion. What on earth is Boss Su doing? Zhao Mengyue's heart now felt as if it was being tickled by a kitten. She was very curious about everything that happened in the maintenance room. Now, 5 hours have passed since Su Bai entered the maintenance room. I came here at noon, and it is almost evening now. Zhao Mengyue wasn't impatient to wait. After all, it was possible for her to witness history, so what was the harm in letting her wait for a few days? The key point is that he clearly knew that an unprecedented mecha weapon was about to be released not far from him. Which mecha master who is crazy about mechas can stand this kind of temptation? Should I take a sneak peek? Zhao Mengyue even thought of taking a peek, But as soon as the thought came to her mind, she hurriedly shook her head. No, if we get caught, it will be terrible if Boss Su gets angry. Oh, time shall pass quickly. Zhao Mingyue forced herself to suppress her restless heart. She could not meditate any further and could only practice mecha skills in the hall. Of course, it's not practicing while driving a mecha, but practicing offline. This effect is not as good as practicing on a real machine, but it can also improve the proficiency of skills. Taking out a lightsaber from the star ring, with a faint blue light flashing, Zhao Mingyue held the blade upright in front of her. Eyes closed. While the left foot moves forward, the right foot does not move, then quickly turns and rotates, and the sword in the hand also dances with it. Intermediate mecha skill, circular cut. All in one go. In addition to Zhao Mingyue's anxious waiting, the situation outside the Star Machine repair shop was also not peaceful. Duan Han, who was far away, was feeling very depressed as he watched people coming and going outside the Interstellar Machine repair shop. I didn't expect this machine repair shop to be doing so well. If we act rashly, we will definitely be noticed by the law enforcement team. But what on earth is that boy doing? He opens for 1 hour a day and then closes. Duan Han is not the only one who has doubts about this. What is even more puzzling are those customers who came here because they watched Su Bai's skincare videos. What the hell? Is this true? It's closed already. Is this the place shown in the video? Are there really star mechanics here? That should be correct. After all, there aren't many repair shops of this size in the whole of China, let alone Yunhai. It's just that we're late. Damn, is this the arrogance of a star mechanic? Which good guy would close his shop at 11 a.m.? What can we do? He's a star mechanic. He's a super expert who can operate 10 threads. The key is that his price is affordable. Although 10,000 star coins is the normal price for maintenance by a star mechanic, it is only one type of maintenance. Here, it's two-phase directly. It's very affordable. Anyway, I'm not leaving today. I'll just wait here until the manager opens the store tomorrow. Is it so curly? Then I won't leave either. Well said, if you don't leave, I won't leave either. Now, Zhou Yunzheng and others have posted the video of Su by maintaining 10 mechas at the same time on the internet, thanks to Xiaoming Yin's previous warm-up. The topic of Interstellar Mechanic Shop is quite popular right now. Once the video was released, it instantly received hundreds of thousands of views. Just as Su Bai guessed, experts couldn't figure out the trick of this video, but laymen found it quite entertaining. Almost immediately after it was published, there were 10,000 comments. Is it true? Yunhai has a star mechanic? Fuck. Even a normal star mechanic wouldn't be able to do this, right? If nothing else, this performance alone is worth the price of admission, right? Let's go. It seems like we have to go to this sea of clouds. To be honest, I've already arrived, but unfortunately the shop is closed. Is this hunger marketing? Right? What the hell? Who would be so nice to close the store in the middle of the day? I miss the past many years ago, when Chrysanthemum was still a flower, and Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick were still positive terms, and people were very simple, and there were no such deep tricks at all. I really admire this Lao Lu. Luckily I didn't go. Are you stupid now? Don't you think that you can meet a star mechanic whenever you want? I just finished 10 orders, shouldn't I take a break? Fuck, what you said makes a lot of sense. Of course, the ones who regretted the most were those mecha masters who had already queued up but left because Su Bai charged too high a fee. Just because of a moment's hesitation, they missed such a good opportunity. There is no need to think about it. The price of getting 2 maintenance services tomorrow will definitely be more than 100,000 star coins. Why don't I hold on a little longer? This is almost their common voice. Su Bai naturally had no idea what was happening on the internet, nor did he know that his Interstellar Mechanic Repair Shop had become popular again. His attention was now completely drawn to the mecha weapon in front of him. The original red and black color scheme, coupled with the dark green, adds a touch of weirdness. Like the King of the Dark Knight, the ruler of the darkness. It's not bad, but the quality is a little low. Now comes the highlight. Su Bai held his chin with one hand and looked at his masterpiece. Then he put down his right hand and slowly walked to the front of the mecha weapon. Stretch out your right arm and touch the mecha weapon directly. Ding! The target mecha is detected. The current mecha level is too low. You can use the first level Interstellar Enhancement. Start strengthening. Almost the moment the prompt appeared, Su Bai chose to strengthen. A brilliant light burst out and then dissipated. The mecha in front of Su Bai underwent a direct transformation after its initial Interstellar Enhancement. The overall color is still red and black, but the originally somewhat stiff nano metal is now completely new. Even without touching it, Su Bai can feel that it has become more tough and its hardness has also increased a lot. As he thought, interstellar reinforcement can strengthen the material of any mecha. However, the changes in the nanometal did not make Subai too excited, and he remained calm. What you need to confirm next is crucial. Touch the mecha armament with your right hand. With a click, his chest opened, and a blue light flashed inside. It's like a floating nebula. At this moment, Subai couldn't help but clench his fist and swung it hard. It really works. That's right. The 5 cores that were supposed to be dark green kryptonite cores were now completely replaced by helium stone, plus the special feature of 5 cores burning together. It is obviously still an Earth mecha, but Subai's mecha already has a power source comparable to that of a sky mecha. Chapter 27. Terror shock, murderous intent gradually arises. No, it's not enough. Looking at the mecha in front of him, Subai touched his chin. Although it has been greatly improved, it is still just an Earth mecha. Can't keep up with his star power realm. Logically, a talent skill will be awakened after the first level enhancement. I wonder what talent skill is awakened now. Thinking of the talent skills, Subai hesitated a little. Logically, the first level enhancement will awaken a talent skill of the Earth realm. He was thinking about whether he should try first. In the end, Subai rejected this idea. Let's wait and see after the second level enhancement. It would be really uncomfortable if this first level talent skill is very strong, but is washed away. Generally speaking, a mecha can only have one innate skill. Subai thinks that even interstellar enhancement should not be able to break this limitation. Now, if you get a good talent skill, but it is washed away during the second level enhancement, it would be really uncomfortable. It's better to wait until all the enhancements are completed before seeing it. Continue to strengthen. His right hand touched the mecha's weapon, and 100 interstellar points were paid successfully. Level 2 enhancement activated. Along with the system prompt, a golden light burst out from the mecha weapon. This force is far beyond the previous level 1 enhancement, and even a suction force appeared at the location where the mechanical weapon was located, like a small black hole that was about to swallow up all the surrounding metal matter. Subai frowned slightly upon seeing this, and hurriedly used his own ability to merge all things into one to fight against it. This has never happened before. The original awakening of innate skills were all selected by Subai from a number of innate skills, but now when it came to his own mecha armament, no option appeared. I don't know if this is because his talent is too special, or because this level of combat mecha equipment is the first to appear and is somewhat special. Soon, Subai's fusion of all things and the suction generated by the mecha's armed talent skill reached a delicate balance, and both retreated. Bang! Almost at the moment when the pulling force disappeared, a wave of air burst out, spreading towards the entire sea of clouds with Subai as the center. The first to be hit was Zhao Mingyue in the hall. Fortunately, she had the experience of awakening her talent skills once, so she was prepared when she felt the shaking. He used the Frost Eye Spirit to assist in the light shield in his hand, forming a buffer barrier. Even so, under this impact, the ice on the buffer barrier kept falling and scattered all over the ground in almost an instant. The barrier was even more shaky, and Zhao Mingyue was so scared that she hurriedly increased her star power to resist it. Zhao Mingyue looked terrified and frightened at the same time. Boss Su, what talent did you awaken? Just a little aftermath has such a powerful force. Is this really the power that the Mecha Armed Forces can exert? What level of Mecha Armed Forces is it? Star-stepping or star-destroying? Boom boom! The shock wave continued to spread outward, instantly knocking over all the guests waiting outside the door. Fortunately, they had vibranium as a buffer, otherwise many of them would have been seriously injured by this one blow. Most of these people are just high school students who have just awakened their talents for less than a year. They simply couldn't resist a force that even Zhao Mingyue found difficult to deal with. After being thrown to the ground, they slowly got up. The little head is full of big question marks. After a long time, someone finally came to his senses. What's going on? I don't know. I just felt like my head was blank. What a powerful impact force. It actually knocked us over through the vibranium? What on earth is that person doing in there? Is this the strength of a star mechanic? Just a simple tinkering can cause such a big noise. I don't care. I'll book this interstellar mechanic repair shop. I'll stay here tonight. I say it. You think you're the only one who can do this. I'm sleeping here too. I'll try my best. If I miss this opportunity, the boss might leave. I must wait until he opens. In addition to being shocked, they became more and more yearning for the interstellar machine shop. Now in their hearts, Subai is no longer just an ordinary star mechanic. It may even be of extremely high level, the kind that can help them stand out. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for them. They were not the only ones who were shocked. Duan Han, who was not far from the Star Machine repair shop, felt the shock wave, and his pupils suddenly shrank. His tone was full of doubt, and he asked, "The power of the Star Step? Has the little girl who entered this machine shop advanced to become a star-stepping mecha master? That girl doesn't look that old, but she has entered the star-stepping realm at such a young age? No, she must be eliminated. Even if we are exposed, we must keep these two here completely." Duan Han made an accurate assessment of this power, which was probably the power of a star-stepping one, and it could even threaten him. Thinking of Zhao Mingyue, who had entered the machine repair shop before, he subconsciously thought that it was the noise made by Zhao Mingyue's mecha advancement. He had felt Su Bai's star power level before, and it was only at the level of Sky 3 stars. It was impossible for him to break through to Stepping Star in the blink of an eye. Then the only explanation is Zhao Mingyue. Duan Han now looked a little excited. "I never thought that I could kill such a genius with my own hands. This can be considered a contribution to the Han Guang civilization. With the addition of a mysterious genius mechanic, even if the master blames me, the higher-ups should be able to protect me." Done! Duan Han stared at the Interstellar Machine repair shop with his pupils flashing continuously, his fists clenched, and he was obviously ready for battle. Boom! The impact dissipated. Su Bai then took away his right arm that was blocking his eyes. The airwave caused by the impact just now even caused some cracks to appear on his goggles. To be safe, he raised his hands to protect his eyes. As soon as he put down his right arm, the scene in front of him made Su Bai's mouth curl up wildly. In front of him, a red and black mecha armor stood. Compared to before, the outer armor on the mecha is now more sophisticated, and even if you touch it lightly with your hand, it will bounce back. This is an extreme display of toughness, with the outer armor's tension at full strength. And at this moment, the appearance of the mecha weapon has changed. It was about 2 meters high before. Now it has reached 3 meters. If it were placed in a mecha, it would naturally mean nothing, but this is a mecha weapon. While ensuring that the internal space remains unchanged, its height changes, which means that the amount of metal materials stacked inside increases exponentially. This is true. The mecha weapon that was supposed to weigh only 10 tons now weighs 100 tons, as shown on the instruments in the maintenance room. This weight is comparable to that of an ordinary sky mecha. What made Su Bai most satisfied was the location of the core power source of the mecha weapon. 5 azure balls of light were suspended at the core power source, with streams of energy flowing between them to form a network. Moreover, this energy net is still shrinking and expanding, beating like a heart. The key point is their material, not the light stone as Su Bai guessed. It is a higher level of Mangzhong. The 5 cores formed by the 5 grain in ear stars burn together. Chapter 28, its name is Chaos. Dual talent skills. It has actually been strengthened to the grain and ear stage. Su Bai was also a little surprised. It is not the case that the second level enhancement will necessarily advance the core power source of the mecha to the grain and ear stage. For example, Zhao Mingyue's Winter Swordsman. Her power source is still at the half Mangzhong and half light stone stage. And her Winter Sword Master only has 1 core power source. I use 5 of them myself. The gap between them cannot be easily explained by simple quantitative relationship. Maybe it was the special state before? The innate skills and talents resonated, causing enhanced mutations, causing the core power source to supernuclear. After thinking about it, Su Bai gave his own guess. This is also the only explanation why the effect I get is so much stronger than that of Zhao Mingyue and Xiao Mingyan, even though they both have the second level enhancement. To say that it is different because it is its own system is obviously impossible, because there is no difference in the first level enhancement. Okay, forget about that for now, let's just come up with a name. The suction force that can devour everything, combined with the talent of blending everything together, is called Chaos. A Chaos mech with everything possible. Su Bai quickly named his mecha Chaos. It seemed that at the moment the mecha was named, the eyes on its head flickered, but Su Bai, who was looking at Chaos, did not notice it. Let me try it. Finally owning his own mecha, Su Bai rubbed his hands. He had been patient for a long time and did not enter as soon as it was built. Now that both enhancements have been completed, Chaos has reached the level of 3 stars in the sky. He naturally doesn't need to endure it anymore. Take a step forward. It was almost as if Su Bai had merged with the Chaos. He was enveloped by the Chaos without any hindrance. Instantly, countless nerve connectors extended from the Chaos and touched Su Bai's body. There was a little pain when it was first touched, but it was nothing to sue by. Bang! Connection completed. Confirm sequence. Welcome, Sky Mecha Master, Subai. The neural connection was successful, and a mechanical sound rang in Subai's mind. He understood that this was the autonomy of the Chaos Mecha. Almost every mecha has its own autonomy, but the help they can provide is not great. The most they can do is disconnect the pain nerve link between the mecha pilot and the mecha before the mecha is severely damaged. Avoid feeling the overly realistic pain of being cut in half or having an arm broken. Just like what happened to Sun Hani's Hongyu before, if her neurons were still connected after being penetrated by nuclear rays, it would very likely cause her to go into shock and leave her with sequelae. The kind of pain is extremely unbearable. But this doesn't seem to be useful to Subai. His chaos is armed with mechas. It's a close-fitting mecha. If he really gets cut in half or his arms are broken, he won't be able to save himself. I was careless. Subai realized at this point that he only considered the use of his own abilities at the beginning and seemed to be lacking in safety. But it doesn't matter. If the mecha is really destroyed on the battlefield, the survival rate is less than 1%. As for the usual battles, why should I go to battle? I'm a mechanic, okay. That's right. Even after getting the mecha, Subai still had a very accurate understanding of his own positioning. He's a mechanic. He likes to drive mechas to fulfill his dream. At the same time, it is also for the purpose of having the power to protect oneself. But you want him to drive a mecha around looking for people to compete with? Isn't that a biscuit? Working hard to make money and improve your abilities. Isn't that great? Money is power, my friend, is particularly evident in Subai. As long as he has enough money, he can not only enter the legendary realm of truth. You can even build a truth-class fleet. He still knows what is important and what is not. Huh? What is this? Subai's exclamation came from the chaos. Then, Chaos' eyes instantly turned from azure to scarlet. Boom! A black light burst out from his body. The black light raged in the maintenance room, enveloping all the metal it touched. Soon, the black light touched another ball of nano-metal on the ground, and it quickly plundered it like a hunter finding its prey. After a moment, the black light dissipated, and a translucent beam cannon with a length of 5 meters and a diameter of 50 centimeters appeared in Chaos's hand. Buzz! The muzzle of the beam gun continuously absorbed the surrounding heat, causing the surrounding temperature to drop sharply. At the same time, through its translucent barrel, one could see that a mass of black material was constantly gathering at its core. Even if it was only a small mass, the power contained in it seemed able to easily destroy a starship. Talented skill. Dark Energy Beam Cannon. Hiss, after personally confirming his own innate skills, Subai eliminated the beam cannon in his hand. He didn't dare to use this kind of power easily here. I didn't expect it to be a Dark Energy Beam Cannon. The force that is completely opposite to gravity can actually blend with all things. At this moment, Subai became curious about the talent of blending with all things. It seems that the true power of this talent is far stronger than I thought. Dark energy can produce a repulsive force opposite to gravity and was once believed to be the cause of the expansion of the universe. Such energy can actually be controlled by mecha. Even if it is just pseudo-dark energy or a little bit of it, it is terrifying enough. Not only that, after the beam cannon in Subai's hand disappeared, he waved his right hand. A scarlet sword suddenly appeared in his hand. If the previous dark energy beam cannon had the terrifying repulsive force that could repel everything, this scarlet sword possesses a completely opposite gravitational force. Innate skill, sword of attraction. It has a strong pulling force that attracts all surrounding metal materials. This means that as long as they are within the range of the sword of attraction, any mecha, starship, material with metal elements, or life will automatically collide with its blade. To put it simply, it means that you can kill someone while standing. I didn't expect that he actually awakened dual talent skills. Does that mean? After confirming that his chaos had awakened dual talent skills, Subai came up with a bold idea. Perhaps, every time I strengthen myself, a new talent skill will be born. Not only for me, maybe we'll work on other mechas as well? Once this thought arose, it continued to erode Subai's mind like locusts. He really wants to try it now to see if it works. Unfortunately, I probably can't try it for now. There are 2 ways to conduct the test. One is to strengthen the mechas that have been strengthened before, but the 3 mechas that have been strengthened before are still far from being able to be strengthened again. Another way is to find a machine with a talent skill and try it out. Chapter 29, All Permissions Unlocked. Interstellar Logistics. Keeping this in mind, Subai moved Chaos' wrist and nodded with satisfaction after confirming that it was identical to his own. Not bad. However, this characteristic and expertise seems a bit useless. Chaos' special expertise is indeed somewhat unremarkable compared to Xiao Mingyin's instant step and Zhao Mingyue's energy control. Features and expertise. Celestial Pupil. After use, you can have extremely strong dynamic vision within a specific period of time and have the ability to see through the opponent's flaws. If this were a skill possessed by an ordinary mecha master, it could be considered a divine skill. But for mechanics, they're the group of people who know mechas best, and they can roughly determine where the weaknesses of the opponent's mecha are just by looking at it. At best, it is only somewhat effective when facing star beasts. I'm a little greedy. Subai also laughed at himself. He already possessed 2 terrifying innate skills, as well as a power source and armor that surpassed ordinary star-walking mechas. He is indeed a bit greedy to want stronger features and expertise. Overall, he was very satisfied with the harvest this time. More importantly, as chaos takes shape, the system prompts as expected. Ding! The host has successfully built a mecha of his own. Mission time: 2 days. Current reward: full control of the Interstellar Machine Repair Shop. Hungtian-level defense barrier. The moment the mechanical sound fell, all the lights in the maintenance room suddenly lit up. At the same time, a lively female voice came from the center console. Congratulations to the store owner Subai for gaining full control of the store. Now activating the virtual construction warehouse and store expansion permissions. Inspection found that the supplies in our store are seriously insufficient. We are now opening a special purchase channel for Interstellar Logistics. Please check. Subai took a moment to sort out the series of prompts and was a little confused. Virtual construction warehouse? The time inside the virtual construction warehouse is different from that in the outside world. The speed of time is determined by the level. With the current level of the host store, you can use a level 1 virtual construction warehouse, and the time flow rate is 1 to 3. As soon as Subai asked the question, the central control gave an answer. The host can practice mechanical repairs in the virtual construction chamber and build a host-less mecha. While Subai was surprised by the opponent's intelligence, what surprised him even more was this virtual construction warehouse. An exclusive space where you can practice mechanical repair techniques, and the time flow rate is 1/3 of that in the outside world. Does this mean that while I have been in the virtual construction chamber for 3 days, only 1 day has actually passed in the outside world? In this way, I can become a master of time management. Now I have the initial ability to build a mecha. Then, using the virtual construction warehouse to build a mecha for the exclusive Interstellar Repair Shop, and then selling it seems to make more money. After figuring this out, Subai's eyes were filled with light, and he really wanted to try it out in practice right now. But in the end, I held back. The expansion right is easy to understand. It means that I didn't have the qualifications to expand the mechanic shop before. The expansion right means exactly what it says. You can expand the floor space of the Interstellar Mechanic Repair Shop, but this should be possible without any authority, right? That's right. The shop owner, who didn't get all the rights of the Star Machine shop before, was just a worker. He couldn't decide whether the shop should expand. Even if he expanded blindly, he wouldn't get support. After hearing the explanation from the control center, Subai finally understood. As for expansion, he could do so, but he couldn't have the advanced equipment and cutting-edge defenses like the Interstellar Machine Repair Shop, and his building was an illegal one. Of course, there is no rush to expand now, right? He looked at the 10 maintenance rooms and thought for a moment before deciding not to expand for the time being. With his ability, he can currently perform 10 thread operations simultaneously, but if there are more, it will be a bit strenuous and will affect the accuracy and quality. Let's talk about it after our strength improves. Soon, Subai focused on what he was most interested in besides the virtual construction warehouse: the Interstellar Logistics Purchasing Channel. What is the exclusive purchasing channel of Interstellar Logistics? Subai really wanted to know. This exclusive purchasing channel was different from what he thought. The Interstellar Logistics Purchasing Channel is a shopping channel exclusively for Interstellar Machine Repair Shops. You can purchase the metal materials, core materials, etc. needed by Interstellar Machine Repair Shops through the Interstellar Network. No matter how far apart they are, they can be delivered within 1 day, and the price is 20% off the market price. Sure enough, after receiving a positive answer, Subai couldn't help but clench his fist and wave it vigorously. The joy on his face could not be suppressed at all. This time, in order to build chaos, he owed Zhao Mingyue a favor. The reason is that he is a machine repair shop manager. but he does not have his own shopping channel. Now with the full opening of the Interstellar Mechanic Shop's permissions, this problem has finally been solved. In the future, he can purchase any materials he needs directly on the Star Network. The most important thing is, Zhongkong said that it is all metal materials and core materials. No matter how far a distance is, it can be reached within one day, which means that as long as he has enough star coins, he can obtain countless scarce materials. Although the quality of mecha can be improved through interstellar enhancement, but it is inevitable that some special maintenance will require special materials. You can't use interstellar reinforcement for even some minor damage, right? He can accept that, but the customers cannot. Before, Subai was not interested in all the rights of this interstellar machine repair shop. Now it seems that I am just looking at the world from a narrow perspective. The reward for this mission is not even inferior to the talent he has obtained. At least it has reached the extreme at the level of a machine repair shop. Subai was very satisfied with this. At the same time, a golden light burst out from the bottom of his feet and then spread to the entire interstellar repair shop like a spider web. Boom! A violent tremor swept through the entire interstellar machine repair shop. Zhao Mingyue, who was in the hall, was shocked. What happened? It's just building a mecha. Why is it so scary? Zhao Mingyue had become numb after the successive shocks. I was so shocked that I couldn't move. In her opinion, everything Subai had done had completely exceeded her understanding. Whether it is combat mecha armed, there are still big movements one after another. Even now, the golden lines on the ground made her feel even more terrified than when she faced her father. Are you kidding me? Her father is Zhao Tianming, the top mecha master of Meteorite. Isn't the level above him Hengtian level? This golden pattern has the power of Hengtian level? Zhao Mingyue. No, my scalp is so itchy it feels like it's going to grow a brain. Swish! While Zhao Mingyue was racking her brains, golden lines had already covered the entire interstellar repair shop. Then a terrifying aura erupted, making it difficult to move. Fortunately, it only took a moment for the aura to completely dissipate, as if everything before was just a dream. Only the white, slightly painful palms reminded Zhao Mingyue that this was not a dream. Just now, she really felt the power of Hengtian level. Chapter 30, Can You Show Me? Such a change happened in the Star Machine repair shop. The strange thing is that the outside world is peaceful. Unlike the commotion Subai had caused before, the construction of the Hengtian level defensive barrier this time did not cause any ripples outside. The customers at the door who were waiting for Subai to open their shop were now taking out their cell phones in twos and threes. Some teams entered the Mecha Canyon. Some started watching live broadcasts. Even Duan Han, who had been keeping an eye on the interstellar machine repair shop, didn't notice anything wrong. Still concentrating on observing the situation in the repair shop. This kid is really outrageous. Does it take so long? Aren't you afraid that people can't stand it? It has been 6 or 7 hours since Zhao Mingyue entered the interstellar mechanic repair shop. It doesn't seem right for a man and a woman to be in the same room for so long. They are such beasts. Killing this couple is like getting rid of harm to the people. As a single man, Duan Han didn't expect that he would be fed a mouthful of dog food just by following. He would never say that he envied Subai's endurance. But with every second that passed, his murderous intent grew stronger. In the machine repair shop, Subai came to the wall of the maintenance room and touched it. The feeling was no different from before. Is this the defensive barrier? It doesn't feel like there is any difference. Subai felt a little strange. If the terrifying power had not dissipated a little bit, he would have suspected that he was fooled by the system. As if sensing Subai's doubts, the central control system issued another reminder. The Interstellar Machine Repair Shop has deployed a Hengtian-level defense barrier. Please rest assured, shop owner. Subai. He had the right to doubt what the central control said. Bang! At this moment, a faint golden light burst out from his palm, and the same aura as before escaped, scaring Subai so much that he quickly retracted his right hand. Now, the owner should believe it. Subai didn't know if it was an illusion, but he actually felt that there was a hint of anger in the tone of the central control. I could only smile awkwardly. Ha ha ha, just kidding. I trust you to do the job. Central control. Okay, let me see what's going on with the interstellar network. Subai was interrupted by the defensive barrier just now and had no time to check the interstellar network. Just let the central control turn it on. Swish. As soon as Subai finished speaking, a light curtain suddenly rose in front of him, and on it, a dazzling array of various metal materials and core materials were listed. His eyes widened with excitement. Kryptonite, helium stone, grain and ear, and even star Burma stone? Subai was a little surprised when he saw a completely black, irregular stone on the first row of core power source materials. Star Burma stone, above grain and ear, is a high-energy material generally used as the core power source of star meteorite-class mechas. Its rarity is the same as that of the star Mecha Master. If you want to buy a piece of star Burma stone in the Blue Star Alliance, first you have to prove that you have the qualifications of a 4-star mechanic or above, and you must also produce a letter of authorization from a Mecha Master to build a mecha or upgrade it. This is to prevent some people from maliciously purchasing star Burmese stone for profit. The Falling Star Mecha Master is an absolutely powerful figure in the entire Blue Star Alliance. It is also a mainstay in the Interstellar Alliance. Above it is Hengtian. Hengtian is the ceiling of the Blue Star Alliance. As for those existences above Hengtian, they have long entered the deep space and are all legendary existences. Materials of that level can only be obtained in deep space. I really didn't expect that interstellar logistics would be so powerful. Star Burma stone can be discounted by 20%. Seeing the price of Star Burma stone, Subai couldn't help but be tempted. I really want to just use interstellar logistics to buy Star Burma stone and then sell it. Even if there are only 2 levels of profit, it is enough for him to make a fortune. It's enough to give someone 100 interstellar enhancements, a profit of 2 billion star coins. They actually use this to test the cadres. Subai's eyes turned red, and he took deep breaths to calm himself down. There was no way he had to stay calm if he really did that. The Interstellar Alliance will definitely target us. Where will we get the Star Burma stone then? How is he going to explain? Can't explain? Okay. Tears behind bars. Is that clear? Okay. Institute. No matter what you do, the result is loss of freedom. At least not now. I'm still too weak. After Subai calmed down, he shifted his gaze away and began to scan the metal material below. Sure enough, there are a lot of nanometals here. It's a pity to buy them casually. Do you have vibranium, phantom gold, and demon gold? Not bad, not bad. Now we can consider building mechas for auction from time to time. After browsing the interstellar network, Subai's mouth was almost grinning from ear to ear. On the current interstellar network, he can buy almost all materials under Hengtian. In other words, as long as his mechanic ability is improved, he can directly build the meteorite mech for auction without interstellar enhancement. Okay, today is a really good day. Subai was in a very happy mood. After checking the time, he left the maintenance room. In the hall, Zhao Mingyue heard the sound of the maintenance room door opening. He hurriedly came in front of Subai. This action almost made Subai slap her. Fortunately, after seeing clearly that the person coming was Zhao Mingyue, he quickly withdrew his outstretched hand. Zhao Mingyue. Subai. Zhao Mingyue took 2 steps back quietly, feeling a little scared. Boss Su, did you want to beat me up just now? Subai laughed. No, you think too much. He was so engrossed and surprised just now that he forgot that Zhao Mingyue was still waiting for him in the hall. Fortunately, I reacted quickly, otherwise this cute face would have been lost after this slap. Fortunately, Zhao Mingyue wasn't the kind of person who would haggle over small details, and she was the one who was too abrupt in the first place. Can I take a look at that? What? Looking at Zhao Mingyue's expectant eyes, Subai didn't react for a moment. It's that one. Zhao Mingyue was too excited to explain clearly. She just pointed at Subai's right hand, which was placed beside his leg. Subai. Facing Zhao Mingyue's gaze, Subai looked at his legs. Isn't it bad? Subai looked at Zhao Mingyue. She was indeed pretty and had a good personality. But this is too fast and doesn't fit his personality. Zhao Mingyue. Didn't you promise to show me the mecha weapon? Are you going to go back on your word? Zhao Mingyue was now completely focused on the mecha weapon and did not hear the underlying meaning of Subai's words. Subai, so that's what it is. No problem, no problem. Chapter 31, you'll never guess what you missed. Subai quickly changed the subject as he had just made a mistake. Don't you just want to see chaos? Since he had promised it anyway, he directly extended his hand towards the star ring. Swish! Different from the way ordinary mechas appeared, the moment Subai touched the star ring. A white light instantly enveloped him. He leaned back slightly and instantly merged into the chaos. This was specially designed by him to save him time in entering the mecha. In his opinion, this will make it easier to deal with emergencies. Ordinary mechas cannot do this as they require a certain amount of time to board. With the Hengtian level protective barrier, there is no need to worry about the hull being damaged even if the chaos is very heavy. The white light dissipated, revealing a suit of black and red armor. Blue light shone through the mighty head armor, and Chaos lowered his head slightly to look at Zhao Mingyue. Zhao Mingyue looked up and saw the 3-meter-high Chaos. She was so excited that she couldn't express it in words. In her opinion, Chaos is simply a work of art, second only to her own Winter Swordsman. There is no way. In her heart, her own children are always the most beautiful. No matter how natural and amazing Chaos is, he cannot compare to her Winter Swordsman. But apart from the Winter Swordsman, she is willing to call him the strongest. Chaos has almost the same proportions as humans, which makes him look less rigid than ordinary mechas, but he emanates power. Zhao Mingyue realized that this small body contained power that was no less than that of an ordinary mecha. At least in terms of strength, his Winter Sword Master is far inferior to the other party. I didn't expect that, Boss Su. You are actually a Mecha Master. After not seeing Zhou Yunzheng, Zhao Mingyue guessed that the other party was driving the Chaos. Is this the mecha weapon? There's no need to board the plane. Can it be equipped directly? That's really convenient, Boss Su. What's the name of your mecha? Zhao Mingyue kept asking questions like a string of cannonballs. Chaos. Su Bai's magnetic voice came directly from Chaos' mouth, making Zhao Mingyue stunned again. No. Is this your original voice, Boss Su? Why? Can you keep your own voice in the mecha? Zhao Mingyue was very puzzled. Generally speaking, communication is possible while driving a mecha, but there will inevitably be mechanical sounds mixed in. This is also the most dissatisfied point for many female mecha masters. Even though their voices are as beautiful as heavenly sounds, they are hard to describe after being transmitted through the mecha, especially for someone like Xiao Mingyan who is extremely confident in her voice. This is a thorn in her heart. If Xiao Mingyan knew that Su Bai could make his original voice through the mecha, that girl might go crazy. Although not as crazy as Xiao Mingyan, Zhao Mingyue also cares about it. He stared at Hundun, hoping that Su Bai could give him an explanation. Well, it should be the size of the mecha and the degree of fit of the structure. Su Bai gave this answer after thinking for a moment in Chaos. Chaos uses a bionic skeleton, and the sound amplifier itself is very close to the mouth, so it can perfectly restore the voice while amplifying the sound. If it were a normal mecha, it wouldn't be able to do this. After all, the microphone and speaker don't account for a large proportion of the mecha, and if they are disturbed by the electric current, they will inevitably change. After hearing Su Bai's explanation, Zhao Mingyue suddenly realized something, but also felt a little disappointed. She understood the truth, but she thought Su Bai had done some special transformation on Chaos in order to keep its original sound. I didn't expect it was because of the distance. If this is the reason, then there is really no solution. Ordinary mechas will never be able to do what mecha-armed machines can do. What a pity. Putting down the question in her voice, Zhao Mingyue circled around Chaos twice more, and after studying it carefully, she was satisfied. Thank you, Boss Su. I'm the second person in the world to see a combat mecha. I am honored. She didn't ask Su Bai whether he could continue to build mecha weapons. She already has the Winter Sword Master. And even if Chaos is right in front of her now, she doesn't think Su Bai can replicate a mecha weapon that suits him. Everyone's talents are different. It is true that Chaos is very powerful, but its size does have limitations. Just by comparison, Zhao Mingyue can tell that even if the materials used are the same, Chaos's power is not as good as that of the General Sky mecha of the same level. Sacrificing strength for appearance is not in line with the purpose of their mecha masters. As for why Su Bai chose Mecha Armament, Zhao Mingyue thought about it and concluded that the other party was a talented mechanic with unlimited potential. The mecha was just an embellishment to him, so he didn't need to care too much about its combat power. Her deduction was almost correct, except for one thing. That is, the reason why Su Bai chose mecha weapons was because of his talent. Others think that the power of Chaos is insufficient. That's because they don't have the blessing of the fusion of all things. With the blessing of the fusion of all things, Su Bai can instantly burst out power far beyond that of ordinary mechas. At this time, the high mobility of Chaos can provide him with countless tactical changes. It can be said that Su Bai is the only one in the world who is qualified to use mecha weapons. No one else can do it. Okay, thank you, Boss Su, for fulfilling my little wish. I will come again. If you need anything else, please let me know. Zhao Mingyue had waited here for several hours just to see the mecha weapons with her own eyes. Her wish had been fulfilled, and as it was getting late, she could not stay any longer. Su Bai smiled when he heard this. Chaos was successfully built thanks to your help. Zhao Mingyue shook her head. What I gave Boss Su was just ordinary nano metal and kryptonite. Boss Su's skills are so amazing that he can build such a powerful mecha. These words came from the heart. She didn't know how to describe Su Bai's terror. I don't know whether to say it is turning waste into treasure or turning stone into gold. It's simply amazing. Although some shadows of nanometal could still be vaguely seen in the chaos in front of him, its strength was simply incomparable. At least several times stronger. Not to mention the core. Although no one knows what the core power source of chaos is, Zhao Mingyue can judge that it is definitely not comparable to kryptonite. The more she saw of Su Bai's mechanical repair skills, the more determined she became to continue her advancement and repair work with Su Bai. Now, even if she was asked to choose from other star-level mechanics, she would choose Su Bai without hesitation. Even though Su Bai's maintenance costs seem very expensive, after actually experiencing it you will find that it is really reasonable. Just as Zhao Mingyue was about to leave the mecha store, her Douyin message suddenly rang. She looks like a goddess. Airport, where are you? I've been looking for you at school all day, but couldn't find you. Unexpectedly, it was sent by Xiao Mingyan. Seeing the familiar name, Zhao Mingyue narrowed her eyes and waved her fingers mischievously. Sword Master of the Generation. Of course I'm here with Boss Su, Shorty. You'll never guess what you've missed. Chapter 32. The Final Move. Valkyrie Upgrade. After sending this message, Zhao Mingyue turned off her phone without waiting for Xiao Mingyan's reply. Xiao Mingyan, who had just finished meditation and practice, looked at her phone with her mouth slightly opened, her eyes full of disbelief. This airport. They actually ran away. What did I miss? Could it be that Boss Su has launched some new activities? That shouldn't be the case. He didn't tremble in his circle of friends. Just because of Zhao Mingyue's casual words, Xiao Mingyan's good mood for the day was ruined. She wanted to rush to the Interstellar mechanic shop right now to see what was going on. After just a glance at the sky, Xiao Mingyan gave up the idea and continued to send messages to Zhao Mingyue. She's like a queen. What's going on? Explain it to me clearly. Hey. Reply to the message. Are you crazy? You're such a jerk. You really need to wash yourself. Do you know how disgusting it is to say half of the sentence? However, no matter how she sent the message, Zhao Mingyue did not reply to her. This made Xiao Mingyan so angry that her teeth itched. Oh, if you don't tell me, I'll ask Boss Su myself. Finally, Xiao Mingyan thought of a solution and went directly to ask Su Bai. She's like a queen. Boss Su, are you there? I heard that Zhao Mingyue came to see you today. Is there something wrong with her? Su Bai looked at Zhao Mingyue in front of him, then looked at the Douyin message sent by Xiao Mingyan, feeling a little confused. I replied to her directly. Nothing. She just helped me a lot. Xiao Mingyan. When she saw Su Bai's reply, she froze in place as if struck by lightning. After a while, a mournful cry was heard. Ugh, airport. I will never forgive you. Almost instantly, Xiao Mingyan thought of how Zhao Mingyue seemed to be frantically purchasing nanometals yesterday. Originally, she just thought it was a little weird, but now she finally understood what Zhao Mingyue wanted these nanometals for. I didn't expect it. The airport guy, who usually looks straightforward, is actually so scheming. In the final analysis, it was all because of my carelessness. Didn't I miss a chance to gain favor? Xiao Mingyan even felt a little regretful now. She shouldn't have just told Zhao Mingyue that Su Bai's mechanic shop was amazing, but she should have accompanied her there in person. This way, you might be the one to gain favor. No, wait for me at the airport. Wait until I master this move. I will beat you to a pulp. Xiao Mingyan clenched her white fists, gritted her teeth, and wished she could eat Zhao Mingyue alive. She did not ask Su Bai specifically what he wanted the nanometal to do. After all, in her opinion, with Su Bai's skills, the metal material would most likely be used for repairs or something. In the Interstellar Machine repair shop, Zhao Mingyue showed a satisfied smile. It was Xiao Mingyan who always made her angry. That scheming little dwarf finally got his comeuppance. This joy was almost like witnessing the mecha arming with my own eyes. Today is such a good day, Zhao Mingyue said happily, waving her hand and preparing to say goodbye to Su Bai. Boss Su, goodbye. However, just as her right foot stepped through the door of the Interstellar Mechanic repair shop, a man in a black robe stood in front of her. This immediately caused great dissatisfaction among the people still queuing at the back. Hey, what are you doing? Will you please get in line? How long have we been waiting? Isn't it inappropriate for you to cut in line like this? That's right. Go line up in the back, or we won't be polite. Duan Han sneered when he heard this, and said in an extremely cold tone, Shut up. Boom. At the same time, burst out your own star power. The power of the star-walking Mecha Master is fully displayed at this moment. The terrifying star power enveloped the people queuing at the back, making them lose their ability to move instantly. Since this star power was directed at them, those who bore the brunt of it were directly crushed by this tremendous star power. The strongest among them is only a 3-star Earth Mecha Master. How can he resist the power of a star-stepping master? Plop! The sounds of falling to the ground rang out one after another. At this moment, Zhao Mingyue's expression changed as well, and she went straight into combat readiness. She lightly touched her star ring with her right hand, ready to release the Winter Swordsman to fight at any time. Duan Han didn't really care about this scene. You can try to see whether you release the mecha faster or my electronic cannon faster. At this moment, a gun that was completely black with a barrel of about 20 centimeters, flashing blue light inside the barrel and making a crackling sound of electric arcs was already in front of Zhao Mingyue. Electronic cannon? Are you from the Hongguan alien? Zhao Mingyue, who was born in a special family, did not lose her composure even when the gun was pointed at her. He guessed the man's identity immediately. The only people who still use this weapon from the old era are the Hongguan aliens. The power of the electronic cannon is not too great, but at such a close distance, even the star-walking Mecha Master will not be able to escape harm. So what? You and the mechanic inside will go to hell soon. As he spoke, his face became ferocious, and his index finger with sharp nails directly pulled the trigger of the electromagnetic cannon. Zhao Mingyue knew that she was doomed. In such a short time, she could not take any measures to save herself. Moreover, her life-saving items might not be useful under attacks from the old times. Oh, I didn't expect. Before she died, she looked back. Suddenly the pupils contracted. Swish! At this moment, Su Bai had already come behind him and pulled him directly into the Interstellar Mechanic Repair Shop. Bang! At the same time, the electron cannon has been fired. A red electric arc beam as long as an arm shot towards Zhao Mingyue, and the crackling sound of the electric arc was like a death-taking flute. Duan Han's mouth corners had already been raised high. Today, he can personally put an end to the strongest genius of Blue Star's generation, a monster who broke through to the level of a star-walking Mecha Master at a young age. Now he has begun to imagine what kind of reward he will get after returning. Boom! With a loud bang, the electronic cannon suddenly bombarded the Interstellar Machine Repair Shop. However, until you see clearly the scene in front of you, Duan Han smila suddenly froze. The imagined scene of Zhao Mingyue's fall did not happen. Zhao Mingyue, who was still frightened at the moment, looked at Su Bai, who was slightly raising his eyebrows beside her with a dull face. Boss Su this. Soon she reacted. This is the golden pattern that I saw before, the Hengtian-level defensive barrier. It turned out that I was not wrong. There actually is Hengtian-level power in the Interstellar Mechanic Repair Shop. This Boss Su is truly unfathomable. You know, looking at the entire Blue Star Alliance, or even the Interstellar Alliance, there are not many places that have Hengtian-level defense means. Or it could be an interstellar fortress guarded by the Hengtian Mecha Division. Or maybe it's an experimental base with a powerful mechanic. And now, this ordinary shop. No, it can't be called ordinary. This mysterious machine repair shop actually has such a defensive power? Chapter 33. The Strange Duan Han, the fleet's exclusive mecha? If Zhao Mingyue was surprised, Duan Han, whose robe was blown away, was horrified. He was the person who felt the horror of the defensive barrier most intuitively. At this moment, beads of sweat the size of beans kept dripping from his face, which was pale and somewhat distorted due to radiation. His chest kept rising and falling, trying to escape from the previous feeling of terror. Zhao Mingyue saw the other person's appearance and reacted instantly. She hurriedly told Su Bai, "There's something wrong with this cold light star. He should be a cyborg. The people of the cold light star cannot use star power." That's right, although she felt a little uncomfortable because she was facing a life and death crisis before, she didn't think about it too much. Now that I really saw the other party's appearance, combined with the electronic cannon used by the other party, I immediately discovered the clue. This is a cold alien who can use star power. To be more precise, he is a cyborg who has been combined with a star power core. This kind of inhumane practice is strictly prohibited in the entire Interstellar Alliance. Is the Hongguang star crazy? Zhao Mingyue immediately realized the seriousness of the problem and hurriedly turned on her mobile phone to find the emergency communication option. Duan Han had also recovered from the residual power of the Hengtian-level defensive barrier at this moment. Looking at Su Bai in front of him, his face was ferocious. "Who are you?" He really couldn't understand how such a small sea of clouds could produce such a level of power. The identity of the young man in front of me is probably not simple. At this moment, he was struggling in his heart. He thought that using the Hengtian level power would definitely require huge energy. In a short period of time, Su Bai would definitely not be able to activate it for a second time. If he entered the Interstellar Mechanic Repair Shop now, he would definitely be able to kill him, but he was also a little hesitant. Now he had missed the opportunity. Even if he could really kill Su Bai, he would definitely be brought to justice by the law enforcement team that arrived. No matter what, for the sake of my lord's cause, I must kill him today. Finally, Duan Han made a decision. He stretched out his pale and withered right arm and lightly touched the star ring with skull patterns on it. A gloomy purple light suddenly burst out. Then, a huge mecha, hunched over almost to the ground, covered with bone armor, with a face like a rotten monster and a faint purple aura emanating from its entire body, stood directly at the door of the Interstellar Repair Shop. What is this? The customers lying on the ground were all shocked when they saw the mecha. Duan Han's attack was blocked before, but they didn't see the reason clearly. Now that Duan Han has entered the mecha, the star power in their bodies has been recovered, so they can look up and see the scene clearly. But this only added to the fear in their hearts. I have never seen such a weird mecha. The purple aura emitted by this mecha makes me feel very uncomfortable. No, can this really still be considered a mecha? The mecha before them was beyond their understanding. A closer look revealed that it did not have that metallic texture, but rather white bones. Moreover, the hunch shape does not conform to the mainstream skeleton design of mecha. Even armed mechas rarely have such special ones. Even the King Cobra mentioned earlier had its upper body arched, but the overall position remained upright. The current one is almost touching the ground. Not only did they fail to recognize it, even Zhao Mingyue was a little skeptical. What on earth happened to the cold light star? This shouldn't be considered a mecha. As she said that, she looked at Su Bai standing beside her. He was a powerful mechanic and might be able to recognize the true appearance of this mecha. Unfortunately, Su Bai was also a little surprised at this moment. He really didn't recognize the mecha in front of him, but he could see the shadow of some kind of mecha in it. Universal Star-Stepping Mecha? Field Tiger? Chang'e? Boss Su, you said this is a Chang'e? The problem is that it doesn't look like one at all. Zhao Mingyue seemed a little surprised when she heard the name Chang'e. And Chang'e are usually war mechas equipped by the Interstellar Fleet. Ordinary people don't have any channels to get them. Her astonishment came from this. If the mecha in front of her was really a tiger, that's a serious problem. This means that there is a traitor in the Blue Star Alliance. The other party even has the ability to obtain fleet-exclusive mechas, like the Field Tiger. Zhao Mingyue felt very disappointed at this moment. This was not just a problem of a modified person from Hongwan Star. There might be a bigger conspiracy behind it. While she was thinking, Duan Han had already driven the Chang'e towards the Star Machine Repair Shop. He swung the titanium sword in his hand directly, and the strange purple air on it swept madly towards the vibranium on the wall of the machine repair shop, trying to corrode it. The hunched body was twisted at this moment, and the titanium sword in his hand swept towards the door of the machine repair shop. When it was about to touch the wall at the door, the joints twisted 90 degrees in an inhuman way. It went straight towards Zhao Mingyue and Su Bai in the Interstellar Mechanic Repair Shop. Bah! Flashing golden light. The Chang'e driven by Duan Han flew out backwards. The terrifying reaction force directly made the mecha's ferocious right arm become empty, and the entire mecha flew backwards. The customers on the ground saw the huge monster about to fall and fled in panic. Boom! The Chang'e landed, and the body weighing hundreds of tons instantly left a big hole on the ground. Duan Han, who was in the mecha, was completely confused at this moment. The huge force just now caused him to fall off his horse, and his internal organs were severely damaged by the vibration. Cough, cough, he coughed out a mouthful of green blood pressure and looked towards the Interstellar Machine Shop with a look of despair. It's impossible that this level of energy can be used continuously. Ha! How is that possible? His eyes were red and bloodshot, and he forced Chang'e to stand up. A crazy voice came out of him. You won't come out, right? Then I will raise this area to the ground today. As soon as he finished speaking, purple energy burst out from his body, sweeping around. The moment the purple air touched the ground, it corroded the ground like a termite, leaving huge pits. He is ready to fight to the death. He wants to drag these people to be buried with him. Zhao Mingyue looked at Duan Han, who had fallen into madness. and clenched her hands so tightly that bruises appeared on her hands due to excessive force. He gritted his teeth and took one final step forward. Stop! In her opinion, Duan Han was coming for her, and she couldn't just watch him hurt innocent people, especially since most of these people were candidates for this year's exams. They were the hope of the Blue Star Alliance and the future of China. However, just as she was about to die heroically, a hand was placed on her shoulder. Su Bai's magnetic voice sounded. Let me do it. Chapter 34. The Sword of Attraction. A sword breaks the air. Boss Su Zhao Mingyue was about to stop him when she heard Su Bai's words. Unfortunately, Su Bai had already taken a step forward with a cold light flashing in his eyes. He was indeed really angry. What Duan Han did had touched Su Bai's bottom line. Originally, the other party came for the Interstellar machine repair shop, and Su Bai was not going to let him go back. What's more, he is now going to attack his own customers. He also made a mess in front of his own repair shop. If this matter gets out, will anyone dare to come to him for advancement and repairs in the future? Destroying someone's financial resources is like killing his parents. What's more, the revenue from the machine repair shop is the source of Su Bai's strength. This cold period will definitely lead to death. Seeing Su Bai's expression, Zhao Mingyue couldn't help but shrink her head. She didn't dare to persuade him anymore. I just feel a little warm in my heart. I didn't expect that Boss Su is such a hero who takes the lead, has a sense of justice, and is willing to sacrifice his life for the future of China. In her eyes, Su Bai now has his own filter, and she even has an inexplicable feeling for him. Even a heroine like Zhao Mingyue can't help but imagine the scene of a hero saving a beautiful girl. Her lover drives a peerless mecha, steps on the vast starry sky, saves herself from danger, and saves all living things. Su Bai naturally didn't know that Zhao Mingyue had added so much drama to him. To be honest, he's not that great. He only takes action because he is sure. If he really encounters an irresistible powerful enemy, what choice he will make will only be clear at that time. The moment Su Bai stepped out of the mecha shop, a red light flashed in Duan Han's eyes, and the one-armed field tiger rushed straight toward Su Bai, with the strange purple air entwined behind him again. Duan Han sneered. How naive. The lives of these ants are not as precious as yours. He was happy at the moment. If he and those customers were to perish together, it would definitely not be worth it for Duan Han. He mainly wanted to use these people to force Su Bai out, but he was not sure. Fortunately, Su Bai really came out. This time, he used all his strength. The remaining left arm clenched hard from the bone armor behind him. In an instant, a bone sickle appeared in his left hand. Almost at the moment the bone sickle appeared, the purple gas behind him instantly covered it. The purple gas that could even corrode metal, and the ground did not cause any damage when it touched the bone sickle. Instead, he directly merged into it and transformed into the phantom of a tiger. Innate skill. Purple tiger scythe. Roar! The tiger's shadow roared, carrying tremendous power and the force of thunder, and rushed straight toward Su Bai. Boom! A loud bang. Duan Han stopped walking in the air as smoke filled the air. He looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. This is worth it. He knew that after making such a big fuss, he would definitely not be able to escape. But before dying, he was able to kill Su Bai. He has made a great contribution. Oh, what's it worth? A magnetic voice interrupted his smile. Duan Han couldn't confidently drive Field Tiger to turn around. In front of him, a mecha with red and black colors appeared out of nowhere, looking deep and majestic. Mecha armor? When Duan Han saw chaos clearly, he was stunned at first, and then he said with disdain, I thought it was something else, but it just relied on the flexibility of the mecha armor to dodge the attack. But what can you do to me, little thing? In Duan Han's opinion, the mecha in front of him, which was only 3 meters high and not even as big as his head, could not cause any waves at all. At most, it is fast, but a little more troublesome to handle. As long as I aim well, I can kill him with one shot. Really? However, what responded to him was Su Bai's cold voice. Soon, Duan Han discovered the blue light flashing in Chaos eyes and the terrifying energy fluctuations. It made him shudder. At this moment, the information about Changhu also came into Su Bai's sight. Mutated skeletal organism, the rotten tiger. Body length, 31 meters. Body weight, 500 tons. Engine power, 15 million. Thrust, 500 million. The original Mecha Field Tiger was formed by transforming the mecha skeleton through special energy and enhancing the corrosive power. The weakness is where the upper and lower limbs meet the lumbar spine. This mutant mecha, which almost no one has ever seen, can be clearly seen through its special features and the effect of the heavenly pupil. This is different from the method of retrieving the database to obtain mecha information. Tiantong is more like a giant retriever that is directly connected to the entire starry sky. Any mecha that is manufactured, even if it is not in the Star Alliance's database, can be identified by Tiantong as long as it can be traced. Before, Subai thought that Tiantong's special feature was a bit useless. I didn't expect to use it so soon. Rotten Tiger? Subai asked softly. However, this sentence made Duan Han hear like thunder. The one who was about to launch another attack could not help but stop and looked at Subai in surprise. How do you know Fu Hu's name? This is the mecha created by our Lord. Even the Blue Star Alliance cannot obtain any information about it. Who are you? Are you also a member of the organization? Duan Han now has doubts about Subai's identity and suspects that he might be one of his own. After all, if you are not a member of their organization, it is absolutely impossible to know the name Fu Hu. Doesn't that mean that the flood has washed away the Dragon King Temple? If he really killed the evil mechanic secretly trained by the organization, the result would be obvious. Just as Duan Han froze, Subai's emotionless voice came out. The one who killed you. At the same time, in his hand, a pitch-black sword with a faint metallic luster stood in the air. The moment the giant sword appeared, all the metal materials around it seemed to lose control and rush towards the giant sword. Those customer cell phones, Fu Hu's broken right arm, and the shattered titanium giant sword powder. As the metal material gathered, the black sword, which was originally only 10 meters long, began to expand. Above the sky, clouds and mist surrounded it. Like an inverted tornado, above the ground, debris flew into the air, as if it had lost gravity. Rice! 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 It was not until its body reached 40 meters that Duan Han discovered with horror that his rotten tiger had lost control. Keep running towards the direction of the sword. Innate skill. Sort of attraction. No. Impossible. You can't do this. Duan Han was completely frightened by Subai's methods at this moment. Whether it was the previous Hungtian level defense formation or the mecha weapons that avoided his fatal attack, he can easily recognize the corrupted tiger mecha he is driving. And now, this 40-meter-long sword that can break through the air wherever the sword points, the gate of the sky will open. Endless regret welled up in my heart. Duan Han was wondering why he was so blinded by greed and why he didn't obey his master's orders to provoke such an evil star. But it was too late. Tear. The sword of attraction cut the rotten tiger in half easily, like cutting tofu. Naturally, Duan Han inside was also split in two. But in an instant, an explosion sounded, flames scattered, and a firework detonated by a mecha flashed in the sky above the Interstellar Mecha shop. Chapter 35. The fleet is coming. Nanjiang is the strongest? Buzz, buzz, buzz. With Duan Han's death, Subai also walked out of the chaos. Looking at the spotless figure in white clothes in front of them, the people who had retreated far behind couldn't help swallowing. What was that move just now? Innate skill? How can there be such an innate skill? That's not right. Isn't this boss Su a mechanic? How come he has such a strong fighting power? That was a star-stepping mecha master. How could he be killed by a mechanic? His boss Su doesn't look much older than us. How did he manage to improve his mechanic and mecha skills to such a high level at his age? No, it seems like he is using mecha weapons. Have combat mecha weapons really come into being? How can the mecha armed forces have such terrifying power? I don't understand. That's right, you don't understand. I didn't understand anything before I came here, and I understand even less now. You understand nonsense literature. Sure enough, I'm just here to make up the numbers. Having survived the disaster, everyone who survived the catastrophe felt much more relaxed. As depressed and frightened as they were just now, they felt as relaxed now. They looked at Subai in front of them and felt extremely grateful to him. Although Duan Han was coming for Subai, and they were innocent victims, if Subai had not taken action just now, they would have surely died at the hands of Duan Han. This is undoubtedly a life-saving grace. Zhao Mingyue looked at Subai, who was slowly walking towards her, and with the help of the filter, her heartbeat quickened a bit. At the same time, he felt a little ashamed for underestimating Subai's strength. She never imagined that the mecha armed forces would possess such power. This is a leap forward that destroyed the star-walking mecha. Even though Duan Han suffered heavy damage due to the defensive formation, he was still no match for the sky mecha. Is this boss Su's innate skill? It seems to have the power to attract all the metal materials around it. If it were an interstellar battlefield, this move would probably become a killer weapon. Zhao Mingyue, who had been extremely interested in various fleet arrangements and mecha skills since childhood, saw the horror of the Sword of Attraction almost at the first moment. This move may not be the strongest. Its real horror lies in the chaos of battle. Whether it is disrupting the enemy's deployment or the ability to cause group damage, it is outstanding. Now Su Bai is just a sky mecha master. What if he grows to Xingyun or even Hengtian? That is simply strategic level combat power. One person can be comparable to an interstellar fleet of at least 30 people. Boss Suyu, seeing Su Bai so close, Zhao Mingyue didn't know what to say for a moment. Thousands of words finally turned into a word of thanks. Thank you for your help this time, Boss Su, but there are too many witnesses today. When the time comes, I'm afraid I'll inevitably be questioned. In Zhao Mingyue's opinion, Su Bai's talent is at least above level 1, and the other party did not even enter the Mecha University, which shows that he has his own ideas. But today's incident cannot be concealed. I just don't know what Su Bai's plan is for this. Su Bai didn't care much when he heard this. It doesn't matter, just answer truthfully when the time comes. Since the other party can even get the tiger, it is almost impossible for me to conceal what happened today. Instead of doing this, it would be better to use the power of law enforcers and the fleet, at least to prevent those villains from doing too much in public. Su Bai was even prepared to live in the interstellar mechanic repair shop. As long as he is in the machine repair shop, he is not afraid of anyone. Now that I have the right to expand, it is easy to set up a room. He is well aware of the principle that a gentleman should not stand under a dangerous wall. Just at this moment, several sounds of breaking air were heard in the air. Boom! Boom! 3 star-climbing mechas appeared above the interstellar repair shop almost at the same time. Seeing these 3 mechas, Su Bai raised his eyebrows slightly. Leading the group was a machine with a body covered in light blue armor. The particle injectors at the tails of its legs were different from those of ordinary mechas. Instead, they were circular injectors in the shape of a spiral, and it also had the same device on its arms. Speed-type star-stepping mecha, Vortex. It is 32 meters high, weighs 540 tons, has an engine power of 22 million and a thrust of 600 million. Behind it was a machine with red and yellow colors all over, a red titanium sword in the left hand, a yellow beam sword on the right arm. The whole body was covered in heavy armor, and there was a headscarf on the head. Power-type star-stepping mecha, Double Ninja. It is 30 meters high, weighs 600 tons, has an engine power of 21 million and a thrust of 600 million. Standing side by side with the 2 ninjas is a snow-white machine with a slender body, but it has a variety of beam cannons, plasma guns, and precise electronic pulse cannons. Armed star-stepping mecha, Snow Cannon. It is 30 meters high, weighs 480 tons, weighs 120 tons, has an engine power of 24 million and a thrust of 600 million. As the 3 mechas appeared above the interstellar repair shop, the customers who were originally talking suddenly shut up. The discussion suddenly stopped. After seeing who was coming, Zhao Mingyue's eyes changed slightly. Team Yunlong, Whirlpool, Double Ninja, Snow Cannon. These 3 mechas are very recognizable. The one who owns them is the Yunlong team, which is known as the strongest star-stepping team in Nanjiang. But I didn't expect that the Yunlong team would appear in the Sea of Clouds. Shouldn't they be on Star Defense? I heard Zhao Mingyue say the name of the Yunlong team. Su Bai was also a little surprised. Which is the strongest team in Nanjiang? Yes, that's right, they shouldn't be here. Zhao Mingyue also thought about whether they were sent by Zhao Tianming, but she quickly denied this speculation. He said it very clearly that the person who came was just an injured 1-star cold light star cyborg. There is no need for the Yunlong team to take action personally. While she was puzzled, the mecha in the sky had already fallen. Then 3 figures walked out, led by a stern-looking young man. Behind him was a young man with yellowish hair and curious eyes who was looking around. Behind the yellow-haired young man, a beautiful girl with silver hair and an excellent figure looked between Su Bai and Zhao Mingyue. Did you do this? Xing Yunlong, the captain of the Yunlong team, came to Su Bai and asked directly. He simply ignored Zhao Mingyue standing aside and stared straight at Su Bai. Old Xing, don't be so serious. It will scare the kids. Huang Lin patted Xing Yunlong on the shoulder and smiled at Su Bai and Zhao Mingyue. My name is Huang Lin. Old Xing has this temper. Don't mind it. Okay, stop messing around, you two. We're here on a mission. And Shui rolled her eyes at the 2 of them and smiled at Su Bai and Zhao Mingyue. Please tell us what happened first. Chapter 36, Could you please say it again? Hearing Shue's question, Zhao Mingyue looked at Su Bai inquiringly. After Su Bai nodded slightly, she directly told the other party what had happened before. Of course, she did not tell anyone about the Hengtian-level defensive barrier in the Interstellar Mechanic Repair Shop. It only talked about Duan Han's situation and how Su Bai killed him. When Zhao Mingyue said that Duan Han was a modified human from Hongguang Star, she could clearly feel that Xing Yunlong and the other two did not look very happy. And when she said that the mecha used by the other party was a modified tiger, boom! Xing Yunlong's star power exploded directly, causing a wave of air to sweep across the area. He was obviously very angry. Sure enough, there is a traitor in the fleet. Have the rats who reformed the church infiltrated so deeply? Hey. Old Xing. Huang Lin on the side hurriedly spoke up to stop him after Xing Yunlong said the name of the reformed Holy See. Obviously, this name is not suitable to be mentioned in front of outsiders. Xing Yunlong didn't care about it, and Shui reminded Zhao Mingyue and Su Bai. You two must not leak what you just heard, otherwise you may be brought to the Interstellar Court. Su Bai didn't feel anything about this, but Zhao Mingyue's heart skipped a beat. Is it a cult? You actually know about the cult? Who are you? And Shui and the other two were a little surprised when they heard Zhao Mingyue say the name of the cult. Ordinary students at the Mecha University have no way of knowing this title. Zhao Mingyue, a freshman at Shanghai University. Zhao Mingyue simply introduced herself. After hearing that she was from Shanghai University, the expressions of several people relaxed a little. So you are a student of Shanghai, so it's not surprising that you know about cults. That's right. The Reformed Church is the evil cult organization that has been very active recently. The reason we are here is because of them, and Shui said calmly. Now, Zhao Mingyue finally understood why Nanjiang's strongest team, the Yunlong team, appeared here. It turned out that they came here to track down the Reformed Church. It sounds as if they have been eyeing the transformation of the Holy See for a long time. Okay, we have understood the general situation. May I know what is the name of this young brother? After understanding what happened, Xing Yunlong looked at Su Bai, who had been silent. According to Zhao Mingyue, it was the other party who killed Duan Han. Although the strength of the modified humans on Hongguang Star is not too strong, they are also star-walking mecha masters. The three of them were a little surprised that Su Bai, who was so young, had such strength. Su Bai, the manager of the Interstellar Mechanic Repair Shop. Su Bai smiled when he heard this and pointed to the Interstellar Mechanic Repair Shop behind him. Xing Yunlong and the other two only then noticed the Interstellar Machine Repair Shop behind them and were stunned for a moment. The walls of this machine shop appear to be made of vibranium? No, you are the store manager? So, you're a mechanic? They never imagined that the person who could kill the star-walking mecha master was actually a mechanic. What's more, even the walls of his machine repair shop are made of vibranium. Even Xing Yunlong showed great interest in Su Bai at this moment. Huang Lin even came directly in front of Su Bai and held his hands. Little brother, how is your mechanic level? My double ninja just happened to have a small problem. Can you help me take a look? Huang Lin looks cynical, but he is actually very versatile. After seeing the exterior of the Interstellar Mechanic Repair Shop and thinking of Su Bai's strength, he instantly realized that Su Bai was extraordinary. Maybe the young man in front of him is a star mechanic. After Huang Lin spoke, Xing Yunlong and Shui also reacted and looked at Su Bai with interest. It seems that he wants to know whether the other person is what he thinks. Su Bai looked at the excited Huang Lin in front of him, thought for a moment, and said lightly, "The level is okay." "Okay then, how about you help me take a look?" Huang Lin thought Su Bai was being modest and directly pulled him into the Interstellar Mechanic Repair Shop without any hesitation. Seeing that Huang Lin was so enthusiastic and he wasn't planning to go back today, he decided to help him. But as he walked into the repair shop, Su Bai kindly reminded him, "My repairs are not cheap." "It's okay. I have money." In Huang Lin's opinion, his two ninjas just had some minor problems, which could be solved with at most 1 million star coins. Watching Huang Lin and Su Bai go in, Xing Yunlong and Shui looked at each other and followed. They were also somewhat curious about the level of this store manager Su Bai. Zhao Mingyue originally wanted to go in and watch it together, but it was getting late and she had to go back to school. Moreover, the people Zhao Tianming arranged to protect her were already waiting outside the Interstellar Machine Repair Shop. "Forget it, come back next time." Shaking her head slightly, Zhao Mingyue walked towards the woman in uniform and smiled. "Aunt Zhang, I didn't expect you to come." Aunt Zhang looked at Zhao Mingyue with a helpless smile and reached out to touch her smooth forehead. You don't know, you just scared your father half to death, and he immediately contacted me to check on the situation. I understand. Zhao Mingyue smiled bitterly. It is true that she has a good relationship with her father. After all, they are father and daughter, but she really doesn't want to go back to the Zhao family. Oh, never mind. Let me take you back first. How did you find this machine repair shop? It looks pretty good. Aunt Zhang naturally understood what Zhao Mingyue was thinking. She didn't say anything more and instead asked about the situation of the Star Machine repair shop. Hearing this question, Zhao Mingyue instantly became excited and began to talk endlessly about the magic of Subai. Aunt Zhang was stunned when she heard this. Is Subai really as powerful as you say? She had never seen Zhao Mingyue flatter a man of the same age like this, and there was a hint of joking in her tone. Of course! Zhao Mingyue didn't hear the hidden meaning of Aunt Zhang's words and nodded vigorously with a firm tone. Little Yi has grown up. Aunt Zhang sighed upon seeing this, wondering whether she should tell Zhao Tianming about this. Forget it. They say the more a father-in-law looks at his son-in-law, the angrier he gets. So let's not make things difficult for the general manager. Judging from that person's temper, if he really knew that his daughter was kidnapped, he would probably even use an interstellar cruise missile. He might even send out his personal guard team to torture Subai. Even though Zhao Tianming usually looks like he doesn't care about anything, people who are familiar with him know that this general manager is a complete daughter-obsessed man. Wait until he finds out someday. Aunt Zhang smiled faintly and stopped talking about Subai. Instead, she started talking about family matters. At the same time, he drove his own hovercraft to Yundu. Shortly after Zhao Mingyue and Aunt Zhang left the Star Machine repair shop, Huang Lin suddenly exclaimed in the Star Machine repair shop, "How much did you say?" "Ha, little brother Su, my hearing isn't very good lately. Could you please say it again?" Huang Lin looked at Su Bai with a complicated look at this moment. It was really Su Bai's offer that made him a little nervous. Oh, there are two options. The price of the highest level one is 180 million star coins. Su Bai repeated his words. Now, not only Huang Lin, but even Shui and Xing Yunlong looked at Su Bai with strange eyes. Boy, don't be so ridiculous. No matter how you look at it, the two ninjas in front of you are only slightly worn out. Even if the most expensive materials are used, it is impossible for them to exceed 10 million star coins. Subai asked for 180 million star coins right away. This price is almost as high as that of a double ninja. You know, the two ninjas have the innate skill of the star-stepping mecha. You're just repairing some worn parts, and you're charging the price of a whole mecha? What's the matter? Did you use Hengtian alloy as the repair material? Chapter 37. Guess comes true. Dual talent skills are possible. What about the other one? Huang Lin finally swallowed his saliva and prepared to listen to the price of the other repair method that Subai mentioned. The other party's offer will determine whether he will label him as a profiteer. The other way is cheaper, just 1 million star coins. Subai directly used the second method, which was to repair the worn parts. With his current abilities, it is easy to do. As for metal materials, they can also be purchased through the Interstellar Network without much effort. Huang Lin heaved a sigh of relief when he heard the second price. This was the normal price he had previously identified. While quietly tearing off the label of profiteer from Subai, he was also somewhat puzzled. Why is the price difference between the two so huge? Not only Huang Lin, Xing Yunlong, and Shui were equally curious after hearing Subai's second offer. The other party obviously knows what the normal repair cost for minor wear and tear is. Then why did they mention the sky-high repair cost of 180 million star coins? Is there any clue in this? Subai didn't keep it a secret. 180 million can allow the double ninja to awaken the second talent skill and awaken a special specialty. As for the 1 million star coins, it is naturally to repair the worn parts of the two ninjas. Just now when he was checking the two ninjas, a system prompt appeared in front of him. Ding! Star-stepping mecha has been detected. The current mecha meets the requirements for level 3 enhancement. After enhancement, the mecha's potential will be improved, and it can obtain mid-level talent skills and special features. Before, Subai was still wondering whether a mecha with an innate skill could awaken a second innate skill. Now we have the answer. Yes, you can. The first level interstellar enhancement requires 1,000 interstellar points, which is equivalent to 10 million star coins. His asking price of 180 million is not expensive at all. The main reason was that he was worried that the price was too high and few people could afford it. Excluding this double ninja, the price of a general-purpose star-climbing mecha is about 10 million. 18 times the price is already difficult for ordinary people to afford. Even among star-walking mecha masters, There is a qualitative difference between those with innate skills and those without, and their abilities to obtain star coins are also completely different. Su Bai's words were like thunder, leaving the three people present in a daze. The huge maintenance room fell into silence in an instant, especially Huang Lin. After hearing Su Bai talk about awakening the second talent skill and special features, he could no longer listen to Su Bai's words. The words second talent skill and characteristic expertise were lingering in my mind. As his eyes became more and more fiery, his heartbeat accelerated. He could still come up with 80 million star coins if he gritted his teeth, but it would be a bit painful, as that was almost all his savings in the past few years. But if it can really give the two ninjas such a big improvement, he thinks it is worth it. With dual talents, he could even challenge Xing Yunlong and become the captain of the Yunlong team. Are you serious? It was not Huang Lin who spoke first, but Xing Yunlong who asked before him. There was no way. What Su Bai said was too tempting. Almost no mecha master could resist such temptation. The second talent skill? This kind of thing does happen, but it is extremely rare. Only some extremely powerful mechas above the star level have a 1 in a billion chance of possessing a second talent skill. Now the young man in front of him actually said that with only 180 million star coins, he could give the mecha a second talent skill, and even a special specialty? Xing Yunlong had seen big scenes before, but he had never seen a scene like this. It's unbelievable. Of course, he didn't completely believe Su Bai's words, and there was still doubt in his eyes. Yes, we can sign a contract. Su Bai continued to use the contract method. Now the three of them could no longer sit still. They knew that the contract was extremely binding, and if they violated it, they would have to pay more than 10 times the compensation. What if you are unable to pay compensation? That's easy, just go to the Star Prison or Border Reformation. They are familiar with this kind of thing. Okay, the one worth 180 million. I will sign the contract with you now. Huang Lin could no longer sit still. He agreed to Su Bai's conditions right away. He was worried that this opportunity would only come once, and if Xing Yunlong and Shui got there first, he would cry to death. Sure enough, Shui and Xing Yunlong couldn't help but sigh after hearing Huang Lin speak. Alas, it's too late. They have been teammates for many years, and they would never raise the price to compete no matter how great the temptation is. Besides, this was Huang Lin's opportunity. I just felt a little sad in my heart, lamenting that I might have missed the only chance in my life. Okay, wait a moment. Su Bai was not surprised to see Huang Lin choose the first option. Since the other party could possess a star-stepping mecha like the Double Ninja and was a member of the strongest team in Nanjiang, he should have some financial resources, right? After tapping his fingers on the central control, a contract appeared in his hand. Su Bai handed it directly to Huang Lin. Huang Lin took a quick look at the contract and signed it without any hesitation. Ding! Starry Sky Treasure has received 180 million star coins. With the arrival of 180 million star coins, Su Bai's account already had a huge sum of 200 million. Even if you close the store now and do nothing, it is enough to live a rich life and have whatever you want. It turns out that mechas are really expensive. After a slight sigh, Su Bai asked the three people to leave the maintenance room. Looking at the two ninjas in front of him and thinking of Huang Lin's talent, Su Bai touched his chin and asked, Gold and Fire Dual Path. This is the first time I've seen someone with dual attribute talents. That's right, Huang Lin, who possesses dual ninjas, is a rare dual attribute talent owner, possessing both the attributes of gold and fire. It's a pity that the levels of his gold and fire attributes are not high. They are only level 1 talents, and the combination of the two only raises his talent to level 1. But it is indeed rare enough. To some extent, the rarity of dual attributes is no different from the level difference. The first talent skill is the Gengjin Blade, then the second talent skill is very suitable. With a choice in mind, Su Bai directly touched the two ninjas in front of him with his right hand. Level 3 Interstellar Enhancement begins. Time flies, and 4 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Outside the door, Huang Lin kept stretching his head to look into the maintenance room, but unfortunately Su Bai would choose to close the maintenance room when strengthening or repairing it, so even if he looked eagerly, he could not see the situation inside. Seeing Huang Lin like this, Shui couldn't help but laugh out loud. Pucci, the money has been paid and the contract has been signed. There's no point in you worrying. Ha! Shui, don't be so careless when you're talking. If it were you, wouldn't you be excited? Don't you want to see what's going on? Huang Lin rolled his eyes at Shui, his tone a little excited when he thought about obtaining his second talent skill soon. I'm not excited. It's not my mecha anyway. At this point, Shui puffed up her cheeks and turned her eyes. But do you really think this is possible? I don't know either, but I believe him. Huang Lin was silent for a moment and nodded. For some reason, I feel that this boss Su is very mysterious. He is obviously very young, but he makes me feel unfathomable. Well, your feeling is correct. Even I can't see through this boss Su. Xing Yunlong took over the conversation. Besides, he was able to defeat the mutated Changhu and kill Duan Han, which is enough to prove that his strength is not inferior to ours. I'm really looking forward to it. If the two ninjas can really obtain dual innate skills, then we can be said to have witnessed history. After Xing Yunlong finished speaking, he clasped his arms across his chest and stared silently in the direction of the maintenance room. And Shui and Huang Lin also fell silent, looking forward to Su Bai's masterpiece. Boom! At this moment, a loud bang was heard, followed by a heat wave that swept towards the three people through the door of the maintenance room. Chapter 38, A Brand New Look. Excited Huang Lin. A blazing, hot breath came, creating waves of heat. As the heat wave swept through, Xing Yunlong and the other two hurriedly mobilized their own star power to resist it. Under the influence of star power, the heat wave bypassed the three people and hit the vibranium wall. The temperature was so high that it even made the wall appear slightly red. What's going on? Huang Lin was the most anxious when seeing this sudden change. His two ninjas were still in the maintenance room. Now that there were explosions coming from inside, and even high-temperature air waves, he couldn't help but worry about whether his two ninjas were okay. Could it have exploded? And Shui saw Huang Lin's anxiety and couldn't help but joke, but she did have some doubts. It's just repairing the mecha. Even if it's awakening a talent skill, it shouldn't make such a big noise. Only Xing Yunlong remained calm, his eyes fixed on the door of the maintenance room. Click! At this moment, the door of the maintenance room opened, and Xing Yunlong rushed in before Huang Lin. Huang Lin saw this and exclaimed, "Old Xing, you have no moral integrity. They are my two ninjas." Thinking that I was not the first one to see my double ninja, it was even more painful than killing Huang Lin. Hey, who told you to be so slow? And Shui took advantage of Huang Lin's grief, took a step forward with her long legs, and went straight to the maintenance room. Huang Lin couldn't stand it anymore? You too. Stop it. Just stop it up. It's his own mecha. And not only was he not the first one he saw, but he even ended up being the third one? How could he accept this? He directly used the star power, wrapped his feet with flames, and rushed towards the maintenance room with a burst of energy. Bang! However, as soon as he entered the maintenance room, he bumped into Xing Yunlong. Xing Yunlong was wearing armor, so it was no exaggeration to say that he had hit a hard plate. It hurts. Old Xing, what are you doing? Why don't you go inside? Huang Lin's voice suddenly stopped at the end, just because he looked up and saw the two ninjas in front of him. At this time, the head scars on the two ninjas' heads changed from the previous yellow and red to red gold, and their entire bodies seemed to be covered with glazed armor. The texture was improved by more than one level compared to before. Not only that, even the fuselage reached 35 meters in height. The height of the star-climbing mecha is generally between 30 meters, and above that is the star-destroying mecha. The two ninjas were originally only one-star star-crossing mechas, and their height was only 30 meters. But now, they could be comparable to the height of three-star star-breaking mechas. The titanium long swords in the left hands of the two ninjas disappeared at this moment, replaced by a completely black sword body, and the beam swords in their right hands also changed. The beam swords that originally emitted yellow light now emitted bursts of white light. Black gold, light, energy sword, and Shui, who followed closely, instantly recognized the two brand new sharp blades in front of her. As a mecha master of armed mechas, her ability to identify weapons and materials far exceeds that of Huang Lin. On the contrary, she was more surprised by this. She didn't understand how Su Bai had managed to strengthen Huang Lin's double blades to such an extent in such a short time. Whether it is black gold or light energy sword, they are top-notch among star-level materials, and the number is extremely rare. And Shui estimated that the enhancement of these two weapons alone was worth at least 50 million star coins. On the other hand, Huang Lin at this moment was so moved by the two ninjas in front of him that tears were streaming down his mouth. Nothing else to say. Just based on the appearance, it is worth at least 80 million. Now he believed Su Bai's words without a doubt. In a short period of time, Su Bai had brought about earth-shaking changes in the two ninjas. Boss Su, can I try it? Huang Lin was speechless for a moment, forgetting that the mecha in front of him actually belonged to him. Su Bai smiled and nodded. Of course, this is your mecha. After getting Su Bai's permission, Huang Lin could no longer suppress his excitement and jumped directly into the double ninja. As the neural link is connected successfully, flames instantly flashed within the glazed armor on the two ninjas, making the fuselage even more extraordinary. Huang Lin moved his arms and legs, and found that his movements were not strenuous at all, but even easier. Then I found out the reason. Half nebula stone and half grain in ear. Huang Lin couldn't help but exclaimed when he saw his core power source. This exclamation was naturally heard by Xing Yunlong and Shui, and their faces were filled with regret at this moment. If they had known that Su Bai's mechanical skills were so extraordinary, they would have tried to speak first. But I guess the other party can only perform this kind of enhancement once? Materials alone may not be enough. Huang Lin, you're so lucky. Xing Yunlong sighed helplessly, and Shui also nodded, her tone a little bitter. This is the saying that fools have good fortune. How can this not be sour? Think about what the double ninjas were like before. What is it like now? Not to mention the appearance and weapons. Even the core power source has been replaced with half nebula stone and half grain in ear. Nebula stone is the core power source material of the Star Destroyer mecha. Although it is only half, its power source still far exceeds the limit of the star-climbing mecha. Even if Su Bai failed to help the two ninjas successfully awaken their innate skills, Huang Lin would not lose out. But is this possible? How could he let go of a top-notch mechanic who could transform a mecha to such an extent in a short period of time? For hours. It only took Su Bai 4 hours to do all this? What can an average star mechanic do in 4 hours? At most, just chains of paint? Now they looked at Su Bai with awe and respect. Not to mention that the other party is so young. Yet his fighting power is not inferior to theirs. The other party's mobile phone repair skills alone are enough to make them look up to him. It really is a dual talent skill. Huang Lin's voice was heard again soon, and even through the mecha they could hear that his voice was a little cracked. Let's try somewhere else. Su Bai looked at Huang Lin, who was eager to try, and directly asked the three of them to go outside the door to test. Anyway, this place has become a mess after the previous battle, so we might as well test it here. Open the cabin, Su Bai said lightly, and then the ceiling above the maintenance room instantly opened to both sides. This is what he discovered after obtaining full authority. It turns out that the top of each maintenance room can be opened directly, making it convenient for the mecha to move around. Xing Yunlong and the other two were not surprised by this, as many machine repair shops had similar settings. Moreover, their hearts are now focused on the newly awakened talents of the two ninjas. Xing Yunlong and Shui were both very curious about what kind of second talent Huang Lin had obtained. You know, this was done by Su Bai. After seeing the opponent's methods, I realized how powerful this innate skill was. It's really curious. Chapter 39, Gengjin Crimson Flame Slash. Earthquake. Buzz. Soon, the two ninjas who left the maintenance room arrived at the door, and due to the previous incident, those who were waiting in line had already left. They were frightened by what happened today, and now that the members of the Yunlong team were here, there was no point in them waiting at the door any longer. They should wait for the news tomorrow morning. The outside of the Star Machine repair shop was still in a mess. Xing Yunlong and the other two did not contact the logistics department immediately. At this moment, looking at the surrounding scene, Shui patted her smooth forehead and said, "Oh no, I forgot to inform the Yunhai law enforcement team. I should have asked them to send someone to clean up the scene." They did inform the Yunhai law enforcement team when they came, and the other party would not act rashly without a response from the three. However, after meeting Su Bai, Huang Lin chose to repair the mecha, and as a result, he forgot about the matter. It doesn't matter. This allows Huang Lin to perform freely. Otherwise, he will have to rest again. Xing Yunlong didn't care about this. He might as well say that this would make it more convenient for Huang Lin to act. Huang Lin, one of the double ninjas, could no longer suppress his excitement. The black gold long blade was held high in his left hand, and the moonlight fell on the black gold, making the originally transparent black blade seem to be covered with a layer of white gauze. Outside the white gauze, there was a dazzling golden light, which instantly covered the entire blade. Base. At the same time, the light energy sword held tightly in his right hand was suddenly unsheathed, and a column of white light burst out, instantly transforming into a pattern like a flaming wolf. At the same time, red flames ignited, and the flames rushed into the sky. Almost at the moment when the red flames ignited, the double ninjas swung their right arms violently, allowing the light sword to instantly chop down on the black gold long blade. This scene made Shui exclaim, "Is Huang Lin crazy? Does she want to damage the light sword? She has already used the Gengjin blade. Why does she want to use the light sword to chop the black gold long blade?" On the other hand, Xing Yunlong didn't say anything, but his eyes moved slightly, as if he was thinking about something. Boom! With a loud bang, and Shui's doubts were instantly dispelled. The moment the light sword touched the black gold long blade, it actually covered it in an instant, and the red flame on it instantly wrapped the Gengjin blade. The golden light was accompanied by the red of the flame, and a huge cross rose into the air. This cross is about 100 meters long and goes straight up into the sky, as if it is going to split the sky. The wind and clouds changed suddenly, and the surrounding airflow became chaotic under the influence of the cross, forming tornadoes. Boom! Boom! As the cross rose into the sky, explosions continued to sound, and countless air masses burst out in the air. When the cross reached its highest point, the high temperature was so scorching that it evaporated the clouds and mist in an instant. The flames that reached the sky burned the sky, making the originally dark night sky as bright as dawn. A mushroom cloud suddenly exploded in the air, and the shock wave it created instantly covered the entire sea of clouds. The entire sea of clouds shook for a moment. It is now midnight, and many people who were sleeping were awakened by the vibration, and their sleepy eyes suddenly became clear. What's going on? Earthquake? It shouldn't be like this. How long has it been since we entered the interstellar age when there hasn't been an earthquake? Could it be that the fleet is researching new weapons? Isn't the scale of this weapon almost comparable to a nuclear bomb? What kind of good person would test weapons in the middle of the night? Please be a human being. Fortunately, the shock was fleeting, and after waiting for a long time without a second shock, everyone fell asleep again. At this moment, Xing Yunlong and Shui at the scene were completely stunned. They're in the heart of the earthquake, so naturally they feel it more deeply. That's why they find it even more unbelievable. You should know that Huang Lin's attack was aimed at the sky, and the explosion was at a height of 1,000 meters. Even so, it can still have such power. It is conceivable how powerful this attack would be if it were really used against a mecha or a star beast. According to their judgment, this attack is almost comparable to the full-strength attack of a high-level star-stepping master. And they are only 1 star? Is it really that outrageous? Regret. Now both of them only have regret in their hearts. If I had known that this innate skill was so powerful, I would never have given it to Huang Lin so easily. Xing Yunlong rubbed his eyebrows hard. He now had a headache. With Huang Lin's personality, he would probably be constantly challenged by him after he possessed such a killing skill. And Shui puffed up her cheeks. Originally, she and Huang Lin were equally strong, but now she was left behind. How about my move Gengjin Crimson Flame Slash? The double ninja raised the double blades in their hands, lowered his head, and looked down at Xing Yunlong and Shui. His tone was very arrogant. He also didn't expect that the second talent skill awakened by Su Bai for him would be so powerful. What's more important is that it matches perfectly with his first talent skill. It's really amazing. The 180 million is totally worth it, and our strength has been directly improved by several levels. This is not over yet. As if seeing that Xing Yunlong and in Shui's eyes were already red, Huang Lin's somewhat mean voice came out from the double ninja, and then he clasped his left and right hands together. The double blades in both hands instantly merged into one. Light energy wraps around the black gold blade, making it even sharper. With the infusion of energy, it can also achieve an energy strike effect. Features and expertise, double-edged sword in one. At this point, Shui couldn't hold it in any longer. Fuck, is this ever going to end? In her opinion, this kind of special feature that can combine 2 weapons into one and have the advantages of both is simply a dream come true. She was driving an armed mecha. The characteristic is that there are enough weapons. If she were given this kind of special expertise, she would probably be able to do a lot of things with it. If she was already envious of Huang Lin's second talent, now that his special skill was revealed, she was no longer just envious, but outright jealous. Even though the 3 of them have been friends for many years, and Shui now wishes she could replace Huang Lin. It's so infuriating. When Xing Yunlong saw this scene, his heart skipped a beat. Oh no. It seems my position as captain is no longer secure. Swish! Swish! The 2 of them looked at Su Bai almost at the same time, although they knew the possibility was unlikely, but still tentatively asked, Boss Su, is this kind of enhancement still possible? It was the first time that Xing Yunlong was so polite, but he had to maintain a respectful attitude toward Su Bai, who was a brilliant mechanic. Because of his status, Xing Yunlong has seen many star-level mechanics, but he guarantees that no one can do what Su Bai can do and upgrade a mecha to such a level in such a short period of time. If Huang Lin had not been able to operate it skillfully the first time, and there were some similarities between the two, he would have suspected that Su Bai had replaced the mecha for him. Hearing Xing Yunlong speak, and Shui also hurriedly said, "Don't worry, money is not a problem. It's only 80 million. At most, I can just do a few more missions and save for a few more years. As long as it can be improved, it can be discussed." The two of them were eagerly waiting for Su Bai's reply. Chapter 40, the law enforcement team, finally arrived. When did this machine repair shop come into being? Su Bai shook his head upon seeing this. The hope in Shui's eyes was instantly shattered, and she could only smile bitterly. Yeah, with this level of enhancement, how could there be a second time? We are overthinking it. Xing Yunlong said nothing and could only shake his head and smile bitterly. Indeed, it is a great thing for such a miracle to happen once. He was still wishful thinking that a second miracle would happen. I can only say that Huang Lin is really lucky. It's too late today, come again tomorrow. However, Su Bai's next words made them stunned again. The originally dull look turned into confusion, and then into ecstasy. Boss Susu. Oh no, you mean it can be strengthened like this? In her excitement, and Shui even bit her tongue, but she didn't care about the pain and asked hurriedly. Of course. Su Bai looked at the two of them strangely. He should have expressed it very clearly. Okay, no problem. We'll come tomorrow morning. No, we'll wait at the door tonight. Xing Yunlong also changed his calmness and said this. Having missed it once, he doesn't want to miss it a second time. Huang Lin has already left the double ninja at this moment. Seeing the two of them like this, he is happy from the bottom of his heart, although his dream of becoming captain was shattered after the captain was strengthened. But they're a team whole. With the improvement of their overall strength, they will be able to complete more difficult tasks so that they can save more money for the next enhancement. After this strengthening, Huang Lin has been convinced by Su Bai. He dare not imagine how he would live without Su Bai's strengthening. You guys can do whatever you want. I'm going to rest first. Ignoring the three people, Su Bai went straight back to the Interstellar mechanic repair shop. It was almost 12 o'clock, so he definitely needed to rest. As the door of the Interstellar machine repair shop closed, only Xing Yunlong and three others were left guarding outside. Who would have thought that the Yunlong team, known as the strongest team in Nanjiang, would be willing to stay outside a machine repair shop just for a chance to spend money to strengthen themselves? Beep beep. Shortly after Su Bai closed the shop, several floating vehicles appeared outside the Star Machine repair shop. They were the Yunhai law enforcement team, who were keeping an eye on the Star Machine repair shop at all times. When they saw the Gungjin red flame slash, they could not wait any longer and went out directly to check the situation. These hovercrafts were equipped with a lot of sophisticated equipment and were ready to start a fierce battle at any time. A middle-aged man slowly walked down from the floating vehicle and was a little surprised to see the three people standing at the door. Yunlong, are you okay? Why didn't you notify us? Xing Yunlong looked at him and forced a smile. Captain Zhang was just about to notify you, and you guys are here. Zhang Lei, the captain of the Yunhai law enforcement team, looked at the three people and frowned slightly. He felt that the matter was not simple. Do you know what happened to the previous attack? Oh, that's my new skill. I just mastered it recently, so I wanted to give it a try. I'm sorry. Huang Lin spoke directly. After all, the truth could not be hidden, so he just admitted it directly. By the way, Captain Zhang, when did you have such a machine repair shop in Yunhai? And Shui, the chief negotiator of the Yunlong team, smiled sweetly, trying to get some information from Zhang Lei. They were a little annoyed because they were all from Nanjiang after all. Although the organizations and cities were different, the Interstellar Mechanic Repair Shop should be the treasure of the entire Nanjiang. No, it should be the treasure of the entire Star Alliance. They didn't even publish it. What? Are you talking about the one behind you? Zhang Lei looked at the Interstellar Machine Shop behind them. Even though he had seen big scenes, he was still amazed by the Interstellar Machine Shop made entirely of vibranium. What the hell? When did we have such a machine shop in Yunhai? Seeing that his expression did not seem fake, the anger in the hearts of Xing Yunlong and the other two gradually dissipated, but they still felt a little contempt in their hearts. This Zhang Lei is really incompetent. He didn't even know there was such a precious place within his jurisdiction. It even allowed the scum of the cult to attack it. It is simply a serious dereliction of duty. Zhang Lei was in a bad mood at the moment. Although he didn't know Su Bai's mechanic ability, he didn't even know that there was such a repair shop in his jurisdiction. No matter what, this was a high-standard repair shop, so why didn't he report it? Shaoli, you are in charge here. Tell me what's going on. Zhang Lei's tone was a little cold, and Shaoli shrank his neck when he was called by him. He walked out of the queue carefully. Captain Zhang, this place was an abandoned warehouse a few days ago, and they said they were going to open a repair shop. I didn't expect it to turn out like this in just a few days. Useless things. What do I usually tell you? If you do anything yourself, you must confirm it with your own eyes and report truthfully. You just act based on your own feelings. Zhang Lei was obviously angry. The purpose of their law enforcement team has always been to seek truth from facts. No matter what other people do, this is how it has to be in his jurisdiction. Shaoli has brought bad luck to him. Upon hearing this, Shaoli also hurriedly bowed and apologized. I'm sorry, Captain. This matter is indeed my fault. I am willing to accept the punishment. You have no objection to deducting 2 months' salary from you, right? Zhang Lei immediately decided on the punishment for Shaoli. Although Shaoli felt a little pained, he had nothing to say and could only hastily agree. I have no objection. He also understood that if he made such a mistake under normal circumstances, he would probably only have half a month's salary deducted. But now that the members of the Yunlong team are here, he has brought shame to the Yunhai law enforcement team. It is understandable that he was severely punished. I could only blame myself for my bad luck and decided in my heart that I must come and check it out myself in the future. Okay, now the attacker has been executed, but the surrounding damage is not light. You can carry out repairs. Xing Yunlong watched Zhang Lei's performance quietly, and then let the matter go. It should be like this. Zhang Lei looked at the mess around him and was shocked by the previous battle. Fortunately, this is not the center of Yunhai City. Otherwise, the losses would be incalculable. Although considerable damage has been found on the ground, but at least there were no casualties. They can complete repairs like this very quickly, which is also an advantage of entering the interstellar age. The time required for general ground or building repairs has been greatly shortened. There will never be a problem of not being able to deliver on time. Zhang Lei immediately arranged for people to start repairs. By the way, let's convert the area within 100 meters in front of the machine repair shop into materials for a training ground. Xing Yunlong suddenly said. Zhang Lei was somewhat puzzled. Why is this? Chapter 41 Extreme Pull. Transforming the church? You mean? Zhang Lei really didn't quite understand Xing Yunlong's intention. The 100-meter area outside this machine repair shop was built using materials from the training ground? Is it possible that after the mecha is repaired, we still need someone to try to see if it is repaired? You could just try it out when the repairs are done. Why do you need a 100-meter training ground? He doesn't understand. He doesn't understand at all. Actually, Xing Yunlong had selfish motives in this matter. Now that the surrounding area has been built, it would not be so convenient for him to try out his skills tomorrow. This is the price you pay for your negligence. Of course, you need to discuss the specific compensation with the store manager. Xing Yunlong directly gave the most appropriate reason, which no one could find fault with. Sure enough, after he finished speaking, Zhang Lei fell into deep thought. No matter what, Su Bai was the victim of this incident. If an ordinary person were attacked by the Reformed Church, he would be doomed. Moreover, it was indeed his own negligence that allowed the scoundrels who reformed the Vatican to launch this attack. It is only normal to give some compensation. He should first build up the area outside the gate to show his apology, and then the compensation will be easy to discuss later. That's fine. Finally, Zhang Lei chose to compromise. It wasn't too expensive to use the training ground materials within 100 meters outside the Interstellar Mechanic Repair Shop, and it was a good way to express his apology. After making the decision, the Yunhai law enforcement team started construction directly. An hour later, the exterior of the Interstellar Repair Shop had returned to normal. No, it should be said that it was even more refined than before. The area extending 100 meters from the door of the machine repair shop has been completely replaced with training ground materials. This is a heat-sensitive metal that can also generate a defensive barrier around the metal, and its defensive power is extremely strong. With this construction, you can fully exert the power of your own mecha. Looking at the scene in front of him, Xing Yunlong nodded with satisfaction. Zhang Lei looked at the 3 people who were still standing there with some suspicion. Aren't you 3 leaving yet? Normally, the Yunlong team is very busy, but the 3 of them don't look busy at all. They actually have time to watch them restore everything. This puzzled Zhang Lei, and Xue smiled when she heard this. It's okay. We have to wait here for another night to prevent the scum of the Reformed Church from taking advantage of the situation. That's not necessary. We will send someone to guard here. You are busy on weekdays, so you should have a good rest today. This is the disaster that happened to me, Yunhai. So how can I trouble you again? Zhang Lei smelled a hint of conspiracy from Inshue's words. He didn't believe that the other party would be stationed outside an ordinary machine repair shop. There must be something hidden behind this. It's okay. We are all from the same Chinese law enforcement department, and we are all from Nanjiang. Why should we separate ourselves? We are not tired. Huang Lin also interrupted at this time. Want them to leave? No way. In that case, I won't try to persuade you anymore. But since you guys are so dedicated to your work, we certainly can't fall behind. I'll be stationed here today as well. Zhang Lei finally revealed a meaningful smile and chose not to argue with them. No matter what their purpose is, I have to stay here. The other members of the law enforcement team's faces darkened when they heard this. They were really tired of having to work overtime for no reason. Unfortunately, how could they dare to leave if Zhang Lei didn't leave? Xing Yunlong had no objection to this. It was impossible to let them leave. Anyway, the Interstellar Mechanic Repair Shop was in Yunhai, and they were all colleagues. If they were willing to wait, then they could wait. Just like that, such a strange scene appeared outside the Interstellar Mechanic Repair Shop. 4-star walking mecha masters and 20 members of the Yunhai law enforcement team waited at the door of the shop until dawn. Yunhai CF family. Bang! In the CF family's reception room, the man in black robe was filled with murderous aura. With a wave of his right hand, he smashed the antique vase placed beside him. Through the black robe and mask, one can see that he is now furious. Waste! Such waste! I told him not to act rashly, but he actually disobeyed me. And most importantly, he was killed by someone else. When did we reform the church and accept even this kind of rubbish? Damn it! Now not only the law enforcement team, but even the Yunlong team has noticed Yunhai's situation. Is he planning to call in the entire Star Fleet? Huff, the man in black robe kept breathing heavily. Xie Zhihao beside him could only keep his head down. No one dared to offend him now. Next to him, a red-haired woman wearing a black leather bra and a pair of white long legs that looked even longer in black leather shorts couldn't help but shake her head. My lord, I think Duan Han doesn't know who he is. It's even possible that he has been brainwashed by others. If you look closely, you will find that this red-haired woman is different from Duan Han and the man in black robe. Her eyes are not vertical. She is not from the cold light star, but more like a person from the blue star. Really? The black-robed man's tone made it impossible to tell his emotions, and he looked at the red-haired woman meaningfully. Of course, I am willing to take his place and keep an eye on that interstellar repair shop for the Lord, the red-haired woman continued, looking directly at the man in black robe. Boom! Suddenly, a suction force came and pulled him in front of the man in black robe, and his white neck was instantly pinched in the black robe's hand. In fear, she looked at the man in black robe, only to see his eyes as cold as the abyss. Humph, you are not much better. Are you still going to that interstellar mechanic repair shop to keep an eye on it? Do you think the commotion they've caused this time isn't big enough? Do you want us to be completely exposed? You need to know your identity. As he spoke, the black-robed man closed his fingers, making the red-haired woman feel suffocated. Bang! Finally, the man in black robe loosened his right hand, and the red-haired woman fell to the ground instantly. Huff, she breathed heavily after escaping death, feeling a little scared. She knelt down hurriedly, revealing her graceful curves, and lowered her head. My lord, it was Yu Meng who was careless, but Yu Meng assures that all this is for the great cause of my lord, and I have no ulterior motives. Please punish me, my lord. Humph! The black-robed man snorted coldly upon hearing this. Forget about the Star Machine repair shop for now. Go to Yunhai No. 1 Middle School first, and get in touch with the girl from the Sun family. You know what will happen if this thing doesn't work out. I obey your command. Yu Ming responded hurriedly and left the CF family in a hurry. He walked out the door, reached out, and touched the claw marks on his neck. His eyes were cold. I still haven't seen his true face. After she left, the man in black robe looked at Xie Zhihao, who was keeping his head down and saying nothing. Go, send someone to keep an eye on her. If she is not of my kind, her heart must be different. Even if she joins the Reformed Church, I will not feel at ease with her. Yes, Xie Zhihao responded and left, leaving only the man in black robe standing alone in the field. He looked down at his right hand. A hint of disdain appeared in his pupils, and then he shook it vigorously. It's so dirty. Chapter 42 Captain Xing is confused. The sky was clear and filled with clouds. An array of sunshine heralded the dawn. At this moment, Outside the Interstellar Mechanic Repair Shop, 2 rows of law enforcement team members had dark circles under their eyes and were yawning constantly. Ah, it's already 10 o'clock. Why isn't this machine shop open yet? I really would thank you. It's outrageous that a good store wouldn't open at 10 o'clock. That's right. Some shops open as early as 7 a.m., and some open as late as 9 a.m. This fucking machine repair shop is for health preservation, right? If you can open the store, open it. If you can't, just close the store. Don't be so willful. I thought it was before the Interstellar era. Back then, no one cared about you even if you opened the shop at 2 p.m. Now, there are machine repair shops everywhere, and you are still so willful. They're just ordinary members of the law enforcement team. They didn't have any rest yesterday, and now they have been up all night. Now, they are mentally broken. The main thing is that if you say this is a mission, it's understandable, but they are actually waiting for someone to open a store. I really can't stand it. Captain Zhang, if you can't make it, go back and rest. You'll be fine here with us. Huang Lin looked at Zhang Lei with a smirk. Their star-stepping mecha division has strong physical fitness and can stay up for days and nights. But it is obvious that ordinary team members can't do it. Yes, these comrades have worked hard. It's not a good idea to let them just waste time like this. What if there is an emergency? How are they going to enforce the law? And Shui was also joining in the fun. The two of them kept persuading Zhang Lei to leave that night. The main reason was that they were a little worried that after the door was opened, these people would take up Su Bai's time, and they couldn't wait even a moment longer. Now, they want Su Bai to strengthen them. Xing Yunlong just watched the two of them singing the Arenzuan silently, neither stopping them nor helping them. He could only silently give them a thumbs up in his heart. Well done, go back and add chicken thighs. Zhang Lei looked at the two actors with poor acting skills and forced himself to hold back his laughter. After this night, he was certain that there must be a big secret in this interstellar mechanic shop. Otherwise, Huang Lin and Shui wouldn't have tried every possible means to get rid of me. Are you kidding? This is our jurisdiction. Even if you are the Yunlong team, don't even think about getting me away. If anyone tells others, don't I, Zhang Lei, have any face to save? At first, Zhang Lei would chat with the two of them, but now he just responds with a smile. I just won't leave. What can you do? Huang Lin and Meng had no choice but to give up since they treated the other party like taffy. Click. At this moment, the door of the Interstellar Mechanic Repair Shop finally opened. As soon as Su Bai opened the door, he saw the scene in front of him. Su Bai, what happened? I shouldn't have done anything wrong. So why are there so many law enforcement team members guarding the door of my store? Could it be that the old man bought black assets in the first place? Now, it is to be recycled? The first thing he thought was that it was his unreliable father who had screwed him over. However, the moment he opened the door, and Shui, who was still struggling with Zhang Lei, rushed into the machine repair shop in one step. Unfortunately, Xing Yunlong had already arrived in front of Su Bai in front of her. Captain, that's not fair of you. Seeing the captain in front of her, and Shui's pretty face instantly fell. She tried so hard and so many words to get Zhang Lei to leave, but she, the captain, just quietly took the first place without saying a word. It's already been agreed upon. Just wait a little longer. Xing Yunlong didn't care about it at all. First come, first served. He didn't use his power to overpower others. It was all thanks to his quick reaction. This scene made Zhang Lei stunned. The moment he saw Su Bai, he had only one feeling. Young. The owner of this interstellar mechanic shop is surprisingly young. And then comes doubt. Such a young store manager actually made Xing Yunlong and Shui wait for an entire night? And looking at Shui's expression, it seems that she is very unhappy that Xing Yunlong is ranked ahead of her. What on earth is going on? Zhang Lei had never seen such a scene before. He thought that the interstellar mechanic repair shop was not simple, but he never expected it to be so strange. What level of mechanical repair skills can a young man have? Could it be that Xing Yunlong was hit on the head by the scum who reformed the Holy See yesterday? Or is it that the other party has some confusing means to make Xing Yunlong mistake Su Bai for a powerful mechanic? Not only him, but also the members of the law enforcement team behind him had a blank mind. No way. The Yunlong team waited all night just for this young man. This boy doesn't look much older than my daughter. Are they crazy? They made us stay with them all night. Crazy, all crazy. They were already resentful and now were close to collapse, unable to accept it. Boss Su, I'd like to talk about the enhanced content as we agreed yesterday. Xing Yunlong didn't have time to care about them, so he spoke directly to Su Bai. Su Bai nodded and handed him a contract. Okay, sign it. Xing Yunlong took the contract and signed it without even looking at it. Zhang Lei was stunned again. What the hell? Sign the contract without even reading it? Is it because it's too cheap? Star Treasure received 180 million star coins. However, Subai's transfer reminder sounded at the right time. What the hell? How much? Xing Yunlong, are you crazy? You signed this huge contract without even looking at it? Are you going to buy a mecha here? Captain Xing is so confused. Zhang Lei was completely shocked. Everything he saw was beyond his understanding. I couldn't help but dissuade Xing Yunlong. Regardless of whether they are law enforcement teams or special operations teams belonging to the Interstellar Fleet, they're still just star-walking mecha divisions after all, and it is not easy for them to save some money. I guess all my savings of several years are gone this time. Unfortunately, Xing Yunlong ignored his words and smiled. Then can we get started? Cool mean. By the way, there are too many people. Just a few people can come to the hall. Subai said as he led Xing Yunlong to the maintenance room. Huang Lin and Shui followed in. Zhang Lei looked at the three people and gritted his teeth. You wait here, I'll go in and take a look. As they talked, they entered the Interstellar machine repair shop together. Only many law enforcement team members were left, looking confused. What does it mean? Still have to wait. I can't live like this anymore. After entering the Interstellar machine repair shop, Zhang Lei's eyes lit up when he saw the facilities in the shop. He never imagined that such a top-notch machine repair shop had quietly opened in his own area. There are only a few repair shops of this level in the whole of China. They are very proud of Yanhai. At the same time, he became more and more curious about what Xing Yunlong was going to do that would cost him such a huge sum of 180 million star coins. I want to see what secrets are hidden in this interstellar mechanics shop. It can make the Yunlong team like this. Chapter 43, The Clown, is actually me? At this moment, Xing Yunlong had already arrived at the maintenance room. He lightly touched the star ring with his right hand, and the vortex instantly appeared in the maintenance room. Boss Su, please. Xing Yunlong clasped his hands together, said something to Subai, then left the maintenance room and returned to the hall. After he left, Subai stroked his chin with his right hand. Level 1 talent, Star Leap? Unexpectedly, the second person with level 1 talent that he met was the captain of the Yunlong team. Yes, if not, it would be impossible for the other party to become the captain of the strongest team in Nanjiang at such a young age. However, the talent of Star Leap is extremely special and is a special variant of the body strengthening talent. It can make transitions based on its own star power, which is somewhat similar to the space talents in some novels. No wonder the structure of the vortex is so special. The vortex-shaped particle thrusters on the limbs must be specially made to allow the mecha to complete the jump action. The first talent skill of Vortex is also very simple, which is Starry Sky Jump. A talent skill that allows the mecha to leap. This talent skill can be very effective in combat, but there is no direct means of attack. In that case, this skill should be very suitable for him. After thinking for a moment, Su Bai had a direction for strengthening. With your right hand, touch the right leg of the Vortex. Level 3 Enhancement is now available. A faint blue light, accompanied by starlight, instantly enveloped the vortex. In the hall, looking at Xing Yunlong who had returned, Zhang Lei couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you supervising it yourself? This is a huge order of 180 million star coins, right? You are really willing to spend so much money on strengthening it. If it were me, I would definitely not spend such a large sum of money on strengthening it. This is enough to buy another mecha, and one with innate skills." After hearing Zhang Lei's words, Xing Yunlong remained silent. This made Zhang Lei very helpless. Seeing Zhang Lei's persistence, Huang Lin patted him on the shoulder and said, "Captain Zhang, old Xing is just like that. Don't bother with him. We have waited until now, and I won't hide it from you. I advise you to prepare the money quickly. Don't wait until it's too late." Zhang Lei didn't believe a single punctuation mark of Huang Lin's words, as this man was a well-known liar in the Yunlong team. "You tried every means to trick me into leaving before, and now you are advising me to prepare money?" Zhang Lei even suspected that this was a play performed by them and Su Bai, the purpose of which was to punish him for his negligence yesterday. "It's okay, I'll just take a look." Zhang Lei's calm look made Huang Lin helplessly spread his hands. "This person is really stubborn. We asked him to leave, but he insisted on staying. Now that he has been waiting for so long, we asked him to prepare money, but he said he just wanted to take a look." Puff! And Shui couldn't hold back when she saw this. "It's okay. You guys chat. You guys chat." She didn't want Zhang Lei to prepare the money now. Otherwise, what would he do if he was cut in line? And Shui felt very uncomfortable having the captain strengthen herself before her. Zhang Lei should forget about imitating him. Seeing in Shui smile, Zhang Lei became more certain of his guess that they must be setting a trap for him. Hey, I won't be fooled. I'm just playing. They were discussing in the hall, which made it difficult for the law enforcement team members outside the door. Some members even fell asleep while standing. Some members silently took note of Zhang Lei in their hearts. Captain Zhang is really not a fair person. I will file a complaint with you when the time comes. That's right. He is seriously delaying our work time, and he must be held accountable. You better be. I'm counting on you. But what's the magic of this interstellar repair shop? I saw Captain Xing transfer 180 million star coins without hesitation. That's 180 million. I have to work for a lifetime based on my salary. This is indeed a huge sum of money for us, but for those star-walking mecha masters, it will only take a few years to earn it back. In this world, strength is king. Then what can we do? The best we can do is become a sky mecha master. We can forget about becoming a star-walking mecha master. Although they earn a lot, it is also dangerous. They were the first to reform the Holy See this time. It can be said that risks and benefits coexist. It's not bad for us. At least we have enough food and clothing, and our life is comfortable. Except now, of course. Most of the members of these law enforcement teams are mecha masters of around 7 stars on Earth, and 1 or 2 of them are mecha masters of 1 star in the sky. His strength is not as good as Zhao Mengyue and Xiao Mengyan. However, this is the current situation of ordinary people. Not everyone has such high talent, and not everyone can become a strong person. They are able to awaken level and level talents and can pilot mechas, which has surpassed many people without talent. You should consider the issues relevant to your current stage so that you can be content and happy. Buzz. Just as everyone was chatting, suddenly there was a loud roar coming from the machine repair shop in front of them. The roar instantly woke up many law enforcement team members who were sleeping while standing. What's going on? Enemy attack. Could it be that the captain and his men are fighting? That's impossible. Why would the captain fight with the Yunlong team? At the same time, in the hall, Xing Yunlong was so excited that he clenched his hands. The fluctuations coming from the maintenance room at this moment made Xing Yu feel extremely familiar, and he even felt a sense of yearning. He understood, this is the power of space. It seems that Boss Su has successfully strengthened himself. This time the strengthening time is longer than the strengthening time of Huang Lin's double ninja yesterday. It's been nearly 5 hours now. But Xing Yunlong was not impatient at all. He understood the special features of his whirlpool, and strengthening it would naturally be more difficult than double ninja. After feeling this fluctuation, he believed that all the waiting was worth it. After experiencing yesterday's scene, Huang Lin and Meng understood what this meant, and they all cast congratulatory glances towards Xing Yunlong. Only Zhang Lei was still confused. The power that just came out from the maintenance room door panel even made him feel palpitations. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw that the waste paper under the table was actually twisted by that force, and then the piece in the middle disappeared. This is undoubtedly the power of space. This sudden change made him very worried, and he really wanted to understand what had happened. Click! At this moment, the door of the maintenance room opened. Xing Yunlong used Star Leap without any hesitation and leapt into the maintenance room, and Shui and Huang Lin hurried to follow. Zhang Lei is not willing to fall behind. After entering the maintenance room, Zhang Lei couldn't help rubbing his eyes. The scene in front of him was unbelievable to him. How long has it been? What on earth did this young man do? Is this the reason why Xing Yunlong was willing to spend 180 million yuan? At this moment, Zhang Lei instantly understood the intentions of the previous people and why they tried so hard to trick him into leaving at the beginning. Why did Xing Yunlong transfer a huge sum of money without hesitation? Why did Huang Lin persuade me to prepare money? The clown is actually me? Chapter 44 Zhang Lei. Transfer the money quickly. What came into view was a transparent body with deep blue light armor dotted with stars. Compared with the previous vortex, the particle injectors at the end of the legs looked more like a galaxy. The same was true on the arms. 2 transparent sharp blades extended from the galaxy, making the vortex even more solemn and murderous. Zhang Lei stared at the brand new vortex with wide eyes, envy written all over his face. Just in terms of visual effects, vortex is more than a step up. Is this the 180 million worth of enhancement? It's really something. Zhang Lei couldn't help but sigh. But there's more to it than that. Huang Lin added unconsciously after hearing Zhang Lei's words. It was the other party's fault for not listening to him and preparing the money first. Now is the perfect time to hit him. Zhang Lei was a little confused. This is not over yet. The overall materials have been improved. Even the core has been improved. It should be almost done, right? Is it possible to transform it into a natural skill? Zhang Lei was not willing to be outdone and directly hit back, looking at Huang Lin with a smile on his face, wanting to hear how the other party would explain it. You guessed this? Huang Lin smiled faintly, with his hands behind his back. Just watch carefully. Zhang Lei, why is he so confident? It can't be impossible, right? Vortex already has a talent skill, and he has never heard of anyone being able to make a mecha with a talent skill awaken a second talent skill. Even awakening a talent skill is extremely difficult, and some high-star mechanics can indeed awaken talent skills in mechas that do not have any talent skills. This is because the mechas themselves have not awakened, they just assisted in completing the awakening process. But how can an awakened mecha create a second innate skill? Impossible. Absolument impossible. Zhang Lei was very sure that Huang Lin was helping him, so he simply ignored the other party's words. Buzz. However, at this moment, the ceiling of the maintenance room suddenly opened. Xing Yunlong flashed and instantly entered the vortex. The neural link was completed, and starlight flickered in the vortex's eyes. Suddenly, the vortex rushed up into the sky and directly left the maintenance room. Zhang Lei, gone now? What happened? What's wrong with Xing Yunlong? Just get started and run? That shouldn't be the case. He has already given the money. Zhang Lei really didn't understand this operation. However, Huang Lin and Shui looked at each other and walked straight out the door. Especially in Shui, her eyes were already full of anticipation. After all, it's her turn next. Now let's take a look at what talents the captain has awakened. As the team leader, Xing Yunlong relies on the special skill of Star Jump, which allows him to complete various difficult moves unexpectedly. However, the lack of attack power has always been what Xing Yunlong was criticized for. They all felt the spatial fluctuation just now. If nothing unexpected happens, Xing Yunlong may have awakened an offensive talent skill. This is a huge improvement for their Yunlong team. What's going on? What is this? The law enforcement team members outside the Interstellar repair shop were still chatting when they suddenly saw the vortex falling from the sky, and they were immediately on high alert. Enemy attack? Has the Reformed Church become so bold? No, that seems to be the vortex of the execution team. How is that possible? I've seen the vortex of the criminal squad, and it's not like this. Hey, don't tell me, although the materials look different, the structure seems to be the same? Stop talking nonsense. Get out of the way, it's coming down. As they spoke, everyone dispersed and made room in front of the entrance of the Interstellar Mechanic Repair Shop. Buzz. Just as everyone was moving out of the way, the vortex above the sky had already descended and arrived at the door of the machine repair shop. Looking at the vortex that suddenly came, everyone looked at each other, not knowing what to do for a moment. At this time, Huang Lin and Shui and Zhang Lei behind them appeared in front of everyone at the same time. The members of the law enforcement team finally found their backbone. Captain Zhang, this mecha with unknown origins suddenly appeared here. What should we do? Zhang Lei glanced at everyone and said, "This is Xing Yunlong's vortex." After hearing Zhang Lei's words, the person who first recognized the vortex immediately put his hands on his hips and raised his head high. See, I said this is a vortex. What the hell? It's really a vortex? What on earth happened? I remember the vortex didn't look like this. Could this be a 180 million yen upgrade? It does look like that. It's true that it's not cheap just looking at the appearance, but 180 million is still a bit expensive. At this moment, they, like Zhang Lei, no longer felt that Xing Yunlong was too angry as before. The material upgrade and core upgrade alone are worth at least 50 million. If you add a little more price to the appearance, it can probably reach 80 million star coins. But there is also a small target premium. Suddenly, Xing Yunlong's voice came from the vortex, "Stay away." Although they didn't know why he said that, everyone obeyed and left the training ground. After seeing that there was no one around, the stars flickered above the vortex. The nebula above the limbs began to rotate slowly, as if a galaxy was flashing in the training ground. Boom! At the same time, the earth suddenly began to tremble. The stones on the ground suddenly shattered, and the barrier of the training ground rose up hurriedly. Vortex crossed his hands in front of his chest, and then pushed forward with all his strength. Tear! An invisible aura seemed to tear the surrounding space apart, and black cracks lingered in the training ground. This terrifying wave bombarded the barrier, and spiderweb-like cracks began to appear on the barrier that was able to withstand the full force of the star-breaking Mecha Master. Innate skill, Dimensional Collapse. Use the power of Star Leap to bombard the surrounding space at high speed, creating a cutting effect. The moment this scene appeared, Zhonglei's mouth was already wide open, as if he could fit a fist in. The members of the law enforcement team thought that they were hallucinating because they didn't get enough rest. Am I dreaming? It doesn't hurt. It must be a dream. Get lost. Of course you're not hurt. You're pinching me. No way. The talent skill of Vortex has changed? I've never heard that innate skills can change. This is also what Zhonglei thought. He still didn't think that Vortex had awakened its second talent skill. Is this Boss Su's strength? He can actually change his innate skills? Zhonglei asked Huang Lin tentatively. Huang Lin gave him a meaningful look. You will know when you read on. Soon, the Vortex figure in the field suddenly disappeared in front of everyone and appeared behind them in an instant. Star Wars? How is this possible? After seeing that Turbo could also use Star Wars, Zhonglei couldn't hold back any longer. He just made a phone call. Wife, quick, transfer 180 million to me. A somewhat fierce voice came from the other end of the phone. Say it again. I don't have time to explain to you. Hurry, not a cent less than 180 million. Transfer the money immediately. Chapter 45 Starlight Realm. Completely crazy. When the second talent skill of Vortex really appeared, Zhonglei understood that what Huang Lin said was true. This Boss Su is truly amazing. The other party is not a dishonest businessman at all. On the contrary, he is very conscientious. For only 180 million, not only can you strengthen the whole body and core of the mecha, but you can also obtain a second talent skill. If you tell others about this kind of thing, people will think you are crazy. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. What's more, Su Bai is still so young. He didn't even dare to imagine what kind of terrifying existence was behind the other person. Only a peerless mechanic who is famous throughout the starry sky can train such a terrifying disciple, right? Are you crazy, Zhonglei? Are you itching for trouble? Zhonglei was still daydreaming when a sudden wake-up call came from the other end of the line. He hasn't waited for an explanation yet. The vortex moved again, and the nebulae above its limbs suddenly changed, transforming into streaks of starlight, instantly enveloping everything in the field. Under the cover of starlight, everyone's vision was blocked. A huge pressure instantly pressed down on everyone in the field, making their bodies even heavier. This is the special feature of Vortex, the astral realm. As long as they are within this area, the opponent will experience 5 times the gravity of their own body, and their visible range will be reduced. Combined with Starry Sky Jump and Dimensional Collapse, Xing Yunlong can be called a killing god in the Starlight Realm. Hurry, transfer the money. If you don't transfer it to me, I will divorce you. Zhonglei was really crazy now. Not only did he get the second talent skill, but Xing Yunlong actually obtained a domain-type characteristic expertise. This type of specialization is extremely valuable, even among specializations. He absolutely cannot miss such an opportunity. A huge feeling of regret arose spontaneously, and now there was only regret in his heart. I regretted why I didn't think about why Xing Yunlong spent a lot of money to strengthen him first. I regret that I remained unmoved after Huang Lin reminded me. The tone on the other end of the phone gradually turned colder. Do you have the guts to say it again? Say it again. Transfer the money. Or get a divorce. Zhonglei changed his previous cowardice and stood up to his wife for the first time. Even if he would be beaten later, he didn't care at the moment. Okay, go home and wait for me. Hearing his words, the person on the other end of the phone sneered, but still transferred the money to Zhonglei. She also understood that it was a big deal to make Zhonglei so excited. She could give the money, but she couldn't just let it go. Being tough comes at a price. Zhonglei didn't care about the consequences for himself. After receiving the money, he ran towards Su Bai in a hurry. Unfortunately, a beautiful figure blocked his way, and Xue looked at Su Bai expectantly. Boss Su, is it my turn now? Her tone was so gentle that it made people feel a little numb. Huang Lin got goosebumps all over his body. And Xue, can you please speak properly? Get lost. He was responded with a lion's roar, as if the soft and cute girl before did not exist at all. Huang Lin. After scolding Huang Lin, and Xue changed into her soft girl look again and stared at Su Bai. Her hot curves almost made Su Bai unable to hold back. No problem. We agreed on it yesterday. As Su Bai spoke, he took out a contract. He had prepared it yesterday, and today he was going to take the 2 orders from Xing Yunlong and Xue. Although the actual time of Interstellar Enhancement is only a moment. But he didn't dare to do so. It was already amazing that he had been strengthened to this level. If it were done in an instant, anyone would be able to see the trick. Those who can complete it in a few hours can be called a demon mechanic, but completing it in a few seconds? That means there is a big secret. Everyone would even wonder whether they could do the same after obtaining the secret. At this moment, Zhang didn't know Su Bai's plan, so he simply didn't argue with Shui. When Shui has finished strengthening, I should be the next one, right? Thinking of this, Zhang quietly looked at Huang Lin on the side. No, there is also this kid. The Yunlong team must be preparing to strengthen all of them. No, we can't let him get there first. In Zhang Lei's opinion, since the Yunlong team had waited all night, naturally everyone had to strengthen themselves. After all, no one wanted to miss such an opportunity. However, most members of the law enforcement team could only sigh silently. Oh, if only I had money. That's true, but it also depends on your strength. If you haven't reached the level of a star-stepping mecha master, it's useless to have money. I'm so envious. Who would have thought that I could see such a beautiful scene today? I wonder if Boss Su can help strengthen the Sky Mecha as well? This sentence was like opening Pandora's box. Some of the talented Sky Mecha Masters in the law enforcement team began to make plans in their hearts. Shouldn't it be possible? That's right. There's no need for a Sky Mecha. Ah, yes. Everyone said that it was unnecessary and impossible, but in fact they were secretly sending messages to people to prepare money. According to their estimates, even if the Sky Mecha were to be upgraded, it would cost at least tens of millions. Be prepared first to be prepared. As the focus of everyone's attention, Xing Yunlong has now retracted the vortex. He came to Su Bai and saluted him directly. Thank you for your help, Boss Su. I will never forget this kindness. Xing Yunlong is the owner of a top-level talent, and even a top-level one in the space department. All along, relying on the Starry Sky Jump, he successfully made the Yunlong team into the strongest team in Nanjiang. But that's where it stops. If he wants to move to a higher stage, his disadvantage of not having powerful means of attack will stand out and be caught by others. It's not so bad if there is a gap in strength. Once you meet someone with similar strength as yourself, then this disadvantage will be infinitely magnified. But now, he not only has powerful means of attack, it even has domain-specific expertise. While addressing its shortcomings, it even gave it an epic enhancement. Coupled with the strengthening of Huang Lin and Shui, Xing Yunlong is confident that in the future, he will not only become the strongest in Nanjiang, they can even become the strongest in the South, the strongest in China, the strongest in the Blue Star Alliance. All this is thanks to the young man in front of me. It is he who gives me the capital to pursue my dreams. Su Bai just waved his hand when he saw him turning around. Maybe to Xing Yunlong and the others, they felt that they were helping them cheaply. But you know your own business best. The capital used to strengthen himself this time was only 10 million star coins, but what he got in exchange was indeed a huge sum of 180 million. In a fair trade, there is no one who owes anyone anything. Captain Xing, you're too polite. And Shui, let's go. With that, Su Bai walked towards the maintenance room. Zhang Lei somehow intervened and came up to Huang Lin to chat. Brother Huang, have you known about this a long time ago? You didn't tell my brother. He's so sad. Looking at Zhang Lei in front of him, crying, Huang Lin was confused. Didn't I tell you? Isn't it you who don't believe it? Chapter 46, How could such a big thing be kept secret? Huang Lin was completely speechless. He saw that Zhang Lei was very persistent and asked the other party to prepare. But now they are turning the tables? Take a step back quietly and stay away from such people. Zhang Lei saw Huang Lin's actions and knew that his plan had succeeded. He smiled knowingly and said, Haha, there's no need to be so formal. As if he had thought of something, he turned around and looked at the law enforcement team. You guys go back and rest first, there's nothing to do here. He didn't want to be seen by his subordinates smelling delicious food. He also had to save face. Law enforcement team members. They knew exactly what Zhang Lei was thinking. After the stimulation, just now, most of the sleepiness has disappeared at this moment, except for some Earth Mecha Masters who couldn't bear it and left. There were still more than a dozen law enforcement team members waiting outside the repair shop. Most of those who stayed behind were there to watch the fun. Only a few Sky Mecha Masters looked at each other, and they all read the same idea in each other's eyes. In that case, it all depends on your own abilities. One of the Sky Mecha Masters smiled faintly, his self-confidence overflowing. Just now, he used a lot of connections and finally raised a huge sum of 50 million star coins. I don't think I will miss this opportunity to strengthen myself. Same here. The other one was not to be outdone. His family was already wealthy, and with his exaggerated publicity, he immediately obtained 60 million in startup funds. He was determined to seize this opportunity to strengthen himself. Sometimes it's not enough to have a lot of money. I guess Boss Su also has to be selective about his people. Although the third person didn't have as much money as the first two, he was a master of talent, and the quality of his mecha was higher than the first two. In his opinion, even if Su-Bai chose to strengthen his mecha, he would definitely choose the easier one. Sizzle. The three people's eyes met in the air, and sparks flew instantly. The crowd watching couldn't help but shake their heads. You just said it was impossible, but now you're arguing with me? Sure enough, true fragrance is the most primitive instinct of human beings. Well, to be honest, I'm a little envious of them. They are Sky Mecha Masters, so at least there is still some hope. For us Earth Mecha Masters, there is no hope. Forget it, forget it. It's worth coming here today to see the second talent awakening. It's worth it for us to stay up all night. It was that just now that made me lose all my sleepiness. It was really a shock. But we have been delayed here for so long. Has Captain Zhang reported yesterday's intelligence? This one? That's right. Zhang Lei and the members of the law enforcement team have been staying in the Interstellar machine repair shop since they went on duty yesterday. Although the intelligence has been sorted out, they dare not report it to a higher level without Zhang Lei's order. Now the information is still in the hands of the Yunhai law enforcement team. Nanjiang Fleet Headquarters. Xiaoping, tell me what's going on? Zhao Tianming was sitting on the command desk at this moment, tapping the table in front of him with his right index finger. Wasn't the battle over when you got there yesterday? Zhao Tianming's tone was very puzzled. He sent Zhang Xiaoping to protect Zhao Mingyue. He also arranged that if the battle continued, she would help the Yunlong team and the Yunhai law enforcement team complete their mission. But the other party's response to him clearly stated that the battle had already ended. Then why hasn't he received any information yet? Let's not talk about the Yunlong team for now. Their main task is combat, and they're somewhat amateurish in organizing intelligence. The Yunhai law enforcement team is very professional in this area. Such a big mistake happened right within their jurisdiction. No one reported the situation to me. Go ask Sun Yu if he doesn't want to be the captain of Yunhai anymore. How do you usually teach your subordinates? If he can't do it, then change someone else for me. Zhao Tianming was obviously really angry. Judging from the information Zhang Xiaoping obtained from Zhao Mingyue, this matter even involved the military mechas within the fleet. The scumbags who reformed the Holy See not only caused trouble in Yunhai, but even corrupted them from within. How dare they conceal such an important matter? When Zhao Tianming got angry, the whole Nanjiang would tremble. Zhang Xiaoping agreed almost instantly. I will inform Captain Sun about this matter and ask him to deal with it seriously. Calm down first. After saying that, Zhang Xiaoping left the director's office. A notice was quickly compiled and sent to Sun Yu. Yunhai Fleet Headquarters inside the captain's room. Sun Yu was reviewing the documents. Sun Hani's Wanjun Hangyue had performed very well recently and was said to have completely taken the first place in Yunhai No. 1 Middle School. In addition to feeling relieved, Sun Yu also became more curious about Su-Bai. However, it would be inappropriate for him to visit a mechanic of this level rashly. I don't know if the mysterious boss Su can upgrade his mecha to a star-breaking mecha. There is such a powerful mechanic right under his nose. But Sun Yu cannot get close to him. Who can understand this kind of pain? Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, the light screen in front of him flashed red, and Sun Yu understood that this was a file sent directly from above and below. His expression suddenly became tense. Director Zhao is looking for me? Without any hesitation, Sun Yu began to check the contents of the notice. As he looked deeper and deeper, his fists clenched and veins popped out on his forehead. Bang! He slammed the table hard, and the documents on it fell to the ground in all directions. Zhang Lei, you didn't even tell me such a big thing? Is your skin itchy? Are there any cold star people in the Reformed Church? Then was the last time the Red Moon was penetrated by nuclear radiation? Was it related to them? No. The name of this interstellar machine shop sounds familiar. Due to the large amount of information, Sun Yu was so angry that he didn't react for a while. After calming down, he realized that this was the machine repair shop where Sun Hani got Wanjun Hangyue. Thinking of this, Sun Yu became even angrier. Zhang Lei, I'll fine him a year's salary. This is about the mysterious boss Su, so we must take it seriously. The other party actually discovered the interstellar mechanic repair shop and even launched an attack. After thinking for a while, Sun Yu directly sent a notice to Zhang Lei. Boy, don't you want to do this anymore? How could you conceal such a big thing and not report it? Have you grown wings? Now, immediately, right away, come back to see me. Inside the Interstellar machine repair shop, Zhonglei was still feeling proud of the success of his plan. Ding! You have a new message. Ding! You have a new message. Ding! You have a new message. 3 consecutive reminders made him frown slightly. Could it be sent by my wife? No, you can't watch it. Just pretend you don't know when the time comes. Turn it off. Turn it off immediately. Chapter 47 in Shui is so successful. After waiting in the office for 10 minutes without receiving a reply, Sun Yu became a little impatient. His face was visibly dark. Okay, I won't reply to the message, right? That brat is really getting too cocky. After trying to calm himself down, Sun Yu directly dialed Zhang Lei's number. A cold female voice came from the phone. Hello, the number you dialed is turned off. Please call again later. But the desktop was hit hard again. Sun Yu's mouth corners slightly raised, with a fake smile, and his eyes were burning with anger, as if a blue flame was rolling, burning everything in the world. Shut down during working hours. It seems that deducting only 1 year's salary from him is not enough. 2 years' salary, including performance bonus. This kid won't get a cent. After deciding on the punishment for Zhang Lei, Sun Yu raised his hands and kept rubbing his eyebrows. Chief Zhao is in a hurry. I guess I have no choice but to go there myself. As soon as this thought came to mind, Sun Yu's eyes suddenly lit up. This is a really good idea. It will also allow him to meet the mysterious boss Su. That's right, let's do it. Xiao Wang, come in and sort out these documents. I'll come back and take a look. Hearing Sun Yu's call, his secretary Xiao Wang pushed the door open and looked at the mess in the room. He was a little confused. Captain, what are you doing? Sun Yu was now completely focused on how to meet Su Bai, so he answered casually, It's nothing, I just wasn't in a good mood just now. Xiao Wang, when did the captain become so impulsive? But she didn't dare to say much and quietly sorted out the information on the ground. Watch Sun Yu leave. Outside the Star Machine shop, Zhang Lei had just turned off his cell phone and was staring intently at the maintenance room. Now, nearly 4 hours have passed since Su Bai helped Shui strengthen herself. They also waited from morning till evening. Why isn't it healed yet? Zhang Lei's right foot kept shaking, and it was obvious that he was very anxious. And Shui was speechless when she saw Zhang Lei like this. If I remember correctly, it is my own mecha that is being strengthened now, right? Why is Zhang Lei more anxious than me? Of course, she was also very anxious, but she understood that the wait now was all for the surprise that would come in a moment. The fragrance of plum blossoms comes from the bitter cold. Only after going through this agonizing wait can you have a brand new experience. Click, the sound of the maintenance room door opening was suddenly heard. To Shui, this noise sounded like the sound of nature. Without any hesitation, she took a step forward and headed straight for the maintenance room. Following closely behind is Zhang Lei. As for Huang Lin and Xing Yunlong, after being strengthened, they entered the sage time. Just watch the fun. Slowly entered the maintenance room, even though this is the 3rd time I've watched it. But the scene before them still shocked them. What comes into view is a set of snow cannons that are completely snow white and translucent, but with a silver-white glow, as if they were covered with a layer of silver armor. The originally slender body has been filled out, and most importantly, the various beam muzzles on the snow cannon have disappeared. The previous clumsy feeling has become capable and restrained, making people wonder whether this is still an armed mecha. Although Shui was also confused, she believed in Su Bai and went directly into the snow cannon without any hesitation. The moment their neural links were connected, she discovered the secret. An excited voice came from the snow cannon. Boss Su, this. Seeing this, Su Bai smiled faintly. Don't get excited, go out and try it. Yeah, snow cannon nodded vigorously, and then flew out from the open skylight. Came to the training ground outside the machine repair shop. With the previous lessons learned, the remaining members of the law enforcement team had long since moved away from the training ground. Looking at the brand new snow cannon, they began to discuss in a low voice. Is this a snow cannon? How did it become like this? Where is its cannon? Overturned? This seems a bit like reverse reinforcement. Yes, the armored mechas have lost their weapons. How can they fight? This 180 million is just a waste of money. They were disappointed but not surprised to see the snow cannon. After all, one such reinforcement is enough, and we can't expect it to be like this every time. It's just a pity for Shui. Although this snow cannon looks better than before, it can only be used for display. Without weapons, you are nothing. Boom! However, as soon as this thought came to their mind, the armor on the snow cannon in front of him began to separate, and from under the armor, various cutting-edge beam cannons suddenly emerged from the water. Light plasma gun, covering electron pulse cannon, and crossfire light energy cannon. Look at these powerful weapons that suddenly appear. Everyone was silent. Their eyes widened. They couldn't understand how so many armed men could hide under the mecha of the snow cannon. Who the hell said this about reverse enhancement? Come out. Fuck. Blame me for being uneducated. I can say fuck to everyone. Can anyone tell me how the slender body of the snow cannon can accommodate these huge things? It's my fault. I actually questioned Boss Su's ability. I really didn't know how to respect him. Where's Boss Su? Call him God Su. God Su, please accept my respect. This time I'm completely convinced. This move alone is worth at least a small goal. And Shui is making a lot of money. Do you think there will be a second talent skill this time? Don't ask me. I don't know anything. Theoretically, this kind of thing is impossible, but that's Su Shun. Once Su Shun makes a move, he will know whether it exists or not. I want to become stronger. I want to become a star-walking mecha master. And I want to find Su Shun to strengthen me. Wake up. Your talent doesn't allow it. If the previous vortex brought them an intuitive shock, now the snow cannon gave them a reverse shock. I thought the car had failed, but it turned out to be such a surprise. Who can stand this? Not only them, but Zhang Lei and the other two who walked out of the machine repair shop also saw this scene. Huang Lin was instantly jealous. Fuck. How can it still be transformed? That's not fair. So my enhancement is the most mediocre? Xing Yunlong's vortex strengthens the power of space, which is an extremely rare ability. And now in Shui's snow cannon even has the ability to transform. In comparison, my double ninja is the most ordinary. Zhang Lei was so shocked that he didn't hear Huang Lin's words. He was completely focused on the snow cannon and kept panting. Hoo! It's my turn soon. I can have it too. I can do it. However, at this moment, a pair of somewhat rough hands patted his shoulders. Oh, what can you do? Suddenly, someone slapped him, which frightened Zhang Lei. In anger, he didn't even look at who it was and yelled, "Don't you want to live anymore? You actually scared me? Do you know who I am?" Dead silence. After Zhang Lei said this, the scene suddenly fell into silence. The law enforcement team members present silently took 2 steps back, put their hands together in front of their chests, and made a praying gesture to Zhang Lei. Zhang Lei felt something was a little strange, and then he looked behind him and was instantly petrified. Sun Yu stared at Zhang Lei with his extremely cold eyes, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Come on, tell me who you are? Chapter 48 shattered the barrier. Starlight Artillery. Plop! When Zhang Lei heard what Sun Yu said, his legs went weak, and he almost fell down. He forced a smile and touched his head. Captain, why are you here? I am your little Karami. I am the captain's most loyal supporter. Having followed Sun Yu for many years, Zhang Lei immediately began to flatter him as usual. Upon hearing this, Sun Yu looked at him with a fake smile, his eyes chilling. Really? I wouldn't dare have a supporter like you. He didn't reply to messages, his phone was turned off, and he even had the audacity to conceal such a serious incident. Boom! This sentence was like a bolt from the blue, petrifying Zhang Lei instantly. Only then did he remember the purpose of coming to the Interstellar Mechanic Shop. He did not come here to strengthen the church, but to reform it. However, because of Su Bai's amazing skills, he forgot about this matter. It's all over. The light in Zhang Lei's eyes instantly disappeared. Having followed Sun Yu for many years, he knew his temper very well. Sun Yu was lenient with him by not demoting him for the mistake he made this time. Without a doubt, my salary is gone. We are about to spend a huge amount of money to upgrade the mecha, but now we have no salary. The consequences of returning home are obvious. Zhang Lei suddenly felt that the road ahead was bleak, and he didn't even know if he could see the sun tomorrow. Buzz! Suddenly, the roar of an engine was heard, and Zhang Lei finally came out of the gloomy world and looked hurriedly towards the snow cannon. But after seeing that all the muzzles on the snow cannon began to charge, the light returned to Zhang Lei's eyes, and he gritted his teeth. Never mind, just strengthen it first. I'm sorry, Captain. This is my fault. I am willing to accept the punishment. But please wait a moment. Sun Yu, what is this kid talking about? Let me wait a moment. Law enforcement team members. Whose general is this? How can he be so brave? You are not the Captain Zhang we know. Give Captain Zhang back. In fact, I've always known that Captain Zhang is super brave. Captain Zhang, who had been so timid in front of Captain Sun, now acted like a real man and asked the captain to wait for a moment. One can't help but sigh at the charm of Mecha. Bang! Sun Yu was about to say something when a loud noise caught his attention. At this moment, the snow cannon has been fully charged and countless light particles are gathered on the muzzle. Suddenly, these light particles moved forward and gathered in front of the snow cannon to form a starry sky cannon shadow. The muzzle of this gun is twice as large as that of a snow cannon, with a diameter of over 60 meters. Talented skill. Star power cannon. Even Sun Yu couldn't help but swallow his saliva when he saw this huge cannon. He muttered to himself, as expected, every move by Boss Su is so shocking. Thinking of the Wanjun Red Moon and the Thunder Serpent's Fong, Sun Yu was not surprised that Su Bai had transformed his snow cannon talent skill into this. I'm just a little curious about the power of this shot. As if it knew what he was thinking, the huge cannon with shining starlight instantly gathered energy. Boom! A beam of scorching heat burst out instantly, bombarding the barrier of the training ground with the force of sweeping away thousands of troops. Bang! Finally, this barrier that could withstand the full force of the star-destroying mecha was shattered by this shot. The artillery fire shot into the sky, like a lightsaber of light, as if it was going to tear the sky apart. Boom! 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 The cannon light pointing directly at the sky exploded with a loud bang, and streaks of light and shadows fell across the sky, sweeping across with tremendous force. A vibration that was no less powerful than the Gungjin Crimson Flame / released by the two ninjas before instantly spread out. The entire sea of clouds was shaken again at this moment. Different from the previous midnight. It was evening now, and everyone in the sea of clouds could clearly feel the vibration. It caused panic instantly. What's going on? Another earthquake? No. Why did I say again? Can we stay in this sea of clouds? There are earthquakes every few days. Why don't you consider moving? These days are not peaceful. Fortunately, the shaking subsided quickly, just like before. This restored people's composure. What? You run away after a shock. Hey, I just shake it for fun. Should I leave or not? Maybe they're developing weapons. Let's go. The same shock naturally reached the CF family. The black-robed man looked through the window of the CF family at the beam of light rising into the sky, his eyes flickering. Is this the direction of the Interstellar Machine repair shop again? Who on earth is that Boss Su? He was a little puzzled. When did such a mechanic appear in a small place like Yunhai? Moreover, the other party seemed to be in conflict with him and kept destroying his plans. Let's go meet him if we have a chance. Outside the Star Machine shop, there was complete silence. Everyone was shocked by the attack of the snow cannon. You know, even Xing Yunlong's dimensional collapse could not break through the barrier of the training ground. But now Enshue has done it. Xing Yunlong was also staring at Enshue blankly at this moment. When did the armed mecha become so powerful? Zhang Lei's eyes were red at this moment, and his desire for strengthening reached its peak. I will also strengthen myself so that I can have such power. It's just a salary. It's just money. All of this will come to me when I become stronger. Huang Lin wanted to cry, but had no tears. As expected, only my own enhancement is mediocre. This can break through the energy barrier. What a powerful force it is, it's not fair. Sun Yu seemed to be thinking about something, and then he revealed the secret. Is this a power accumulation? Yes, Captain Sunday. And Shue's voice came from the snow cannon, her tone extremely joyful. Apparently, she was very satisfied with Snow Cannon's second talent skill. This is my second innate skill, the Star Power Cannon. It utilizes the energy of my entire body's armor and my star power. Its power is as you have just seen, but the problem is that this attack takes a long time to charge. I probably started preparing for it when I arrived at the training ground. And Shue finished explaining to everyone. This reduced the shock a little. This attack also has both advantages and disadvantages. While gaining great power, one also sacrifices flexibility, and there is even the possibility of backlash if interrupted in the middle. As I said, the star-stepping mecha shouldn't have this ability. Sun Yu nodded, accepting the explanation, but was stunned again. What should I not tell you? The second talent skill? Snow Cannon nodded. That's right. As he spoke, two virtual pulse guns appeared in his hands. Her talent is a level 1 talent, armed virtualization. Being able to use her own star power to virtualize suitable weapons is why she chose an armed mecha. This scene seemed nothing to others. After all, I've experienced it once. However, when Captain Sun saw Sun use second talent skill for the first time, he was shocked and suddenly turned to look at Subai. 1,000 horses galloping in my heart. This thigh must be held tight. Chapter 49 is back. All are back. What are your specialties? Xing Yunlong did not notice Sun Yu's changes, but instead asked about Shue's specialties. Now no one will doubt Su Bai's strength. Since both himself and Huang Lin possess special expertise, and Shui is naturally no exception. Didn't you see it before? And Shue's voice came from the snow cannon, and then the muzzle on the body was retracted. The snow cannon once again returned to the appearance of an ordinary mecha. This is it unlimited storage. It can allow my snow cannon to store the weapons on my body. As for the storage quantity, it is still limited at present, but I feel that it can at least double the firepower. And Shui became interested when she said this. She was not discouraged by her special expertise at all. Rather, it was this characteristic and expertise that she was most satisfied with. Girls all love beauty. Previously, all the muzzles were installed directly on the snow cannon, making it look like it was full of tubes and not beautiful at all. But for the sake of firepower, there is no other way. This has always made Shui feel helpless. It's okay now. With this special feature, my snow cannon is finally perfect. The firepower is doubled while still looking beautiful. I can only say that he is worthy of being Boss Su. There are also special features. Sun Yu was completely confused, even though he was a star-breaking mecha master and the captain of the Cloud Sea Fleet. He had never seen such a scene before. One enhancement not only gave the mecha a second talent skill, but also awakened its special features. Boom, boom, boom. Sun Yu could even hear his own heartbeat. After who knows how many years, he once again felt hope that could take him to the next level. Swish! At this moment, a figure rushed out quickly and headed straight for Su Bai. If not Zhang Lei, then who else could it be? He can't wait any longer now. It's finally his turn. He also wants to be strengthened. He can't wait even a second. However, when he was about to get close to Su Bai, a hand grabbed his collar and said, "Go back." Sun Yu simply threw it behind him. Looking at Su Bai, who was getting farther and farther away from him, Zhang Lei kept waving his arms in the air with a look of despair on his face and shouted heartbreakingly, "No!" This cry came from the heart. The sorrow in it made people feel the same, and the solemnity made people speechless. Plop! Zhang Lei fell heavily to the ground after flying for several seconds. He lay down with his arms and legs spread out, tears of unwillingness streaming down his face, and the light in his eyes went out again. Sun Yu naturally ignored Zhang Lei, but came directly to Su Bai, appearing a little restrained. This scene made everyone in the law enforcement team drop their teeth in shock. This is the captain of the Cloud Sea Fleet. He's the #1 figure in Yunhai. Now, actually showed a reserved look in front of a young boy. Is it the world that is crazy, or are they crazy? Some people even chose to turn their heads away and not watch this scene, for fear of being punished by Sun Yu later. That's Su Bai, Mr. Su, right? Sun Yu thought about it, and finally used this opening remark. Su Bai, what's wrong with this uncle? He was really not used to being called Mr. Su by an uncle who was as old as his old man. He waved his hand and said, "Captain Sun, you are too polite. Just call me Su Bai." The person in front of him is the boss of Yunhai. Even though he can be fearless in the Interstellar Mechanic Repair Shop, there is no need to make it too embarrassing. Okay, Su Bai. Actually, I just want to ask you, can you strengthen the star-breaking mecha? Sun Yu directly put forward his request with expectation in his eyes. Okay, Su Bai nodded, but it will be tomorrow. Captain Sun, what do you think? The moment Sun Yu heard Su Bai say yes, he was instantly ecstatic, but when he heard that it would be tomorrow, he couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. But he quickly put this emotion behind him. He had waited for so many years, and now he finally found hope for further progress. What if he waited one more day? No problem. Then I'll come again tomorrow. Su Bai, you go ahead and do your work. After saying that, Sun Yu didn't delay and directly picked up Zhang Lei from the ground and left. At this moment, Zhang Lei looked like he had lost all hope in life, and he kept muttering, my enhancement, my enhancement." Bang! Sun Yu hit him directly. "Chong your hammer. Go back and report yesterday's situation. Didn't you hear Boss Su say he won't take orders today?" Glancing at Zhang Lei, Sun Yu still felt a little reluctant. After all, he was his subordinate who had followed him for so many years. "If you perform well, come with me tomorrow." Tongue. After hearing this, Zhang Lei jumped up and revived to full health on the spot. He saluted Sun Yu and said, "Don't worry, Captain. I will complete the mission." Law enforcement team members. They're all back. This is the Captain Zhang we are familiar with. You can escape the death penalty, but you can't escape the punishment of living punishment. For dereliction of duty, You will lose both your 2 years' salary and bonus. After Sun Yu finished speaking, he left, leaving Zhang Lei alone. It's okay. We'll all be back after strengthening. Zhang Lei, who learned that his salary was gone, encouraged himself and turned to look at the law enforcement team. Okay, let's really disperse this time. Everyone in the law enforcement team looked at Zhang Lei's appearance and didn't dare to say anything more at this moment. I can only leave quietly. Anyway, the Star Machine shop is here, and you can't escape. As for the reinforcement matters, at worst you can just come back next time. They are not as arrogant as Captain Zhang. There's nothing you can do about it. This is just the preference of a middle-aged man. Apart from his family, mechas are everything to Zhang Lei. That's understandable. The crowd dispersed, and the Interstellar repair shop finally returned to its former tranquility. And Shui also left the snow cannon and came to Su Bai, clasping her hands together and saying, "Thank you, Boss Su." "It's okay." Su Bai was already familiar with this business, and he waved his hand casually to tell him not to worry about it. "Thanks to Boss Su this time, we will try our best to help you get compensation. If you need us for anything in the future, just let me know." Even though Su Bai thought it was a fair deal, Xing Yunlong and the other two still believed that they had gotten a great deal. He directly promised Su Bai that he would help wherever he could be of use. Su Bai nodded when he heard this and did not refuse. The Yunlong team is the strongest team in Nanjiang, and maybe we will really need their help in the future. Seeing that Su Bai did not refuse, the three of them smiled happily, said goodbye, and then left the Interstellar Mechanic repair shop. "Wait until they leave." Su Bai stretched and said, "Finally, they all left. I've been so busy these past 2 days." That's right, these 2 days can be said to be the busiest 2 days since Su Bai got the Interstellar Machine repair shop. First, 10 mechas were maintained, and then chaos was built. Afterwards, he also killed the Cold Light Star Cyborg. Next, the mechas of Xing Yunlong and the other two were strengthened. It can be said that it is quite fulfilling. It's probably because I'm too outstanding and have to endure the busyness that I shouldn't have to endure at this age. Su Bai said narcissistically and returned to the Interstellar Mechanic repair shop. Looking at the balance in his account, he smiled kindly. Chapter 50. One Thought Breaks the Star. 143.8 million. This is Su Bai's current savings. Even the vast majority of star-walking mecha masters do not have such deposits. Only the best of them can have such a large deposit. Of course, compared with the star-breaking mecha master, it is indeed a little worse. But you have to know that Su Bai is just a sky mecha master now. He performed the star whale breathing technique again yesterday, and his star power increased to sky 6 stars. I should be able to break through the star stepping stage today. Let's exchange the second level of the star whale breathing technique first. With Su Bai's current wealth, he exchanged for the second level of the star whale breathing technique without any hesitation. After the exchange, he still had more than 490 million star coins left. As Su Bai successfully exchanged the information, the following content of the star whale breathing method appeared in his mind. It is basically the same as the breathing method on the first level. The only difference is that there are some more changes in the operation method. The original star whale breathing method only uses itself as an eye to gather the surrounding star power into a tidal wave and absorb it. And the second floor, Su Bai needs to construct 2 star power tide eyes at the same time and construct 2 star power tides to allow the star power to gather exponentially. Is this double happiness? After a quick look, Su Bai understood that as long as he fixed the eye of tide in the palm of his hand, he could easily complete the double tide. It's a pity that his current star power is not enough to construct 2 tides. Forget it. Let's maximize our current star power first. As he spoke, Su Bai sat cross-legged on the ground. With himself as the center, the surrounding star power quickly gathered towards him. His realm also soared. 7 stars in the sky. 8 stars in the sky. The peak of the 9 stars in the sky. When his star power reached the peak of sky 9 stars, Su Bai finally felt a hint of resistance. Is this the bottleneck for breaking through? Su Bai's star power progress has been rapid since he acquired the talent, but this is the first time he has felt the so-called bottleneck. This made him feel a little curious, and he spread his arms and placed them on his knees. Breathe. In a breath, the starlight on his body instantly spread along his arms to his palms. At the same time, the star power tide lingering around him also changed, slowly splitting from the middle, as if it was about to split into 2. Get up! Su Bai shouted loudly. The starlight in his hands surged. The star power surged towards it like a tide. The tide, which was originally divided into two and had its star power content halved, was instantly filled with star power and became extremely abundant. That is, at the moment when the two star power tides were formed, the golden lines on the Interstellar Machine repair shop trembled, blocking the leakage of this breath. Boom! A loud bang. Subai's star power realm was broken, directly leapfrogging the stage of Sky Mecha Master and reaching the level of Star Mecha Master. As he broke through to become a star-walking Mecha Master, the growth of his body's star power began to slow down. The feeling of rapid progress before finally dissipated at this moment. It seems that the star power required in the star stepping stage is more than 10 times that of the sky stage. That's right, after carefully feeling the changes in his body, Subai discovered that even though he now had double the efficiency of absorbing star power, it would still take him 5 times as long as before to increase his star level by 1 star. With this conversion, it is easy to conclude that the star power required in the star stepping stage is 10 times that of the sky stage. No wonder many people spend their entire lives at the star stepping stage and are unable to become star-breaking Mecha Masters. At this moment, Subai understood that cultivation was not easy. He possessed a superb talent plus a truth-level breathing method. With the double blessing, he had to make breakthroughs step by step. As for those Mecha Masters who don't have these talents at level 1 and 2, it would undoubtedly be extremely difficult for them to break through to the star-breaking level. Even a Mecha Master with superb talent cannot easily join the ranks of star-breaking Mecha Masters. The reform of the Holy See and the Hongguan people seemed to be in unrest now. Thinking of what he had experienced in the past few days, Subai sighed helplessly. I thought that I could happily earn enough star coins through interstellar enhancement, then strengthen my mecha and travel through the interstellar space. As a result, troubles ensued. Forget it, let them worry about these things. I have done my part by helping them strengthen. Subai slowly stood up and stretched his stiff neck. Then he walked towards the maintenance room. Open the virtual maintenance room. Subai gave the order as soon as he entered the maintenance room. Almost at the moment when he finished speaking, the voice of the central control came out. Yes, owner. The virtual maintenance warehouse is now open. Boom! Suddenly, a burst of energy instantly enveloped maintenance room number 1. Even though the things in front of him did not change much, Subai could clearly feel the subtle differences. At this moment, everything in the maintenance room except himself seemed to be slightly distorted. This is the time compression that occurs to objects after the flow of time is increased to 3 times its speed. It is only through the influence of the system that the oppression is reduced to the minimum. As the shop owner, Subai didn't even feel the pressure of time. Is this the 3 times the flow of time? Subai looked around and then took out his chaos. After breaking through the star-stepping realm, he did not strengthen chaos immediately. The reason was very simple. When fighting with Duan Han yesterday, Subai discovered that the current chaos seemed unable to completely control its core power source. After all, the co-firing of 5 nuclear weapons is a technology that exists in theory. Even if the system makes it possible, the external materials cannot withstand such impact, so Subai needs to slightly modify some of the structures. This is also the reason why he entered the virtual maintenance warehouse. He wants to create the chaos completely here. The main reason is the connection at the joints. I was so focused on speed that I put a lot of effort into the skeleton, core, and armor, but the joints are still a little rough. After looking around, Subai instantly found the reason. The main problem is that the joints can hardly withstand the power of the 5 cores burning together. That's the power of the 5 grains of grain. If it were an ordinary mecha, it would be good enough if it wasn't blown to pieces. Fortunately, I kept a few of the star-level mechanic skills that the previous mission assistants gave me. Now that the task of building the mecha has been completed, the mission assistance has naturally disappeared. But before it disappeared, Subai chose 10 exquisite 3-star mechanic skills and kept them, which was the maximum allowed by the system. It's really not that he doesn't want to remember more. Baiyuan Joint Acceptance Method. This is the method Subai is going to use. Baiyuan the mechanic was well known in the Interstellar Alliance. It was said that he had become a 3-star mechanic at the age of 20 with his own strength. Before he turned 30, he had surpassed the shackles of a mechanic and became a 7-star mechanic. Now that decades have passed, Subai has no idea what level his mechanical skills have reached. But the inherited skill that the other party left behind when he was a Samsung mechanic was this Baiyuan Joint Inheritance Method. According to the memory in his mind, Subai held the thermal knife in one hand and used the other hand to perform the fusion of all things to feel the changes in the surrounding metal. Sizzle. The heat blade touched the outer armor of chaos, and sparks instantly flew off. Subai raised a sword and took advantage of the opportunity to easily remove the outer armor of chaos, revealing the skeleton inside. I didn't expect that the strengthened bones would also change. Seeing this skeleton that was completely different from his original design, Subai understood that this was the credit of the system. It's a pity that even the system has things it can't take care of. After the outer armor was removed, Subai saw at a glance the place where he felt strange. Really? Chapter 51, Reconstruction again. Raise an army to hold the culprit accountable. Following Subai's gaze, there was a tiny hole at the joint of chaos. This kind of hole is not a problem on a normal mecha, because due to its large overall size, a normal mecha has many such holes at its joints to relieve internal pressure. But chaos is mecha-armed. The size of the armed mecha cannot be compared with that of ordinary mechas, and is even only about 1/10 of its size. In such a situation, the internal and external pressures do not need to be balanced, and the appearance of voids will instead cause internal imbalance, resulting in energy overload exceeding the limit that the mecha itself can withstand. This is also the reason why Subai felt strange. There is indeed a problem. Subai found the problem at a glance and breathed a sigh of relief. This can save a lot of time on maintenance. The thermal knife in his left hand was replaced with a combiner, and his right hand was still using the fusion of all things, trying to make the surrounding metals instantly attached to his joints. At the same time, he also used the Baiyuan joint acceptance method to melt the metal with heat and used the acceptance method to cover it while reconstructing the joints. This operation was extremely delicate, and Subai was fully focused and did not dare to slack off at all. Sizzle. Sparks flew, metal covered, and joints moved. Subai kept repeating this operation in the virtual maintenance room, over and over again, until he confirmed that it was correct. Shanghai University, elite student dormitory. Zhao Mingyue had just finished a day's training. The sweet sweat had eroded her ice blue long hair, making it stick to her back. The tight training suit outlined her figure, but unfortunately, it was a bit flat. Zhao Mingyue gently wiped the sweat from her forehead with her hand. The oppressive feeling brought by Duan Han yesterday was still vivid in her mind. She once again clearly realized the insufficiency of her own strength. No, I'm still too weak. We must quickly master the next skill, and we must not fall behind in the cultivation of our star power. She did not ask Zhao Tianming about the ins and outs of the matter. Even if it was her father, Zhao Tianming would not tell her everything. She could only guess that there would be major moves to reform the Holy See next. If one's strength is not enough, one may very well become cannon fodder that perishes in that storm. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, there was a sudden knock on her door. A sweet voice with a hint of irritability came from outside the door. Airport, open the door. Don't hide inside and keep silent. I know you are home. If you have the ability to sneak away, you should be able to open the door. Zhao Mingyue didn't reply to my message yesterday. When I called her later, her phone was turned off. This made Zhao Mingyan furious. If she hadn't been busy with schoolwork today, she would have knocked on Zhao Mingyue's door early in the morning. There's nothing I can do. It's really infuriating. You have no idea how she spent yesterday. Curled up alone in bed, Zhao Mingyue's words kept appearing in my mind. It's so uncomfortable. Zhao Mingyue heard the knock on the door, the corners of her mouth slightly raised. She slowly walked to the door and opened it directly. What are you arguing about? Aren't you afraid of disturbing others, you little dwarf? If this gets out, your status as the school beauty might be in jeopardy. However, before she could finish her words, Xiao Mingyan grabbed Zhao Mingyue tightly with a tiger hug. Boom! Caught off guard, the two men fell directly to the ground. Xiao Mingyan rode on Zhao Mingyue and stared at her fiercely. Quick, tell the truth. What did you do? What on earth happened yesterday? If you were fooling me, As she spoke, Xiao Mingyan stretched out her evil hands and attacked Zhao Mingyue's waist. Don't go too far, Is it not okay for me to say it? Zhao Mingyue, who was suddenly attacked, laughed so hard that tears kept welling up in her eyes. As her childhood friend, Xiao Mingyan knows her life very well, which is that she is afraid of being tickled. It was just that one of them was wearing a short skirt, and the other was wearing a tight training suit. The scene of them fighting on the ground was really a bit. It's hard to put it into words. Anyway, those who can type with both hands in this picture are all gentlemen. After a fight, Xiao Mingyan finally stopped her evil hands. Don't mention how exquisite this airport is. So envious. I thought that although I have a good figure, I can't help but have a little chubby body sometimes, unlike Zhao Mingyue, who has an excellent body shape after years of exercise. At this moment, Zhao Mingyue's face was as red as a peach. Her eyes were full of autumn water, and she collapsed on the ground, breathing rapidly. Seeing her look, Xiao Mingyan showed a proud smile. Now you know how powerful it is, tell me now. Bang! However, just when she was feeling proud, Zhao Mingyue suddenly flashed behind her, hugged her waist with both hands, and blew into her ear. Huh, don't you want to hear it? How about I tell you this? Ah! Xiao Mingyan, who was so proud before, trembled instantly, put her legs together, and was very embarrassed. Don't have anything to say, just talk nicely. The ears are her lifeline. Whether someone is whispering or breathing into them, Xiao Mingyan finds it difficult to resist. Of course, this kind of lifeline can only be used by the two of them. If it is anyone else, they can just use their star power and talent to blast them into pieces. It was impossible to get close to the two of them. Zhao Mingyue was in a powerful position, so she naturally would not show mercy, and continued, "Weren't you quite proud just now? Look at your attitude before. Was that asking people? I see you're enjoying it, so get ready. I'm about to start talking. Don't blame me." In the end, Xiao Mingyan shed tears of unwillingness and admitted her mistake. If Zhao Mingyue really told her this, she would definitely not listen to a word. Although it was a bit embarrassing, the information was more important. I'll settle the score with this airport later. Plop! After hearing that, Zhao Mingyue blew a few more breaths and finally loosened her hands. Xiao Mingyan fell to the ground in response. Fortunately, he was a sky mecha master after all, and he didn't suffer any substantial damage. Xiao Mingyan recovered quickly, and this time both of them tacitly avoided talking about what had happened before. Okay, tell me what happened to you yesterday. Since Xiao Mingyan asked sincerely, Zhao Mingyue also told her mercifully. This is what this is. As Zhao Mingyue continued to narrate, Xiao Mingyan's mouth remained slightly open and could not be closed at all. After he finished speaking, she reacted after a while. You mean that Boss Su asked you for help because he wants to build a mecha weapon? The combat mecha weapons have really been born? Is there another move to reform the Vatican? No. Boss Su's mecha can actually blow up the star-stepping mecha? Wait a minute, give me some time. You've given me too much information. I thought Zhao Mingyue was just helping Su Bai with something, and then deliberately keeping me in suspense. I didn't expect that I actually missed so much. I text with Su Bai every day, but you didn't tell me such a big thing happened. And you said you were my fan? Humph. Scumbag. Chapter 52 Yunhai's Decision. Thorough self-examination. For a moment, Xiao Mingyan felt that the world was not worth living. His cheeks were puffed up. Obviously, he was very angry. Zhao Mingyue was very happy to see her look, but soon became serious. This is not a joke. I'm afraid you have to prepare in advance as well. Although I didn't ask too much about the reason for this matter, since the Reformed Church has taken action and may even have infiltrated the fleet, we have to be on guard. The other party's plan is probably not small. With our current strength, we will only become cannon fodder if we are caught in the crossfire. Hearing Zhao Mingyue's words, Xiao Mingyan also put away her temper. Her eyes moved slightly, and she nodded vigorously. Indeed, we are still too weak. If the conversation between the two was heard by the freshmen of Shanghai University, they would definitely shout, "Too extraordinary. You two are at the top and second place, respectively. If this is considered weak, then what are we? Trash." The two looked at each other and put away their previous playful intentions. Xiao Mingyan looked at Zhao Mingyue with a bit of arrogance. Airport, I allow you to practice with me. With your level, you'd be a good sparring partner. Zhao Mingyue glanced at her expressionlessly. Haha, I don't know who will be the sparring partner. The strength of the two was originally on par with each other. The reason why she lost so badly before was purely due to the difference in their mechas. Now that they are back on the same starting line again, Zhao Mingyue naturally refuses to be outdone. For a moment, the air was filled with a faint smell of gunpowder. When their eyes met, it was like lightning and thunder. Faintly, the aura emanating from Zhao Mingyue's dormitory startled everyone passing by. What's going on? Is Goddess Zhao angry? I feel so depressed. Just now I seem to see Goddess Zhao go in. Do you think they will fight again? Huh. If it comes to using mechas, Goddess Zhao has proven herself before, but in close combat, even if she has a top-level talent, she won't be able to beat Goddess Zhao, right? Forget it. It's better to run away quickly to avoid being implicated. Cloud Sea Fleet Headquarters. Sun Yu looked at the information in front of him. His face darkened, and he looked at Zhang Lei, who was in despair. His eyes narrowed and squinted. Xiao Zhang, are you living too comfortably? Having lost the opportunity to strengthen himself, Zhang was like a walking corpse. He didn't even have time to listen to Sun Yu's words. He had obtained the 180 million at the cost of offending his own wife. But now he couldn't use it? He didn't know how to describe this feeling, but life was quite boring. I could only nod woodenly. The captain is right. Sun Yu, convex dish. But finally, he couldn't help it and punched Zhang on the head. Sun Yu even used the power of the stars in this punch. If he wasn't afraid that Song Yin would kill Zhang, he would even be ready to use his own talent. Ouch! Under the heavy blow, Zhang head was directly blown down, and this time he finally regained consciousness. He held his head and stood up, looking around. Who? Who attacked me? Oh, it's me. A sneer came. Hearing this familiar voice, Zhang shuddered all over. Captain, what can I do for you? He reached out and touched his bulging head with an innocent look on his face. Seeing the boy's look, Sun Yu almost couldn't help but hit him again. Fortunately, Sun Yu took the overall situation into consideration and finally calmed himself down. What do you think about this matter? Zhang understood that Sun Yu was talking about reforming the church and changed his previous depressed look. He thought seriously. I'm afraid we have to settle accounts thoroughly. After all, according to what Team Yunlong and Boss Su said, the Reformed Church actually has a field tigered. Then there is undoubtedly a problem within us. What worries me most now is whether the tiger came from our Yunhai, the Nanjiang fleet, or somewhere else. Well, it's really troublesome. Sun Yu was very satisfied with Zhang, who had entered the working state. The other party's words were indeed the key to the problem. Since it involves the internal affairs of the fleet, it is not just a matter of reforming the Holy See. This shows that some of them even sided with the group of lunatics. As a fleet mecha, the Changhu is a star-stepping mecha even if it is a universal type. There are not many people who can mobilize this kind of mecha. At least in Yunhai, only he, Zhang, and 2 other deputy captains have this authority. Thinking of this, Sun Yu's eyes became deep and his tone was heavy. At least make sure it is not a mecha that leaked from our Yunhai. You should keep a low profile on this matter. Public opinion regarding the Star Machine Shop has been suppressed for the time being. I heard that there were quite a few young people at the scene yesterday. Let's keep the news secret until the truth comes out. Sun Yu made a decision instantly. The first thing he had to do was to check himself. There was definitely nothing wrong with him and Zhang. But he couldn't guarantee the other 2 deputy captains because they were different from them and were seconded from outside. It is not an existence that knows everything. When Zhang received the order, he saluted immediately and said, "Yes, sir." Then he left Sun Yu's office, and when he reached the door, he weakly asked, "Captain, if you are done, can you take me with you tomorrow?" Hee. What time is it and you're still bargaining? Sun Yu's tone was heavy. Now the entire Yunhai might be in deep crisis, and Zhang actually dared to bargain with him? However, thinking of the news he heard from the law enforcement team members, and then thinking of Ms. Zhongyi, Sun Yu instantly substituted for her, and finally did not make up his mind. Wait until you are done. Guarantee to complete the task. After getting Sun Yu's approval, Zhang immediately became full of energy and resumed his usual efficiency, and started to deal with the matter immediately. After he left, Sun Yu slowly turned around and looked out the window, looking at the busy sea of clouds, with his hands behind his back. The CF family also used nuclear rays before. The demon who transformed the church was transformed by a person from the cold light star. There may be a connection between the two. The CF family shouldn't do this. Inside the Interstellar Machine Repair Shop, Su Bai has completely completed the processing of the Chaos joint. After reinstalling the armor, he entered the Chaos to experience it. Well, the previous pressure is gone. It turned out to be the cause of the hollowness. Master Baiyuan is truly amazing. After using his joint connection method, Chaos joint strength and flexibility have reached a new level. It seems that the system is not omnipotent. I need to improve my mechanic skills as soon as possible. After this incident, Su Bai was deeply touched. Although the system is very powerful, it is not omnipotent. As a mechanic, I need to improve my level as quickly as possible with the help of the system. This is the only way to ensure that nothing goes wrong. After witnessing the magic of the Baiyuan joint connection method, Su Bai's mentality also changed. I hope that one day I can create my own heritage skills. Chapter 53 Chaos Stepping on the Stars. Thousands of flowers and shadows. One should have lofty aspirations. Even if you have a system to rely on, you still have to constantly improve yourself so as not to become its vassal. Forget it. I'm thinking too far ahead. After a brief moment of complacency, Su Bai laughed at himself. He is now just a star-stepping mecha master. and his mechanic skills are barely up to the level of a star-level mechanic with the help of the inherited skills from others. The right thing to do is to improve my strength first. Subai didn't know how long he could keep the system's affairs secret. But as long as you improve your strength enough to sweep away everything, what does it matter if the system is exposed? Set a small goal, earn 1 trillion first, and become a truth mecha master directly. After saying that, Subai left Chaos and touched the body of Chaos with one hand. Now that it has been perfected, of course it needs to be strengthened. Level 3 Interstellar Enhancement. With the expenditure of 10 million star coins, stars instantly flashed in the maintenance room. A vast and majestic aura burst out from Chaos. This enhancement is like thousands of stars gathered in one body. The bright starlight illuminates the future, and the red and black fuselage adds more depth. Stars that the space on the black fuselage, like a sky full of stars. The first level Interstellar Enhancement can enable the Sky Mecha to directly step into the ranks of star-breaking mecha. The further reinforcement of the fuselage's metal makes it indestructible. The most important thing is that the terrifying power in its core exploded. But a gas explosion was heard, and the temperature of the entire virtual maintenance warehouse rose instantly. Fortunately, Subai was well prepared and used star power to get up in advance. Even so, this gust of air had already caused ripples in the star power around him. The original 5 grains of silver have completely changed. They are no longer half nebula and half grains of silver like the previous vortex. Judging from their purity, these 5 core power sources have now been completely transformed into nebula stones. With the added power of the 5 core co-firing, the core power of Chaos now even exceeds that of most star-breaking mechas. Looking at the brand new Chaos in front of him, Subai left the virtual maintenance warehouse directly. Come to the outside training ground. The moon was high in the sky. Due to the previous turmoil, the area outside the Interstellar repair shop was almost completely blocked and outsiders could not approach. At the far end, members of the law enforcement team were on duty. Click! Hearing that the door of the Interstellar mechanic repair shop was open, the law enforcement team members on duty immediately looked towards the entrance of the repair shop. Isn't that Boss Sue? Where is he going so late? I don't know, but should we remind Boss Sue to be careful? Haven't you heard? He even killed the star-stepping mecha. Do we still need to remind him? If you hadn't told me, I would have forgotten. I didn't expect that Boss Sue is so young. Not only has a great level of mechanics, but also has such strong strength. This is the difference between people. The difference between us and Boss Sue is like the bright moon and Firefly. It's over. Even if you say that, Boss Sue can't hear it. Boss Sue is entering the training ground. Is he going to practice? Shit, he got into the mecha. Is this a mecha weapon? This is the first time I've seen one. It's so cool. Subai had already entered into the chaos at this moment, which naturally attracted everyone's attention. Although these law enforcement team members had heard about it, none of them had seen Subai's chaos with their own eyes. After seeing it with my own eyes this time, I can only say that he is even more powerful and handsome than I had heard. That's not right. Didn't they say that Boss Sue's mecha armor was only 3 meters tall? Why does it look to me like it's almost 5 meters tall? It seems so. Could it be? The same thought arose in the minds of everyone in the law enforcement team at this moment. They looked at each other at the same time, and then the sound of swallowing saliva was heard from the crowd. Has he been strengthened? Boss Sue has achieved a breakthrough as a star-stepping mecha master? What the hell? This is such a young star-walking mecha master. That's not all. When he was a sky mech master, he was able to surpass his level and kill a sky mech master. Now that he has made a breakthrough, he can walk sideways. Is the gap between people really that big? Boss Sue, please take back your magical power. You are leaving no chance for others to survive. As the aura of chaos dissipated, everyone confirmed their guess. While they were amazed, they also lamented. They have seen the world and have seen geniuses with superb talents. But this was the first time they had seen a monster like Subai. Not to mention his amazing mechanical skills. The fact that he has entered the ranks of star-walking mecha masters at such a young age is shocking enough. Subai naturally couldn't hear what everyone was talking about. He didn't come to the training ground to show off. The main purpose is to try out the new skills obtained after strengthening. Subai exhaled a breath and focused his eyes, concentrating completely. A red light flashed in Chaos' eyes, and the entire machine soared into the air, leaving countless afterimages in the air, and every afterimage seems to be identical to the real Chaos. The afterimage of Chaos swung his right arm at the same time and punched out with force. Bang, 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 bang. The fist broke through the air like thunder, and the wind from countless afterimages of fists exploded in the air, as fast as the wind and as rapid as a waterfall. Just the wind from the fist caused the defensive barrier to rise. Even under the wind of the fist, fine lines began to appear on the barrier that could withstand the full force of the star-breaking mecha. Features and expertise, thousands of flowers and shadows. By moving at high speed, it creates an afterimage that looks real but not real. Every afterimage can be real or fake. Chaos can come to any afterimage's location at any time to launch an attack. This has led to the current scene of thousands of punches being thrown at the same time. This scene once again shocked the onlookers. They had never seen such a big scene before, especially since every afterimage seems to be real. This is not an afterimage, but a clone. Everyone. What the hell? This is impossible. How is it possible to have such a skill? Is this a clone? Boss Su's mecha can actually split into two parts? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even a mecha master with the talent for clones can only create 8 clones at most at a time. How many clones does Boss Su have? At least hundreds of clones. How is this possible? Even a Hungtian mecha master star power is not enough to create so many clones. Then how do you explain the fact that it's right in front of you? I don't know either, but it's impossible. This isn't mecha at all. Alas, I can only say that Boss Su has surpassed worldly cognition. Everything is possible for him. Chapter 54. Stars explode. Razed to the ground? The shock to their souls even caused some members of the law enforcement team to become unstable in their faith. Su Bai's move was really too shocking. However, before they could recover from the shock of the thousands of flowers and shadows, the hundreds of chaos were restored to just one. Chaos stood in the air, standing 100 meters high. It's like the king of the dark night coming to the world, overlooking all living beings. Everyone's gaze shifted instantly, and they saw chaos standing above the sky. They were very puzzled. Why did Boss Su go so high? Do you want to see the scenery of the sea of clouds? I don't think you, Boss Su, have that much free time. So, what is he doing? I don't know. If they had been able to boldly guess Su Bai's next move before. But now it's better not to guess because it's impossible to guess it. Fortunately, Su Bai didn't keep them confused for too long. The starlight above chaos flickered instantly, as if it were shining with stars. Terrifying energy fluctuations burst out from his body. In an instant, they gathered above his head, and the surrounding star power continued to flow towards his head. And in an instant, a sphere shining with starlight appeared. Feeling the star power above, everyone held their breath instantly, staring at the sky without blinking. Even though they were 100 meters apart, the aftermath of the energy ball still made them feel pressured. Plop! Under this heavy pressure, some weaker members of the law enforcement team even knelt on one knee and struggled to hold on. Even so, they still kept their heads up for fear of missing the next scene. Buzz! When the light was gathered, the star ball instantly rushed into the sky, forming a pillar of light that split the sky, tearing through the clouds and breaking through the sky. Outside the light column, there were starlight dots which rubbed against the air to create countless air masses, which exploded instantly. Countless stars fell, like a swarm of meteors, and instantly hit the ground. Bang! 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 Countless beams of light fell to the ground and bombarded the training ground, and holes quickly appeared on the ground of the training ground, until the last star fell. The originally indestructible training ground completely turned into a huge pit. Even the surrounding barriers were torn into pieces. Boom! The aftermath of the explosion swept through, and the gusts of air rushed, directly knocking the members of the law enforcement team to the ground. The aftermath is still there, spreading outward and bombarding the buildings in the sea of clouds. Whether it was a tall building or a flat ground, everything was shaking under the sweeping gust of air. It was not like the shock of the previous Starlight Heavy Cannon or the Gungjin Red Flame Slash. This time it's a real big earthquake. Even those who were asleep were awakened by the vibration. What's going on? Is this a real earthquake? This feeling is much stronger than before. No. Why do I feel like the building opposite is shaking? Run! Such things happen in countless families. The shaking didn't stop until they left the house and came to the ground. This immediately sparked public outrage. Is this the end? When will this day end? Don't tell me it's another new weapon research. What good person would develop a new weapon every day? Where is the Cloud Sea Fleet? You must give an explanation. That's right. We can't live like this anymore. Many people even took direct action and called the Yinhai Fleet's hotline. As Sun Yu's secretary and person in charge of letters and visits, Xiao Wang is even more worried at this moment. He rushed directly to Sun Yu's office. Captain Sun, something terrible has happened. Okay, have someone control it first. I know everything. Sun Yu naturally felt the vibration just now. He could even determine that the source of the vibration was the Interstellar Mechanic Repair Shop. After arranging the Little King, he left the fleet building and headed straight for the Interstellar Repair Shop, his face full of anxiety. I hope nothing happens to Su Bai. With such a big commotion coming from the Interstellar Mechanic Repair Shop, his first reaction was that the Reformed Church had gone crazy, and he decided to go all out and attack Su Bai. Even he felt threatened by that attack, just now, not to mention Su Bai. No matter what, Su Bai cannot afford to make any mistakes. The other party's mechanical repair technology is the treasure of the entire China. Sun Yu rushed to the Interstellar Repair Shop without stopping, and Su Bai in the chaos felt a little embarrassed. Looking at the training ground that had completely disappeared below, he touched his head helplessly. This power is a bit too strong. This is the innate skill he obtained after awakening to level 3, Flashing Stars. I originally thought that using it within the training ground would not cause much impact. Who would have thought that the training ground would be bombed? He hurried to the ground, leaving the chaos and looking at the law enforcement team members lying on the ground with lingering fear. Su Bai touched his head. Are you okay? His appearance made the law enforcement team members on the ground realize that the boy in front of them was not even 20 years old. He quickly stood up and dusted himself off. We are fine. It's just that, Boss Su, you're making too much noise. What is this move? This is the first time I've seen someone blow up a training ground. Too strong, really too strong. Can mecha weapons be so powerful? After all, it was just the aftermath, and they were well prepared. Some of them even put defensive weapons in front of them, so the weaker ones only suffered scratches. Most of the law enforcement team members were just knocked over, and their clothes were soiled. But this still cannot change their respect for Su Bai. You have to know that this aftermath was released after the barrier of the training ground was broken. If this move really hits them, the consequences would be unimaginable. This is my innate skill. Su Bai, feeling guilty, did not get impatient with their questions and started explaining directly. Sure enough, Boss Su also has 2 innate skills. The law enforcement team member nodded and then seemed to think of something. No, it should be 3. And the clone from before. According to the intelligence, they knew that Su Bai used another sword-related talent skill to kill Duan Han at the beginning, and just now he used his clone and the talent skill of Falling Stars. There should be 3 in total. That clone is not a natural skill, nor is it a clone. It is my unique specialty. Su Bai saw that they misunderstood, so he explained. But it's not a misunderstanding. After all, I do have 3 innate skills. It's just that the dark energy beam cannon has not been used in front of anyone yet. After hearing Su Bai's explanation, everyone nodded. So that's how it is. At this moment, they felt that Su Bai was not so far away and was still easy to talk to. He actually had the patience to talk to me so much. He's not as cold as I thought. This was their misunderstanding. Su Bai had never been a cold and aloof person, especially when he almost hurt others by accident. He would kill Duan Han because he deserved to die, and these members of the law enforcement team, even if their strength was mediocre, were all people who contributed their strength to defending Yinhai. He would naturally not treat it coldly. The members of the law enforcement team had a brief exchange with Su Bai and were preparing to report what happened here. After all, with such a big commotion, the fleet must be extremely busy now. Suddenly, an angry shout came from a distance. Reform the scum of the church. Chapter 55. Hard fight against Poxing. Everyone is shocked. Sun Yu, Captain Sun arrives at the battlefield. Even though they were far away, everyone could see the power of the Grey Wolf. As he was concerned about Su Bai, Sun Yu did not care too much and just drove the Songlong all the way. After seeing through Songlong that the training ground in front of the Star Machine shop had turned into a huge pit, he became even more furious. He immediately roared angrily and prepared to kill the attackers of the Reformed Church to pay tribute to Su Bai's spirit in heaven. See the Grey Wolf getting closer and closer. The law enforcement team members were all in a state of panic. Captain Sun, what happened? Reform the scum of the church? Where are the scum of the church who can reform? Oh no, he's coming over here. Seeing that the Songlong law enforcement team members were somewhat out of control, they fled in all directions, fearing that they would be implicated. This is a 5-star star-climbing mecha. If they are hit head-on, they will really be blown to the sky. Swish! At this moment, Su Bai's figure disappeared, and then chaos, bathed in starlight, appeared directly in front of Songlong. Seeing the mecha suddenly appear in front of him, Sun Yu subconsciously threw a punch. The 50-meter-tall Songlong's punch is larger than Chaos's. Boom! A loud bang. The air surged and the dust flew, obscuring the view. The members of the law enforcement team secretly thought, "Oh no, Boss Su was beaten by Captain Sun. It's over." This is Songlong's full-strength attack. Boss Su is likely to be in great danger. Oh, Captain Sun is so confused. Why is he so impulsive? If anyone knew about this, Captain Sun would be blamed. Go find Boss Su quickly, he must be fine. They all believed that under Sun Yu's angry attack, Su Bai would be in great danger, even though Chaos had already demonstrated enough terrifying strength before. But power is one thing, and defense is another. Not to mention that Chaos is just a mecha weapon. Even if it is a normal mecha, a star-climbing mecha cannot withstand the full force of a star-destroying mecha. Everyone was suddenly in a state of panic. Captain Sun, this is all a misunderstanding. Su Bai's voice suddenly came from the smoke, making everyone feel relieved and shocked at the same time. What the hell? Is this true? Boss Su's mecha actually blocked Captain Sun's Songlong's attack? Does this make sense? The fist of Songlong is probably a lot bigger than Boss Su's chaos. I can only say that it is worthy of being Boss Su's mecha. Boss Su's products are all top-notch. We cannot make any conclusions about them at all. Everyone was amazed, and the most shocked was naturally Sun Yu. He had thrown that punch just now completely subconsciously, and coupled with the anger in his heart, he used almost 10 times the strength. Except for the fact that there is no Tsang Yin attached to it, it can be said to be a full-strength attack from the Tsang Lang. Such a punch was actually blocked by Su Bai. Su Bai, are you okay? Sun Yu's words had two meanings. One was that the other party was not persecuted by the Reformed Church, and the other was that he was fine after taking his punch. It's all misunderstanding. Hearing the double entendre in Sun Yu's words and thinking about the other party's angry shout when he came, Su Bai realized that the other party had misunderstood. After ensuring that Su Bai was safe, the two left the mecha and came in front of the crowd. Captain Sun. Seeing Sun Yu appear, the law enforcement team members saluted. Sun Yu waved his hand and said, "Tell me what's going on." As he spoke, he pointed to the huge pit in front of the Star Machine shop. When the law enforcement team heard this, they didn't know where to start. Su Bai shook his head. "Let me tell you. The main reason was that I had just been promoted and was going to test out my innate skills, but this happened." He spread his hands helplessly as he really hadn't expected such a big fuss. "Did you do this?" Sun Yu was surprised when he heard this, and his eyes kept moving back and forth between Su Bai and the huge pit. Even though Chaos had blocked his punch before, but compared to completely destroying the training ground, that was nothing, especially since the aftermath that shook the entire sea of clouds was actually formed after the destruction of the training ground. What level of power is this? At least Sun Yu thought it was difficult for him to do this. He is a 5-star mecha master. When Su Bai's Chaos just fought, he sensed that the opponent was only 1 star. The difference is not just a huge one. Even though he had seen Su Bai's mechanical skills, Sun Yu still found it hard to believe. Before this, if anyone had told him that someone could overclock the performance of a mecha to this extent, he would have thought that the other person was still asleep. But it was Su Bai who spoke, and there were so many law enforcement team members witnessing it. They can't fool themselves. Sun Yu instantly took a breath of cold air, and his gaze towards Su Bai completely changed. His tone was tentative. "Su Bai, do you plan to come to the fleet to develop?" "Of course. The repair fee will still be based on your rules. As long as you agree, I will guarantee your absolute freedom to the best of my ability." Sun Yu had been thinking about recruiting Su Bai before. After all, the other party's mechanical skills were amazing. But thinking of the price he would have to pay, he gave up. Besides, it's just mecha repair and enhancement, so there's no need for Su Bai to join the fleet. He can just come to the Interstellar repair shop by himself. But now I have seen Su Bai's strength. He really wanted to recruit him into the Yunhai fleet at all costs. This is comparable to my own combat power, and still so young. Today, Su Bai is just a star-stepping mecha master, but he possesses such combat power. What level will he be at if he becomes a star-breaking person? Even with the potential shown by Su Bai, it may not be impossible for him to become a Xingyue or even Hengtian. That's not necessary. Unfortunately, Su Bai rejected Sun Yu directly. If you need to strengthen or repair, you are welcome to come to the Star Machine shop to find me at any time. Join the fleet? Not to mention that Su-bai didn't have this idea. Even if he did, he wouldn't do it. Interstellar Mechanic Shop was his foundation, and he knew it well. If you leave the Interstellar Repair Shop, it is still unclear whether the system can still provide help. After all, the condition for triggering the system is to own a repair shop of your own. No matter how much Sun Yu promised, he would never agree. Seeing Su-bai's refusal so decisively, Sun Yu also understood that the other party really had no intention of joining the fleet. Although I feel a little regretful. But he didn't say much, just sighed regretfully. Well, that means our fleet and you, Su-bai, are not destined to be together. Force Su-bai to join? Are you crazy? Not to mention the other party's strength. He might not be able to please him. It is impossible to force him because I will have to ask Su-bai for strengthening in the future. Chapter 56. Have you investigated clearly? Strengthen. But we still have to build a new training ground for you. Sun Yu touched his chin, thinking that he would come to strengthen tomorrow, and he couldn't do without the training ground. The primary training ground is no longer suitable for you. After what happened today, it was clear that the star-level training ground was no longer sufficient to support Su-bai's needs. Sun Yu looked at the law enforcement team members on the side and said, "Go and have someone build an advanced training ground here and build it according to the scale of the competition venue." A training ground of competition size is usually used for exchanges among the top talents from various countries on Blue Star. As top geniuses, there are many star-breaking mecha masters among them. The star-breaking level training ground is naturally unable to withstand their battles, so they use a stronger meteorite-level barrier instead. Sun Yu thought this should be foolproof. After all, there are no falling star-level experts in the Sea of Clouds. Not to mention the Sea of Clouds, there are not many falling star-level experts in the entire China. But after hearing what Sun Yu said, the law enforcement team members felt a little embarrassed. The cost of a training venue of the scale of a stadium is simply not comparable to that of a primary training ground. The most important defense barrier is worth hundreds of millions of star coins. It is unreasonable to build it for the Interstellar Repair Shop for no reason. But what? This time when the Reformed Church attacked, Su-bai saved the citizens of Yunhai despite the danger and killed the attackers of the Reformed Church on the spot. This is the compensation he deserves. Sun Yu looked at Su-bai and asked for his opinion. Su-bai, you have no objection, right? I have no objection. Su-bai agreed immediately when Sun Yu asked. Su-bai naturally had no objection. It was also beneficial for him to build a training ground outside the door. If it were not for the existence of this primary training ground, he would not be able to personally experience the power of the innate skills he had obtained. Using it directly would inevitably lead to the same result as the previous sort of attraction. It is even possible that it will cause huge losses like the star explosion this time. As for the compensation that Sun Yu mentioned, if the other party didn't say anything, he wouldn't know about it at all, and he wouldn't care. Now it's pretty good to be able to exchange it for a training ground worth hundreds of millions of star coins. Of course, you can also ask for other compensation, but compared with the training ground, the value of other compensation will definitely be greatly reduced. Su-bai was right. If it was replaced with other compensation, Sun Yu would at most compensate tens of millions of star coins without any selfish motives, which was already a high amount among the compensation amounts. This is a price that can only be offered because the other party is Su-bai. However, now that it has been replaced by a high-level training ground, the compensation has increased tenfold. After all, the training ground can be said to be compensation or a public facility, but its use requires Su-bai's permission. It can benefit every customer who comes to Star Machine Repair Shop. Okay, since you have no objection, let's arrange for it to start working. I still have things to do over there. See you tomorrow. On the way back, Sun Yu did not drive his Tsanglan again. I was extremely anxious before and had to get there as soon as possible, but now I'm not so anxious anymore. It's just a pity for Xiao Wang, who works in the petition office. His eyes are dull at the moment. He answers calls from the public while urging his subordinates to calm them down. Oh, what on earth is going on? Why did an earthquake happen out of nowhere? Captain, you're the same. You just ran away when you didn't agree with me, and I ended up having to bear all the consequences. Not only has my skin become loose recently, but I've also got a lot of crow's feet. Xiao Wang kept muttering to herself, thinking that the position of the captain's secretary should be relatively easy, and she would not have to worry about many things. Who would have thought that except for the things that cannot be done, she takes care of almost everything else? Gossiping behind people's back is not a good habit. Sun Yu happened to hear Xiao Wang's mumbling. Although he felt a little embarrassed, he remained calm. He just coughed twice to remind Xiao Wang that he was here. Oh, Captain, you're here. Xiao Wang looked up and glanced at Sun Yu, pretending nothing had happened. Having been Sun Yu's secretary for so long, she understood that the fact that he didn't scold her directly meant that he felt guilty. This is indeed the case. I'm here to inform you to draft a circular and send it out. Just say that the recent earthquakes were caused by our Yunhai fleet developing new weapons, and there won't be any more in the future. Sun Yu was very sure about this. After all, he even replaced Su Bai's training ground with a high-level one. Could he even be able to shake the falling star-level barrier? It doesn't exist at all. Okay. Although Sun Yu's statement was a bit far-fetched, it was indeed the best way to stop the turmoil. Xiao Wang also executed it immediately. An announcement will be made soon. Are you really developing new weapons? The fleet said so. So it should be correct, right? So, we don't have to move? You said there won't be any more? I hope it's true. That's right. If you want to develop weapons, why bother disturbing people's sleep in the middle of the night? Maybe it's to keep it secret? However, the power of this weapon is indeed terrifying. Just testing it can cause such a big commotion. Okay, we'll believe it this time. If it happens again, we'll report it to the Nanjiang fleet. Support! With the release of the announcement, the pressure of petitions dropped sharply. Xiao Wang and the petition staff finally breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that nothing happened here, Sun Yu returned to his office. He had reported in advance today that he would not be going back. With so many things happening, he really needed to stay in the fleet. Captain, there is a result. As soon as Sun Yu returned to the office, Zhang Lei came over with an unhappy look on his face. Based on preliminary judgment, it is very likely that there is a problem with Vice Captain Ji. Zhang Lei lowered his voice, worried that the wall might have ears. Hearing that there really was a problem within the Yunhai fleet, Sun Yu frowned and said in a low voice, "Do you have any evidence?" "Not yet. But a month ago, Vice Captain Ji called in a batch of Changhu, and when he wanted to retrieve them later, 3 were missing. They said they were strategically damaged. This time, the mutant field tiger was almost completely blown into pieces. We can't tell whether it was the same batch as before." What Zhang Lei said were all his own guesses. Since Su Bai had blasted the mutant field tiger into pieces, they could not find any trace of it. Of course, even if the tigers were still there, it would be difficult to tell whether they were the original ones after the transformation. Since the other party has carried out the transformation, the production sequence has naturally changed. Okay, you continue to investigate this matter and focus on Deputy Captain Ji. I will handle the specific matters as appropriate. Sun Yu clasped his hands on the table to support his chin. While his eyes flickered, he kept thinking about the ins and outs of the whole matter. Isn't it too coincidental that Changhu was seconded, nuclear rays appeared, and the interstellar machine shop was attacked? He did not directly conclude that this matter was related to Deputy Captain Ji Changyan, because this clue came too easily. It is very likely that the other party has misled you. Zhang Lei nodded and agreed to Sun Yu's arrangement, but still cautiously tested. Captain Sun, I wonder if it will be possible tomorrow. I asked you to investigate it clearly. Have you done so? Sun Yu narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhang Lei without any fluctuation. He was startled by what he saw. The wailing continues. This won't delay it, right? When will the investigation be completed? Now he regretted more and more that he did not listen to Huang Lin's advice. Why was I so petty in the first place? After leaving Sun Yu's office, Zhang Lei was speechless. Chapter 57 Zhao Tianming. Does that kid have wings? After Zhang Lei left, Sun Yu continued to fall into deep thought. He matched the information in his hands one by one, trying to find some clues. After a while, he discovered the problem with the nuclear rays, the least noticeable of the 3 things. The report said that an external employee of the CF family used nuclear rays to severely damage Yi Hongyu. That member has been executed by the CF family. No. Yunhai No. 1 Middle School. How could the CF family allow an outsider to enter the school? There were too many things happening in Yunhai before, and the matter of the CF family was not actually too serious, which led Sun Yu to somewhat ignore the fact that they had used nuclear rays, and the fleet did not pay too much attention to this. Now that all are combined, it seems that things are not that simple. It seems that the CF family has to investigate. Sun Yu made a decision in his mind, and would set off for the CF family after strengthening tomorrow. Nothing happened that night. The Yunhai fleet was very busy that night. It was not easy to suppress public opinion or conduct secret investigations. Especially Zhang Lei was in a delicate state. While he was working hard, he felt regretful in his heart. As for Su Bai, he returned to the Interstellar Mechanic Repair Shop after the law enforcement team started working. Lying on his own lounge chair, Su Bai looked at the cold ceiling. No, I have to go home in 2 days. It's not a good idea to stay here forever. I originally stayed in the mechanic shop for safety reasons. But now he has broken through the star-stepping realm and can even possess the power of a star-breaking mecha master for a short period of time. With such strength, he should be able to walk sideways in the sea of clouds. Even if the Reformed Church attacks again, he can escape with the high mobility of chaos. Moreover, after breaking through the star-stepping realm, his star power was concealed by the system. In the eyes of ordinary people, he is just an ordinary person, unless he takes the initiative to expose it, which can also increase his chances of saving his life. At worst, it shouldn't be a problem to delay it until Sun Yu arrives. From what happened today, it can be seen that Captain Yunhai is still very conscientious and responsible. Nanjiang Fleet. Zhao Tianming has been very busy recently because of the gluttonous beast tide. Thousands of gluttonous beasts. This is a large-scale beast tide that has not been seen in decades. Such a beast tide happened to occur near Starry Sky No. 1, which was under the charge of Nanjiang. Even this most powerful person in China today felt extremely troubled. Moreover, one crisis after another came. First there was the tide of gluttonous beasts, and then there was the attack on the Reformed Church. It's really troublesome. Su Nantian is the one who has less time. After discovering that Su Bai opened an interstellar machine repair shop, and that his daughter seemed to have some relationship with him, Zhao Tianming always thought back to the past. I couldn't help but envy that old friend who is now missing. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, someone knocked on the door of Zhao Tianming's office. The one who came in was Xing Yunlong. He was busy strengthening his own mecha in the past 2 days and had no time to report to Zhao Tianming about the transformation of the Holy See. Xing Yunlong also felt a little ashamed. After all, this should be his job. Director Zhao. Seeing Zhao Tianming sitting at his desk, Xing Yunlong saluted and said, "I'm here to report on the situation at the Interstellar Machine Shop." Well, that's just in time. Yunai has also made a report. You are the first group to arrive at the scene. You should also come and see if there are any omissions in their report. As he spoke, Zhao Tianming projected the report passed on by Sun Yu onto the light screen in front of him, while Xing Yunlong reviewed it with him. There's something wrong here. Soon Xing Yunlong discovered that there was something wrong with the report passed by Sun Yu. To be precise, this battle was completed entirely by the manager of the Interstellar Machine repair shop alone. When we arrived, the battle was over. Xing Yunlong pointed to one item in the report. Under the joint efforts of the Yunlong team and the manager of the Interstellar Machine repair shop, Su Bai, the remnants of the Reformed Church were brought to justice. This might have been added by the Yunhai fleet to save their face, but he did not need such credit. The main reason why the Yunlong team became the strongest team is the pursuit of truth. This is clearly Su Bai's achievement. They don't need a share of it. Zhao Tianming frowned when he heard this. Really? He had not asked about this in detail before, and even when he saw this message, he only thought that the Yunlong team was the main contributor, and Su Bai played a supporting role at most. Unexpectedly, Xing Yunlong now actually said that the remnants of the Reformed Holy See were killed by Su Bai alone. If I remember correctly, Su Bai is the same age as Ye this year. At this age, some top geniuses are Sky Mecha Masters, and Duan Han's strength has reached the level of a star-stepping Mecha Master. He killed the star-climbing Mecha Master alone? Or was he a Mecha Master driving a mutated star-climbing mecha? Zhao Tianming couldn't help but question in shock. This is really unscientific. A teenager who is not even 20 years old is a star-walking Mecha Master? This talent, even throughout the history of Blue Star, no one can match it. Of course, Boss Su is a god. Although Xing Yunlong is serious, he is very rigorous and says what he thinks. Zhao Tianming. Godly man? What do you mean? Could it be that the boy has wings? I admit that his father is indeed quite capable, but he is only slightly stronger than me. His son is so terrifying? Zhao Tianming didn't understand, but he was also very curious at the moment. He just listened to Zhao Mingyue's words for fun. After all, it is normal for young people to have filters between each other. But since Xing Yunlong said it, he had to take it seriously. Tell me more about it? Zhao Tianming was most interested in Su Bai at the moment and put the matter of looking up intelligence on hold. He had already read the intelligence before, and there shouldn't be too many problems. This has to start with Boss Su's mechanic skills. Hearing Zhao Tianming asking about Su Bai, Xing Yunlong's face was full of admiration, and even his tone couldn't help but rise a few notches. You said he can make the Mecha Awaken its second talent skill? And also awaken its special features? Have all of you in the Yunlong team gone to that guy to strengthen yourself? Zhang Lei from the Yunhai law enforcement team even went so far as to offend Sun Yu in order to strengthen his mecha? Hiss. How is this possible? After listening to Xing Yunlong's description, Zhao Tianming's eyes widened, and he fell into a daze. Only at this moment did he remember the scene where Zhao Mingyue asked him for money. Could it be? Zhao Tianming really wanted to go directly to Zhao Mingyue to confirm it again, but thinking that it was already late at night, he gave up the idea. Okay, take this information back and have a look. I want to be quiet. The chief of the Nanjiang fleet was now a little dazed by the shock. He needs to calm down. Yes, Xing Yunlong responded and left Zhao Tianming's office. He was not surprised by Zhao Tianming's surprise. After all, no one would believe that there is such a legendary mechanic in the Sea of Clouds. Chapter 58 Sun Yu. Should I cut in line? Creaky, the office door closed. Zhao Tianming was the only one left in the huge office. He exhaled a breath of turbid air, looking at the old photo beside him. Looking at the man in the photo, he couldn't help but sigh. It shouldn't be that you don't have the talent to be a mechanic. Could it be that she inherited Zhou Moyin's skills? That shouldn't be the case. She's not a mechanic. Good fellow. You're a really good fellow. Even though you have retired for many years, you still gave me a big surprise. Zhao Tianming had mixed feelings at this moment, but Xing Yunlong's character forced him to believe that what he said was the truth. At the same time, I was very confused. If it was said that Su Bai was just powerful enough to fight against the star-walking mecha master, he could barely accept it. After all, his parents are both powerful mecha masters, so it is not impossible for him to have powerful talents through a slight genetic mutation. But to say that his talent for mechanics is unrivaled in history? This doesn't make sense. Neither Su Nantian nor Zhou Moyun were mechanics, and they had never heard of any legendary mechanic being born in their families. How come he has such strong mechanical repair ability? It's really weird. Although he said this, the corners of Zhao Tianming's mouth still curled up unconsciously. After all, he is the son of an old friend. Even though they have never met each other, he is still Zhao Tianming's junior. I heard that Yiya has a good relationship with this guy. He also happened to be at the scene of the accident this time. If it's really not possible, can we continue the child marriage? Oh, it smells so good. Our chief Zhao completely forgot that he was secretly thankful that the child marriage had not been arranged. Now he is thinking of bringing the two of them together. What a fickle man. Echu Su Nantian couldn't help but sneeze again in the starry sky. This action made Zhou Moyun very worried. What's wrong with you recently? Why do you always sneeze? I don't know. I always feel like someone is talking about me. Su Nantian hesitated. At his level, if it happens once or twice, he can still say he has caught a cold, but if it happens too often, something is wrong. Could it be that the brat is scolding me behind my back? Puff! Zhou Moyun couldn't hold back after hearing this. You also know that Xiaobai will scold you for what you did, right? As she spoke, a hint of longing flashed in her eyes. That was the child she had carried for 10 months and given birth to. Although she did this to make him stronger, she could not help but miss him after being away for so long. I just said, couldn't we have said goodbye properly at the beginning? Why did you have to do this crap plot of leaving a letter and running away? She even insisted that I delete Xiaobai's Douyin messages and even change her phone number. Zhou Moyun kept complaining to Su Nantian. Alas, isn't there anything we can do? You know that kid. He looks carefree, but he actually wants to become a mecha master more than anyone else. With us around, he will inevitably choose to hold on. What if something goes wrong after a long time? Besides, say goodbye properly? If we really say goodbye face to face, would you still be willing to leave? Su Nantian took Zhou Moyun into his arms and comforted her. At worst, we can just go back secretly to see him after a while. When a child grows up, he will eventually leave the protection of his parents. You should trust him. After hearing Su Nantian's words, Zhou Moyun felt a little better. He put away his longing and nodded and said softly, Haha, but we still have to hurry up and create a small account. Su Nantian, who had been serious just now, suddenly changed his expression, like a wolf staring at a flock of sheep, and winked at Zhou Moyun. Death face, Zhou Moyun gave him a charming look and lightly punched him in the chest, but he didn't resist too much. Su Bai was actually still thankful in his heart. If these two really did this at home, he really wouldn't be able to stand it. Fortunately, they left. They're already old. Isn't it shameful? It's really unbearable to watch. Early in the morning of the next day, Sun Yu had been resting all night, and when he saw the sun rising, he stood up and stretched his body. At his level, not sleeping for a few days is no big deal, and being active is just a habit. On his desk was intelligence about the CF family in recent years, and it looked normal. It seemed that a year ago, Xie Hao, the head of the CF family, had left Blue Star for a period of time and returned to the CF family 3 months later. That's about it. The CF family still has to go. But we still need to go to the Interstellar Mechanic shop first. After putting away the documents on the table, Sun Yu instantly arranged today's schedule and headed straight to the Interstellar Machine Repair shop. However, what Sun Yu did not expect was that when he arrived at the Interstellar Mechanic Repair shop, there were already quite a few people queuing outside the door, and they were about to fill up the entire training ground. Sun Yu, what's going on? Hasn't public opinion been suppressed? How come there are still so many people? He slowly approached and heard people in the crowd complaining. You were also banned? Me too. I don't know what he was thinking, but he was banned as soon as he mentioned Interstellar Mechanic shop. That's right. I wanted to promote it, but it turned out that I couldn't get it out at all. I heard that this is because someone attacked outside this machine shop a few days ago. Are there any brothers here who can come out and say something? Me. I was at the scene at the time. The attacker was a star-stepping mecha master. But unfortunately, the opponent didn't catch Boss Su's sword at all. Are you kidding? Isn't Boss Su a mechanic? The star-stepping mecha master couldn't block his sword? Have you read too many novels? Really? I was there at the time, and we almost died. Fortunately, Boss Su stepped forward and saved us. Boss Su is so brave in public. No, it's probably because of this comment about Boss Su that our account was deleted and we were banned. It's okay, this is good too. At least those of us who have watched the video in advance can come and queue up first. That's right. Let those who missed it cry. Hearing their words, Sun Yu just froze where he was. This Interstellar Mechanic shop is so popular. Even when public opinion was suppressed, there were still so many people paying attention. Speaking of which, Sun Yu is actually the second customer to know about the Star Machine Repair shop. After all, the first customer was his daughter. But I didn't expect that my desire to contact Boss Su more naturally would be beaten to it by someone else. Sometimes that's what happens when you think too much. He didn't even think about the fact that since Su-Bai opened such a machine repair shop, his purpose was naturally to make money, so there was no need to have so many rules. Looking at the young man in front of him, Sun Yu felt a little embarrassed for a moment. He is the captain of Yanhai. He can't cut in line, right? I'm afraid I'll be criticized if I tell others about it. But looking at the line, if I don't cut in, I'll have to wait until tomorrow at least. Chapter 59, Appointment Queue, Strengthening the Tsang Lang. Sun Yu is in a dilemma. This is even more of a headache for him than investigating and reforming the Vatican, just when he didn't know what to do. Click. The door to the Star Machine shop was wide open. Su-Bai came out of the door and was confused when he saw the crowded crowd. Why are you here again? There had been a wave of customers before, but there were only 10 people who really needed maintenance. But this time is obviously different. After what happened before, these people should be real customers. Su-Bai also saw Zhou Yunjing among them. How long will this many people be busy? For the first time, Su-Bai had the idea of expanding and hiring people. I can't serve every one of these customers myself. Not to mention that not everyone can accept the price. Even if they can, how long will it take for so many people to be busy? Fortunately, he suddenly spotted Sun Yu behind the crowd. Su-Bai's eyes turned and he waved his hand hurriedly. Captain Sun here. Then he looked at everyone with a smile on his face and said, This is a customer who made an appointment yesterday. Our store will also accept customers by appointment in the future. I'll put the specific arrangements on Star Online. I'm sorry, everyone. The moment he saw Sun Yu, Su-Bai thought quickly and came up with the idea of drawing lots to carry out repairs or strengthening. In this way, you can think about the number of people you will receive every day in advance. It won't cause others to wait in front of the door. As for today, I can only say sorry. After hearing Su-Bai's words, there was a lot of discussion outside the Star Machine repair shop. Is this true? Do you really need to make an appointment? Oh, I should have checked the Star Network first. Boss Su, can you be flexible? We're already here. Some of them hoped that Su-Bai could be flexible, but Su-Bai understood that this precedent could not be set. If he made concessions, what would happen next? When will it end? He simply said, sorry, there is no other way. If you want to come, please go back and draw lots. Okay. After hearing Su-Bai's words, Zhou Yunjing was the first to agree to Su-Bai's conditions and left the scene. He had tasted the sweetness before and understood how rare it was to strengthen Su-Bai. Since the other party said so, they should just do as they were told. With the first person leaving, those who had been saved by Su-Bai before also left. Boss Su, you must pick me. They were also unlucky. The last time they encountered Duan Han's attack, and this time they encountered a draw. but I don't have too many complaints. As this group of people left, the people in front of the Interstellar Mechanic Repair Shop also dispersed. Seeing this, Sun Yu came directly to the door of the Star Machine Repair Shop with a complicated expression. Subai, you don't have to sacrifice your own customers to help me strengthen. I can wait. Sun Yu believed that the reason why Subai did this was to help him strengthen his mecha, and even made so many guests leave. This made him feel like he was benefiting from someone. Subai was a little surprised. No, I just think that with so many people here, I don't think I can rest today. Besides, helping you strengthen was already an agreement in advance. Sun Yu. Okay, I was overthinking it. It turns out that if you have the ability, you can do what you want. Other machine repair shops hope they are too busy to handle the workload, but Subai is different. They actually complain that there are too many customers. Given his level of mechanic skills, ordinary orders are indeed not enough to satisfy him. No matter how harsh the conditions are, as long as Subai can spread the news that the mecha can awaken its second talent skill, the Interstellar Mechanic Repair Shop will still have no shortage of customers. Even they are high-end guests. This is what Subai thought as well. Before, he was thinking of relying on maintenance to maintain his business, but now it seems that there is really no need to do anything. If you really want to provide such a service, you can just hire people to do it yourself. Ding! The host's voice is detected, and a special task is triggered. Expand the Star Machine Shop and recruit a mechanic employee, limited to 3 weeks. Requirements. Employees must be at least a 1-star mechanic. Mission rewards. Open the 4-star mechanic's inherited skills, obtain weapon enhancement, and starship enhancement branches. When Subai saw the task issued by the system, he was stunned. Since the completion of Chaos, the system has not issued any tasks to itself. Now I'm just planning to recruit people, and it is issued? Could it be that this mission was issued based on what I thought in my mind? Subai still needs to verify this point, but this task requirement is indeed too difficult. A 1-star mechanic is also a star mechanic. Such a person can run a machine repair shop wherever he goes, but he actually allows people to come and work for him? But the reward for this mission was something Subai couldn't refuse. Not to mention the inherited skills of the 4-star mechanic. There is no way Subai would miss the weapon enhancement and starship enhancement branches alone. Having experienced the sweetness of interstellar enhancement, Subai understands that any system enhancement must be beyond common sense. If you add weapon enhancement and starship enhancement, the speed at which you make money will be incomparable. It's just that the starship doesn't seem to have enough space here. Looking at the size of the Interstellar Repair Shop, Subai felt that it would not be feasible to strengthen the starship here. But this did not stop him from taking on the task. At this moment, Sun Yu had already entered the Star Machine Repair Shop. Seeing Subai standing there, he couldn't help but wonder. Subai, what's wrong with you? Subai waved his hand when he heard this. It's okay. I just thought of something. Come in. As he said this, he stepped into the maintenance room. It was the first time for Sun Yu to enter Subai's maintenance room. Even he had to say that this was the maintenance room with the most complete facilities he had ever seen. And all kinds of equipment are also very advanced. Only a maintenance room like this is worthy of Subai. He did not hesitate and placed his hand directly on his star ring. Song Yin soars into the sky. In an instant, the 50-meter-tall Songlong was displayed in the maintenance room. Even though he had seen it once, and even fought against it, Subai couldn't help but feel the oppression from the Songlong when he saw it again. This is the star-breaking mech. It turns out that the previous mechs are child's play compared to it. He looked at the Songlong in front of him and compared it with the previous mechs. Even the vortex is nothing compared to it. Breaking the stars means breaking the stars, breaking through the starry sky, and soaring into the universe. Only when you reach the stage of star-breaking mecha can you truly possess the ability to travel in the starry sky. Possesses power that can span galaxies. Others, even the star-stepping mechas, can only fight in the starry sky and maintain short-distance flight. The distance will be too long to bear. Chapter 60. Brand new experience. Enhanced detailed display. Seeing Subai's expression, Sun Yu was also very proud. At this moment, Subai finally showed a reaction that was consistent with his age. The opponent's previous performance was a bit too amazing, making it hard to believe that he was a teenager. How is it? My Songlong is pretty good, right? Seeing Subai like this, Sun Yu couldn't help but feel proud. His own Songlong is a 5-star mecha that can break stars. It is the most precious thing to him besides his family. The usual maintenance is also very good. Even when he was helping Sun Hani test his innate skills at the beginning, he was reluctant to use it. It's really good. It can be seen that Captain Sun usually takes good care of it. Subai did not refute Sun Yu's words. The fact is that the Songlong is indeed exquisite. If he didn't have the system, he probably wouldn't be qualified to repair and strengthen this level of mecha. But it's only temporary. Subai's level as a mechanic is also improving steadily, and now he has almost mastered all 10 3-star mechanic inheritance skills. If we really calculate according to the mechanic level, he can be considered a 3-star mechanic. There was help from the system, but more of it was his own hard work. A mecha that can be enhanced is detected. The current mecha level is high. It is recommended to use level 4 enhancement. The enhancement requires 10,000 interstellar points. Level 4 enhancement can upgrade the core material of the mecha, gain a high-level talent skill, and awaken 2 special features. The cost of strengthening Songlong is 2.5 billion star coins. After determining the effect of the 4th level enhancement, Subai directly priced Songlong. Even though Sun Yu was prepared for this, he couldn't help but feel the pain. Even though he took out 2.5 billion star coins at once, he still felt a little distressed. But thinking about the possibility of obtaining a second talent skill and awakening special features, he gritted his teeth and said, "Okay." Although Xing Yunlong and his team only spent 180 million star coins to upgrade it, this is a star-destroying mecha after all, and its value is incomparable to that of a star-climbing mecha. The difficulty of strengthening can be imagined. Sun Yu did not think there was anything wrong with Su by asking for 2.5 billion. Seeing that Sun Yu agreed, Subai directly took out the prepared contract template and filled in the price and mecha level. As for awakening the second characteristic or specialty, he did not mention it directly. Just let Sun Yu feel it himself when the time comes. After signing the contract, Sun Yu directly transferred the money to Subai. Starry Sky Treasure received 2.5 billion star coins. With the inflow of 2.5 billion, the number of Subai's star coins reached more than 2.9 billion. If I hadn't strengthened Chaos before and exchanged it for the second level of Star Whale breathing technique, this would have even reached 3 billion star coins. A real little rich man. Such wealth is comparable to that of an ordinary star-breaking mecha master. Subai walked to the side of Songlong. Only after Sun Yu left the maintenance room. Looking at this 100-meter giant, Subai couldn't help but sigh. It really has to be big enough to feel oppressive. Compared to the giant in front of him, his own chaos seems somewhat insignificant. It doesn't matter. It's not impossible to grow bigger. Subai comforted himself secretly and stopped worrying about the size. Level 4 enhancement activation. As his hand lightly touched the body of the Tsang Wolf, a blue light suddenly shot up into the sky. This enhancement is different from the previous ones. Subai can visually see every change in Songlong. Under the blue light, the outer armor of Cyan began to be dismantled, revealing its bones and joints. Subai noticed every detail, and he would certainly not miss such an opportunity. So these are the skeletons and joints of the Starbreaker mecha. They are indeed different from the previous ones. Compared with the first 3 levels of mecha, the Starbreaking mecha, Earth, Sky, and Star-Treading mecha already belongs to another level. If divided by 3, it can be classified as a mid-level mecha. Most builders are 4-star mechanics, and their inherited skills are naturally stronger than those of the first 3 stars. Subai could see that even the Beiyuan joint connection method could not compare to it. Did you use the magnetic levitation splicing technique? Is this the method used by a 4-star mechanic? Subai is now considered a 3-star mechanic. Although he cannot use it, he can see the clue at a glance. The joints of the Songlong are fixed to the bones using electromagnetic attraction. Unlike traditional welding, this can increase the flexibility of the joints while maintaining their stability. It's a good idea indeed. Soon, the blue light continued to extend along the joints of the Songlong and spread within the bones. The bones and joint materials of the Songlong have all been upgraded at this moment. This also allowed Subai to see the bone structure more clearly. The arrangement of these bones is not like traditional bones. It seems to be more compact. Animal bones? The number of bones here is not based on the 206 bones of humans, as in traditional bionics. Obviously, there are more of them, and they are closer together. Moreover, the structures of many bones have been stretched to varying degrees, with a total of 397 bones, the same number of bones as a wolf. I wonder if the skeletons of all star-breaking mechas are constructed in this way to imitate beasts. After seeing the skeleton of Songlong, Subai couldn't help but have a guess. However, it cannot be verified and can only be compared when the star-breaking mecha is strengthened again in the future. In fact, it's not just the star-breaking mecha, the star-treading mecha, and even the Sky and Earth mecha that have different skeletons, just like the King Cobra and Field Tiger we've seen before, the number of their bones is different from that of traditional mechas. Soon, the blue light continued to spread, passing over the bones and joints, and reached the core power source. Subai had seen the core power source of the Tsanglong before, so he was not surprised by this. The nebula stone wrapped in its core compartment began to gradually change under the nourishment of the blue light. The energy on it began to surge rapidly, and soon exceeded the limit that the nebula stone could withstand. It eventually stopped at 80% nebula stone and 20% starburst stone. Subai was not surprised by this. After all, as a core power source material that is strictly controlled by the entire Star Alliance, the energy contained in Star Burma stone is enormous. Even with the 4th level enhancement, the core power source of the Star Walking Mecha cannot be completely transformed into Star Myanmar stone. To really achieve that, according to Subai's estimation, it would require at least level 5 strengthening. That is the enhancement level for the Meteorite Mecha. The power source was strengthened, and under the cover of blue light, the heavy armor of the Tsang Wolf was gradually draped over its skeleton. The flame patterns on it were gradually swallowed up by the blue light, and the already blue body now looked even deeper. If it was as blue as the sky before, it was now more like the deep sea blue. Boom! A loud bang! A huge flame ignited above the Tsang Wolf, as if an ancient emperor ruled the world and was reborn from the fire. This terrifying wave made Subai's face shudder, and he hurriedly entered the chaos. Chapter 61, New Appearance. Sun Yu's Decision. Boom! The eruption of flames carried the force of burning the sky, and the fire continued to burn, as if it would last forever. Facing this burning blue flame, Subai could only drive chaos and fight hard. With the help of Chaos Mecha and his own star power, he could barely withstand the scorching heat. Subai could block it, but the surrounding equipment was not so lucky. Under such high temperature, the outer shell of the electronic station was melted. The electronic components inside it kept buzzing. Even the thermal knife couldn't withstand such a temperature, and the tip of the blade began to collapse and scatter around. At the moment it was about to touch the ground, a golden light rose up, and the Hungtian-level defense barrier was triggered. This stopped the fire from spreading. At the same time, Sun Yu's eyes outside the door moved slightly. Just now he clearly sensed a very familiar, but even more terrifying aura coming from the maintenance room. Sun Yu was a little hesitant. His talent was only the level 1 of flame control. He was able to use the power of Tsang Yin largely with the help of the power of Tsang Lang. It can be said that being able to become a star-breaking mecha master is almost his limit. That's why he placed his hopes on Subai, hoping that through his enhancement, Tsang Lang could reach a higher level, which would feed back to himself and allow him to achieve a breakthrough as well. But the current situation is somewhat beyond his imagination. The power just now made him feel a little palpitated. No matter what, he is still a 5-star strong man. How could just a trace of her aura make him feel palpitations? What exactly did Subai do? Sun Yu couldn't wait to see what was going on inside the door. If it weren't for Subai's rules, he would have rushed in. But now he can only wait. In the sea of clouds, perhaps the only person who could make him so restrained was Subai. Just as Sun Yu was waiting anxiously. Click! The door to the maintenance room burst open. Without any hesitation, Sun Yu went straight into the maintenance room. Looking at the Tsanglang in front of him, Sun Yu's eyes almost popped out. Is this the Tsanglang? It was no wonder that Sun Yu was suspicious for the Tsang Wolf in front of him, except for its head that looked like a wolf but not a wolf, did not bear any trace of the original Tsang Wolf from head to toe, including the color of its body. Especially now that the Tsanglang was just standing there, he actually made himself feel a little oppressive. Without any hesitation, Sun Yu jumped directly into the Tsang Wolf. The neural link was connected, and a faint blue light flashed in the eyes of the Tsanglang. At the same time, the flames on his body kept moving as if they were alive, showing the appearance of a ferocious wolf. A muffled roar seemed to come from its belly. The ceiling opened at the sound, and the Tsang Wolf rushed up into the sky. Go directly to the training ground that had just been built. Sun Yu drove the Tsanglang back and forth in the training ground. When Subai appeared at the back of the training ground, his excited voice came from the Tsanglang. These 2 specialties, 2 innate skills. Subai, you are really amazing. At this moment, all the praise could not express Sun Yu's admiration for Subai. He never expected that the other party would give him such a big surprise. In addition to the 1 talent skill and 1 characteristic specialty that were already guessed, There was actually another characteristic specialty. I used to feel that the 2.5 billion star coins were a bit painful, but now I don't feel that way at all. If I really have to give an evaluation, it would be worth it. Great value. This was far beyond his expectations. Even under the influence of the Tsang Lang, Sun Yu felt that the state that should have ended had begun to loosen. Given time, he will be able to cross the threshold of the 5-star level and even become a meteorite mecha master. Before this, the level that only the mecha masters with superlative talents could reach was reached by the mecha masters with superlative talents. If he could really reach the falling star realm with his superb talent, it would be an unprecedented feat. Although Sun Yu wanted to experience his own talents and specialties, he didn't do so. After a brief experience, he left Songlong and came to Su Bai, smiling and patting Su Bai on the shoulder. "Ha, China is lucky to have you. Okay, I won't say thank you anymore. If you need any help in the future, just tell me. As long as it doesn't violate the principles, I will definitely help you." Sun Wu's promise is heavy. After all, his identity here is not only the head of the Sun family, but also the captain of the Yunhai fleet. It can be said that he is the highest ruling official in Yunhai. I don't know how many powerful businessmen in Yunhai are racking their brains to meet Sun Yu, just to make him familiar to them. Now, he personally promised that as long as Su Bai did not violate the principles, he could ask him for help at any time. If this were to get out, many people would be shocked. After finishing speaking, Sun Yu did not linger. After all, he had other important things to do next. In order not to alert the enemy during his trip to the CF family, he planned to go alone. If the noise is too loud and the other party is prepared, we won't be able to find out anything. His premonition told him that this trip to the CF family was not simple. It seemed that he could see that Sun Yu was worried. Su Bai couldn't help but ask, "Captain Sun, if you need any help, you can also tell me?" Sun Yu has always been very nice to him. After sensing his innate skills, he came directly to help. Even when he refused to join the Yunhai fleet, the other party did not say much. He remembered this favor. Now the other party seems to be in some trouble, and Su Bai will not refuse if he can help. Well, it's better if you don't get involved in this matter. I'm just going to take a look, but maybe I will really need your help in the future. Faced with Su Bai's kindness, Sun Yu was somewhat tempted, but ultimately refused. Although Su Bai has the strength to fight with the star-breaking Mecha Master in a short period of time, he's a great help. But he didn't want to put Su Bai in danger. Besides, there was no point for Su Bai to go if he couldn't even solve the problem himself. The other party is China's treasure and must not be lost. His mechanical repair skills can even bring the entire Blue Star Alliance to a higher level. Okay. Seeing this, Su Bai didn't say much. Although he took Sun Yu's attack yesterday, he knew that his strength was still a certain distance away from that of a star-breaking Mecha Master. What's more, now that the Tsang Lang has been strengthened, the gap in strength between the two is even greater. If even Sun Yu felt it was dangerous, it would be a waste for him to go. After saying goodbye to Su Bai, Sun Yu left directly. Looking at the other person's departing back, Su Bai sighed helplessly. It's still too weak. I won't be receiving any guests today. Let's focus on practicing. By the way, Central Control should go and set up the lottery system. There will be 3 spots available per day. Su Bai returned to the Interstellar Machine repair shop and directly ordered the Central Control to start building the lottery system. I originally planned to strengthen 2 machines a day, but in the end I only arranged 3 places. You are really as hardworking as me. Chapter 62. The CF family was ambushed. Is he the man behind the scenes? After returning to the Interstellar Machine repair shop, Su Bai started practicing right away. Sit cross-legged on the ground, place your palms on your knees, and circulate the star power. With your hands as the core, 2 star power tides will flow naturally. As star power poured in, his star power also increased, and he continued to absorb external star power to strengthen himself. The star power of Stepping Star, which was originally a little weak, was instantly stabilized with the influx of external star power, and it continued to spread outward, gradually rushing towards the second star of Stepping Star. Su Bai was practicing, while Sun Yu went straight to the CF family after leaving the Interstellar Machine repair shop. Looking at the CF family mansion in front of him, he frowned slightly. There is something strange about this house. As a star-breaking Mecha Master, his perception is much stronger than that of ordinary people. At this moment, the CF family mansion gave him the feeling that it was surrounded by a haze. The area around the house seemed to be filled with an inexplicable evil spirit. Originally, it was just speculation that the CF family was related to the reform of the Holy See, but now it is almost confirmed. At this moment, he was ready to leave and directly mobilize the fleet to launch a general attack. Even though he was a star-destroying mecha master, he still understood the principle that a gentleman should not stand under a dangerous wall. Do not act on your own if you do not know the local firepower yet. This is the iron law of the fleet. It seems that this is the base of the reformed Holy See. Sun Yu's tone was extremely indifferent, and he looked at the CF family mansion as if he had already sentenced the other party to death. Collaborating with the enemy and persecuting the Chinese people is a serious crime. Such people are more hateful than reforming the Holy See itself. Let's leave first. Sun Yu's eyes moved slightly, and he immediately prepared to evacuate. Captain Sun, now that you're here, why not come in and chat? Suddenly, a cold voice came from behind Sun Yu. Sun Yu hurriedly mobilized the star power around his body and lightly touched the star ring with his right hand. The bright light shines across the sky. The Tsang Lang stood directly across the sky. Sun Yu jumped up and instantly entered the Tsang Wolf. The other party seemed to be prepared for this. Swish, swish, swish. Soon, 3 mechas surrounded Sun Yu, including Xie Zhihao. The mecha on the far left has strange black lines wrapped all over its body, covering its originally light yellow body. The sharp corners on its head are even broken in half, making it look very strange. Speed-type star-stepping mecha, Your Majesty. It is 40 meters high, weighs 1,000 tons, has an engine power of 23 million and a thrust of 2.5 billion. This is the original mecha of Xie Zhihao, the head of the CF family, but now the appearance of this Your Majesty is completely different from before. The Your Majesty that was supposed to be majestic now appears gloomy and strange, and no longer lives up to the reputation of Your Majesty. The mecha on the far right was also wrapped in strange black lines. The originally white body now looked like a contaminated coat, and it was covered in mud. The long swords on its left and right arms had also changed from the original titanium to a lavender metal material, and a faint smell of corrosion continued to emanate from it, which was very unpleasant. Power-type star-stepping mecha, cutting through the waves. It is 40 meters high, weighs 1,100 tons, has an engine power of 24 million and a thrust of 2.7 billion. This is the mecha of another 9-star mecha master of the CF family, Xia 1, the elder of the CF family. Zhanlong is one of the 2 most powerful star-stepping masters of the CF family, along with Your Majesty. His most famous feature is his double blades that can cut through gold like mud. However, at this moment, the double blades that should have been sharp looked particularly ugly, with jagged edges and purple mist emanating from them. The mecha in the middle was also hidden in the black fog, but its momentum and overall appearance were incomparable to the previous Your Majesty and Zhanlong. The oppressive feeling on it made people feel extremely depressed. Even among the Tsang Sun Yu couldn't help but frown. Balanced Starbreaker, Shadow. It is 48 meters high, weighs 2,000 tons, has an engine power of 40 million and a thrust of 3.2 billion. The name Shadow comes from the fact that the opponent can escape into darkness and hide himself to achieve the effect of being invisible. It was because of this that Sun Yu failed to discover the other party at the first time. However, looking at the 3 mechas in front of him, Sun Yu showed disdain, and the wolf raised his head high. What, you want to keep me here? Hearing Sun Yu's words, Xie Zhihao's voice came out from Your Majesty. Captain Sun is too confident. You are indeed very strong, but with the 3 of us working together, even you can't escape. I advise you to surrender, so that you can avoid physical pain. Yes, it's time for you to retire at your age. A weathered voice came from Shadow. The moment he heard the voice, Sun Yu frowned, and a sneer came from Songlong. Haha, I didn't expect it to be you, Xue Lin. You have retired from the Yunhai fleet for many years, but you chose to go along with the villains who reformed the Holy See. Are you worthy of your previous beliefs and oaths? Sun Yu's tone was full of anger. Even though he already knew that there might be problems within the Yunhai fleet, the man in front of him was born and raised in Yunhai like him, and had served the Yunhai fleet for many years. He was the deputy captain of the Yunhai fleet and only officially retired 8 years ago. Sun Yu couldn't help feeling a little desolate when he saw that his former compatriots had fallen to such a state that they were even going to fight against him. What do you know? The Star Force mecha should be eliminated. Just like the old mecha, this kind of product that divides people into different classes from birth should not be born. My lord, it is he who has shown us a new direction. If you abandon the dark and join us, we can spare your life. Sun Yu stared at the shadow in front of him. The other party's words contained a lot of information, which made him think about it. Finally, he sighed helplessly. Is it really because of Shui Bei's matter that you became like this? Shut up. You don't deserve to mention Xiao Bei. If it weren't for you, the chosen ones with talents, Xiao Bei would never have embarked on such a path. You deserve to die. Hearing Shui Bei's name, a fierce light flashed in the eyes of Shadow, and the whole body seemed to be shaking, which showed Shui Lin's mood inside. Shui Bei is naturally the son of Shui Lin. His dream since childhood has been to become a mecha master, join the Yunhai fleet, and become a strong man. However, fate is so cruel. Although his father is a star-breaking mecha master, Shui Bei has no talent for mecha. In desperation, he embarked on another path of no return. Upload consciousness into the mecha, that is the so-called intelligent life school. The result is predictable. The brain could not withstand the uploaded pulses from the neural link and exploded directly, causing Shui Bei to die. Not long after this incident, Shui Lin left the Yunhai fleet. I didn't expect that the other party would actually join the Reformation Church. Chapter 63. 3 people fighting against 1 person got killed in return. Do you know how to play? Indeed, Shui Lin was a poor man, and the fate of his only son was indeed miserable. But that was Shui Bei's own choice, and had nothing to do with the Yunhai fleet, let alone China. It is true that those who possess star power talent can become mecha masters and have a transcendent status. Those who don't have the talent for star power still have their own opportunities, whether they become a mechanic by pursuing a career in mechanics or shine in other industries. They all have their own lives. If everything is attributed to talent, it would be a great disrespect to those people who have no talent but still shine. Heresy. Sun Yu understood that from the moment Shui Lin stepped into the Reformed Church, he was no longer his former compatriot. Now he is his own enemy, the enemy of China, and the enemy of Blue Star. All the actions taken by the Reformed Church have led to wars and caused great killings. They don't deserve sympathy. We've almost finished reminiscing about the past, Mr. Shui. Don't waste your breath. Killing Sun Yu again will be of great help to our plan. Your Majesty came directly behind Shadow, particle beams flashing at his side, ready to go. The same goes for Zhanlang. They must not let Sun Yu go back, otherwise it will be a disaster for the Xie family. Since the other party came here alone, it must have been a secret action. As long as his body is properly handled, it will not be discovered. Almost at the same time as he finished speaking, boom! Shadow activated instantly, holding the black gold long blade tightly in his right hand. His feet slid in a Z shape, his body moved sideways unpredictably, and at the same time, his hands dragged on the ground with a tearing sound, and instantly the long blade was raised diagonally from bottom to top, slashing towards Zhanlang. Your Majesty and Zhanlang were not idle either. The moment Shadow was dispatched, these 2 top-level star-stepping mechas instantly came to the sides of Zhanlang and cooperated with Shadow to attack Zhanlang. Your Majesty raised his fists high, clenched them into hammers, and smashed them down with both fists, like a mountain pressing down on his head. Zhanlang swung the serrated long blades in both arms, and the dark purple aura dissipated from them, misting into liquid, shaped like a crocodile head hunting, wanting to corrode everything. The 3 mechas formed a triangle and surrounded the Zhanlang. This is the most basic tactical arrangement of a mecha team, a triangle tactic consisting of 1 balanced, 1 speed, and 1 power mecha. This not only blocks the opponent's mecha's actions, but also maximizes the damage when 3 attacks are launched simultaneously. The triangle tactic was about to work, and the attacks of the 3 people would fall on the body of the Tsang Wolf in a moment. Bang! At this moment, a blue barrier suddenly appeared, instantly covering the Tsang Wolf. Blue flames ignited on it, with the intention of burning the sky. Anything that comes into contact with it will be burned to nothingness. The blue flames burned brightly, like the everlasting flame of hope. With a mournful cry of, Your Majesty was the first to be hit. His arms, which were shaped like hammers, were instantly bounced away when they touched the blue barrier. Then blue flames attached to them and burned his arms instantly. The originally strong and powerful arms turned into ashes in just a moment. Even the mecha was unable to react in time, causing Xie Zhihao inside to experience this bone-gnawing and heart-searing pain firsthand. Zhanlang on the other side also took a deep breath. The double blades that could corrode everything no longer had the same ferocity under the blue flames. As the purple mist evaporated, the serrated double blades on his arms also turned into black charcoal, which was falling down bit by bit. However, Shadow, who chose to confront Zhanlang head-on, was in an even more embarrassing situation. Even after using advanced mecha skills such as the Zebu and even a chopping attack using the force of rotation, not a single ripple was left on the blue barrier. Instead, the reaction force transmitted from it made his hands lose consciousness, and he instantly threw out the black gold long blade. The black gold long blade in the air instantly ignited with flames, and then completely turned into dust. It all happened in a flash. With the combined strength of 3 people, this attack was destined to succeed, but it ended up like this. To put it jokingly, 3 people are fighting against 1 person and then get killed in return. Do you know how to play this? Shui Lin and the other 2 were in disbelief. No way. Even if you are a 5-star mecha master, you can't stop the siege of the 3 of us. What on earth did you do? You definitely don't have this kind of strength. Shui Lin was very familiar with Sun Yu's strength. After all, they had worked together for many years. In his opinion, this plan was perfect. Logically speaking, as long as he and Xie Zhihao work together, they will be able to capture Sun Yu. In order to prevent any unexpected events, he even called Xie Wen along. This way, Sun Yu will have no way to escape. Who would have thought that not only did they fail, but they didn't even cause any scratches to Sun Yu. Instead, we suffered heavy losses. To them, the pale blue flame seemed to come from the netherworld. It was the life-taking hellish fire. Looking at the 3 people, Songlong raised his head high, and Sun Yu inside it raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Su Bai's talent is really amazing. Sun Yu was actually a little nervous when facing the siege of 3 people, but it was too late to avoid it. Only then did he use the second talent he had acquired. Blue Flame Barrier. I didn't expect the effect to be so amazing. If it weren't for Su Bai, he would probably have suffered a great loss. And now, even facing 2 top-level star-walking mechas and the Shadow that is almost as strong as himself, he still has the upper hand, even able to catch them all in one fell swoop. Don't you know that you should look at a man with new eyes after 3 days of absence? I have also been busy during the years when you went to reform the Holy See. It seems that your so-called master doesn't like you, and your strength has not improved much. Sun Yu was unyielding and looked at the 3 people indifferently and sarcastically. Although Shui Lin was unwilling to hear this, he was unable to refute it. But he couldn't understand why Sun Yu, who was only a level 1 talent, could be so powerful. Shadow, His Majesty, and Zhanlong exchanged a glance and quickly retreated. Retreat. Now he had lost his weapon, and both Your Majesty and Zhanlong had suffered varying degrees of damage. If we continue to fight, we will definitely not gain anything. Seeing that the other party was about to escape, Sun Yu showed a sneer on his face. Want to escape now? It's too late. Shui Lin didn't take his words seriously. We are indeed no match for you, but don't forget what Shadow's strongest point is. Being able to hide in the darkness and escape thousands of miles away is the strongest point of Shadow. Even if Sun Yu's Songlong is strong, can it surpass himself in speed? Oh, really? However, the voice coming from behind made Shui Lin tremble suddenly, and fine beads of cold sweat kept falling. Shadow slowly turned around and saw that Songlong had appeared behind him at some point. Impossible. How could you find my trace? Shui Lin could no longer hold back. If he said that Songlong had become ridiculously strong due to these years of training, he could still barely accept it. But the fact that the other party could not only discover his position, but could even appear behind him in an instant was a bit creepy. This doesn't fit the setting of the Songlong power-type mecha at all. What answered him was a fist with blue flames attached to it. Songlong raised his right fist high, and blue flames rolled on it, carrying the power to burn the sky, and instantly bombarded Shadow. Chapter 64. Xie Zhihao's last words? Is it really over? Boom! The force is so strong and heavy like thunder. The fist is scorching hot, and the flames above it are so bright that they burn all living beings. This punch instantly pierced through Shadow, and blue flames spread from the dark hole, instantly covering Shadow's entire body. The dignified star-breaking 3-star mecha was completely reduced to ashes by this one punch. Even the Nebula Stone, its core power source, completely dissipated, leaving no trace of energy. Tracking murderous intent. This is one of the 2 special features obtained by the Grey Wolf. As long as the target is locked, he can be behind the target in an instant. Even if the target uses stealth skills, he will still be unable to escape. There is only one way to go: death. It's a pity that I didn't control the strength the first time I used it. Songlong shook his hands, and Sun Yu's voice was heard, with some regret in his tone. But he had no hesitation about killing Shui Lin. Again, from the moment he entered the Reformed Church, He was no longer one of his compatriots. They're even more hateful than those who originally reformed the Vatican. The only fate for a traitor is death. As for capturing Sun Yu alive, the effort was not in vain. Those who reformed the church would self-destruct once they were arrested, which is one of the main reasons why they were called a cult. No, it's impossible. Run away, run away. The scene of Songlong killing Shadow like an ant was seen by His Majesty and Zhanlong, and fear instantly spread in their hearts. They looked at the Song Wolf, who looked like a god of war, without any intention of resisting. In the end, their ultimate move was actually for themselves. This was hard for both of them to accept. How could he suddenly become so much stronger? The intelligence is wrong. If the Yunhai fleet, or the entire Nanjiang fleet, is hiding its own strength, while Your Majesty was fleeing in a hurry, Xie Zhihao was also analyzing the reasons for their failure this time. When he thought that the entire Nanjiang fleet might be hiding its strength, his mood instantly plummeted. However, he hadn't yet figured out a solution. Swish! The Song Lang has arrived, and the blue flame on his right fist is the only light he sees at the end of his life. Boom! The blue flames burned, and despite the pain of being burned, the originally lifeless eyes seemed to have regained some consciousness, with a sense of relief and gratitude in them. As he was about to die, he used up his last bit of strength to say 2 words, "Big test." The moment Sun Yu heard these 2 words, his pupils shrank instantly. And through the hole, he also discovered Xie Zhihao's abnormality. Unlike Xuelin, the other party seemed to be under control and only regained consciousness at the end. Now Sun Yu understood. Why is Your Majesty called Howren? Xie Zhihao, known for his openness, joined the effort to reform the church. None of this was his original intention. Thinking of this, a raging rage ignited, making him feel hot in his heart. He gritted his teeth and said, "Reform the scum of the church." He looked at Zhanlong, who had not escaped far. Sun Yu was a little hesitant, wondering if Xie Wen was also being controlled like Xie Zhihao. Seeing that Songlong killed Your Majesty, he then turned his gaze to himself. Xie Wen had beads of sweat dripping from his forehead. He raised his hands while driving to Zhanlong. Don't kill me. I'm just being controlled." "Really?" Upon hearing that, Sun Yu snorted coldly, and without any hesitation, he punched out. Bang! Flames exploded, and Xie Wen looked at the raging flames with a puzzled look on his face. He didn't understand. He had clearly said that he was being controlled, so why did Sun Yu still do such a cruel thing? Unfortunately, he will never figure out the answer to this question. The flames engulfed his body and his consciousness fell into eternal darkness. Zhanlong also eventually turned into nothingness. After killing Zhanlong, Sun Yu exhaled a breath of foul air. The previous mercy was unnecessary. Xie Wen and Xie Zhihao are obviously different. He voluntarily joined the reform of the church, willing to be driven by it and persecute the people. Anyone whose mind is controlled will never say the word being controlled. After the battle, Sun Yu did not leave Songlong, but looked around. After making sure there was no ambush hidden in secret, he called Zhang Lei. Beep beep. Dozens of minutes later, Zhang Lei arrived at the scene with the law enforcement team. Seeing the mess around him and the brand new Songlong, Zhang Lei felt a pang in his heart. It seems that the captain has been strengthened. Damn, I should have been able to strengthen myself as well. Forcefully suppressing the bitterness in his heart, Zhang Lei led the members of the law enforcement team to Sun Yu, who had already left at Songlong, and asked, "Captain, what is this?" The Xie family has been corrupted by the Reformed Church. All matters related to the Xie family must be thoroughly investigated. Do not miss any clues. Then have someone clean up the battlefield. At this moment, Sun Yu resumed his role as the captain who was in charge of the overall situation. Directly arranged Zhang Lei and the law enforcement team to seal off the Xie family. Now at least it has been confirmed that the reform of the Holy See has a great deal to do with the Xie family. In this case, everyone in the Xie family must conduct a thorough investigation. That tiger was probably done by Xuelin, but you still have to keep an eye on Vice Captain G. After the battle just now, Sun Yu estimated that the tiger in the field was most likely created by Xuelin, but he still needed to be more careful. Xuelin? He is actually related to the reform of the Holy See? Zhang Lei was a little surprised to hear the name Xuelin, which he had not heard of for a long time. But after seeing Sun Yu's expression, he chose to shut up. I'm afraid it's not that simple. You should do your job well and try to strengthen yourself as soon as possible. Thinking of his own enhancement, Zhang Lei suddenly became motivated. He began to arrange members of the law enforcement team to surround the Xie family and take the lead in launching a charge. Just as the law enforcement team was clearing out the CF family on the distant mountain peak, black robes fluttered in the wind, and the men in black robes looked indifferently at the busy law enforcement team and the ruined CF family. Behind him, a burly man walked out, looking puzzled. Why did the master let Sun Yu take action against the CF family? If we attack together, he will definitely not be able to escape. If I don't give him some sweet treats, how can Sun Yu let down his guard? And are you sure that our move will be foolproof? Are you confident that you can break through the blue flame power and the blue barrier? I wonder where Sun Yu got such power from. The man in black robe couldn't help but shook his head, his eyes moving slightly as he looked in the direction of the Interstellar repair shop. Could it be him? No matter what, he is just a teenager, and it is impossible for him to give the star-breaking mecha a new life. Now that the CF family has been executed, their clues have been cut off and will not affect our cause. After a brief pause, the black-robed man glanced at the burly man and said, Zhou Yunhai's affairs are temporarily handed over to you. I'll go back first. Upon hearing this, the burly man Zhou hurriedly knelt on one knee and bowed his head in response. Master, please rest assured, I will definitely complete your instructions. Chapter 65. The old one doesn't work. The young one doesn't work either? After the man in black robe walked away, Zhou Wenkai slowly stood up, his pupils filled with excitement. I didn't expect that the Lord would entrust such an important place as Yunhai to me. I must work hard and live up to the Lord's trust. The CF family's base is gone, so we can only find another base first. The wind is cold and the lights are dim. Screams and explosions were heard from time to time in the CF family. 2 hours later, Zhang Lei came to Sun Yu with a sad face and shook his head. No one was spared. All of them are people who reformed the church. I want to question you, but at this point, Zhang Lei hesitated to speak because the scene inside was indeed somewhat shocking. Even though he had experienced interstellar wars and escaped from beam artillery fire, he couldn't help feeling a little blocked in his heart. It doesn't matter. Since they're all members of the Reformed Church, we can't get anything out of them. Let's get someone to clean up the scene. Oh, and let the youngsters go. Sun Yu understood that it was impossible to get anything out of the people of the Reformed Church. Even those with low strength would be bombed the moment they entered the Reformed Church. If nothing unexpected happens, the images inside should all be of the tragic condition of the CF family members after they self-blew themselves up. Let newcomers go in? Isn't that a bit? Zhang Lei couldn't help feeling a little reluctant when he heard Sun Yu wanted to let the new members go in to clean up the place. After all, it was a situation that even he was not used to, and he was a little worried that the newcomers would not be able to bear it. Let them see the facts and face the truth now, which is better than having your legs go weak and die when it's your turn. Sun Yu's tone was very serious. They were the Yunhai fleet, which was fine in peacetime, but now was an extraordinary period. A star war may break out at any time. If the day comes that a star war really comes, these newcomers who have never seen blood will pay a heavy price. These are their experiences. If possible, he also hopes that the world will be peaceful and prosperous. Unfortunately, there are always people who want to disrupt this peace. Hearing this, Zhang Lei said no more. He understood that Sun Yu was right. Compared to the price he would have to pay in the future, the most he felt now was a little disgusted. Arrangements were made immediately. After arranging the newcomers to clean up the mess at Xie's house, Zhang Lei quietly came to Sun Yu's side and asked, Captain, what do you think of my recent performance? Sun Yu glanced at him and said, Not bad. Zhang Lei, if that's okay, please take a look at my strengthening work. Zhang Lei looked at Sun Yu expectantly, blinking constantly with a flattering look on his face. Sun Yu, I knew you had a purpose. However, Zhang Lei's recent performance is indeed good, and the better the situation is now, the better. Okay, you go tomorrow, Sun Yu said lightly. Zhang Lei heard the words as if he had heard heavenly music, and he jumped up immediately. Thank you, Captain. The captain is a good man. Sun Yu, how come I have such an unreliable right-hand man? Thinking that Yunhai's future would depend on the protection of the boy in front of him, Sun Yu held his forehead helplessly. Vomit. This is disgusting. Hurry up and save me. Save me. I can't do it anymore. While the two were talking, bursts of vomiting sounds were heard from the CF family. Obviously, these guys from the law enforcement team were scared to death by the scene inside. Sun Yu, neither the old one nor the young one can do it. At this moment, he couldn't help but think of Su Bai. It would be great if Su Bai was willing to join the fleet. Su Bai himself is busy practicing at this moment. As the last bit of star power poured in, the shackles of his realm were broken suddenly. and he entered the 2-star realm of stepping on stars in one fell swoop. Who, after breaking through the realm, Subai exhaled lightly. The star whale breathing method is very powerful, but the pressure is a bit great every time. Subai clenched his right fist and clearly felt a little tired. You have to know that he did absorb dozens of times the star power of others, but the pressure caused by this power is also proportional to it. The pressure on him is dozens of times greater than that on others. If he is not gifted enough, he may not be able to bear it. It seems that the stronger the breathing method is, the better it is. You still have to find the one that suits you. After standing up and stretching his muscles, Subai directly logged into the Star Network. I looked at the comments and the draw for tomorrow. I saw that on the Star Network, the store reviews of the Star Machine Repair Shop had reached 1. Subai was immediately embarrassed. Why are there so many people commenting? Isn't it too much to draw 3 a day? I just clicked on the comment section and took a look. I would trade my roommate's 10 years of singleness for a chance to win the lottery. The above one won't work. I'd rather be single for the rest of my life in exchange for a chance to win the lottery. Ha! You guys still can't do it? I'm willing to shorten my time by 10 in exchange for a chance to win. Fuck, brother. Are you a ruthless person? If there is no deep hatred, I would not believe it. Be careful, you might get stabbed in the middle of the night. Looking at these comments, 2 black lines appeared on Subai's forehead. Are these guests really serious? Of course he is happy that business is good, but keeping it hanging like this is not a solution. It seems that I have to recruit an assistant as soon as possible. Subai made up his mind. At this moment, his eyes focused, and he found that there was a comment pinned to the top of the comment section. What Interstellar Machine Repair Shop? I don't believe it. If this store manager Subai is really that amazing, come and compete with me if you have the ability. Seeing this, Subai hurriedly clicked on the comment to check the person's information. Chu Ran, female, 20 years old, the youngest 1-star mechanic in China, officially certified by the China Mechanic Association. Seeing this, Subai's eyes sparkled. Is there such a good thing? Look, a 1-star mechanic is here right now. The most difficult part of the task was to find a star mechanic. Which star mechanic was not treated like a treasure by his own repair shop? How can he recruit the other party to work for him? But now it seems that the best candidate has emerged. The corners of Subai's mouth rose slightly. I immediately sent a message to the other party. Yundu Mechanic Research Society. A girl with short hair and delicate features is watching the video on her mobile phone frame by frame. The video shows the scene where Subai was operating 10 threads at the same time to maintain the mecha for Zhou Yunzheng and others. The girl pressed pause when the video turned to the moment when Subai used a mechanical arm to remove the armor of the King Cobra. I said there was a problem. This video is indeed fake. Churan noticed at this moment that Subai's right hand was not placed on the central control panel at all, which meant that he was just pretending. Cheating is detrimental to the reputation of a mechanic. I don't know how such a person can become so popular. Seeing Subai like this, she also felt angry. She loves mechanics. Otherwise, she wouldn't have become a 1-star mechanic at such a young age. Naturally, she won't allow anyone to tarnish the profession of mechanic. In her opinion, Subai was obviously using hype to make himself famous and then charging high maintenance fees. This kind of person is the one she despises the most. Suddenly, her cell phone rang. Chapter 66, what do you think? Accept it or not? Chu Ran, who was watching the video, frowned slightly. This pop-up window interrupted her from continuing to find Subai's flaws. Who is it? He opened his Star Network impatiently. Unknown mechanic. Hello, I am Subai. Chu Ran. Subai? Which Subai? His expression suddenly became a little strange. Could it be that liar? After thinking about it, I replied directly to the other party. The light of mechanic repair. The liar from the Interstellar Machine Repair Shop. Inside the Interstellar Mechanic Repair Shop, Subai, who was sitting comfortably with his legs crossed, was stunned when he suddenly saw Chu Ran's reply. Subai's mouth corners slightly raised, his eyes flickered. Liar? It seems that I haven't heard this name for a long time. Yes, at first some people might have thought he was a liar. But after strengthening so many mechas and the previous maintenance videos were leaked, his reputation was already very high. The number of people who drew the lottery numbers on the Star Network says it all. I didn't expect that there are still people who think of themselves as scammers. This is exactly what I was planning to do, which is to use bribery to recruit Chu Ran to work at the Interstellar Machine Repair Shop. Now it seems that I can try a different approach. Unknown mechanic. I am not a liar. I heard that Miss Chu wanted to compete with me in mechanic skills, so I came to keep the appointment. When Chu Ran saw the message from Su Bai, he instantly got furious and kept tapping the phone screen with his slender fingers. Mechanic's light. Who is the lady? You are the lady. Your whole family is ladies. After replying, she puffed up her cheeks angrily. Seeing that Su Bai was ready to accept her challenge, she couldn't help but raise her eyebrows slightly. Is this liar trying to get attention? Chu Ran was being a little unreasonable. It was clearly her who proposed the competition. So how did it become Su Bai trying to get attention? Chu Ran thought for a moment and finally nodded, replying, Okay, but if you lose, you have to close your repair shop and apologize to the entire internet. Publicly admit that you cheated. I will never allow a liar like you to tarnish the reputation of mechanics. Just as Su Bai was about to suggest adding some spice, he saw the message from Chu Ran. Su Bai, what fake video? When did you fake it? Tarnish the reputation of mechanics? You also want me to close down the Star Machine shop? This person is so resentful. After seeing Chu Ran's request, Su Bai silently deleted what he had typed previously. I had thought that as long as Chu Ran worked for me for 3 months, that would be enough. Now, nameless mechanic. Okay, I can agree to your request, but I also have a condition. If you lose, you will have to work in the Interstellar Mechanics shop for 10 years. Seeing that Su Bai had not replied for a long time, Chu Ran thought that he had been scared, but suddenly he saw Su Bai's reply. This made him even more furious. 10 years? This person is simply... Chu Ran became a 1-star mechanic at the age of 20. Her talent in mechanics is unparalleled. Under normal circumstances, she can even reach the level of a 4-star mechanic in 10 years. This Su Bai actually wanted to get a 4-star mechanic to work for him for free through a competition. Anonymous mechanic. What do you think? Accept it or not? Of course, if you don't dare, just ignore what I said. Chu Ran, who was hesitating, got excited instantly when he saw Su Bai's words. He clenched his teeth so hard that his back teeth were almost broken. I don't dare? Do you know who you are talking to? Without any hesitation, he quickly moved his fingers and tapped on the screen of the mobile phone, almost breaking it. Mechanic's light. Accept. You decide the time and place. Don't be scared when the time comes. Su Bai originally wanted to add fuel to the fire, but he didn't expect Chu Ran to take the bait. He hesitated for a moment. This guy doesn't seem very smart. Is he really the youngest 1-star mechanic? As a mechanic, being calm and careful are the most basic qualities. Every mechanic needs to be able to remain calm even when faced with a huge disaster. After all, mechanical repair is a delicate job. Sometimes a misalignment of a part or a large gap between armor pieces can lead to a huge loss. This girl always seems a little unreliable. Su Bai actually misunderstood Chu Ran. Her ability as a mechanic was unquestionable. Every certified mechanic had passed numerous tests. At least when it came to mechanics, Chu Ran could guarantee absolute concentration. But this time I was really impulsive. Tomorrow afternoon, let's go to the Star Machine repair shop. Seeing Su Bai's words, Chu Ran looked as if he knew it was true. You really want to take advantage of the popularity. The location was chosen from my own machine repair shop. Forget it. After tomorrow, your store will no longer exist. After thinking about it, Chu Ran directly announced the bet between himself and Su Bai on the Star Network to prevent the other party from denying it later. Once this news was released, it immediately caused an uproar. Chu Ran is like a rising star in the mechanical repair industry, attracting attention from all sides. Although the Star Machine shop is relatively unknown in the machine repair industry, but it is also very popular in the Sea of Clouds. This incident instantly became the top hot search in the Star Network Yinhai area. Countless people participated in the discussion. Chu Ran wants to compete with the owner of the Interstellar Mechanic Repair Shop in Mechanics. If he loses, he will have to work for him for 10 years? Chu Ran, I know, but what the hell is that Interstellar Mechanic Repair Shop? Hey, what are you talking about? I admit that Chu Ran is very powerful, but he is nothing in front of Boss Su. Have you seen 10-thread operation? 10 threads? What the hell? Click the link and you will know. Ah, so much talk, isn't it just a video? Chu Ran is recognized by the Chinese Mechanic Association as the youngest 1-star mechanic. So how can Su Bai be compared to him? Yeah, isn't this just to attract attention? To increase the reputation of your repair shop? Is there any need to ask? This must be the case. Chu Ran really fell for it. I can even guess the smile that Su Bai is showing behind the light curtain at this moment. He actually got the opportunity to advertise so easily. That can't be said. After all, if he loses, he has to close the store and apologize. What's the point? Can't you just close the store, apologize, and reopen it? He's already famous anyway. Aren't there not many such things these days? Forget it. We'll know tomorrow whether it's a mule or a horse. By the way, where is that Interstellar mechanic shop? I want to go and see it live. Do you want to go to the Sea of Clouds? Excuse me. I guess there won't even be room to stand when I get there. Now it's going to be fun. Can this be considered a competition for the best mechanic of the younger generation? Well, probably not. Although Chu Ran is very talented, he cannot represent the younger generation. There are still many mechanics who are stronger than her. As for Su Bai, we don't know his true strength, so we won't comment on it. Chapter 67. I suspect I was CPU'd, but I have no evidence. Su Bai naturally didn't know that this matter had already fermented on the internet. It just issued a statement on its official website. I have something to do tomorrow, so the draw will be postponed for one day. Although I feel a little sorry for the friends who have won the lottery, there is nothing we can do, right? If Chu Ran comes to work in the future, at most he can just take a few more orders. After sending this announcement, Su Bai went to rest. Even as it rests, the impact of this incident is expanding. It reached hundreds of thousands of views in just a few hours. While there are tens of thousands of replies, the post is also constantly being forwarded. Shanghai University, Training Ground. The wings behind the Platinum Valkyrie opened, flames swirled, and it was bathed in golden light. Golden flames illuminated the sky, and the golden flame spears kept stabbing out. Several spear beams accompanied by golden flames made bursts of air-breaking sounds and flew straight towards the Winter Swordsman. Just when it was about to hit the Winter Swordsman, his eyes flashed blue, and he moved sideways, instantly avoiding the spear light. At the same time, he tightly grasped the broadsword with both hands, his body slightly bent, the engine roared continuously, and he exerted force with his right hand, slashing hard. An ice-blue sword light burst out, sword energy spread everywhere, and a white mist tail was dragged behind it. The water droplets in the air continuously condensed into ice and fell. The ice particles touched the golden flame and evaporated instantly. Bang! The water vapor rose, covering the huge training ground, as if it was a fairyland. Swish! The Platinum Valkyrie figure flashed, and the particle accelerator behind her erupted at full power, and she arrived behind the Winter Swordsman almost instantly. Xiao Mingyan inside raised the corner of her mouth, and she was sure of victory. He raised the golden flame spear high and thrust it towards the Winter Swordmaster. The spear shot out like a dragon. With the help of Instant Step, the main attack is to catch the enemy off guard. Just as the golden flame spear was about to touch the Winter Swordsman, the Winter Swordmaster leaned back slightly, trying to increase the distance between himself and the golden flame spear. Buzz! The sound of a sword. The Winter Sword energy that flew out before flipped in the air like a boomerang and instantly came behind the Platinum Valkyrie. At this moment, Xiao Mingyan's attention was all on the Winter Swordsman, and she was completely unprepared for the sword energy behind her. Bang! With a loud bang, the wings behind the Platinum Valkyrie instantly solidified, and the meaning of winter instantly covered them. The winner has been decided. The winner is the pilot of the Winter Swordmaster, Zhao Mingyue. The battle was over, and both sides left the mecha. Zhao Mingyue came to Xiao Mingyan and raised her head slightly. Now it's 110 games, 26 wins, 58 draws, and 26 losses. Xiao Mingyan gritted her teeth in dissatisfaction. Airport, what a filthy thing you are, whose sword energy can turn around. There's no way I can avoid being depressed by this loss. I had been so confident of winning that it was within my grasp. As a result, her sword energy turned around and defeated himself. Who could accept this? Zhao Mingyue looked disdainful when she heard this. Haha, little dwarf, your fighting style is clean. You created a blind spot and then used Instant Step to sneak attack from behind me. Zhao Mingyue was also a little surprised when Xiao Mingyan used the flash step. However, this also made her understand why her attack in the first battle failed. This must be your specialty. The two of them were at loggerheads, neither of them looking willing to give in. And finally, they snorted in unison, tilting their heads and looking to the side. Suddenly, Xiao Mingyan's cell phone rang. Assistant. Sister Yin Yin, it's bad. Our star network has been attacked. Our live broadcast room has also been attacked. Xiao Mingyan. Ever since I advertised for Su Bai's Interstellar Mechanic Repair Shop last time, I have hardly done any live broadcasts and have been immersed in cultivation. Could it be that my fans couldn't help it after seeing me not do a live broadcast for too long? This shouldn't happen. This isn't the first time. That's right, Xiao Mingyan's live broadcast can be said to be 3 days of fishing and 30 days of sifting the nets. It is normal to not broadcast live for a month. Fans complain about this at first, but later they got used to it. After all, Xiao Mingyin's main identity is a student of Shanghai University, and she is the top student at that, so she should always focus on her studies. After thinking for a long time and still unable to figure out what the problem was, Xiao Mingyin asked the assistant directly. She looks like a goddess. What's going on? Aren't our fans all very Buddhist? Assistant, it's not about the fans. Sister Yin Yin, didn't you advertise for that Star Machine repair shop last time? There was a problem with the Star Machine shop. Now, Xiao Mingyin was even more confused. Something went wrong at the Star Machine shop? Is there anything wrong with Su Bai's craftsmanship? Didn't you see that the strength of the airport across the street has increased after being strengthened? She looks like a goddess. What happened? The assistant then told her about the gambling fight between Su Bai and Chu Ran. After finding out the whole story, Xiao Mingyin secretly glanced at Zhao Mingyue. Last time you sneaked over to Boss Su's place and did such a big thing. This time it's finally my turn. Things change over time. I'm not hiding this from you on purpose. At this moment, Zhao Mingyue happened to meet Xiao Mingyin's gaze and smiled kindly. Little dwarf, do you have any secrets? You are looking at me so vigilantly. Xiao Mingyin. He waved his hands hastily. No, how could I hide it from you? We are childhood friends and allies. I can't hide it from anyone but you, right? Zhao Mingyue. Don't give me that. You wouldn't be so polite if you didn't feel guilty. Tell the truth. Zhao Mingyue saw through Xiao Mingyin's thoughts at a glance. There must be something fishy for her to be so polite to him. Then he quietly came to Xiao Mingyin's side and said, If you don't tell me, I will. Xiao Mingyin was startled when she heard the whisper in her ear, and she had no choice but to tell Zhao Mingyue about it. So that's why Chu Ran and Boss Su are fighting. Zhao Mingyue was satisfied after getting the answer, and then she touched her chin with her fair palm. I'm afraid this little girl has never experienced the beatings of society and really doesn't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. How could she question Boss Su's mechanic ability? Let's go check it out tomorrow to make sure she doesn't deny her defeat. Xiao Mingyin, I was supposed to go alone. Try to act more naturally next time. Okay, then let's go over tomorrow at noon. I'll also see if that scumbag Boss Su has anything to say to me when he sees me. Thinking about how he had been sending messages to Su Bai these days, but the replies he got were all, okay. Xiao Mingyin was so angry that she couldn't contain herself. She is Xiao Mingyin. She is very popular. Look at what Su Bai's attitude is. She, the goddess who was admired by thousands of people, was reduced to a person who only loved others. She suspected she was being raped, but had no evidence. It makes her lose confidence. Chapter 68 Công ban Su Bai. The two of them immediately ended their sparring for the day, went back to pack up, and then fell asleep. The next morning, Yundu Mechanic Research Society. A gray-haired old man is leisurely sipping tea in his office. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, which made him unhappy. He put down the teacup in his hand and sat up straight again. Come in. Da-da-da. There were hurried footsteps, and a plain-looking young man shouted anxiously, President, this is bad. The veins on the old man's forehead popped up when he heard this. I'm fine. Ming. But he quickly continued. No, that's not what I meant. I meant that something happened to the president. Old man. Ming. After realizing that he had accidentally made a slip of the tongue, he directly changed his words and continued. It's not Chu Ran who is in trouble. Bang! Upon hearing the word Chu Ran, Yu slapped the table and stood up with murderous intent in his voice. Who is it? Dare to touch Chu Ran? I think he doesn't want to live anymore. Chu Ran was the face of their Nanjiang Mechanic Research Association, and he was considered a top genius in the whole of China and even Blue Star. Normally, I would be scared to hold her in my hands. She is so precious. Now someone actually dares to touch her? It's really a soft knife to cut off the head, not knowing whether to live or die. Guru? Feeling the aura of the old man in front of him, Ming couldn't help but swallow. This is the president of their Nanjiang Mechanic Research Society. Not only is he famous all over the world, but he is also a 5-star mechanic. Once he gets angry, the entire mechanic community will be in chaos. And although he himself is not too powerful to pilot a mecha, as long as he opens his mouth, the Starfall Mecha Master is willing to give him face. No one touched her. Strictly speaking, she should have taken the initiative to compete with others in her machine repair skills. Ming wiped the sweat from his head, fearing that speaking too late would cause irreparable consequences. Oh, that's it? You were so surprised. Yu glanced at him coldly, wondering if Ming was too idle. Isn't it normal for mechanics to compete with others on their mechanics? What's more, Chu Ran is still young, at a young and energetic age, and it is common for him to find others to discuss with him. No, something is different this time. Shi Ming knew that he had been misunderstood by Qian Yu and hurriedly corrected him. This time she even made a bet with someone. If you lose, you will have to work in the other party's machine shop for 10 years. What? Hearing this, Ganyu, who was about to sit down, suddenly stood up again, and the white beard on his chin was blown by the breath from his mouth. Is this poaching and poaching oneself? Are you looking for someone to be in charge of your own store? Come on, talk about it carefully. Ganyu suddenly became interested and actually dared to poach himself. He wanted to see what kind of boy he was who didn't know the heights of the world. President, look, the young man said, taking out his mobile phone and showing Chu Ranfa's words to Qian Yu. So what? Interstellar Machine Repair Shop? When did there be such a machine repair shop in Yunhai? Qian Yu looked a little weird after reading it. First of all, he had never heard of Interstellar Machine Repair Shop, and Su Bai's name was even more unheard of. It stands to reason that he knows almost all star mechanics who can be named in Nanjiang. Do you want to rely on Chu Ran's popularity to make your own machine repair shop popular? Due to his age, Qian Yu doesn't usually look at his mobile phone or surf the internet. Shi Ming also understands this, and Su Bai is about to appear in the Interstellar. The video of the machine repair shop was handed to the other party. At first, Qian Yu saw Su Bai performing 10-thread operations in the video, and his brows raised slightly, obviously a little surprised. But soon he frowned, with some displeasure on his face. It's a trick to fool people. Obviously, he also noticed that Su Bai's right hand was not above the center midway. 10-thread operation with one hand? It's simply impossible. This is probably some kind of synthetic video. Instantly, he lost all interest. This guy is very flashy and does all these deceptions. The reputation of our mechanics was ruined by rats like this. Qian Yu had already sat back in his seat. He picked up the teacup and took a sip. He said slowly and unhurriedly, "Call that girl Chu Ran over here." When Shi Ming heard this, he didn't ask any questions and just did as he was told. A few minutes later, Chu Ran came to Qian Yu's office under the leadership of Shi Ming. "Teacher, are you looking for me?" Chu Ran was a little strange. He didn't know what his teacher was looking for so early in the morning. She will go to the Sea of Clouds to teach Su Bai a lesson soon. It will be bad if she is delayed. I heard. Who do you want to test your machine repair skills with today? Qian Yu looked at Chu Ran with a smile on his face, and the wrinkles on his face were squeezed into a ball. Chu Ran's heart skipped a beat. His teacher never went online. How did he know? Thinking about it, he glared at Shi Ming. Seeing this, Shi Ming tilted his head to the side. Don't look at me. I don't know anything. Chu Ran. Case solved. It was your kid who tipped off the news. At the same time, I was also thinking about how to convince my teacher. Okay, don't act like you want to fool me. I'll go with you this time. Qian Yu looked at Chu Ran's wandering eyes. How could he not know what she was thinking? Teacher, do you want to go with me? President, are you going to Yunhai? Now, not only Chu Ran, but also Shi Ming was a little confused. According to his thinking, after he informed the president of the matter, the other party would probably stop this farce. We can't let that kind of interstellar machine repair shop get the advantage in vain. Now Qian Yu actually wants to go there in person? Doesn't this give the other party more heat? This is what Chu Ran thought. Originally, she was a little overwhelmed by accepting this competition. Isn't it more popular now that teachers are joining us? If Su Bai knew that, he would probably smile crookedly. Well, if I don't go, who will you ask to be the referee? Qian Yu glanced at the two of them lightly with a solemn tone in his tone. If he bribes a few people to be your referee and decides that you lose, do you really want to work for the other party for 10 years? At this moment, Qian Yu's impression of Su Bai was extremely bad, since the other party would cheat and make a fake video just for the sake of popularity. There is no guarantee that some other means will not be used. Although Chu Ran is extremely talented in mechanics, he would never lose to his opponent under normal circumstances. But after all, if you are not deeply involved in the world, you will only suffer a loss if you are deceived. I see. After all, Shi Ming was a few years older than Chu Ran, and he immediately understood Qian Yu's intention. The president is planning to make that Su Bai completely unable to stand up. Okay, this matter has been decided. The time you agreed on is in the afternoon, and it's time for us to set off. Ganyu made the final decision. Just as Shi Ming said, the purpose of his going this time was to make Su Bai unable to stand up. Even if the opponent doesn't use special means to win, if he loses and closes the store, he will be remembered. To start a new one in the future. But it was different when he went. He is the president of the Nanjiang Mechanic Research Society. It can be said that the mechanics or mecha masters in Nanjiang must give him some favor. A mechanic whom he considered to have no future, no matter how famous he was, could not make waves in Nanjiang. As for whether Su Bai will win, he hadn't thought about this. If you really have the ability, why would you make those fake videos to fool people? Chapter 69 No Way? Looking for external help? At the same time, Chu ran and the others set off. Su Bai just got up. He stretched himself and prepared to open the door. It's almost time. I didn't expect that the task could be completed so quickly. Su Bai had a little joy on his face, feeling that he had been lucky recently. Click. However, when he opened the door, the scene in front of him stunned him. The training ground in front of me was crowded with people again without me noticing. Su Bai, didn't I say I won't be receiving guests today? And haven't they all changed to drawing lots? Judging from the situation, there seemed to be more people here than before. The moment Su Bai came out, everyone outside the door saw him and was immediately shocked. Hey, Boss Su is out. Ha ha ha, look at Boss Su's expression. Boss Su, who just woke up, is still very handsome. Oh, I'm dead. Why does Boss Su look so cute? Ha ha, he must be confused now, as soon as he went out and saw so many of us. This is a case of not being afraid of ghosts knocking on your door if you don't have a guilty conscience. Boss Su must be feeling guilty for having stood us up, which is why he has this expression on his face. Are you the one who picked the lottery? I picked the lottery ticket with great difficulty. Boss Su, we are not here to do maintenance this time. Didn't you have a bet fight with Chu Ran? We are here to watch the fun. Su Bai's face darkened when he heard the previous words. What does cute mean? I, Su, a 7-foot-tall man, am actually called cute by others? As for pigeons, didn't I say I'd make it up later? How stingy. Fortunately, in the end, they finally stated their purpose. But this also made Su Bai a little confused. How do you know that Chu Ran and I had a gambling fight? Su Bai looked at the people in the front with a puzzled look on his face. He didn't tell anyone about the gambling fight. He just wanted to find a job, and there was no need to make it known to everyone. It was Chu Ran who said it, Boss Su. You've kept it from us so hard. That's right, you're too tight-lipped. We're all family. Why don't you tell us something? Is it tight? I want to try it. It seems like something weird has sneaked in. You can go to Chu Ran's Star Network. She has published everything. That's right. Her fans also accused Boss Su of riding on the popularity. It was clearly Chu Ran who announced the matter. What does Boss Su have to do with it? Our Boss Su is really capable. Does he need to ride on the popularity? I admit that Chu Ran is an excellent mechanic, but compared to Boss Su, he is nothing. Su Bai automatically blocked some strange words. Is Chu Ran crazy? I wanted to avoid embarrassing her. After all, they would be my employees in the future, and as their boss, I naturally had to take care of their emotions. She was determined to make a big deal out of it. Alas. Okay, but there are so many of you. My store can't accommodate you? Su Bai accepted the reason why they came. But there were so many people. Even if my repair shop were 10 times bigger, it wouldn't be able to accommodate all of them. Are we just going to wait here? You don't have to worry about that. I'll just go in and broadcast it live to them. A pleasant voice came from the crowd, and Xiao Mingyan and Zhao Mingyue slowly walked out of the crowd. The crowd also had a tacit understanding and made way for Xiao Mingyan and the other person. Xiao Mingyan came to Su Bai with a smile. Hey, Boss Su, long time no see. Did you miss me? I miss you so much, he said while blowing her a kiss. Bang! Zhao Mingyue, who was standing by, couldn't stand it anymore and punched him on the head with her fist. You idiot, talk properly. Sorry, Boss Su. We came here just because we saw the status posted by Chu Ran. You don't mind, do you? Zhao Mingyue put one hand on Xiao Mingyan, who was waving her hands, and looked at Su Bai with an apologetic look on her face. Su Bai, it's okay, but it's a great help. Since Xiao Mingyan is helping with a live broadcast, then these people won't have made a wasted trip, right? No, it seems like I can watch it at home. Hey, Boss Su, I'm considerate, right? What about the discount? Xiao Mingyan finally broke free from Zhao Mingyue's clutches and went straight in front of Su Bai and started talking about the discount. Oh, that won't work. Su Bai refused without even thinking about it. Having said that, this is a matter of principle. Xiao Mingyan was speechless. It was definitely Boss Su. She actually just said it casually because Su Bai was so slow in replying to her messages, so she came here just to tease him. It's a pity that this guy is so stubborn. After this series of operations, the crowd was somewhat surprised. Many people blinked and whispered. Boss Su and Xiao Mingyan seem to have some hidden agenda? Is it so exciting? I was wondering why Xiao Mingyan was advertising for someone for no reason. Turns out she's one of our own. Well, if it's Boss Su, I'm willing to quit. Come on, It's not your turn even if it's not Boss Su. There are also many fans of Xiao Mingyan here. After all, they all came here because they saw her advertisements. As for what happened afterwards, he was impressed by Su Bai's craftsmanship. Although most people have only seen it but have not experienced it personally. But this does not hinder their trust in Su Bai. They are all from Yunhai, and since Yunhai has such a mechanic, they will naturally support him unconditionally. And the other parties save his life. There is no way I can repay you just for saving my life. Oh, it's just a competition, and so many people were invited to watch it, and they said you weren't trying to gain popularity. At this time, a clear voice sounded from the crowd. Chu Ran was in a bad mood after seeing so many people gathering outside the Interstellar machine repair shop. She really didn't expect that Su Bai would publicize it so much just for the sake of popularity. How much does it cost to find these people? Little did she know that she was the only one who announced the gambling fight from beginning to end. Qian Yu and Shi Ming walked in front, and they were also a little dissatisfied with this. President, I said we shouldn't come. Look, isn't this an advertisement for him in vain? Shi Ming leaned into Qian Yu's ear. He still disagreed with Qian Yu's decision. They should directly damn it. Let Su Bai spend money in vain. Are you teaching me how to do things? Qian Yu glanced at Shi Ming lightly. Shi Ming immediately stretched out his right hand in front of his mouth and made a zipper gesture. He was indeed a little confused and dared to question this person's decision. Seeing Chu Ran's arrival, the crowd gave way to the passage one after another, but many of them were a little confused when they saw Shi Ming and Qian Yu. Who are these two people? Isn't it the helper Chu Ran found? Is it possible that you were afraid that you couldn't compete, so you hired foreign aid? No way, he's still a one-star mechanic after all. They are all ordinary people. Even the Mecha Masters are just students who have just become Earth Mecha Masters. Naturally, they don't know Qian Yu. Chapter 70, Who is this old man? Indoors Bosu. But just because they don't know each other doesn't mean that no one knows them. When the three of them came to Su Bai, Zhao Mingyue and Xiao Mingyan both bowed to Qian Yu, Mr. Qian. They were very uneasy in their hearts. They didn't expect that it was just a gambling fight between the younger generation, but they actually invited this person? What exactly does Chu Ran want to do? Qian Yu glanced at the two of them, also a little confused. Girl Zhao? Girl Xiao? What are you doing here? As the president of the Nanjiang Mechanic Research Association, he naturally knew Zhao Tianming, and Xiao Mingyan's father also knew him. Of course, I've seen them both. It's just that he doesn't understand. What are these two people doing here? Are you friends with this guy? Qian Yu took a look at Su Bai after he got closer. He had to say that Su Bai's appearance was indeed excellent, and he didn't panic at all when he saw the three of them arriving, and there was even a trace of expectation in his eyebrows. At this time, Qian Yu once again recalled the details in the previous video in his mind, wondering if he had made a mistake. We came to see Chu Ran and Su Bai compete. Zhao Mingyue answered Qian Yu's question politely. I'm in charge of the live broadcast. Xiao Mingyan waved the mobile phone in her hand. Are you also involved in this matter? Qian Yu frowned. The identities of these two people are not ordinary. If they and Su Bai are friends, maybe this person is really capable. Others may have a favorable impression of someone because of their appearance or something. Although the two little girls are not old, they are quite knowledgeable. No, this is a competition between Su Bai and Chu Ran. We're just watching for fun. Zhao Mingyue smiled. Although he didn't know the purpose of the other party, he obviously came to support Chu Ran. But this is the two of them. Qian Lao shouldn't interfere with this matter, right? She didn't think Su Bai would lose to Chu Ran. But if Qian Yu wanted to default on his debt then, she wouldn't agree. The worst-case scenario is that he will tell his father about this. Even though Qian Yu is a 5-star mechanic, in Zhao Mingyue's opinion, Su Bai's mechanic ability is not as good as his opponent. At least Qian Yu can never strengthen his Winter Swordsman like this. That's right. Boss Qian won't interfere in young people's competitions, right? It won't sound good if this is spread. Xiao Mingyan also expressed her attitude. They believe in Su Bai and could not let Su Bai be bullied for nothing. Qian Yu. Why do these two little girls act like I am a bad person? Do I, Ganyu, look like the kind of person who uses his power to overwhelm others? Of course I'm not here to be a referee. Of course it's a competition between young people. But if someone commits fraud, I won't take it lightly. Ganyu's tone was very light, but his weight was not light. While speaking, he looked at Su Bai indifferently, and then changed his voice. However, if this little friend is really capable, I, Qian Yu, am willing to endorse him. This is also his principle. If Su Bai relied on deception to attract people's attention and ruin the reputation of the mechanic, he would not be lenient. If Su Bai is really capable and defeats Chu Ran, he is willing to endorse him. Even if he loses, he will not pursue it excessively. Hearing this, Zhao Mingyue and Xiao Mingyan were both a little surprised. This is Qin Yu, a highly respected senior in the Nanjiang machine repair community. With his endorsement, the Interstellar Machine Repair Shop is completely popular in Nanjiang. Sure enough, Qin Yu was not here to cheat Chu Ran. Also, with Gan Lao's prestige, why should he lie to him? I'm sorry, Mr. Qian, I've offended you so much. Zhao Mingyue clasped his hands in his fists, saluted, and then stepped aside. Just now, she was so eager to protect Su Bai, but she did go a bit too far. The other party was considered an elder after all, so her tone was a little offensive. Xiao Mingyan also put her hands together on her chest and apologized with a smile. Misunderstandings are all misunderstandings. Now, they were completely relieved. Really, compared to the machine repair skills, even 10 Churns are not enough to beat Su Bai. Yes, that's how confident you are. Su Bai. After the conversation between the three of them, Su Bai realized who this familiar old man was. Qin Yu endorsed himself? So you have to be too busy? Oh no, I will have employees in the future. If you have anything to do, go to the store clerk. If you have nothing to do, go to the store clerk. In short, from now on, unless you are customizing, you will go to the store clerk. However, Qin Yu's words caused dissatisfaction among many people. Who is this old man? What a big tone. You actually want to endorse Boss Su? Does Boss Su need his endorsement? I don't know, but I don't even know him. He must not be a big shot. It does look like Captain Sun, Commander Zhao, and we all know Captain Zhang Lei. This old man is probably not as good as Captain Zhang Lei. It's okay if you don't want this endorsement. Qin Yu. His wrinkled fists were clenched silently. You bunch of ignorant kids. Why would a little karami like Captain Zhang Lei come to have fun? As for Sun Yu and Zhao Tianming, after all, it is normal for them to be well known to each other as captains of the fleet. Just as Qin Yu was giving Sherming a wink, the crowd finally let out a cry of surprise. Qin Yu. He is Qin Yu, the president of the Nanjiang Mechanic Research Society. This is a big shot in our Nanjiang machine repair industry. I didn't expect him to come. Qin Yu. Good boy, you are so good. Hey, is this old man famous? Well, he's quite famous. I just checked it out, and it seems that he is a master craftsman in our Nanjiang machine repair industry. Then he is somewhat qualified to endorse Boss Su. No, it's hard enough to draw lots now. If it gets more popular, which year and month will we have to draw? Haha, can you smoke it now? Aye. When Qin Yu heard everyone's discussion, his eyes narrowed slightly. The main thing is that these people don't seem to be invited by Su Bai. What kind of lottery did Su Bai even do? These people are complaining because the lottery is difficult to draw? Could it be that I really made a mistake? It is true that I only concluded that the other party may be a fraud through only one video, and I may be a little arbitrary. Gradually, a glimmer of expectation began to appear in Qin Yu's eyes. I want to see what kind of surprise Su Bai can bring to me. After the hubbub, Chu Ran was also a little surprised by his teacher's decision. Endorse him? Oh no, only if he beats me. There is no such possibility. She is proud, and she also has the capital of pride. She has always been someone else's child. In one fell swoop, he broke the record of the youngest one-star mechanic in China, raising his age by 6 years. The youngest one-star mechanic before her was a successful breakthrough at the age of 26. Such an achievement made her somewhat lost in the halo of honor. Everywhere I go, I get praise. Seeing Su Bai's 10-thread operation, she initially had an attitude of learning. She was surprised that someone of her own age could achieve such a feat. Unfortunately, after taking a closer look, she was disappointed. Not to mention that the machine repair skills used by Su Bai could not be seen in the video. Even the 10 threads seemed a bit ridiculous. Only then did he get angry and even accepted Su Bai's bet. Chapter 71 Qin Yu. So hard? Could it be that I misunderstood? Chu Ran took a deep breath and threw away the distracting thoughts. No matter what, I can't lose this bet. Otherwise, would I really have to work for him for 10 years in vain? Okay, without further ado, let's get started. Chu Ran looked at Su Bai intently, with fire in his eyes. Okay. Su Bai looked at Chu Ran lightly, his eyes unmoved. For Chu Ran, this is a gambling battle, and for Su Bai, this is a recruitment. If Chu Ran's level is too low, after signing the contract and completing the task, let her work as a handyman. If it's okay, then give her some simple orders. Perfect. Soon, Xiao Mingyan and Qin Yu followed Su Bai into the Interstellar Machine Repair Shop. Even Qian, you couldn't help but be a little surprised after seeing the equipment and decoration in the Interstellar machine repair shop. Not only is the exterior wall made of vibranium, but the same material is also used inside. Quite willing. Then his eyes suddenly glanced at the storage bed aside. His expression suddenly froze. This boy actually sleeps and eats in the machine repair shop? Just this hard-working attitude doesn't make him look like a fake person. As expected, I was arbitrary. He was not sure whether Su-Bai really had the level of a star mechanic, but there was no doubt about his attitude. I'm afraid the video is not fake. At least it shouldn't be him who faked it. Qian Yu looked at Su-Bai with a hint of apology. If he hadn't come in person, he might have made a decision that he would regret when he learned about this later. Now, even if Su-Bai loses, he has given up the idea of banning the other party. He was even considering whether to let Chu Ran give up the bet. Just when Qian Yu was thinking, how do you compare? Su-Bai said calmly, with a calm look that made people feel as if the matter had nothing to do with him. This look frightened Shi Ming into a daze. This is a bet on whether to close his mechanic shop. Why are you so relaxed, brother? Chu Ran took a step forward and was about to say something. Qian Yu's voice came from behind him. Since it is a mechanic skills competition, let's start from the very beginning of the comparison of eyesight. It just so happens that I have two small objects here. You two can watch them at the same time and tell what you see. What do you think, little brother? Qian Yu looked at Su-Bai. Now he had a changed view of it. Instead, seeing the desire to hunt. I want to see how good Su-Bai is as a mechanic. Don't worry, I just got this object. Chu Ran hasn't seen it in advance. As if he was worried that Su-Bai thought he was partial to Chu Ran, Qian Yu explained directly. Lao Qian was joking. I can certainly trust your credibility. Su-Bai responded with a smile. He didn't think the other party would be partial to Chu Ran. Otherwise, there are still people behind the live broadcast. Seeing Su-Bai looking at her, Xiao Mingyan raised her right hand and waved it. While holding her phone in her left hand, she recorded the scene in front of her. At this moment, there are already 1 million viewers in her live broadcast room. In addition to the audience outside the door, there are also many people who came to watch the fun because the live broadcast room was rushed. Hey, isn't this Xiao Yinzi? Finally remembered that I still have a job as an anchor? Sister Yin? Sister Pai, live broadcast, you are my sister. Finally, we've waited until you start broadcasting. I'm just asking, can you change this bad habit of broadcasting for 3 days and slacking off for 30 days? Look at the girl next door. She doesn't sleep every night. Her main purpose is to keep you company. No. Where are you, Xiao Yinzi? Who is the handsome guy in front? Fuck. Spread the word quickly. Xiao Yinzi has officially announced it. What? Xiao Yinzi is married? Spread the news quickly. What? Xiao Yinzi gave birth to a baby? I can't accept it. Seeing her own audience spreading rumors, Xiao Mingyan was also helpless, but she still did not show up and just explained. Ahem, you little black guys, that's enough. I am not the protagonist today. It's the two on the opposite side. Thank me. You are about to witness a showdown between two star mechanics, but you don't need a ticket. Of course, if you want to brush some, you can brush some. The reason why Xiao Mingyan became an internet celebrity is naturally because of her cheerful personality and her unique live broadcast style. She is obviously a famous beauty, but she chooses to go the route of a funny girl. Of course, this interaction is also effective. The number of GIFs in the live broadcast room suddenly skyrocketed. Yinzi is only 1.5 meters tall and brings an insurmountable super-large starship. I am Zioxian and sent 10 long-distance aircraft. Not brushing coins is companionship, sending a little star. The live broadcast room was bustling with activity. Inside the machine repair shop, Su-Bai and Chu Ran had also entered the maintenance room. This time, Su-Bai did not close the glass of the live broadcast room. The scene inside the maintenance room can be seen from outside. The equipment in the maintenance room was seen by the audience in the live broadcast room, and many knowledgeable people praised it. This boss is really rich and uses the best equipment. Where is this machine repair shop? I've never seen it in Nanzhou. Alas, the machine repair shop in front of my house suddenly lost its charm. I am from Imperial City. The equipment in the Imperial City machine repair shop is not that good. Seeing that the two were ready, Qian Yu took out 2 metal blocks similar to mecha skeletons from the Star Ring, handed them to Shi Ming, and asked them to hand them over to the two of them respectively. Your first competition is to identify which type of mecha skeleton it is among the 4 basic types, and tell what's wrong with it. After the two received the metal block, Qian Yu said calmly, the time is limited to 10 minutes. Since it is a competition, there must be a time limit. He couldn't let the two of them watch it indefinitely and restricted them to tell the information they saw within 10 minutes. This level is considered the most basic requirement for a mecha technician. If you can't see the problem with the mecha at a glance, how can you repair it? After Ming handed the metal block to the two people, the timing officially began. Chu Ran looked at the piece of metal in front of him, no longer as calm as before, his brows furrowed. This piece of metal was a little special. She could tell from the material that it was the skeleton of an Earth mecha. Generally speaking, the skeletons of armed and power-type Earth mechas would vary depending on the part, but most of them were around 1 meter to 1 meter in diameter, while speed and balance types were mostly between 0 and 0 meters. The piece in front of us is right between the two, with a diameter of about 0 meters. Compared to the speed and balance types, its diameter is too large, but as an armed and power type it is far inferior. Just as she was thinking hard, Su Bai in another maintenance room has already given his answer. My skeleton is a speed-type mecha. According to my judgment, it should have experienced high-temperature expansion and then rapid contraction. At the same time, the internal structure has deteriorated. Chapter 72, Should it be so fast? As Su Bai finished speaking, the whole place fell into silence. Everyone, even Chu Ran, looked at Qianyu. Qianyu was not calm at the moment. He looked at Su Bai in surprise. How did you discover this bone problem in such a short period of time? After entering the Interstellar machine repair shop, although he felt that Su Bai did not look like a phony person, the other party should have something. But this is too fast. Even after he got these two bones, it took him a minute to get the result. Where is Su Bai? 10 seconds. What level of vision is this? As soon as Qianyu finished speaking, everyone understood that Su Bai was right. But judging from Qianyu's tone, it was obvious that Su Bai was a little too fast. While the eyes in the field were focused on Su Bai, the live broadcast room was also focused on him. It's very simple. Just weigh it and you will know. Su Bai spread his hands. This should be the most basic copper and gold, but the weight is completely different from normal copper and gold. It is natural to conclude that it will be destroyed after thermal expansion and contraction. The internal structure. Hearing this, Qianyu suddenly realized that he had indeed not taken advantage of it at first. But this also proved that Su Bai not only had extraordinary eyesight, but also knew how to adapt. When he looked at Su Bai, his eyes became more expectant. Su Bai wins in the first game. After hearing Su Bai's answer, Chu Ran bit her lower lip tightly. She didn't expect that she would lose so completely. Before she could even carefully identify the material of the metal, which was copper and gold, the other party had already told her the answer. For the first time, her self-confidence was shaken. Is the gap really that big? Fortunately, this was only the first game, and Chu Ran forced himself to encourage himself. It's okay, there's still a chance. Now, she would no longer say that Su Bai was a liar, as this was simply an insult to herself. You're not even as good as a liar, and you have the nerve to say you're the youngest one-star mechanic. 666. This handsome guy is very strong. I don't know if it's strong or not, but it's really fast. I just don't know if he is so fast in other aspects. Smirk. There was cheering outside the stadium. I know Boss Su is the best. Look how scared that old man is. That's not right. I always feel like there's something wrong with the way the old man looks at Boss Su. How can I describe it? He's a little salivating. Hey, come on, the picture is too beautiful. I can't even think about it. At the end of the first competition, Qianyu looked at the two of them, mainly at Su Bai. Then this second competition is about concentration. I have two basic electronic gun components in my hands. You need to do it without external interference. Complete it below. Time limit is 1 hour. In the second game of the competition, Qianyu decided to increase the strength of the two. He turned around and looked at Xiao Mingyue and Zhao Mingyue. Xiao Yato, I need your help in this level. You enter the maintenance room and drive the machine. Increase the power to the maximum. As a mechanic, you are more or less fond of mechas. Being able to stay focused in front of what you like is also a basic quality of a mechanic. Zhao Mingyue and Xiao Mingyan nodded. No problem. Xiao Mingyan then supported the phone with a stand and fixed it to a position where she could see both sides. At the airport, I'm going to Boss Su's side. Xiao Mingyan took the initiative, put down her phone, and ran directly to the number 1 maintenance room, where Su Bai was. Zhao Mingyue didn't expect that she would come unexpectedly, so she had no choice but to go to the maintenance room where Chu Ran was. After arriving at the maintenance room, the two touched the star ring. Platinum Valkyrie and Winter Swordsman make a shocking appearance. Not to mention the people in the live broadcast room. Even Qian Yu's eyes lit up when he saw the two mechas. What an exquisite sky mecha! The material is at least 1 level higher than ordinary sky mechas. However, when the two mecha engines roared, buzz buzz, Qianyu was completely stunned. There's something wrong with this core power source. The Sky Mecha can't have such strong power. Earn seeds? After all, he's a 5-star mechanic. After hearing the roar of the engine, Qianyu roughly guessed its core power source. But this discovery made him unable to calm down at all. Which good person used on seeds for the Sky Mecha? This was the first time for him to see the two mechas, so naturally he didn't know what they looked like after being strengthened by Su Bai. They just thought it was the trump card prepared by Zhao Tianming and the Xiao family for them. While Qianyu sighed, Chu Ran was completely immersed in it. The ice-blue body and lifelike snowflake patterns of the Winter Swordsman fascinated her. Not having the talent to be a mecha master is her biggest regret in life. She loves mechas and mecha repairs. Being unable to pilot the mecha she built is probably a pain that every mecha mechanic cannot avoid. As if imprisoned by God, most people with mechanic talents are unable to practice star power and can only continue to improve theoretically. It's so beautiful. I wonder which master created this. Chu Ran looked at the Winter Swordsman infatuatedly and asked the question that everyone wanted to ask. Next door to you. Zhao Mingyue didn't hide anything from her, and a voice mixed with a bit of mechanical sound came from the Winter Swordsman. Chu Ran. Shiming. Qianyu. Did you hear wrongly? Next door to me? When Chu Ran heard the sound, he felt as if he was struck by 5 thunders. He froze on the spot, and his eyes seemed to have lost light. Girl Zhao, you said your mecha was built by Su Bai. Qianyu stood up instantly, his tone inexplicably excited. He thought it was the work of a master, but it turned out to be the young man in front of him? What level of mechanics does the opponent have to be able to use grain and ear on a Sky Mecha? Of course, but my original form is an Ice Sword Master, and it was Boss Su who helped me strengthen it into the current Winter Sword Master. The Winter Sword Master nodded. Oh, by the way, my Platinum Valkyrie was also strengthened by Su Bai from the Golden Valkyrie. Xiao Mingyan in another maintenance room added upon hearing this. Plop! Chu Ran fell to the ground upon hearing this. Her pride and self-confidence were completely shattered at this moment. Her eyes were lifeless, and she murmured, I actually provoked a master? Before, she could comfort herself that maybe Su Bai just had good eyesight. But after hearing that the two mechas were made by each other, she realized how narrow-minded she was. What's the point of this competition? Not only him, but also Qianyu was stunned when he heard that these two mechas were actually strengthened by the Ice Sword Master and the Golden Valkyrie. For a moment, he doubted whether he was a fake 5-star mechanic. To be able to enhance the ordinary Sky Mecha to this level is at least a 6-star level or above. Su Bai? 6 stars? Am I crazy? Or is the world crazy? Chapter 73, I still like your bohemian look just now. While they were shocked, Su Bai had already completed splicing the electron gun. He looked at Qianyu, who was looking at him in confusion, and Chu Ran, who fell to the ground in despair. Su Bai, what happened? Doesn't it mean that the firearms must be successfully spliced in a disruptive environment? Why did she kneel down? Why that expression? It's like I just won the lottery, but I accidentally washed it in my pocket. I thought I had gained a beautiful love, but it turned out that I was Sanner. I thought readers would like it, but no one gave it a 5-star rating? What's going on with this look of being abandoned by the world? Everyone, Su Bai asked tentatively. Only then did everyone get out of their shocking emotions. Qianyu came directly to the number 1 maintenance room, without even looking at the electronic gun in Su Bai's hand, and saluted him. Sorry, we were presumptuous this time. Master Su's level is far beyond our imagination. There is no need to compete again. I apologize to you on behalf of the evil disciple and admit defeat. Seeing Qianyu directly apologizing to Su Bai, Shiming hurriedly followed. I'm sorry, Mr. Su. I actually judge a gentleman with a villain's heart. Your abilities are far beyond my ability. It's ridiculous that I thought you wanted to bet with Chu Ran, just for the sake of popularity. Nothing is more convincing than being able to strengthen two mechas like this. Even if it was only 10 seconds ago that the strangeness of the metal skeleton was visible, and now it takes less than a minute to complete the splicing of the electron gun. For a master who can strengthen the mecha to such an extent, this is simply a child's play. Well, it's not necessary. Su Bai was a little embarrassed by the two people. After all, it was the system that strengthened the mecha. The latter two are his true level. But that's only now. Maybe he can do this without a system in the future? However, this scene looked different to the audience in the live broadcast room. Qianyu, President Qian, actually apologized to Su Bai in public, and also said that he was not as good as him. Isn't this self-directed and self-acted? That's it? Get your money back. self-directed and self-acted. That's Ganyu. As a leader in Nanjiang's mechanical repair industry, how could he not cherish his own feathers so much to pave the way for a younger generation? That's right, look at what Chu Ran is like. If she acted like this, I would call her the best actress. Hey, stupid people are still here discussing whether it is acting, but if you were smart, I've already rushed to the Sea of Clouds. People are already at the airport. Take off immediately. Haha, brother's upstairs. You think you're on the 5th floor, but you are actually on the 1st floor. The Interstellar Machine Repair Shop requires a lottery to receive numbers. Are you surprised or surprised? It's still too late to change your ticket now. By the way, I took a look and found that the number of people who have made reservations for the lottery has reached 100,000. I wish you good luck. Platinum Valkyrie and Winter Swordsman gave them far less shock than Qian Yu bowing his head. After all, the identity of the other party was here. And after all, the two mechas were separated by a light curtain, and they could only feel that they were very handsome, but can't see the doorway. Still not here yet. After hearing Su Bai's words, Qian Yu breathed a sigh of relief. He was really worried that the other party would have a grudge and immediately angrily scolded Chu Ran, who was sitting on the ground. This is a master mechanic. It's a state he hasn't reached yet. He actually wanted to endorse Su Bai? It's a bit overwhelming. As for Xiao Mingyuan and Zhao Mingwelang, this is impossible. Where is their identity? There is no need to lie in front of everyone. Chu Ran trembled when he heard this, and his dull eyes regained some vitality. He came to Su Bai with his head drooped. She was a little afraid to look up at Su Bai. Thinking of what she had said before, she wanted to find a hole in the ground to crawl into. I actually questioned a mecha master. He even bet against the other party. His toes were gripping the ground. It was so embarrassing that it could have dug out a 3-bedroom apartment. After holding it in for a while, she timidly said, "Master Su, I'm sorry. I offended you." As he said this, he looked up and assessed Su Bai's expression. Seeing the other party looking at him meaningfully, Chu Ran hurriedly lowered his head again, looking like a failed rat. "Su Bai, what's going on? I still like the way you were unrestrained just now. Don't forget our bet." Su Bai glanced at her calmly and spoke directly. The purpose was to recruit an employee, but it turned out to be so complicated. When Chu Ran heard this, he suddenly raised his head and looked at Su Bai in surprise, his eyes blinking continuously. A look of surprise. She thought the other party was just joking. I want to let myself understand that there is heaven outside the world, and there are people outside the world. In the end, do you really have to work for yourself? That's not right. This is not a part-time job. This is simply a God-sent opportunity. Being able to work next to such a master, my mechanic repair level will definitely improve by leaps and bounds over time. Not only Chu Ran thought this way, but also Qian Yu and Shi Ming were a little surprised. Qian Yu reacted first and patted Chu Ran on the back. "Thank you soon, Master Su." Chu Ran also broke away from the excitement at this moment. "Thank you, Master Su." Shi Ming looked at Chu Ran with envy. "Oh, she's so lucky. I also want to learn from Master Su." "Su Bai, this is the first time I see someone so happy working for free." No problem, no problem," Su Bai said perfunctorily. He had not seen Chu Ran's skills yet. "But at least I'm a 1-star mechanic, so my mission is accomplished, right? Sign this." Su Bai took out a contract from behind and handed it to Chu Ran. It was clearly written in black and white that he was employed for 10 years and there would be no salary. Chu Ran took the contract, signed it without thinking, and handed it back to Su Bai. "Boss, please see when I start work." "Su Bai, this." He took the contract and read it over again to confirm that he had said there would be no salary. Why on earth is she so positive? Ha ha ha, okay. You can follow Bossu from now on and leave the research institute to me. Qian Yu laughed heartily when he saw Chu Ran sign the contract and was very pleased. There's so much trouble this time. Bossu, if you have time, go to our Mechanic Research Society to discuss it. I also have many questions that I need to ask you for. After the farce ended, Qian Yu said goodbye directly to Su Bai and invited him to learn it if he had the opportunity. Discuss some machine repair knowledge. After saying that, he took Shi Ming and left. After the two left, only Su Bai and 4 others were left in the Interstellar Machine Repair Shop. Zhao Mingyue and Xiao Mingyan looked at each other, nodded in agreement, and looked at Chu Ran as if facing a formidable enemy. Before, they only thought that the other party had wronged Su Bai and had to slap her in the face, but they forgot about the gambling fight between her and Su Bai. What if the two of them have to work together for the next 10 years? This is a man and a woman alone near the water. No matter how I think about it, it doesn't look good. Chu Ran, do you have a house here? Why don't we go and have a look? Xiao Mingyan came to Chu Ran with a friendly look on her face and immediately took her hand, completely forgetting that she was still broadcasting live. What did I see? Xiao Yinzi, let go of your pig's trotters. Let me do it. Haha, he keeps telling us he has no money, but ends up taking people to buy a house. Are you using our money to support other little monsters? Chapter 74, this starship enhancement, is a bit expensive. Oh, as if she had thought of something, Xiao Mingyan went straight to her phone, smiled, and waved her hand. Bye, everyone. That's all for today. I'm going to end the show. After he finished speaking, he closed the live broadcast room in less than a second, which was like leaving at the speed of light. In the pitch-black live broadcast room, countless question marks emerged. I didn't pay you, so what can I see? Xiao Yinzi is getting more and more arrogant. She used to count down with us before the end of the show, but now she just gives in? Unfollow. Block. The above person stopped struggling. You can't see her even if you swipe now. I can only say this. But did anyone record what happened today? I think it will go viral. It's been 10 minutes since I posted it. You're too slow to respond, bro. It has to be you. It's strange to say, these people can chat for a long time while looking at the black screen. It can only be said that what kind of anchor you have, what kind of fans? After Xiao Mingyan finished the broadcast, she took Chu Ran's arm and said, let's go and do our business. Chu Ran. She was frightened by Xiao Mingyan's behavior. To be honest, it was the first time she and Xiao Mingyan met. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to start right away? Before she could say anything, Zhao Minghua followed and stood beside them, showing a kind smile. It's okay. Yinhai and I are quite familiar with each other. I'll take you for a walk and get familiar with it. It's important to find a good place to live. The two of them did not allow Chu Ran to refuse and directly dragged her away. Subai, the level of my new employees has not been tested yet. Was he kidnapped by you? Forget it. Fortunately, Su Bai's mind was not on testing Chu Ran at the moment. Just now, the system prompt arrived as expected. Congratulations to the host for successfully recruiting a 1-star mechanic employee. Time taken, 2 days. Now open the 4-star mechanic skills and reward the 4-star inheritance skill, Wentai Weapon Forging Method full-star proficiency. The system opens the Weapon Enhancement branch and the Starship Enhancement branch. Here it comes. My reward has finally arrived. There are several more branches on the system panel today. Weapon Enhancement. Enhance the weapon with corresponding interstellar points according to the weapon level. 1 point for the Earth, 10 points for the sky, and 100 points for the stars. Su Bai raised his eyebrows slightly when he saw this. The interstellar points for weapon enhancement are about 1/10 of those for Mecha. Not bad, not too expensive. But when he looked at the Starship Enhancement with anticipation, his face instantly darkened. Subai, Starship Enhancement. Enhance the starship with corresponding interstellar points according to the starship level. 1 million interstellar points for star breaking, 10 million interstellar points for star meteorite, and 100 million interstellar points for Hengtian. That's great! You could have just robbed it, but you still asked me to strengthen it. Su Bai was so angry that his teeth were itching. The interstellar points required to strengthen the starship are 100 times that of a mecha, a well-deserved gold-devouring beast. Forget it. Let's put the starship issue aside for now. Su Bai spread his hands helplessly. Although almost all the starships are in the hands of the fleet, and the fleet is a wealthy and powerful man. But the cost of strengthening the Hengtian-class starship is equivalent to more than 1 trillion star coins, which is a heavy loss even for the fleet. Note that this is just the cost. He has to earn some money, right? I guess in the entire Chinese alliance, only the Imperial capital fleet can afford the expense, but they seem to be the only ones who own the Hengtian-class starship. Su Bai calmed himself down a little. Set your sights on your final branch, the 4-star Mechanics Heritage Library. There is a price tag for each 4-star mechanic inheritance, but fortunately it is not too expensive, with one item costing about 1,000 interstellar points, which is equivalent to 10 million star coins. If this price is released, it will probably be snapped up like crazy. For those big families, the inheritance of a 4-star mechanic is enough to upgrade the mechas of their entire family. If they are lucky, they can even train a 4-star mechanic. Not to mention 10 million star coins, they would be willing to pay for it even if it was dozens of times more. Su Bai just took a quick look and was not in a hurry to buy. Now he has just mastered the 10 3-star inherited skills, and the 4-star ones will have to wait for a day. What's more, doesn't he have a skill that he has fully mastered? Wentai Weapon Forging Method. Seeing this inherited skill, Su Bai didn't understand whether this was done intentionally by the system, knowing that he couldn't afford to strengthen the starship and so resorting to the weapon route. As the inherited skills of a 4-star mechanic, they are naturally not too bad. The 4-star mechanics benchmarks are almost all star-breaking mecha masters. Although I don't know who this one-time mechanic is, the fact that he is included in the system proves that he does have the ability of a 4-star mechanic. Coming to the virtual maintenance warehouse, Subai took out the vibranium materials he had bought from the Interstellar network. These vibranium materials almost filled half of the maintenance warehouse. Lay it flat on the ground. Come to the front of vibranium. This forging skill is mainly for melee weapons, and cold weapons have little effect on light swords and guns. Subai took out the thermal knife, adjusted the power to the highest, and chopped the vibranium in front of him with the knife. His right hand performed the fusion of all things, constantly sensing the feedback from the vibranium and making timely adjustments. Both hands move out together, dancing in the air like a dragon, disassembling, adjusting, and shaping the vibranium in front of him bit by bit. After making sure one side is correct, he starts to move to the next spot for polishing. Sparks reflected the sweat on Subai's forehead. His eyes were focused, and he did not dare to slack off at all, as if he was carving a piece of handicraft. Time passes by little. Subai slapped his right hand hard, smashing it directly on the prototype of the weapon in front of him, leaving a series of fist marks on the handle connection. Then keep copying. Eventually, it forms an irregular matrix. After everything was done, Subai began to place the sensing elements on each fist print to form a circuit board. Then cover it with a layer of vibranium. Looking at the 15-meter-long giant blade lying coldly on the ground in front of him, Subai nodded with satisfaction. This is a broadsword, made entirely of indestructible vibranium. However, its blade is different from traditional blades. It is not narrow on one side and wide on the other, but almost the same width. Such weapons are originally very easy to be damaged. But the Wentai weapon forging method is so perfect. It uses density compression to embed a large amount of vibranium into the blade. It can adjust the required sharpness according to the electronic components added at the end, and can even turn sharp weapons into blunt weapons to cope with various combat scenarios. Not bad, it looks pretty good. Subai was very satisfied looking at the weapon he made entirely by hand. This was also the first time that he created a star-level weapon with his own strength. However, this is not over yet. He looked at the long sword, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Then let's try the effect of strengthening. Chapter 75. Its name is Nanju. Plans for expansion. Subai placed his right hand on the handle of the broad blade. Level 4 weapon enhancement. Enhance the weapon by 1 level and provide a random attribute bonus. Seeing this, Subai raised his eyebrows. He thought that weapon enhancement was just about improving the materials, but who would have thought that there would be attribute bonuses? Weapons with attribute bonuses are extremely valuable to mecha pilots with corresponding attributes. Although its rarity is not as high as talent, skills, and characteristic expertise. But there are not many left in the world. Boom! Different from enhanced mecha. The moment Subai chose to strengthen his weapon, an explosion was heard, followed by a flash of red light, which instantly enveloped the broadsword in front of him. From the tip of the blade to the tail, changes were slowly taking place that were visible to the naked eye. The original vibranium was replaced with a translucent glass-like material with a hint of purple. Amethyst, one of the 7-color crystal materials, its characteristics are unstoppable sharpness and extremely high ductility. The 7-color crystals are the materials for the bodies and weapons above vibranium, and are generally only used by mechas. Soon, the broadsword lost its original appearance. Boom! There was another loud bang, and the blade flowed like fire, with faint black flames instantly covering the blade. It was as if it was covered with a coat of flames. Golden patterns rose from the ground, quickly extinguishing the flame, leaving only a little black flame that retreated to the junction of the handle and the blade. Not bad. Looking at the broad blade in front of him, Subai held his chin with his right hand. After thinking for a moment, he chose a name. For the first weapon, I'll call you Nanju. The god of Zhongshan is named Zhuin. It is rumored that the flame of Zhulong is black flame. Nanju is produced in Nanjiang and has black flames, so it is reasonable to name it Nanju. Subai silently gave himself a thumbs up. I'm really good at naming. After looking at Nanju with satisfaction for a long time, Subai smacked his lips in disdain. Tisk, it's time to upgrade this machine repair shop. Now there's barely enough room for even a weapon. That's right. When Sun Yu came here before, he found that the size of his own maintenance room seemed a little small. Although it could barely accommodate the star-breaking mecha, it still seemed very crowded. Now, a broad blade placed horizontally on the ground takes up half of the space. If there are a few more, won't there be room for them? With a plan in mind, Subai immediately took action. First of all, I called Sun Yu. Beep, beep, beep. The phone rang. Sun Yu, who was still in the office worrying about the CF family's affairs, frowned and said, "Who is calling now?" But after seeing that the caller was Su Bai, his brows relaxed instantly, and he was a little surprised. Su Bai. Without thinking, he answered the call immediately. "Hello, Su Bai. What do you want to talk to me about?" After experiencing Su Bai's enhanced strength, Sun Yu was quite satisfied. Not only was he able to escape from the crisis and kill the opponent, but more importantly, it also made him see the hope of a breakthrough. Naturally, he would not refuse if Su Bai came to him for something. This was also his previous promise. "Captain Sun, I mainly want to ask if the suburban land near my interstellar mechanic repair shop can be sold to me." Su Bai did not beat around the bush and directly stated his purpose. The Star Machine repair shop is located in the suburbs of Yunhai City. The surrounding suburbs cover an area of about 600,000 square meters, which is equivalent to the area of an ordinary university. If we take over all of them, it will be enough for the expansion of Interstellar Mechanic's shop. Sun Yu was stunned when he heard this. "Why did you buy that land?" "I'm planning to expand the store." Su Bai answered him directly. Hearing this, Sun Yu stood up excitedly. "You want to expand? That's great. That's great. Is 700,000 square meters enough? If not, let's add a little more." Su Bai wants to expand the Interstellar Mechanic repair shop, so we must support him, because it means that the other party is prepared to take more orders. There is also the possibility of developing other businesses. This will not only make it easier for you to strengthen yourself next time, but will also benefit everyone. Why not do it? Anyway, no one is using that piece of land, so why not give it all to him? That's enough. Thank you, Captain Sunday. How many star coins do you need? I'll transfer it to you directly. Seeing Sun Yu agreed, Su Bai was relieved. If there was no land, he was worried that the system would not recognize his expansion. "Let me think about it. Maybe 1,000 star coins per flat." Sun Yu reported the lowest standard to Su Bai without a second thought. If possible, he would certainly like to give it to Su Bai for free, but this land still belongs to China. He only has the right to sell it at a certain price, and the star coins must be handed over eventually. If it weren't for the deserted area in the suburbs, he wouldn't even be able to lower the price so much. Hearing the price Sun Yu said, Su Bai understood that the other party was doing him a favor, so he thanked him directly. "Thank you very much, Captain Sun. I will transfer it to you now." After saying that, he hung up the phone. Beep, beep, beep. 700 million star coins have been received from Star Treasure. Soon, Sun Yu received the transfer from Su Bai. "Xiao Wang, come in and allocate the entire 700,000 square meters of suburban area around Songhai Road to the name of Star Machine Repair Shop." Almost at the same time as the transfer was received, Sun Yu arranged for Xiao Wang to get the job done. The troubles caused by the CF family were also diluted a lot by the news of Su Bai's expansion. That's good now. Now that undercurrents are surging, Su Bai's expansion will better enhance the strength of our fleet, and we will be more confident in facing the next war. Sun Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Although he had defeated Shuai Lin and the other two before, he understood that it was mainly due to Su Bai's strengthening. If it were my original self, I might have died there. I don't know whether Zhang Lei went there or not. He should go. After all, he keeps talking about strengthening and working so hard. Thinking of Zhang Lei, Sun Yu couldn't help but smile. He really cared about strengthening. But our Captain Sun obviously forgot that he was the last person who could be strengthened without drawing lots. Does Zhang Lei want to strengthen? Of course he wanted to. I dream about it. What a terrible price he paid for strengthening himself. His knees are still red until now. But yesterday, after he finished his work, settled the affairs of the CF family, and educated the newcomers, he returned home to receive shocking news. Star Machine Repair Shop will conduct reception by lottery, with 3 places available each day. Zhang Lei, who had already set the star network of the Interstellar Machine Repair Shop as a special focus, saw the news at the first time, hurried to participate in the lottery, only to see that the draw was over. Did he despair? And just now he clicked on the lottery page again. After seeing the number of people drawn, the light in his eyes completely disappeared. I can only beat my chest and stamp my feet, looking up and shouting, "What a sin!" Chapter 76. New business for Interstellar Machine Repair Shop. Inside the Interstellar Machine Repair Shop, the reminder sounded in Su Bai's ears again. It is found that the expandable area is 700,000 square meters, which requires 70,000 interstellar points. Do you want to expand it? Another 700 million. After transferring out 700 million, his balance was only 2.3 billion star coins. Now it's 700 million again. You are arguing with 7, right? Good job. It's easier to spend money than to make money. Reluctant to accept this tragic fact, Su Bai still chose to expand. Expansion start time is expected to be 20 hours. As the system prompts come down, the Interstellar Machine Repair Shop is used as the starting point. A giant metal shell suddenly spread out over the suburbs at the rear. It was like a giant egg, and from time to time there were sounds of falling trees and digging foundations. Fortunately, after Sun Yu knew that Su Bai was going to expand, he had already announced the news that the Interstellar Machine Repair Shop was about to start construction. This didn't attract too much attention. Only occasionally 1 or 2 passers-by stopped to watch. Is this the latest technology of our Yunhai? When did it become so high-end? Metal barriers are used during construction? I don't know, but maybe it has something to do with the previous weapons research. Maybe the results of our research and development have been recognized by China, so we are building it in secrecy. Hey, that makes sense. Should we make a video? I think you're getting more and more serious. We have already said that it is a confidential construction. Let's not talk about whether this video can be released. Even if it is released, guess how many years you can provide food and accommodation? Haha, that's all I said. It's all a misunderstanding. Considering the continuous earthquakes that had occurred before, people immediately concluded that it was related to the metal dome that had appeared. They all chose to conceal it tacitly. Only Xiao Mingyan and the other 2 girls were a little surprised when they looked at this scene after they came back. Su Bai, what's that thing behind? Xiao Mingyan was confused now. They were just taking Chu Ran out to buy a house, and they were hinting at the other party that Su Bai might not like being disturbed, so she should pay attention. Chu Ran agreed to this directly. She didn't dare to have any disrespectful thoughts now. The other party is a master mechanic and definitely doesn't like being disturbed. She is lucky to be able to work in the Interstellar Machine Shop. She will definitely cherish this hard-won opportunity. Zhao Mingyue also felt a little strange when looking at the giant metal egg in front of her. It looks like it's under construction? Weird, I haven't heard of any big project here. And it started in such a short time? Chu Ran just stood there silently, not daring to speak. She was afraid that Su Bai was still angry, and keeping silent was the best way to improve his favorability. Oh, I'm expanding. Su Bai glanced at the 3 women indifferently with a calm face. Expansion? Boss Su, are you planning to start a new business? Xiao Mingyan was very excited when she heard this. It was impossible for Su Bai to expand for no reason. If he was expanding, he must be planning to develop a new business. As the second customer of the Star Machine Shop, how could she miss such an opportunity? Zhao Mingyue and Chu Ren also pricked up their ears and looked at Su Bai intently with anticipation in their eyes. Well, I guess so. Later I plan to sell some weapons and maybe auction some mechas I built myself. Su Bai directly stated his recent plans. The main reason for his expansion was indeed to prepare to start new businesses. I will still strengthen my mecha 3 times a day, and this will not change. As for maintenance, leave it to Chu Ran. With the remaining time, he plans to create more weapons and even mechas for auction. After all, this little money is really not worth spending. I used to be smug about myself as a small, wealthy man, but today my assets were halved. We can't do without generating income. Weapons? Mecha. Sell them directly. After hearing Su Bai's words, Chu Ran couldn't hold back any longer. She looked at Su Bai with excitement. She didn't expect to see the weapons and mechas made by Su Bai with her own eyes as soon as she arrived at the Interstellar Mechanic Repair Shop. How could a mechanic fanatic like her not be excited? Boss Su, do you have anything ready to show us? Xiao Mingyan looked at Su Bai expectantly. They had previously enhanced their own mechas, and they all knew that Su Bai's craftsmanship was extraordinary. Now that she can see the work created by the other party personally, she is eager to try it out. After all, when chaos was being built, only the airport was visible. This has always been Xiao Mingyan's regret. Zhao Mingyue was relatively calm about this. She has seen all of Su Bai's craftsmanship. If he can even build combat-type mecha weapons, what else can he do? But it's hard not to be excited to see her more. I don't have any mecha for now, but I do have a weapon. Su Bai did not refuse their request. The size of Nanju was originally built for a normal star-breaking mecha, and it was not suitable for his own use. Xiao Mingyan and Zhao Mingyue are both wealthy ladies. Maybe they can help promote themselves. As he said that, he took the 3 women to maintenance room number 1. At this moment, the mechanical arm that was originally used to fix the mecha was used to lift up Nanju and present it in its entirety in front of the 3 women. After seeing the appearance of Nanju clearly, the 3 girls gasped, "Hiss! Is this amethyst?" Chu Ran, as a mechanic, was the first to see the material used by Nanju. There is no doubt in my mind that Su Bai is a master mechanic. Only a master mechanic could create such a weapon using amethyst from the 7-color crystals. Xiao Mingyan was a little surprised because her golden flame actually reacted when it saw Nanju, as if it was facing a powerful enemy. He immediately asked, "Boss Su, is this weapon of yours an attribute weapon?" She also asked the question that Zhao Mingyue wanted to ask. Unlike Xiao Mingyan, she was suppressed by the aura of Nanju, and her chest felt a little stuffy. "Well, it's a fire attribute." Su Bai nodded. "Fire attribute." Xiao Mingyan's eyes suddenly burst into a bright light when she heard it, but unfortunately it soon went out. It's a pity that this is a broadsword, and it requires at least a meteorite mecha to use it. It's true that she is a fire-attributed mecha master, but the broadsword does not match her platinum Valkyrie, and she is currently unable to use weapons made of materials such as 7-color crystals, which is generally the domain of falling stars. This is the weapon of the star-breaking mecha. Su Bai shook his head when he heard this. The material of Nanju is indeed purple gold, but the circuit components he buried at the beginning are indeed circuit components that match the star-breaking mecha. In other words, Nanju is undoubtedly the weapon of the star-breaking mecha. Chu Ran, Xiao Mingyan, Zhao Mingyue. Which good person used purple crystal to build a star-breaking mecha weapon? Chapter 77 Su Bai, it's just a weapon. This shouldn't be possible. How can the electronic components needed for the star-destroying mecha weapons be embedded in the amethyst? It can't withstand the strength of the amethyst at all. Chu Ran was the first to raise doubts. Even though Su Bai was a master of mechanics, everything she saw was beyond her understanding. The layman watches the excitement while the expert watches the details. After all, she was the youngest star mechanic in China, albeit not now. But at least he is a 1-star mechanic. She knew much more about the strength of the material than Zhao Mingyue and the others. Hearing Chu Ran's question, Zhao Mingyue and the other 2 girls also looked at Su Bai in unison. Su Bai's mechanical skills are obvious to all, but they also want to know the tricks behind it. This is indeed the weapon of the star-breaking mecha. As for how to withstand the strength of purple gold, it is currently beyond your reach. Su Bai glanced at Chu Ran indifferently and silently put his hands behind his back. How could he withstand it? It must be because it wasn't amethyst at the beginning. But what do you want me to say? Seeing Su Bai with his hands behind his back and an unfathomable look, Chu Ran was completely frightened, his eyes full of admiration. Once again, I feel ashamed of my previous ignorance and stupidity. At the same time, I was extremely nervous. Does the store manager think my skills are too low? He won't regret letting me work for him, right? No, I must perform well next time and not let the manager down. This didn't sound like the case to Zhao Mingyue and Xiao Mingyan. Chu Ran is at least a 1-star mechanic. If even she can't understand it, it means that the difficulty level of this technology is extremely high. I can only say it's worthy of Su Bai. By the way, Boss Su, I wonder what price you're going to sell this broadsword for. Although Zhao Mingyue's talent has nothing to do with fire, her father is the commander-in-chief of Nanjiang after all, so maybe it could be useful to the fleet. The price of Nanju is about 800 million star coins. Su Bai thought about it and finally gave a more reasonable price. It cost him 1,000 interstellar points, or 10 million star coins, to strengthen Nanju. However, the price of vibranium itself is not cheap. According to the usage of Nanju, the price is about 30 million star coins. Originally, it could be sold for 400 million star coins, but considering that the material of Nanju has now been upgraded to amethyst and the Wuntai weapon forging method is also used, his final price is 800 million star coins. A small increase of 20 times shouldn't be too much, right? This price is more than reasonable. Is it so cheap? Chu Ran looked at Su Bai in surprise. This is a purple crystal weapon that can be used by the star-breaking mecha. Although there is no reference on the market, the general price of star-breaking mecha weapons is around 40 million star coins. The craftsmanship used in this Nanju is simply unimaginable, but the store manager only sold it for 800 million? This is simply too conscience-stricken. For a store manager as young as him, who has reached the level of a master mechanic, he probably has no desire for wealth. I will make a note of this and become a conscientious mechanic like the store manager in the future. Su Bai's image instantly rose a few points in Chu Ran's mind. Boss Su, do you have many weapons like this? Are there any with ice attributes? Zhao Mingyue made a prompt decision after hearing Su Bai's offer and asked if there were any weapons with ice attributes. The price was too good to be true. If she told her father, he would probably buy it without hesitation. Wait a minute. I want this Nanju from Boss Su. I'll make the call right now. Xiao Mingyan was even more direct. After hearing Su Bai's offer, she immediately decided to buy the Nanju. At this moment, she didn't care whether it was a broadsword or not, or whether it couldn't be used temporarily. If you miss this opportunity, you will miss it too. Hey, Shorty, I was the one who asked the price first. What are you doing? Zhao Mingyue glared at Xiao Mingyan, looking angry. You can't use it. It was clearly me who asked for the price, but she wanted to buy it? Loyal, I can't use it for the time being, but you can't use it at all. If I don't buy it, will you buy it? Xiao Mingyan was not willing to be outdone. After all, she had a talent for fire, so she could barely use this Nanju. Zhao Mingyue has an ice attribute talent, so she will never be able to use Nanju in her life. Just as the two were arguing with each other, Su Bai coughed lightly a few times. Cough, cough, cough. You don't have to fight for it. This Nanju is a star-breaking mecha weapon. It's useless for you to buy it. I will build sky mecha and star-stepping mecha weapons in a while. It won't be too late for you to buy it then. Although Su Bai was happy that he could sell Nanju directly, he actually thought about the suitable seller. A star-breaking mecha master with a talent for fire, Sun Yu is the most suitable person for Nanju among the people he knew. His talent is flame control. Although it is not a special flame talent, it is precisely because of this that he can be compatible with different types of flames. With the blue flame plus the black flame, with these two kinds of flames at his disposal, his strength should be much stronger. The other party had just helped him solve the problem of expanding his machine repair shop, so it was reasonable for Su Bai to repay him with a reward. After hearing Su Bai's words, the two stopped arguing with each other. Instead, they looked at Su Bai at the same time and said in unison, Really? There are weapons for the sky mecha. But I already have the winter blade. Zhao Mingyue gritted her teeth, feeling very conflicted. Strictly speaking, her winter blade actually surpassed the level of the sky mecha. She didn't really need melee weapons. I don't only sell melee weapons. I also have long-range light energy weapons or long-range large-range weapons. Su Bai smiled when he heard this. The reason why he chose Nanju as the first weapon he made was mainly because he wanted to experience the Wuntai weapon forging method. But this doesn't mean that he can't make guns and light energy cannons. Especially the level used by Sky Mechas, with his current level of mechanic, it would be a piece of cake for him. If we strengthen the system a bit, won't everything be fine? The few interstellar points that were used to strengthen the Sky Mecha were not worth mentioning at all. Rather, compared to high-end weapons, the sale of Earth and Sky Mecha weapons is the highlight. After all, the number of strong people is limited, but there are still many Earth and Sky Mecha warriors. If all were sold, the profit would be considerable. Sure enough, after Su Bai finished speaking, Zhao Mingyue's hesitation was gone. Xiao Mingyan, who was standing beside him, also grinned and looked at him with shining eyes. Really? Zhao Mingyue's words also reminded her that she really didn't need melee weapons, but she was still lacking in long-range output weapons. Although it is possible to achieve the effect of long-range attack by relying solely on innate skills, it consumes too much star power. If you can resolve the battle more easily and happily, why not? Of course. Su Bai looked at the two people who were extremely excited and couldn't help feeling helpless. It's just a weapon. Why so excited? Chapter 78 Shock. A 70-year-old man, actually, after agreeing that Su Bai would tell them after making the weapons, Xiao Mingyan and Zhao Mingyue left. After the two girls left, only Su Bai and Chu Ran were left in the Interstellar Mechanic Repair Shop. Su Bai had nothing to do, so he just wanted to test Chu Ran's mechanic skills. He glanced at her calmly. Chu Ran, come in with me. As he said that, he walked towards the maintenance room. Chu Ran's whole body tensed up when she heard that. She knew the real test was coming. Taking a deep breath and adjusting his nervous emotions, Chu Ran hurriedly followed Su Bai's pace. This test was of vital importance to her, and she could not afford to fail. The two came to the number 1 maintenance room. Su Bai thought for a moment and took out a pile of low-level materials. These are all the materials used by the Earth mecha weapons. Now, make a battle blade, a gun, and a heavy artillery for me to see. Speaking of this, Su Bai still had some expectations. If Chu Ran could make weapons that satisfied him, then he could throw all the Earth mecha weapons to her. I focus on making weapons for the Sky Mecha. Perfect. It is not hard to imagine that the number of mechas on the ground is probably greater than the total number of mechas in the sky. Su Bai naturally didn't want to do this kind of large-scale work himself. After hearing Su Bai's arrangement, Chu Ran agreed without any hesitation. No problem. Time was of the essence, So she immediately came to the workbench in the maintenance room and looked at the materials on the ground, which were mainly copper gold and iron gold, as well as the energy matrix of the electron gun. First, he took the pulse forging hammer next to him. Boom, boom, boom. He swung the heavy hammer again and again to smash the copper, gold, and iron into flat shapes. This was the first time Subai saw someone using a pulse forging hammer. After all, he didn't need. Chu Ran then took out the thermal knife and began to thin the edges of the material, turning it into small components. Then they began to assemble it with the energy matrix as the core. It can only be said that Chu Ran does have some talent. No wonder he became the youngest star mechanic in China. He is skilled and focused at the same time. It's totally unlike her easily irritated personality. About half an hour later, Chu Ran wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at Su Bai with anticipation. But the expectation dissipated in an instant. Chu Ran, Su Bai, who was standing by, had already picked up his phone and was tapping the screen with both hands. Do you know how to play? You're not going to catch this? Looking at Su Bai's appearance, Chu Ran didn't know whether he should disturb him. Thinking of what Zhao Mingyue and the other two told him, Boss Su is very focused on everything he does. Don't disturb him, otherwise you will bear the consequences. However, at this moment, Su Bai suddenly looked up and met Chu Ran's gaze. He calmly put the phone behind him and said calmly, Ahem, are you done? Leave it there. Next is the melee weapon. I'll check them together after we're done. Chudam, are you serious about putting away your phone? Why do I feel so skilled? There was no way. After seeing Chu Ran start to assemble, Su Bai roughly understood Chu Ran's mechanical repair level. What followed was all repetitive and delicate work. Moreover, it was not difficult for him now, so naturally he had no interest in watching it any further. But I didn't expect Chu Ran to be so quick. He completed the production of the electron gun after just one fire. Chu Ran didn't say much after hearing this. She just put the electron gun aside and continued to forge melee weapons. This time she chose the battle blade. Fortunately, the battle blade used by the Earth Mecha did not need to be too long. About 3 or 4 meters was enough. This time, Chu Ran's movements were faster than before. Su Bai's actions just now made her very frightened. I was worried that it was because I was too inexperienced that the other party lost interest in watching further. She simply swung the pulse hammer and smashed the metal in front of her desperately. Almost at the moment she finished smashing it, she raised the thermal knife and started carving immediately. She switched between the two sides so smoothly that it seemed like it was deeply rooted in her bone marrow. Not bad. After being caught just now, Su Bai did not take out his mobile phone this time. Instead, he looked at it with interest. This time Chu Ran was serious, using the inherited skill of a one-star mechanic, double skill connection. Using both hands to switch tools frequently can greatly shorten the time of making weapons or mechas. It's a pity that this can only be used on Earth and Sky mechas, and it cannot meet the precision required for higher levels. This time it only took 20 minutes. A 4-meter-long battle blade lay quietly on the floor of the maintenance room. Su Bai waved his hand. Okay, I roughly know your level. Not bad, but not very skilled yet. So from now on, you will build 8 battle blades and 8 electronic guns for me every day. Su Bai directly assigned tasks to Chu Ran. Oh, by the way, I'm also going to let you maintain some Earth mechas. Is that okay? Chu Ran nodded hurriedly after hearing this. Don't worry, I promise to complete the task. Su Bai smiled and said, He's okay, he's quite obedient. This will reduce your burden a lot. Okay, there's nothing to do today. Come back tomorrow. As he said that, he walked towards the hall and put away the storage bed. The mechanic shop is expanding today, and he's planning on going home. Haven't been back for a few days. Seeing that Su Bai was about to leave, Chu Ran naturally did not stay and left first. Chu Ran, come on, you will definitely get the recognition of Master Su. Chu Ran secretly encouraged himself, his eyes full of expectations, as if the future was promising. After he left, Su Bai closed the Interstellar machine repair shop and returned home. Looking at this familiar place, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. It's still comfortable here. Even though the repair shop was safe, he always felt like something was missing, and Su Bai couldn't put his finger on it. Perhaps it was this sense of familiarity that made him feel at ease here. Or perhaps it was a habit. After all, this was where he had spent more than 10 years. Su Bai did not indulge himself today. After practicing star power, his own strength also reached the star-stepping 3 stars. At this rate, he would be able to break through to the star-breaking stage in another 6 days. Then you can really roam the sea of clouds. Su Bai exhaled a breath of foul air, got up, and moved around for a while. then took a shower and went to bed. He was still quite tired today, mainly because forging Nanju took a lot of his effort, as his nerves, which had been tense before he lay down, relaxed at this moment. However, while he was sleeping, several pieces of news instantly became popular on StarNet. Shocking. A 70-year-old man actually apologized to a young boy in public. This is a distortion of human nature. The machine repair master is suspected in the sea of clouds. 5-star mechanics are willing to be defeated. The passionate collision between young men and women attracted millions of people to watch. Chapter 79, If Heaven Had Not Given Birth to Me. Ouyang Xian. My machine would be repaired forever like a long night. This time, Xiao Minyan's live broadcast is public. His fans posted the video on StarNet early on. Chu Ran's reputation in Star Network is not low. After all, with the title of the youngest star mechanic, he is still very famous among the younger generation. As the president of Nanjiang Mechanic Research Society, Qian Yu is also a person who could be found with a little search. Soon, there was an uproar. What the hell? Is it true or false? Chu Ran lost? Is this a question of whether Chu Ran loses or not? The little-known boss Su is actually a master mechanic. Even President Qian Yu is ashamed. I was shocked. He looked like he was only about 20 years old. How could he be a master mechanic? By the way, do we still have master mechanics nowadays? Yes, but they're almost all old veterans. The younger ones have all gone to the Central Star region to develop, right? Alas, we are still a little behind after all, so it is normal that we cannot meet their needs. What nonsense! Why doesn't Boss Su go to other star systems when he's so young and a master of mechanics? They must have forgotten their roots. Okay, now the question is this matter true? Don't guess. The Nanjiang Mechanic Research Society has not come out to refute the rumor yet, so it must be true. No, I have to find out who this Boss Su is. A single stone caused 1,000 ripples on the star network, and naturally all parts of China were also not peaceful. At the Imperial Mechanic Research Society, an old man was reading the news in front of him, wearing glasses. His pupils were wide open, and the horror on his face was clearly revealed. What kind of show is that old boy Qian Yu playing? Master mechanic? So young? What a joke. No, he can't use his own reputation to praise and kill a young man. Is it true? As the president of the Imperial Capital Mechanic Research Society, Cui Xianlin is regarded as the most 6-star mechanic. He couldn't imagine that the realm that he had not reached in his entire life was actually reached by a young man. It's not like the blue is better than the blue, right? Even though Blue Star has produced many mechanical repair geniuses, and some even became masters of mechanical repair at the age of 35 and went to the Central Star territory, that was still 35. How old was Subai? Could he be a disciple of one of those legendary mechanics? Subai's talent made Cui Xianlin think so. He adjusted his reading glasses with his hand and finally made a phone call. Come to my office. After a while, a well-proportioned young man with long braided hair came into his office with a puzzled look in his eyes. Teacher, why are you looking for me so late at night? Ouyang Xian was the record holder for China's youngest star mechanic before Chu Ran. Even though the record has been broken now, he is still the number one among the younger generation. The reason is simple. Ouyang Xian is a man who has accumulated a lot of experience. Although he was 25 years old when he broke through to become a 1-star mechanic, now at the age of 28, he is already a 3-star mechanic. This speed is not much slower than those mechanical geniuses who went to the Central Star Field for development. Well, I have something for you to do this time. An interesting guy seems to have appeared over at Yanhai. Go and see what's going on. Cui Xianlin looked at Ouyang Xian with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Also, can you cut off this braid at the back of your head? It gives me a headache every time it shakes. Yanhai, what are you going there for? If I remember correctly, Chu Ran should be in Yundu, right? Ouyang Xian automatically blocked out his teacher's complaints and wondered why he was going to Yunhai. Could it be that another genius has appeared? Teacher, let's just say, can you calm down? I am your disciple, Ouyang Xian. If I, Ouyang Xian, had not been born, the world of mechanical repair would have been dark forever. Ouyang Xian shook the braids behind him with force, his head held high, his spirits high, and his confidence extraordinary. Kui Xuanlin. This kid is good in every way, but his eccentric personality is really a headache. Do you know why he is bald? It's all because of worrying too much about this kid. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Once you finish building the mecha in your hand, go to Yunhai. Cui Xianlin didn't want to talk nonsense with Ouyang Xian anymore, so he issued his orders directly. Ouyang Xian's mouth curled slightly when he heard this, a little dissatisfied, but he could only agree. Okay, okay. Who asked you to be my teacher? It will probably take another day for this mecha to be completed. Yeah. Chui Xianlin nodded, stopped looking at him, and continued to scroll through his phone. Teacher, you are already old and still surf the Star Network every day. Aren't you afraid of going blind? Ouyang Xian was very puzzled by Chui Xuanlin's hobby. Other presidents knew nothing about the Star Network, but his own president was different. He would just hold his mobile phone and browse the Star Network when he had nothing to do. He felt that he was better than himself. You know shit. This is called collecting intelligence. Upon hearing his hobby being criticized, Chui Xianlin started to criticize. What's wrong? Is there a rule that says you can't browse StarNet when you're older? Ouyang Xian spread his hands when he heard this. This is for your own good, even though current mobile phones use light screens and don't have radiation. But it's not good to watch it for a long time. That's why you're bald. What a worrying old man. Coincidentally, the master and disciple have very similar views on each other. It can only be said that people of the same family are alike. Sea of Clouds, northern suburbs, in an abandoned factory. From time to time, the roar of machinery could be heard from the bottom of the dilapidated factory, as if machines were running inside. A thin man came to the factory, looked around to make sure no one noticed him, then lifted a floor tile and went downstairs. After passing through the tunnel, Zhou Wenjing, dressed in black, stood there with his hands behind his back. I'm here, tell me, how is the situation at the Star Machine shop recently? The thin man Qin can hurriedly told everything he knew. What? Master mechanic? You said that boy is a master mechanic? After hearing what Su Bai did, Zhou was no longer as calm as before. His hands, which were behind his back, now fell vertically at his sides, and his fists were clenched. Obviously, he was greatly stimulated. Could it be that the sudden increase in the power of Sun Yu's mecha was really caused by this kid? A master mechanic suddenly appeared in Yunhai. I'm afraid this will affect our plans. Tomorrow, go to the Interstellar Machine Repair Shop and find out what Su Bai is up to. Zhou pondered for a moment, then directly ordered Qin in front of him to go and gather intelligence. Qin, go find that guy and try to repair it tomorrow. Qin was embarrassed when he heard this. Boss, you need to make an appointment to draw lots for mechanics at the Interstellar Mechanic Repair Shop. Zhou frowned slightly when he heard this, a little unhappy. Then draw lots. Do you still need me to teach you how to do it? At worst, I can just wait a few days. If he is really a master mechanic, there must be thousands of people drawing lots, right? King Kong. It was 100,000 before, but now it seems to be heading towards 200,000. Zhou. Chapter 80 Zhou. My lord, please come back soon. I can't control the Sea of Clouds. Well, apparently he still underestimated the influence of the master mechanic. Even if it's just a suspicion, there are so many people queuing up to make an appointment. Mainly because, in Zhou opinion, only a small number of strong people can use a mechanical master, and others simply cannot afford such a price. Unexpected result. What's up? It's free to ask Su Bai to repair and strengthen it, right? In fact, Zhou was right. After Su Bai's identity as a mechanical master was exposed, most people no longer held out hope of being able to seek enhancement from him. Most of them wanted to catch a glimpse of the true appearance of this master mechanic. Of course, many of them were planning to take advantage of the loophole and resell the qualification to others. Therefore, the number of people participating in the lottery will gradually increase. Some things are even out of control. You'd better give it a try first, just in case we're lucky enough to get in line. Zhou finally gave up the plan of going directly to the Interstellar Mechanic Repair Shop. After all, the master had repeatedly emphasized that he should keep a low profile recently and put the overall situation first. Last time, because of that idiot Duan Han, they lost the Xie family's stronghold for nothing. Now, in order to avoid the limelight, they can only hide in this basement. If he disobeys the will of his master again, death would probably be a minor punishment, and he dare not even think about a serious warning. By the way, is there any news from Yumeng recently? Zhou put Su Bai's matter aside. After knowing that there were so many people queuing up for the draw at the other party's machine repair shop, he actually relaxed a little. At least the strength of the Yunhai fleet is unlikely to improve by leaps and bounds in the short term. In this way, the threat posed by Su Bai will be greatly reduced. After all, he's just a mechanic, not a big problem. Qin shook his head when he heard this. Ever since the Lord asked Yumeng to go to Yunhai No. 1 Middle School to contact Sun Hani, there seems to be no follow-up. Is that so? You have to keep an eye on her. If she makes any unusual movements, kill her immediately. Zhou voice was extremely cold. Compared to Su Bai, he was more worried about Yumeng. Her identity was too special. She was actually sent from the Vatican headquarters. No one knows her background, and no one knows why she is here. Yes, Qin can receive the order and left the basement. Leaving Zhou when alone. After he left, Zhou smacked his forehead helplessly. Master, you really didn't say when you would be back when you left. Master, please come back soon. I can't control Yanhai. Forget it, let's just leave it like this for now. If the enemy doesn't move, I won't move either. I will respond to all changes with the same attitude. It can be seen from the fact that Zhou wanted to besiege Sun Yu from the beginning that he is not a smart person. It is better to say that he is a bit dull. Of course, this is also the reason why the man in black robe asked him to take charge of the situation. What he wants is to maintain the status quo. If another person like Duan Han is arranged to take charge of the overall situation of Yanhai, when he comes back, I am afraid that all arrangements will be ruined. Zhou at least knows how to be obedient. The one who was least surprised by this incident was Sun Yu. Now that he had returned home after a busy few days, he naturally saw the news. In response to this, Sun Yu just curled his lips. You really don't know the heights of the world. How dare you provoke Su Bai? Not even if you are old. After Su Bai strengthened the Songlang, he concluded that the other party must be a master of mechanics. Otherwise, it would be impossible to strengthen the Songlang to such an extent. He had met Xin Yu a few years ago, and was even lucky enough to see him help strengthen others. The enhanced mecha was indeed very strong, but it was nothing compared to Su Bai. But now that this matter has been exposed, Sun Yu is also a little worried. Now, the Star Machine repair shop has become completely popular. I am afraid it will not be so easy to find Su Bai to strengthen it in the future. I guess his expansion today is also related to this incident. Considering that Su Bai asked him to buy land for expansion, Sun Yu thought it was probably because of this reason. Forget it. Let's see how Yi's practice has been going recently. The big exam is more than a month away, and we can't afford any mistakes. As he said that, he walked towards Sun Hani's room. Sun Hani's talent is superior to his, and with the Wanjun Red Moon strengthened by Su Bai, it should not be difficult for him to enter Shanghai University. But if possible, who doesn't want their children to get better grades? Sun Hani had just finished practicing his star power for the day, and was immediately delighted to see Sun Yu coming back. Dad, you're back. She hadn't seen Sun Yu for several days, but she heard about the matter of the Interstellar Mechanic repair shop. When she heard the name, she was very concerned. Unfortunately, when I sent a message to Su Bai, the other party only replied with a few words. She also couldn't figure out what was going on. This is good. I can finally figure it out. I heard that you have been busy for so many days this time because of the matter of the Star Machine shop. Did something happen to Boss Su? Sun Yu's face suddenly turned dark when he heard this. I haven't been home for so many days, and the man my daughter asked about was indeed another man. Is this what it feels like for a girl to grow up? The cotton-padded jacket is leaking air. He's fine, but the other party was Su Bai, and Sun Yu couldn't kill him with a knife, so he could only change the subject. How have you been practicing recently? Are you confident about the big test? Sun Hani realized that his father was trying to change the subject, so he could only shrug and say, That's it. Now I'm at the 5th star level. I'll be able to reach the 9th star level by the time of the final exam. The Earth stage is almost a transition for level 1 talents, and it is still very fast to practice. As if he had thought of something, Sun Hani was a little distressed. It's just that every time I spar with someone, I can only fight hand to hand, and I can't use my innate skills, which is a bit of a disadvantage. I want to buy a weapon recently. That's right, the fact that the Earth Mecha possessed innate skills was too shocking, and Sun Han was not prepared to show them unless it was necessary. This will definitely be a killer in the big exam. This also caused her to be a little timid during the competition. It would be nice to have a weapon. Sun Yu nodded and said, Indeed, I will go back and ask for you. What kind of weapons do you need? Sun Han thought for a moment and said, The battle dagger? The Wanjun Red Moon is a speed-type mecha, so the battle dagger can better play its advantages. 4 long-range firearms. How about the electronic sniper? Electronic sniper? Sun Yu was not surprised when Sun Han chose the battle dagger, but he was a little surprised when he heard that she chose a long-range weapon. The power of the sniper is strong, but you are a speed type. It is too cumbersome. Sun Hani hurriedly expressed his thoughts. It is precisely because I am a speed type that I thought of using a sniper. Think about it, most mechas that use sniping are armed mechas, and the enemy will choose close combat if they have a preemptive attack. Then I can kill him by surprise. Ah, good. You are worthy of being my Sun Yu's daughter. You can try this method. Sun Yu raised his eyebrows when he heard it. He didn't expect that Sun Hani had his own ideas. This is indeed a means of confusion. In this way, her attack surface will indeed be wider. After agreeing, the two chatted for a while, and then Sun Yu went to report his work summary to Ms. Zhongyi. If you don't go home for a few days and don't sort things out, life will be miserable. Sea of clouds and apartment. Looking at the skyrocketing number of people on the lottery page in front of him, Zhang Lei looked as pale as death. There was once an opportunity for strengthening himself in front of him, but he did not cherish it. Now he regrets it. If God could give him another chance, he would definitely ask his wife to transfer money to him as soon as possible. Zhang Lei. No, my enhancement is gone. Chapter 81. The first lucky customers arrive at the expanding machine shop. The next morning, Subai got up from his bed, washed up, and rushed to the Interstellar machine repair shop. As I arrived at the store entrance, I couldn't help but blink. After a night of expansion, the metal dome behind him had disappeared. Instead, there is a giant building that looks like his own machine repair shop. Starting from the Interstellar machine repair shop, the entire 700,000 square meter area is filled with metal buildings made of vibranium. Although it only has one floor, the height of the machine repair shop is comparable to that of a high-rise building. This floor is 60 or 70 meters high, which is not inferior to the high-rise buildings in the city center. On the contrary, it is even more spectacular. Wow, this looks a bit like an interstellar fortress. Subai looked at it and smacked his lips. Originally, I didn't feel much of the area of the machine repair shop, but after this sudden increase in area, the feeling I had was completely different. After entering the machine repair shop, the original maintenance room begins to expand to both sides, leaving an aisle in the middle, followed by various maintenance rooms arranged in an orderly manner, and at the back is a huge warehouse. Subai looked at the newly renovated repair shop, holding his chin with his right hand, and thought for a moment. Let's not move the back one for now, and use it as the starship repair room in the future. He soon decided to separate the back area and use it as a starship maintenance room. Considering the size of the starship, the total area would have to be at least 4/5 of the current repair shop. Increase the number of maintenance rooms to 20, and then 100 rooms will be used to display weapons and mechas. As Subai finished speaking, the central control immediately began to control the layout of the Interstellar repair shop. Soon, 4/5 of the 700,000 square meter repair shop was cut off, and the back was blocked by metal barriers and double doors. The 20 rooms in the front were transformed into maintenance rooms, and the 100 rooms at the back were transformed into exhibition halls. After doing all this, Subai nodded with satisfaction. It was worth it that he arrived 2 hours early today. Today's Interstellar mechanic shop is exactly what he imagined. A few minutes later, gurgle, the sound of swallowing saliva was heard behind Subai. Looking back, he saw Chu Ran standing there with shining eyes. The slight movement of her throat revealed what she had just done. Chu Ran was really amazed. The previous Interstellar mechanic shop gave her a feeling of being advanced and high-end, but it still felt a little stingy. But I just took a nap. This Interstellar machine shop has been completely transformed. Not only did the number of repair rooms double, but more importantly, the exhibition hall at the back made her itch. She couldn't help but look at Subai. Manager, is that room at the back for the mecha auction? Subai nodded when he heard this. That's right, but it's not just mechas. I'm also going to display weapons above the star-breaking level. That's great. Chu Ran couldn't help but cheer, but then quickly fell silent, carefully looking at Subai's expression. She heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that the other party didn't respond. Then when do we start today's work? Chu Ran is now full of energy, and she can't wait to build a mecha with Subai. Oh, you can start now? Do you remember the task I gave you? Maintenance room number 11 over there is given to you. Subai pointed to maintenance room number 11 opposite maintenance room number 1, indicating that Chu Ran could start working. Chu Ran nodded and went directly into the maintenance room, but soon came out again. Manager, there seems to be no materials here? Subai nodded when he heard this. Central control, prepare the materials needed for 8 battle blades and 8 electronic guns for maintenance room number 11. Ugh. Chu Ran was surprised again by the reply from the central control. Is this the configuration of the mechanic master? So smart? She seemed to have only heard of such central control before. It was said that the developed galaxies in the central star field possess such technology. To go to the central star field, one must reach the level of a master mechanic or a 6-star mechanic, which is also her goal. Although many people say that the mechanics have forgotten their roots by going to the central star region, most of them are doing so to pursue more advanced mechanic skills. The lack of technology cannot be made up on Blue Star at present, and it would be difficult for them to make further progress if they do not go. But many people will never come back after leaving. Some of them were intoxicated by it, but many also died along the way. Manager Sue, I've always wanted to ask, Are you from the Central Star region? Chu Ren couldn't help but ask. Su Bai was simply too young. It was hard for him to imagine where else other than the Central Star region could train such a young mechanic. Su Bai laughed out loud when he heard that. I guess so. It was rare for him to explain too much, so it was good to have the Central Star region take the blame for the system. It could save you a lot of trouble. Sure enough, Chu Ran's eyes lit up when he heard that, and then he began to complete the task assigned by Su Bai. Seeing her hardworking appearance, Su Bai couldn't help but sigh. This employee is pretty good. Very motivated. I can get ready to work, too. We had a day off yesterday, and today the 3 people who won the spots on the first day are here. I don't know what their requirements are. Soon, 3 young men gathered outside the Star Machine shop. The leader was Zhou Yunzheng, an old customer of Star Machine shop. The 2 people behind him also seemed to know each other. The 3 of them stared blankly at the Interstellar Mechanic Repair shop in front of them, looking at each other with huge doubts in their little heads. Is this an Interstellar Machine shop? Why don't I remember it being like this yesterday? This is almost becoming a fortress, right? If the portal to the Interstellar Mechanic Repair shop had not been there, they would have suspected that they had taken the wrong path. But soon, they suppressed their surprise and said to Zhou Yunzheng, Old Zhou, this time it's all thanks to you. I didn't expect that the 3 of us would be selected in the first try. Yesterday, I was really amazed. I never thought that there is a master mechanic in Yunhai. The first person to speak was the fat boy, Du Feng, who was wailing in the crowd yesterday. The person who spoke behind was a tall and thin young man with side bangs and trendy clothes, named Wang Bo. The 3 of them were drawn at the same time, which can be said to be a coincidence or not. The reason is simple. The rule for Su Bai to draw lots on the first day was actually based on order of priority, and Zhou Yunzheng was the first to draw lots. At his invitation, Wang Bo and Du Feng naturally became the second and third people to draw lots. Okay, stop talking about this. Have you thought it through? Should we maintain or strengthen? Hearing the flattery from his 2 friends, Zhou Yunzheng smiled faintly and reached out to adjust his glasses. Is that even necessary? Of course it's enhanced. Hearing Zhou Yunzheng's question, the 2 answered without thinking. Are you kidding me? Who wouldn't be moved after seeing the Platinum Valkyrie and the Winter Swordsman? It's so hard to win the lottery, it would be a pity to just do maintenance. Zhou Yunzheng nodded when he heard this. He came here to strengthen himself. In fact, he had wanted to strengthen it before, but unfortunately he never caught up every time. Today I finally fulfilled my wish. Chapter 82 Su Bai. The mechanic who built the King Cobra is a genius. The 3 of them calmed down and went straight into the Interstellar Mechanic Repair shop. Click, following the sound of the door opening. Looking at the Interstellar Machine Repair shop, which was completely different from before, Zhou Yunzheng couldn't help but adjust his glasses. When he first came, the Interstellar Mechanic shop was definitely less than 1/10 of its current size. This does not include the space behind the metal door at the back. However, the material has not changed much, and the overall style is still the same. The main feature is low expansion, luxury waste. This was not Su Bai's original intention. It was all done by the system, and he will not take the blame. Everyone knows that Su is diligent and thrifty in managing his family. Compared with Zhou Yunzheng, Du Feng, and Wang Bo were okay. After all, they had only seen the decoration inside in the live broadcast room before, so they were not that impressed. Oh, it's you. Su Bai was a little surprised when he saw Zhou Yunzheng. He didn't expect that the first guest to arrive after he drew lots was actually him. It seems that he directly chose to maintain it at the beginning. Boss Su, Zhou Yunzheng didn't expect that Su Bai would still remember him. He felt flattered and hurriedly said hello. Du Feng and Wang Bo also hurriedly followed suit. Boss Su. Compared to Zhou Yunzheng, they seemed a little cramped. The person in front of him was a mechanical repair master who even Qian Yu was ashamed of, so their attitude was naturally extremely respectful. Su Bai also felt the change in these customers' attitude towards him, and couldn't help but feel a little dazed. You know, when Sun Hani and Xiao Mingyan first came to the store, they thought he was a liar. All I can say is that times have changed, but it doesn't seem like that long has passed. Putting these thoughts behind him, Su Bai smiled and said, Do you need anything today? He had already thought about it. If they were here for maintenance, he would just leave it to Chu Ran. It is not too simple for a 1-star mechanic to do maintenance on the Earth Mecha. I'm here to strengthen it. Zhou Yunzheng spoke directly. When he came, he asked about the price required for strengthening at the Interstellar Machine Repair shop. I thought it would take a lot of effort to ask my parents for money to strengthen it. As a result, When the other party heard that he was planning to come to the Interstellar repair shop for enhancement, he took out all his savings of the past 2 years without saying a word. Their family is not considered wealthy, not as rich as Xiao Mingyan and others, nor as rich as Sun Hani. They are not like Xing Yunlong and others who are star-stepping mecha masters and have their own source of income. 10,000 is indeed a lot. The same goes for us. The two people behind him said in unison, their tone very firm. Du Feng, Wang Bo, and Zhou Yunzheng were in a similar situation. They had to tighten their belts to get enough money, but they all thought it was worth it. With Su Bai's enhancement, they might be able to shine in the exam. If they can rank among the top 10 in Nanjiang, the prize money will definitely be enough to cover the cost of this enhancement. Okay. Knowing that he couldn't be lazy, Su Bai was a little disappointed, but still responded with a smile. He also saw the determination in the eyes of the three people, and thought that he was the same at the beginning, stubbornly wanting to awaken his mecha talent. Then you go first. Su Bai looked at Zhou Yunzheng. As an old customer, it was no big deal for him to have some priority. The price of the Earth Mecha Enhancement is 1.5 million star coins. Are you aware of this? Su Bai was just asking symbolically. After all, his enhanced price list had already been posted on StarNet. Earth Mecha, 1.5 million star coins. Sky Mecha, 20 million star coins. Star Stepping Mecha, 180 million. Star Breaking Mecha, 2.5 billion. As for the price of the mecha above the Starfall, he did not post it. There are not so many Starfall-level powerhouses on Blue Star today who need his help to strengthen. At first, the price list looked a little outrageously expensive. Nowadays, even if there is no mark that there will be talent skills, no one will think it is expensive. The reason is very simple. It is suspected to be the work of a master mechanic. It's worth the price. I know. Zhou Yunzheng nodded. Su Bai then handed the contract to him, and Zhou Yunzheng signed it without even looking at it. Then transfer the money to Su Bai. Starry Sky Treasure received 1.5 million star coins. After successfully collecting the payment, Su Bai took Zhou Yunzheng directly to maintenance room number 1. Zhou Yunzheng, who had experienced this once, did not hesitate and directly took out the King Cobra, and then left the maintenance room. Even if it was the second time I saw the special upper limb structure and skeleton of the King Cobra, Su Bai still found it novel. The mecha master who built the King Snake is indeed a genius. This time he did not rush to strengthen it directly, but analyzed the structure of the King Cobra before taking action. He had disassembled it once before, but he didn't have the eyesight he has today. There are many things that I don't understand. It is indeed made of alloy bones, which allows the bones to maintain such an arc without breaking. The connection is also very delicate. The upper torso skeleton uses 3 joints to connect with the lower body, ensuring that it can rotate and hit people by surprise. It's just that this technique is still a little rough. If we add another connection at the joint, we might be able to fold it downwards directly so that we can achieve a 360-degree attack without blind spots. And the polishing of light armor is not possible either. I guess the person who built this mecha is only a 1-star mechanic. However, this is an interesting idea. I would like to meet him if I have the chance. Su Bai made a conclusion while looking at the King Cobra. The conclusion is that the mechanic who built the King Snake is undoubtedly a genius. His wild ideas are much better than those of many veteran mechanics. It's just that due to its own skills, although the King Cobra is remarkable, it still has many problems. Su Bai commented on this and also took notes quietly. He's going to auction the mecha later, so learning more about the structures of different types of Earth mechas now will be very helpful in the future. Imperial Capital Mechanic Research Society. Ouyang Xian was holding a thermal knife in one hand and a pulse hammer in the other, constantly hammering and polishing a piece of metal bone. Echu, I suddenly felt an itch on the tip of my nose and sneezed, almost getting cut in the middle of the metal skeleton by the thermal knife. He was so scared that he stopped immediately. Looking back at the prototype of the mecha that was nearly 30 meters long, he was filled with pride. It seems that I, Ouyang Xian, am popular wherever I go. It's probably another buyer who is amazed by my masterpiece. Excellent people are troubled in this way. As he spoke, his braids swung behind him, and then he returned to his work. That's right, the King Cobra was created by him, but he didn't make it specifically for Zhou Yunzheng. His original intention was to create a mecha with bizarre attack methods, which led to the exaggerated design of the King Cobra. He was very satisfied after finishing it. It was bought by Zhou Yunzheng on the day it was posted on Star Network. That was also the first mecha he built. Chapter 83, Purple Dragon. Meat and egg impact, right? Record the advantages and disadvantages of the King Snake, one by one. A lot of time has passed. Su by then took a step forward and reached out to touch the body of the King Cobra. Level 1 enhancement activated. The familiar light flickered again. The King Cobra was enveloped in white light, and its entire body began to expand gradually. With the naked eye, one could see that the arc of its arched body was becoming more and more exaggerated, and its paint and armor were changing accordingly. The most important poison mist syringe that looked like a snake head has now disappeared, replaced by a scarlet snake tongue. Outside the door, Wang Bo and Du Feng, who had been waiting for a long time, were a little anxious. From time to time, he would look in the direction of maintenance room number 1. Du Feng patted his belly and looked at Zhou Yunzheng, who was calm and composed. He couldn't help but wonder, "Old Zhou, we are strengthening your mecha. Aren't you anxious at all?" "Yeah, even if you're not anxious. I am. I really want it to be my turn soon." Wang Bo was also impressed by Zhou Yunjing's determination. Is there really anyone who can stay so calm while his mecha is being enhanced? This is the enhancement of the master mechanic. Zhou Yunjing glanced at the two through the thin lenses. What's the use of being anxious? Keep calm now. There will be a bigger surprise later. You two were so impetuous. Won't you jump up when it's your turn? Zhou Yunjing's tone was gentle and steady. If his hands, which were quietly clenched behind his back and even had a purple palm, one would really think that he didn't care at all. Not nervous? How is that possible? He is indeed a person with a calm and steady personality, but this is his own mecha, and it was written in the contract just now. After this enhancement, King Snake will awaken its innate skills. He was already extremely excited at that time, but he was just forcing himself to remain calm. It's worthy of you, old Zhou. Du Feng patted his belly with one hand and gave Zhou Yunzheng a thumbs up with the other hand. Wang Bo was amazed. I doubt if your wife will. He didn't finish what he said next. Because right now, click, the door to maintenance room number 1 opened. Du Feng and Wang Bo have not responded yet. A dark shadow passed by them like the wind. Wang Bo, Du Feng Kuo. Okay, you kid got me tricked. I thought you really didn't care. The two looked at each other and hurriedly followed, ready to take a look at the true appearance of the King Cobra. When the two entered the maintenance room, they were dazzled by the sight of the King Cobra in front of them. The originally purple and green armor now completely turned into dark purple, making the King Cobra even more majestic and weird. The same is true for the scales on the lower body, except that the tail scales that looked a bit rough before are now completely new, deep, with a stronger metallic luster, and even a faint reflective effect. The overall body has a larger arch, making it look more ferocious. The highlight is the poison mist sprayer in the mouth, which always makes people feel a little bit out of place. But now that it has changed into a snake's tongue, it resonates with its snake head, as if it were a real snake. No, it is more like a dragon than a snake because it has a dark purple horn on the top of its head. Is this really a king cobra? Du Feng stopped patting his belly and continued dancing in the air. Wang Bo shook his head when he heard this. I think it can no longer be called a king snake. At this moment, even though Zhou Yunzheng was extremely suppressed, he could not hide his excitement and said, "From now on, call him Purple Dragon." As he said that, he came directly in front of the purple dragon, jumped up, and went straight into it. Neural connection successful. A flash of purple light flashed in the eyes of the purple dragon, and then the skylight in the maintenance room opened. Its tail particle accelerator erupts, directly arrived above the sky, overlooking everything below. Whoosh! With a dive, it is like a dragon heading towards Kyushu. Smash it directly towards the training ground. At this moment, Wang Bo and Du Feng have arrived at the training ground. Looking at the power of the purple dragon, I felt itchy. Isn't this motivation at least double? Is this the Master Mechanic's enhancement? However, what surprised them even more was the next scene. I saw the purple dragon snake's tongue slightly sticking out. A purple mist gushed out instantly. Originally, people thought that this was just Zhou Yunzheng trying out the effect of the heart-eating poison. Unexpectedly, this ball of purple mist spread rapidly, covering the training ground like a purple sea. The fog lingered and did not dissipate for a long time. This obviously exceeded Zhou Yunjing's capabilities. A shocking thought popped up in their minds, and they finally blurted out, "Innate skill?" That's right. Zhou Yunjing's voice came from the purple dragon. This is the innate skill he obtained, shrouded in fog. Not only can it greatly increase the amount of its heart-thirsty poison, but more importantly, it can also increase its duration. This way, he will have more options in battle. It can even unexpectedly inflict heavy damage to enemies in a large area around it. Seeing the scene in front of them, Wang Bo and Du Feng looked at each other. They all rushed to the Interstellar machine repair shop without any prior arrangement. After seeing the innate skills, they didn't want to wait even a second. Due to his body size advantage, Wang Bo is obviously faster. But Du Feng behind him suddenly lost his moral integrity and bumped into him. He knocked Wang Bo to the ground, then ran away and entered the Interstellar mechanic repair shop first. Wang Bo, who was lying on the ground, was furious as he watched the round body enter the star machine shop. Fatty, you have no moral principles, right? A human bomb attack, right? You. Next is his moment to demonstrate his language skills. Finally, Zhou Yunzheng, who had left the purple dragon, came to his side. He stopped talking and looked at him with an aggrieved face. Old Zhou, you have to judge this for me. Zhou Yunzheng. He couldn't comment on this. I could only chuckle. Forget it, it'll just take a while. There are only 3 of us who have made a successful appointment today. You're the next one. Hearing this, Wang Bo's emotions stabilized a little. He stood up, patted his trouser legs, and looked in the direction of the star machine repair shop with a fierce face. Fatty, just wait, I will tell Ajin about you wetting the bed when you were 8 years old. Zhou Yunzheng. It turns out that good brothers should never be offended. He knew too much. Inside the Interstellar mechanic repair shop, Du Feng still didn't know what was waiting for him. At this moment, he happily signed a contract with Su Bai and changed his job. Starry Sky Treasure received 1.5 million star coins. After collecting the money, Su Bai also took him to maintenance room number 1. Du Feng directly summoned out his mecha. Chapter 80, for sure enough, the end of Brothers is... What caught Su Bai's eyes was a very interesting mecha. Its body was bulging like a gourd, with long upper limbs and slightly short lower limbs. Its entire body was covered with heavy yellow armor. The head of the mecha was also round and looked very bulky. Power-type Earth Mecha, Huanglu. It is 12 meters high, weighs 25 tons, has an engine power of 340,000 and a thrust of 40 million. It turned out to be a mecha that was very suitable for Du Feng. After taking out the Huanglu, Du Feng waved his hand and left the maintenance room. Boss Su, please. As soon as he went out, he met Wang Bo's gaze that seemed to want to eat him alive. Du Feng tilted his head slightly, not looking directly at him, patted his belly, and laughed. The weather is really nice today. Wang Bo came directly in front of him and grabbed his collar. Look at me. Knowing that he was in the wrong, Du Feng did not argue with him. He just puffed up his belly and used the elastic force to push it away. Duh. Wang Bo staggered back 2 steps, looking at his slightly thin body, gnashing his teeth and saying, Just you wait, I will start working out today, and one day I will definitely lift you up with one hand and use you as a basketball racket. You little black guy. Du Feng was full of disdain when he heard it. It was Zhou Yunzheng who interrupted them. How is it? Has your enhancement started? Of course, I didn't expect that the contract actually states that one can awaken innate skills. Boss Su is indeed a well-deserved master mechanic. This is all thanks to Lao Zhou. Otherwise, we wouldn't know when we would get to draw the lottery. After confirming the terms of the contract, Du Feng was extremely grateful to Zhou Yunzheng. If the other party hadn't thought of him and Wang Bo first, they probably wouldn't have gotten this opportunity at all. Now, the number of people who have made reservations for the lottery at the Star Machine shop has exceeded 200,000 and is steadily moving towards a higher number. What? Are you saying that there is a clause about awakening innate skills in the contract? At this moment, Wang Bo didn't care about being angry with Du Feng. He accurately captured the key words in his words just now. Want to know? Call me daddy. Du Feng raised her head with her bulging belly, looking at Wang Bo with a teasing look on her face. Sure enough, at the end of Brothers are father and son. Get out. If you don't want Ajin to know that you wet the bed when you were 8 years old, I advise you to confess the truth. Wang Bo directly used his trump card. Sure enough, the arrogance on Du Feng's face disappeared when he heard this, and was replaced by a look of disbelief. You really want to do such a cruel thing? No. I said it's not okay. I've been chasing after Ajin for 8 years. How can I live without Ajin? Du Feng immediately changed his previous appearance and became very humble. Seeing him like this, Wang Bo couldn't bear it and patted his shoulder vigorously. Brother, listen to my advice. Women will only affect the speed of your sword drawing. You won't be happy if you force it. You have to let her know your true self. Du Feng shook his head upon hearing this. You don't understand. This is love. Zhou Yunzheng. Wow. We just started talking about life, right? Why believe in something else? Why believe in that damn love? The The three of them were joking around. Su Bai also started recording himself. He first circled around Huang Lu and looked at the layout of its armor. Well, although they look bulky, most of the armor is well cushioned and seems to have elastic devices. The fact that the upper and lower limbs are built this way and can still maintain their center of gravity shows that the lower limbs are extremely dense and strong. If you are fooled by their appearance and attack their lower body, you will fall into their trap. The mechanic who built Huang Lu is also a man of imagination. Su Bai's final evaluation was that this should have been made by an experienced mechanic, and it was probably a mecha built after the other party became a high-star mechanic. After all, judging from some small details, the mechanic didn't pay much attention to it. It's a pity that Huang Lu is not flexible enough, and its upper limbs look strong and powerful, which also affects its coordination. Du Feng's talent is quite interesting. Su Bai thought of Du Feng's talent. Level talent, hardness enhancement. This talent is an extremely strong auxiliary ability for mechas, which can enable mechas of the same level to have stronger defensive capabilities and is suitable for being a meat shield. After thinking about it, Su Bai finally thought of the innate skill that best suits him. Touch Huang Lu lightly with your right hand. Level 1 enhancement activated. The light flickered, and through the light, it could be seen that the original gourd-like shape of Huang Lu had become more three-dimensional, and the difference in size between the upper and lower parts had become more obvious. The short lower limbs were covered with a layer of mud-like material, making it look more fragile. The upper limbs are gradually covered with a layer of yellow-brown heavy armor, which is extremely powerful. On the signature round face, a golden line suddenly appeared between the eyes, making him look even cuter. As time goes by, Du Feng kept pacing back and forth. He couldn't be as calm as Zhou Yunzheng, even if he pretended. It seems like the time is almost up. Is the strengthening about to be completed? Old Zhou, what do you think will become of Huang Lu? While pacing, Du Feng's mouth was not idle. He kept chattering. Zhou Yunzheng, Wang Bo. Seeing such a large mass swaying in front of him, Wang Bo couldn't help but said, "Don't worry, it will be there soon." He had just finished speaking. Click. The door of the maintenance room opened. Swish. Du Feng and Zhou Yunjing looked at Wang Bo at the same time. Prophet, it's time to kill him. Wang Bo. I just said it casually. Who knew it would be such a coincidence? However, this happened in a flash. Almost at the same time when the door was completely opened, 3 people swarmed in. Seeing the yellow reed in front of him, Du Feng's eyes sparkled. What he was most dissatisfied with about the previous Huang Lu was that it looked like a gourd, but also a little weird, more like a. Now it finally looks like a real gourd. Moreover, the armor on the upper body looks extraordinary at first glance, adding a sense of strength and power. Du Feng naturally noticed the details of the lower limbs, and he even went forward to try it out. Use harness enhancement and punch out. Bang! It's so hard. Du Feng rubbed his red fist. He had used all his strength in that punch just now. If it was the previous Huang Lu, although it would not be damaged, it would not give him such a big feedback. This seemingly soft lower limb actually hides unimaginable hardness. This made him even more excited. Just as he was about to enter the Huang Lu to experience it, he was stopped by Wang Bo. Fatty, don't be impatient. Wait until I'm done strengthening. Then we can have a fight? Oh. Hearing Wang Bo's declaration of war, Du Feng also became interested. His eyes kept moving between Huang Lu and Wang Bo, and finally he gritted his teeth and said, "Okay. Chapter 85 No. What are you proud of?" He also wanted to know how strong his Huang Lu was now. But Wang Bo said so. He could only suppress his eagerness and wait until he was strengthened so that they could verify it together. After getting Du Feng's response, Wang Bo raised his lips and said, "Okay, I promise to keep the fact that you wet the bed when you were 8 years old a secret. If Shen really finds out one day, it definitely wasn't me who told you that. Du Feng, from the moment you said this, I don't believe a single punctuation mark you use. I could only regret secretly in my heart. Why did I tell him about this in the first place? Alas, one misstep will lead to eternal regret." Du Feng patted his stomach angrily. Wang Bo followed Su Bai to the maintenance room with a smile. It's still the familiar process, signing the contract and transferring the money, and then tapping your star ring. A mecha with an entire body of orange-yellow armor, the armor structure of which was shaped like an evening gown, a tall hat on its head, and what seemed to be a circle of the sun behind it. Its body was slender, and its feet seemed to be wearing a pair of metal boots. There were 2 red square boxes on its waist, and it appeared directly in the maintenance room. Speed-type Earth Mecha, Orange Duke. It is 12 meters high, weighs 24 tons, has an engine power of 350,000 and a thrust of 65 million. After summoning the Orange Duke, Wangbo also left the maintenance room. Subai looked at the Orange Duke in front of him with a scrutinizing look. Is this a speed-type mecha? The Orange Duke gave him the feeling that it was more of a balance type than a speed type. Both the body proportions and the skeleton structure are extremely consistent with the balance type, but it is covered with full light armor. This made Subai a little confused. It seems that the purpose of the mechanic who created the Orange Duke was to create a contrast. There is a kind of rebellious meaning in it. He was a very skilled mechanic, it's just a pity. After carefully observing the Orange Duke for a week, Subai gave his own evaluation. This mechanic is no ordinary person. Orange Duke is also the mecha that brought Subai the most gains. Both the overall design and the way of using a balanced skeleton to build a speed mecha are eye-catching. It's a pity that although the idea is good, the final effect is not satisfactory. The balanced skeleton cannot bring out the strongest characteristics of the speed-type mecha, and the speed is not fast enough. The other advantages of this Orange Duke are not outstanding either, which means that the Orange Duke cannot reach the top level among the Earth mechas. But this idea still gave Subai a lot of inspiration. It's also suitable for Wang Bo. After Subai thought about it, he made a decision. For a level talent and short-term transformation, this is the talent skill. Wang Bo's talent is the most special one among the level 1 talents. It is a shape-shifting talent, which can transform the weapon in his hand. It's a pity that there is a very serious time limit. Otherwise, the rating of short-term transformation will never be level 1. He can only transform his weapon into another weapon for 1 minute. This 1 minute is too short, and it is very likely to be over before it even begins. This is also the reason why short-term transformation has mixed reviews. Some people praise this kind of thing mainly for its quality, not for its duration. But more people hold opposing views. What use can you make with such a short time? It was a majestic spear in the previous second, and turned into a vulnerable short stick in the next second. Without caring whether Wang Bo's talent was strong or weak, Subai took a step forward and stretched out his hand to touch the Orange Duke. Level 1 enhancement activated. A familiar light flashed. The body of the Orange Lord also began to change. His originally more balanced body now began to gradually change to a speed type. The square box around his waist began to compress. His boots gradually turned orange-red. The tall hat on his head gradually lowered, and 2 sharp edges spread out from his collar. In the hall, Wang Bo's actions were surprisingly similar to Du Feng's before. The only difference was that he did not keep talking and disturbing Du Feng and Zhou Yunzheng. Instead, he kept mumbling. It must succeed. It should be ready soon, right? It will be fine soon. It will be fine. Du Feng, Zhou Yunzheng. Where did that energy you had to comfort people just now go? It is true that one does not care about things that do not concern him, but becomes as anxious as an ant when things concern him. While the 3 of them were waiting, click, the door to the maintenance room opened. Wang Bo, who was about to charge directly, felt uneasy when he saw that the door opened was the door of maintenance room number 11. With a dark face, he looked at Chu Ran, who walked out. Chu Ran looked at the 3 of them. The 3 of them also looked at Chu Ran. For a moment, the air fell into silence. Ahem, you are the customers who made appointments for today, right? Chu Ran spoke first in the end. She was now an employee of the Interstellar Mechanic Repair Shop, no longer the genius girl she used to be. The people in front of her were customers of the store. She naturally had to be more polite. Yeah, Zhou Yunjing nodded. Du Feng glanced at her and said, Hey, aren't you the proud sister from yesterday? Why are you working here? Wang Bo rolled his eyes when he heard this. Have you forgotten the bet between her and Boss Su? Oh. Hearing this, Du Feng patted his belly and suddenly realized. That's right, you lost, so you have to work for Boss Su for 10 years. Listening to their words, Chu Ran would have been furious a day ago, but she got into it quickly. That's right. I am now a member of the Interstellar Mechanic Repair Shop. It is my honor to work for the store manager. As she spoke, a smile appeared on her face, as if she was very proud. Zhou Yunzheng, Du Feng, Wang Bo. No, what are you proud of? Chu Ran didn't notice their changes in expression, but took the initiative to talk. Is the store manager helping you strengthen your mecha? There was a hint of anticipation in her tone. She worked very hard today and completed the work ahead of schedule in order to witness Subai's strengthening with her own eyes. Now it seems like we have caught up. Yes, it's my turn now. Wang Bo saw Chu Ran's good attitude and no longer cared about the bet between him and Boss Su. Now, strictly speaking, he was one of them. I just don't know how long I have to wait. Really? Can I go with you to take a look then? Chu Ran's eyes sparkled as he looked at Wang Bo, hoping to get his approval. After all, she was not the mechanic who helped Wang Bo strengthen the mecha. According to the rules of the mechanic circle, one could not rashly look at the mechas strengthened or built by other mechanics without the approval of the mechanic. Okay. Wang Bo finally did not refuse Chu Ran's request. It's just a matter of taking a look. It's not a big deal. Click. At this moment, the door of the maintenance room finally opened. The four of them rushed in without any prior arrangement. Chapter 86. Guarding the rock wall. A change of mind. Looking at the orange duke in front of him, Wang Bo blinked. For some reason, he felt that his orange duke had become a little thinner. But its overall shape is much more domineering than before. The red box on his waist that he had criticized before now looked like two poker cards, quietly inserted in his waist. The tall hat on his head was changed into a short hat, no longer as exaggerated as before. The orange-red color of the light armor of the fuselage is now closer to the texture of the sunset, with less of the previous feeling of accumulated paint. The overall look has become more noble. The previous Orange Duke was more like a sunny and cheerful boy, but now the Orange Duke has a somewhat aristocratic look. As expected of the store manager, Chu Ran exclaimed in amazement, even though she had already seen Su Bai's enhanced Winter Swordsman and Platinum Valkyrie. But it still does not prevent her from speaking highly of Orange Duke. Sure enough, the materials have all been upgraded to a higher level. The core power source has also been upgraded. She looked from top to bottom, constantly examining the Orange Lord. This move also successfully attracted Su Bai's attention. He raised his eyebrows and looked at Chu Ran. Have you completed your mission? Hearing Su Bai's question, Chu Ran's neck shrank, like a little quail who had done something wrong. But I reacted quickly. That's not right. Why should I feel guilty? I completed the task. He immediately raised his head and chest and said with full energy, I've done it. The corners of Su Bai's mouth slightly raised, as if whispering to a devil. Yes, it seems that I underestimated you. In that case, you should be able to challenge the same 10 items tomorrow, right? Su Bai's tone was very light, but to Chu Ran it sounded as heavy as Mount Tai. Chu Ran. But he still had to bite the bullet and promise. I will complete the task. Su Bai. This employee is really nice. While the two were talking, Wang Bo was not vague and jumped directly into the Orange Duke. Neural link connected successfully. Orange light flashed in the eyes of Orange Lord. Wang Bo's voice was heard. Come on, fatty. It's time for a man-to-man showdown. Du Feng. Cut. Who's afraid of who? Let's go. As he said that, he walked towards the training ground outside the machine repair shop. At this moment, the skylight of the maintenance room opened wide, and Orange Duke jumped up and headed straight for the training ground. When Chu Ran heard that the two were going to have a mecha battle, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Chu Ran. Manager, can I go and take a look? She hadn't seen a mecha battle for a long time. In the past few months, she had been busy improving her mecha repair skills and finally became a star mechanic. As a result, I came to work for Su Bai again. Now she can watch a mecha battle up close, a mecha battle conducted by mechas strengthened by Su Bai, and she really doesn't want to miss it. Okay. Su Bai nodded. This employee worked so hard, he couldn't be too harsh on him. The benefits that should be given still need to be given, right? He was also very curious whether the killing power of Orange Duke was stronger or the defense power of Yellow Reed was better. Zhou Yunzheng was also looking forward to it. He did not choose to fight with Du Feng or Wang Bo because his purple dragon caused considerable damage to the mecha. Level 1 talent, the heart-eating poison, is no joke. He couldn't bring himself to do such a cruel thing to his good brother. Su Bai and the other two came to the outside of the training ground. Du Feng had already entered the Huang Lu and was facing the Chengju in the air. Looking at another mecha that was enhanced by Su Bai, Chu Ran became excited again. Is this really Huang Lu? It's like it's turned into a mecha. If the teacher knew that the Huang Lu he created could become so perfect, he would definitely be very happy. Chu Ran said to himself. Su Bai did capture some information. Is Huang Lu built by President Qian? He did guess that Huang Lu was made by Gao Xing Mechanic, but he didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. Of course. Chu Ran nodded vigorously. Before Su Bai, the person she admired most was Qian Yu. When talking about Huang Lu, she also had a filter. Huang Lu is a casual work made by the teacher a few years ago. But even if it's just an Earth mecha, its design is very clever. It's just that the teacher didn't pay much attention to it in the end, and some details were not perfect. Su Bai smiled. This was no different from what he judged. Are you ready to be hammered? Du Feng's somewhat mean voice came out from inside Huang Lu. and he was full of gunpowder as soon as he opened his mouth. This is also his usual tactic, letting the other party get on top and attack him desperately. Unfortunately, this time he was facing Wang Bo. As a close friend who grew up wearing the same shorts, he was already familiar with Du Feng's methods. Buzz! The engine of the Orange Duke roared, running at full power, and the particle accelerator behind its legs erupted, and it quickly retreated. While quickly distancing himself from Huang Lu, he left an arc of light in the air. He touched the poker cards at his side with both hands. Cross it in front of you. Throw it hard. I saw 2 red poker cards crisscrossing and dancing in the air, like 2 neon lights. It shot out towards Huang Lu's weakest part, the head. Du Feng and Huang Lu raised the corner of his mouth slightly when he saw this. With a stomping of its short legs, a huge rock wall instantly appeared above the ground. The 20-meter-high rock wall protrudes, instantly reflecting the setting sun like metal. Bang! The poker card hit the rock wall and bounced off instantly. What do you think, Xiaobozi? How are you going to break the rock wall's defense with this innate skill? Du Feng and Huang Lu gave a villain-like smile. Defense has always been his strong point. It's a pity that the coverage is not wide. Now that he has the guardian of the rock wall, he can not only make up for his own shortcomings, but also have stronger means to protect his teammates in battle. After missing the target, Wang Bo in Orange Lord was not discouraged at all. Instead, he uttered a meaningful ending sound. Oh really? It's a trap. Hearing Wang Bo's voice behind him, Du Feng secretly felt something was wrong. He quickly turned around and looked. Unfortunately, what greeted him were 2 pitch-black cannon muzzles. And where the 2 playing cards were located, the figure of Orange Duke appeared. Innate skills changing the world, able to instantly swap the positions of the Orange Duke and 2 poker cards. Wang Bo's talent is short-term transmogrification, which has received mixed reviews due to its time limit. But if it is combined with the reversal of heaven and earth, it will be completely different. Just think about it. If the weapon that you just blocked 1 second ago appears behind you the next second, who can defend against it? Everything happens in an instant, and there is no question of 1 minute being not enough. It can be said that this completely brought about a qualitative change in Wang Bo. Faced with the threat of 2 electronic cannons, Huang Lu hurriedly used his heavily armored arms to block in front of him. Just wanted to use rock wall guard to isolate it. Boom! 2 electronic cannons fired with a bang, and scarlet beams of light erupted from the muzzles, instantly bombarding the Huang Lu. Chapter 87, she is willing to do this job for the rest of her life. The competition is over. The winner, Chinju, is driving the Mecha Master Wang Bo. Even with the talent of enhanced hardness, he would still be seriously injured if he was hit by 2 electronic cannons at close range. Now that it has been transformed into a training ground with competition standards, Huang Lu and Du Feng were immediately moved out of the field. When Zhou Yunzheng saw Wang Bo and the poker switch positions and instantly transform into 2 electronic cannons, the pupils hidden under the lenses couldn't help but shrink. This strike seemed quite exquisite to him. There is a good chance that it will turn the tide of the battle. Lives up to the name of turning the world upside down. If he had not seen the subtlety of this attack in advance, he would probably have been in trouble. Seeing Du Feng's dejected face, Zhou Yunzheng stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder. Don't be depressed. Your yellow reed is not worse than Chinju. You just suffered from not understanding the other party's innate skills. Don't even mention you. Anyone who doesn't know about this world-changing ability in advance will be tricked. I'm not depressed. I just should have gotten closer from the beginning. That's right. Du Feng was not depressed because he had just lost, but he found that if he met a familiar opponent, the opponent will not be so stupid as to attack directly. Sometimes offense is the best defense. If you can talk back and forth while attacking the enemy, the effect may be better. Blind defense may be okay in a team battle, but it is definitely not advisable in an individual battle. It doesn't matter since you are a tank, and you can choose to take the exam as an individual or as a team. Zhou Yunzheng didn't care much about it. Du Feng was the tank he identified. The 3 of them were also preparing to participate in the team battle of the big exam. If he had said before that he was a little uncertain about the top 10, even though Su Bai is a master of mechanical repair, he may not be able to strengthen a mecha that is 100% suitable for him. But after today, this idea completely disappeared. The 3 of them not only obtained innate skills, but also the innate skills that were most suitable for them. In this case, forget about the top 10. Nanjiang's top scholar may not be unable to compete for the title. Naturally, Wang Bo, who had just come down from Orange Duke, had the same idea as him. He did not comfort Du Feng, nor did he mock him. To be honest, the Guardian of the Rock Wall also surprised him. Originally, he was planning to use the twist of the universe right before the poker reached Huang Lu. As a result, the sudden rise of the rock wall caught him off guard. If I hadn't reacted a little slower, I would have been the one in trouble. It's just a coincidence. Okay, in the next few days, the three of us will work hard to get along and develop several sets of our own tactics before the big exam. Zhou Yunzheng began to act like a captain and immediately arranged the next plan. At this moment, Chu Ran, who was standing beside Su Bai, opened his mouth slightly, as if he could fit a fist in it. Everything that happened before was too unreal to her. Is this a talent skill? Manager, you strengthened two Earth mechas with innate skills at the same time? How on earth is this done? She didn't understand. She really didn't understand. If it is just one machine, it would be fine. After all, Su Bai is a master of mechanical repair and has a certain probability of awakening the mecha's innate skills. Even though this was an Earth mecha, she accepted it. But at the same time, two Earth mechas with innate skills were strengthened? What are the odds? Even for a master mechanic, this is too dreamy, right? No, my purple dragon has also awakened its innate skill. Zhou Yunzheng came over and added another blow. Chu Ran was completely petrified. Chu Ran. 3-3. Chu Ran's voice broke. As a one-star mechanic, she now doesn't quite understand what mechanic means. It's no problem for her to strengthen 3 Earth mechas in one day. But to be strengthened to this extent and also possess innate skills? Is the store manager really a god? The look she gave Su Bai kept changing, from surprise to reverence to horror, as if he were a god. No, I'm determined to hold on to the store manager. I must perform well and not let the manager down. Isn't it just 10 battle blades and 10 electron guns? I'm not afraid. Chu Ran's fighting spirit was completely ignited, as long as he could learn from Su Bai. Even if she only learned the basics, she thought it would not be worse than going to the Central Star Field. Even in the Central Star region, I'm afraid that the progress won't be as fast as being with Su Bai. Ignoring Chu Ran's shock, the three of them came to Su Bai and bowed. Thank you, Boss Su, for giving me a new life. They came to Su Bai for reinforcement and almost spent all their family savings. Now it seems it's more than worth it. It's a huge profit. They will naturally remember this kindness in their hearts. Su Bai smiled and waved his hand. It's just a business. You pay me, and I help you strengthen. It's reasonable. Su Bai didn't feel anything about this. His purpose in helping them strengthen was to make money. There is no such thing as gratitude or ingratitude. Zhou Yunzheng and the other two thanked him again and did not stay any longer. It was already evening, and they had been at the Interstellar repair shop all day. It was time to go back and report the good news. However, they tacitly decided to keep the matter of their innate skills secret. It's not that they were afraid that their parents would tell others, but mainly because they wanted to keep it as a little surprise. Looking at the backs of the three people leaving, Chu Ran couldn't help but sigh. Mecha Masters are really lucky. Why? Don't you like mechanics? Su Bai looked at Chu Ran strangely, judging from the way she had bet with him at the beginning and her performance in the past 2 days. She obviously has a passion for mechanics. Of course I like it, but if I have the chance, I still want to try driving a mecha. Chu Ran shook her head and smiled indifferently. Of course she likes mecha repair, but she also loves mechas. As she said at the beginning, no mechanic can resist the temptation of driving a mecha he built himself. Then you just perform well, maybe there will be a surprise. Su Bai's mouth corners slightly raised, which was like drawing a pie in the sky for Chu Ran. The fact that Duan Han, who had transformed the Holy See before, was able to successfully pilot a mecha attracted his attention. Since reforming the Vatican can be done, who knows, maybe one day he will be able to create a mecha that can be driven without any talent and is harmless. But it's definitely not possible now. However, this sentence did not make sense to Chu Ran. She widened her eyes and stared at Su Bai blankly. Manager, are you saying you have a solution? Ahem, I didn't say anything. Su Bai didn't answer her question, but walked straight to the Star Machine shop. By the way, show me the results of your work today. Looking at Su Bai's back, a light of hope ignited in Chu Ran's eyes. After hearing his words, I smiled and replied, okay. If one day Su Bai could really help her successfully drive a mecha, she is willing to do this job for the rest of her life. Chapter 88 Su Bai. I am not evil. Chu Ran jumped and followed Su Bai back to the Interstellar Machine repair shop, and then came to maintenance room number 11. Looking at her masterpiece on the ground, she couldn't help but raise her head slightly, with an expression as if asking for praise. That's a total of 16 Earth mecha weapons. It would be impossible for anyone else to complete the task in such a short time. Of course, except Subai. It's a pity that she was disappointed. Subai didn't even look at her, but walked up to her and looked at the weapon she made. Subai stretched out his hands and grasped the handle of one of the battle blades, lifting it up with force. The battle blade, which was more than 3 meters long and close to 4 meters long, was instantly lifted up and weighed by him. Not bad. But it seems a bit rough. Subai frowned slightly and gave his evaluation directly. Chu Ran's heart skipped a beat when he heard this, and he waved his hands hastily. No, I was a little careless when I did this. I'm sorry, I was wrong. She wanted to make some excuses, but after meeting Subai's deep gaze, she instantly lost her confidence. This was the last sword she forged, so it was inevitable that it might have been hastily made. But I didn't expect that Subai could see through all of this. As expected, nothing can be hidden from the store manager. Well, be careful next time. Subai didn't criticize too much. Although it was a bit rough, it was still usable. He went straight to the next battle blade and raised it with both hands. This one is good. In this way, after all the battle blades were identified, except for the first one which was relatively rough, the rest were still qualified. Subai then walked to the front of the electron gun. The workmanship of the electron gun was more exquisite than that of the war blade. Subai couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. It seems that firearms are your specialty? Yes. Chu Ran nodded vigorously. She passed the 1-star mechanic test, mainly by relying on firearms manufacturing and armed mecha. Compared to melee weapons, firearms are her strong point. There is no doubt about that. Not bad, Subai said with a smile. Chu Ran's gun manufacturing level is quite good among 1-star mechanics. After receiving Subai's praise, Chu Ran's previously depressed self-confidence was finally restored, and he smiled again. Manager, am I done? Okay, you can go off work now. You can come back tomorrow, but tomorrow it will be the same 10 swords. After Subai finished the inspection, he prepared to let Chu Ran go back to rest. He was not the kind of person who could just leave after finishing his work. Although it has been more than 10 hours since I started work, it's not a big problem. Okay. Chu Ran felt a little disappointed when she heard that. She thought Subai would give her some guidance. But then I thought to myself that this was only the first day and I shouldn't rush things. I must work harder tomorrow and not make any more mistakes. After Chu Ran left, Subai closed the door of maintenance room number 11. He planned to strengthen these weapons directly. First come to the battle blade, stretch out your right hand, and choose to strengthen. Level 1 weapon enhancement activated. Interstellar point. Subai was somewhat addicted to the feeling of only deducting 1 interstellar point for each enhancement. There was a faint flash of white light, and the battle blade in front of him, made of low-level alloy, suddenly transformed into a titanium battle blade. The overall appearance did not change much, but it was also an excellent weapon for the Earth mecha. Ordinary titanium weapons can only be used by the Sky and Star stepping ranks. As the lowest level mecha, the Earth mecha's functions in all aspects are difficult to match with high-end circuit boards. Low-end circuit boards have a common problem, which is that they cannot conduct electricity in metals other than copper-iron alloys. Now that the technical barriers have been broken through the system, this problem has been completely solved. Once it becomes popularized, the Earth mecha equipment throughout China and even the Blue Star Alliance will be upgraded to a higher level. Subai looked at the titanium battle blade in front of him. Although its appearance was not much different from ordinary titanium weapons, its interior was a completely different world. Swish, swish, swish. Soon, Subai had strengthened all of his battle blades. Next, he came to the electron gun, which was about the same length as the battle blade. With Subai's current strength, it is not difficult to lift it. Sure enough, her understanding of firearms is much stronger, and she has also taken into account the trajectory deviation. After taking it and looking at it carefully, Subai discovered a detail that he had not noticed just now. General electron guns will have muzzle shake and trajectory deviation. This was handled very well by Chu Ran. The core is located on the grip, and it will correct itself according to the current direction of the muzzle and change the trajectory position. After playing with it for a while, Subai still did not choose to shoot to verify. Directly strengthened. Soon, the 8 electron guns were strengthened. The material has also been changed, and the energy matrix has been slightly upgraded. This instantly increases its power. Now the sun has set, the crescent moon is rising, and the stars are dotted in the sky. Almost done. Move it to the exhibition hall, and then you can sell it. Subai touched his chin with his hand and issued an order to the central control. Move the equipment in the maintenance room number 11 to the booth number 2. Receive the host instruction, and now begins the transfer. Following the sound feedback from the central control, the robotic arms began to operate, lifting a total of 18 weapons on the ground. Click! The partition window opened, and the robotic arm in the adjacent maintenance room received the weapon and then passed it to the next maintenance room. After being transferred several times, the 16 weapons were neatly displayed on booth number 2. Looking at the battle blade on the left and the electron gun on the right, Subai took out his mobile phone and took a picture. It was then posted on the Douyin circle. Unknown mechanic. New business of Interstellar Mechanic Shop. We will start selling weapons from today. Currently we sell Earth Mecha weapons. Warblade, 60,000 star coins. Electronic gun, 80,000 star coins. The current quantity is 8 of each category. Picture. As soon as Subai posted on Douyin, someone liked it immediately. The Queen of Lightning. First. Great. Boss Su actually sells weapons? I was just about to buy some. Do you have any combat daggers and sniper rifles? She looks like a goddess. Has Boss Su's business officially started? Sword Master of the Generation. I wish you a prosperous business and a big sale of weapons. Xing Yunlong. Boss Su, do you only sell Earth Mecha weapons? Are there any other items? Yunlong Team Steward. Boss Su, if you have any weapons for the star-stepping mecha, please let me know. I will definitely buy them. Replacing the captain is my lifelong dream. Yes, when Boss Su gets some star-stepping mecha weapons, we can also benefit from it. Mechanics Light. Manager, are these the weapons I made today? You actually enhanced them so quickly? Com Xiaozhou. Boss Su actually still has this business? Du Feng always loves Ajin. What a pity, I don't use these very much, otherwise I would definitely support Boss Su. Wang Bo wants to work hard on fitness. Alas, it's mainly because buying weapons is useless. Chapter 89 Sun Yu. This is about the future of China. Are these people so idle? Subai was a little surprised to see so many comments appear in just 1 second. Chu Ran could understand that. After all, there was nothing for her to do if she asked her to go home and rest after get off work. But Sun Hani, Zhou Yunzheng, and the other two should be candidates, right? Don't they have to race against time to practice and prepare for the big exam? Are there still members of the Yunlong team who don't have to carry out the mission? As for Zhao Mingyue and Xiao Mingyan, they have already entered Shanghai University and are indeed relatively free. It is said that this was the case for college students before the interstellar age. There were so many comments that he was too lazy to reply to them one by one, so he just picked out a few potential customers. For example, the combat dagger and sniper rifle that Sun Han asked about, that's naturally no problem. They could be arranged for Chu Ran tomorrow. Unknown mechanic. Yes. Sun Han, who was at home at the moment, saw the message and ran straight to Sun Yu's study without thinking, opened the door and said excitedly, Dad, you don't have to buy weapons. Sun Yu was looking at the Yunhai map in his hand. These days, he had arranged people to carry out a large-scale cleanup of suspicious locations in Yunhai, but to no avail. It was as if the Reformed Church had really disappeared from the sea of clouds. This made Sun Yu feel something was wrong. Suddenly, he heard his daughter's cry and frowned slightly. Question mark. What's going on? Didn't you insist on buying weapons yesterday? It's not okay to have the same idea every day. Even if he dotes on Sun Hani, he still cannot tolerate this bad habit of having a different idea every day. Sun Yu's tone was very serious. No, I mean you don't have to go out and buy it for me. Sun Han explained hurriedly when he saw Sun Yu was a little angry. Look, Boss Su is now selling weapons too. As he said that, he took out his cell phone and handed it to Sun Yu. The seriousness on Sun Yu's face faded after he heard Su Bai's name. He raised his brows slightly and looked at the phone handed to him by Sun Hani with interest. He did have Su Bai's contact information, but he didn't know about it because he hadn't looked at the phone before. When he saw the material of the weapon in the picture, he couldn't help but wonder. This is a titanium weapon, and you can't use it. Yes, the weapon in the picture is indeed well made and was made by Su Bai, but it is a titanium weapon, and Sun Hani is only an Earth Mecha Master and can't use it at all. Hey Dad, you're not paying attention. Take a closer look at what Boss Su said. Sun Han's lips curled up slightly, obviously realizing that Sun Yu didn't read what Su Bai said. Sun Yu looked at the words on the picture after hearing this. His pupils shrank instantly. Is this the weapon of the Earth Mecha? The Earth Mecha can use titanium weapons? As the captain of the Yunhai fleet, he knew too well what this meant if Su Bai could really create titanium weapons that could be used by the Earth Mecha. Combined with a number of Earth Mecha divisions, this is a force that is enough to change the situation of the battle. Don't underestimate the Earth Mecha Masters because they are weak but they're the most numerous among the Mecha Masters. Their Yunhai fleet may have a total of 5,000 people, which is higher than the Sky Mecha Division. But the Earth Mecha Division has 25,000 people. This is 5 times the number of the rest of the Mecha Divisions. If these mechas were equipped with more advanced weapons, even if their functions could not keep up, it would be possible for multiple mechas to compete with powerful mechas. Without further ado, Sun Yu ignored Sun Hani and called Su Bai directly. Beep, beep, beep. After a brief reminder, Su Bai's voice rang out from the other end of the line. Captain Sun, are you looking for me? Trying to calm himself down, Sun Yu finally spoke. Su Bai, I want to ask you, how many Earth mecha weapons like that can you produce at most? After asking this question, Sun Yu became nervous again. Even with Su Bai, he was not sure whether the other party could really complete mass production, but this was related to the entire Yunhai fleet and even the future of the entire China. He sincerely hoped to hear the answer he wanted to hear. In terms of production, it would be at most 40 or 50 a day, right? Su Bai thought about it and gave a number directly. This still included the situation where he produced weapons in the virtual maintenance warehouse. Is that so? After hearing Su Bai's answer, although it was reasonable, Sun Yu was also a little disappointed. Yes, even someone as strong as Su Bai couldn't produce thousands of such weapons in a day. I was just daydreaming. At this moment, Su Bai's voice came again. But if you have basic Earth mecha weapons, I can also strengthen and transform them, and the speed should be much faster. At this moment, Su Bai also understood Sun Yu's intention. He asked about the quantity probably because he was preparing to equip the fleet. This is a big order, and he is not going to let it go. What's more, upgrading the equipment of the Yunhai fleet will also be beneficial to Yunhai and can also improve its own safety. Why not do it? Really? Hearing Su Bai's words, the hope in Sun Yu's eyes was rekindled, and his whole body was trembling with excitement. Then if I want 25,000 battle blades and electronic guns, how long will it take to complete it if I prepare the basic weapons for you? For how long? This stumped Su Bai. Theoretically, it would take him 1 or 2 days at most to strengthen these weapons. After all, it was the system that took action. But if that's really the case, the Research Institute can't escape. After a brief hesitation, he gave a time that he thought was relatively conservative, roughly calculated based on the production time of the machine repair shop. About a month or so. Dead silence. After Su Bai said the duration was 1 month, Sun Yu on the other end of the phone fell silent. Sun Hani could clearly see that his father's chest was rising and falling, and there seemed to be a faint green light in his eyes. It looks creepy. Okay, no problem. I'll place the order now based on the price you offer. Sun Yu was ready to place the order without even thinking about it. He had also seen the price of Su Bai's weapons before. Logically speaking, if he prepared the basic weapons himself, the price should be lower. But after all, the quantity is so large that we still have to set a month limit to complete it. There is nothing wrong with giving more. Okay, then come and sign a contract tomorrow? Su Bai didn't say much and directly arranged a time for Sun Yu to come. No problem. I'll have someone prepare everything tomorrow. Su Bai, you should go to bed early. Sun Yu was in a very happy mood at the moment. After exchanging some pleasantries with Su Bai, he hung up the phone. A moment later, he immediately called Xiao Wang and said, Xiao Wang, ask the Fleet Equipment Depot to count and pack out all the weapons of the Earth mechas. Xiao Wang, Captain Sun, what happened? Arranging this work so late at night? Can't we take inventory tomorrow? Captain, it's getting late now. How about tomorrow? Xiao Wang asked tentatively. Don't you understand? Now. Immediately. Immediately. This concerns the future of our Yunhai. If anything goes wrong, I will hold you accountable. Sun Yu roared from the other end of the phone and then hung up. Xiao Wang, where is the leisurely work you promised? Chapter 90. Zhao Tianming is having a headache. Su Bai is being targeted again? As the call ended, Sun Yu remained the same as before. His brows were furrowed, and the majesty of the captain of the Yunhai fleet burst out from him. This concerns the entire fleet. How can it be delayed until tomorrow? Sun Hani kept blinking her long eyelashes and looked at her father in front of her. It was the first time she saw Sun Yu working. His majestic appearance was completely different from when he was at home. Is it true that everyone actually has another side? Dad, have you forgotten something? Sun Han spoke slowly after Sun Yu sat down and recovered his mood. Is that so? Sun Yu was a little confused when he heard this. You should have said everything you should have said, right? Did you forget my weapon? Sun Han puffed up his cheeks and pointed at himself. Sun Yu patted the back of his head in embarrassment. Aha, look, I forgot to ask in my haste. It's okay. I'll buy the weapons you need for you tomorrow when I go over to sign the contract in person. By the way, what do you need? Sun Hani. Well, since you're doing this for the fleet, I won't bother with you. I want a dagger and a sniper rifle. Don't forget them. Sun Hani emphasized again the weapons he needed, fearing that his father would accidentally forget about it. Sun Yu smiled and nodded. Don't worry, I'll remember it. Only then did Sun Hani leave the study. Some are looking forward to the upcoming new weapons. After he left, Sun Yu looked at the map in front of him again. I have conducted a carpet search of all possible hiding places. The only places that are lacking are the high-rise buildings and schools in the city center. Where are they hiding? He held his chin with both hands, his eyes deep. The reform of the Holy See had caused such a big fuss. It couldn't be over just like that. Sun Yu is here worrying about reforming the church. On the other side, Zhao Tianming was also in a state of panic. At this moment, he was in the conference room. Many people gathered in the room, and their expressions were very serious. He stared intently at the densely packed red spots on the light screen behind him. According to our estimation, this gluttonous beast tide is expected to arrive in a month. We have arranged for people to contact the Chinese fleet headquarters, but it seems that they are unable to provide support due to various reasons. The first person to speak was a white-haired old man who sat opposite Zhao Tianming and sounded very pessimistic. What about our orbital cannon? Can't we annihilate those monsters before they get close to Starry Sky 1? A square-faced man with a scar on his face spoke calmly at the other end. He advocated attacking first and using the orbital cannon to annihilate the gluttonous beasts. That's not feasible. The gluttonous beasts have a very sharp sense of crisis, and they can't concentrate at all if the distance is too far. If we wait until they get close to the range where they can hit with 100% accuracy, there is a high chance that innocent people will be harmed. Opposite him, a middle-aged woman shook her head, rejecting his idea. Bang! The scarred man slammed the table in an instant. Then what do you think we should do? Do we have to wait until they get really close to Starry Sky 1 and then use the lives of the mecha pilots to fill the gap? There are thousands of gluttonous beasts here. If we use mechas to fight them, how many people will die? The middle-aged woman was speechless and looked gloomy. Now they are really in such a dilemma. As long as the beast tide comes, it seems that there will be damage no matter what. Okay, let's wait and see for now. Let's not worry about the situation at the Chinese headquarters. Let's send an unmanned ship to induce those gluttonous beasts to turn around. The best outcome is that they are simply lost in the sea of stars and can be induced to leave by us. As for the worst-case scenario, they are coming for our Starry Sky 1. This war is inevitable. In short, in the past month, all mecha divisions of the Nanjiang fleet have entered a level 1 combat readiness state. After several people finished speaking, Zhao Tianming directly issued the order. No one dared to disobey his words. Even though the scarred man was unwilling, he didn't say much. He didn't think he could really lure the gluttonous beast away. This group of gluttonous beasts was very strange. Although they were not very intelligent among the star beasts, they were extremely difficult to deal with. However, most of the time, they could be successfully killed by encirclement and suppression tactics. But the number of gluttonous beasts this time was too large. In the past, there were only 20 or 30 gluttonous beasts that roamed in groups, but now there are as many as thousands. It really doesn't seem like random behavior. But Zhao Tianming had given the order, so the meeting came to an end. As the crowd left one after another, Zhao Tianming leaned back in his chair and rubbed his temples with both hands to relax himself. It looks like the headquarters is being held back. Is it the Star Alliance? Or who? Zhao Tianming's eyes turned slightly cold. This matter was definitely not as simple as it seemed. But he really couldn't imagine what kind of power could trigger such a great tide of gluttonous beasts. I hope I'm overthinking it. Putting down his hands, Zhao Tianming sighed helplessly. If only there was a way to instantly improve the strength of the Nanjiang fleet. After all, our overall strength is too weak. Otherwise, the mere tide of gluttonous beasts would not be worth mentioning. Likewise, he was somewhat puzzled. Why was everything fine before? It hasn't been long since I became the chief, but things keep happening one after another. I heard that the CF family has been wiped out by Sun Yu, and the clues to the reform of the church have also been cut off. Zhao Tianming felt a headache when he thought about this series of events. After receiving Sun Yu's order, Su Bai was in a good mood. Then go straight home? After returning home, it is still time for daily practice. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, after a few days of practice, he can now spontaneously control the tides of star power without causing too much noise. 2 miniature nebulae instantly condensed in his palms, and star power poured in. His realm was elevated again. After stabilizing the 3 stars, he directly attacked towards the 4 stars. However, The faint starlight flickering in his room at this moment was still captured by Chin, who was waiting downstairs. Chin was extremely confused. What's going on? He even suspected that he had seen it wrong. How could there be fluctuations of star power in a mechanic's home? It's gone again? Is it really my illusion? Chin looked at the window of Su Bai's house again and found that the starlight had dissipated. This made him even more confused. I guess I've been too nervous recently. Yes, it's scary enough that he's a suspected master of mechanics at this age. What if he can also cultivate star power? He can't even be called a human being. He's simply a monster. Chin kept hiding in the dark, silently observing the movements of Su Bai's family. Little did he know that his figure had already appeared in the light curtain in front of Su Bai.